Some of the early rounds has been aggression. Now, they have an okay comp for that. Like, you've got the two controller players that can slow things down and place walls and stars in order for setup. And then you have that double initiator, which you can get Purpo into position. What I will say is Purpo didn't have the greatest performance in the last map. And well, you might be wondering why I've just talked over an entire round, but an in-zone flawless, nothing really happened.
Exactly. I mean, this is just a housekeeping round where if kills come in for the side of GX, yes, we need to start paying attention. But even then, one or two, and that just results in the rifles they've dropped being picked up by the players who didn't invest. This was a well-thought-out round from KC and an even better executed one as they now come in. Plenty, even some of the players keeping over their light shields. There's going to be lots of credits for the side of KC and for GX. Sure, they're investing. This is their full buy, but as you can see, the attackers still have credits, and they're pretty much matching up pound for pound in any fight they take. Not a bad bonus, if you want to call it that.
Taking that back.
Almost double lurk on one side, and the attack already taking some space.
Sensor down.
Already the sensor's going to be removed by the defensive side, and constantly trying to make things that little bit tougher for map control. Of course, you do have yourself that double sentinel, but what one for traditionally holding on, and I like this from GX, proactive with their utility to force them back.
Yeah, it does look like the idea could be for KC, at least they've left the door open and moved back to A in the end of the round, but for GX, clearing out this control is so important. Be able to initiate a couple more fights, burn utility, and telegraph the play that's coming in from KC as a result. Big rotations coming in as well. That attacking side, just look at the bottom of your mini-map. 3 players on the rotate here. They're on their way to be grouping up as 4 on long. It was to be 5 for a moment. Martin sent back to check the other side. Maybe even sell a fake this time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've seen the rotation back from the defense. Put extra players into position, even just throwing out further utility to try and delay. They have left them low. Runner just currently trying to hold onto his ground, and Purpo's done fantastically well. 15 seconds.
Well, the net very much trapped him, but plenty more players. Purpo's teammates ready with 8 seconds on the clock. Running it down is all they need to do, but they've been dropped immediately, though. Sugetsu now out of time. No chance for the plant, and there were 2 players ready to pounce, even if he did have a few more seconds on the clock. 2-1 for the side of KC as GX finally put one on the board.
Yeah, I do like what they're doing. As said, like a lot of the execution power of KC can be quite problematic to face off against, but they are being proactive. They're taking late round control, looking to try and reclaim some of the ground that has already been taken by their opponents, and it means that a lot of the setup is becoming quite a bit more difficult because KC don't have all the pieces in play like they will have done previously.
Well, Mola time. A little bit of a pause as we get into the early stages of the game. Now, just taking a look, though, at where we've ended up. Last time we saw KC playing, I think it was coming into round 3. They already had Sadix Annihilation online. Coming into round 6, I think they had it, or maybe it was round 7. Very early on, farming up orbs. He wasn't getting a crazy amount of kills or deaths to make that work. Just playing across the map, grabbing orbs, grabbing plants. Now, he might not have farmed up his ultimate. You'll see it in a moment when we get back into the game, but a few of the others have. So despite coming into the last round with rifles and a good chance to battle, that's their economic advantage. KC also have an ult economy advantage that they lose one round and they can fight right back in. Gecko and Astra ults primed and ready to go. And it's going to take a bit of work for GX to level that playing field. Maybe a battle for early orbs. Could see some of that defensive aggression. As you said, Tom, they have plenty of opportunities to deny. We've seen that Viper wall go down again and again, blocking out outside of a bath and the teleporter over on B. This is going to give them that little bit of extra space that they can deny when the push comes in on B. But also, we'll see more of those teleport plays as the game goes on, trying to pincer those players who push past the Viper wall. I'm excited to see what GX have primed and ready for us, because it's going to have to be a well-thought-out plan. What we've seen from KC on this map has not looked anywhere close to weak.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the score lines that they've had versus Na'Vi with, what was it, like 13-3, 13-2? Yeah, 13-2. It was utterly dominant, and then a 13-9 versus the Vitality super team. They look very strong on this map. Going forward into the series, I think that's where things maybe open up a little bit more, although I believe it was Lotus didn't look fantastic. When we saw it played last versus BBL, it was a 9-13, or obviously 13-9 in BBL's favor, so I will wait and see, but I guess if GX are taking us to that map, it's clearly something that they do still feel comfortable on. And I also just want to talk about some of the individuals on their side, because I think one of the great storylines going into this matchup, obviously, for starters, you're talking about teams that will be out. Like, that's it. Even though it will be in different ways, because KC did technically win a game and then still go into the lower bracket, whereas GX have been there waiting all along. There is a chance for Tamazi to come back against the team that dropped him going into this year and eliminate them in last place after they've rebuilt a team surrounded by some pretty big names. You're talking about Sadak for starters. I think that's an obvious one. Elite looked very good last year in BBL. Sugetsu has been a mainstay in VCT for the last couple of years, even with a trophy under his belt. These players going out in dead last, it would be a surprise. But the same can be said, maybe not so much last year, but prior to that, you talk about this GX team. They were a team looking to fight for champs at times. So that's what they're looking to get back to in this sort of run. Last is not good enough for either of them.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, you look at the teams, the caliber of teams sort of coming into this, and when we had some ideas of what to expect, we had some guesses to throw out, but the level has been close across the board. Seeing these two teams down here, seeing Fnatic, seeing Navi in a position that one of the two will go, this is a much different kickoff, than a much different event than I think what we're used to seeing here in EMEA. And I think, I could be wrong on this, I think it was Boaster that said like the level of the teams after their first loss, the level of the teams has clearly risen across the board. There is no easy matchup anymore.
It's alright, there's never any misquotes on the internet anyway, so.
It's very true. That was 100%, but I think it was his post-game tweet.
Even if it's not, it will be now. We'll just claim that. That was supposed to the quote. Sue's probably sat there just raging. I didn't say that. But we'll see. Nonetheless, obviously we are in ourselves a little bit of a tech pause, just waiting to get things back underway. But yeah, I think there's so much on the line for all these teams. I think Sue mentioned it on the desk, like the top 4 will get themselves some points. The top 2 obviously make it to Masters, where they have a chance to battle for even more. And it kind of does sit there then, if it, at least at kickoff, if you're not in that top 4, you're kind of just in a spot where, well, it's, I guess, just as bad as going out in last place, but you kind of want to at least get a win under your belt. And I think that'll be important, especially for GX, just to see where this team is going to land. Because, again, like you look at the individuals on paper, a lot of them already have at least a run out in the VCT. You're talking about the likes of Cloud, who's been here a while. Westside is the only new player coming in this year, and he looked great. Like, put him in clutches, putting in late round scenarios. He was fantastic. So I think that, again, them not having those wins, not having a run at it, that would be a problem for them.
Well, Tom, during this tech pause, luckily, we've had a little bit of a sit-down earlier on with Ang, who gave us his top 5 tier list. I believe we've got that ready to roll for you folks at home. So, I believe we have to guess what Ang's top 5, he's put this together, but what's the context of this top 5? Why has he assembled this? What were the characteristics he was looking to obtain, Tom?
Oh, so we're doing this.
We are doing this.
I thought that this was being, okay.
I assume he will explain or will have an explanation afterwards. But for now, we asked Dang to put together a tier list of some criteria. And these are the players that he gave. For you at home as well, start activating your brains. I'm trying to think.
Top 5 best smiles.
Best smiles, you reckon?
I think so.
It could be a left field play like that.
I think that's a solid shout.
Potential coaches on KC. That's what he went for. Ang's top 5 potential coaches on KC. Aves, Sugetsu, here. Okay. Anyone you would have put in there, Tom?
I find it really interesting that he's basically just named his own team and hero.
Yeah. Future roster moves,
Who did
perhaps.
he not put in? Was it Elite? Was Elite the only person from his team? Because that's the thing. That's my bigger takeaway, is he named
Martine.
his own team.
Sadak
and then
was
just
right?
yeah, Sadak was 1. So he named his whole team except... That's kind of toxic. Like, I would say that's very toxic, actually.
We show them that after the game.
Yeah, can we just... No,
Get a reaction from Elite.
Let's just show Elite. Like,
what do you make of this, mate?
That's wild.
Well, at least...
I'd be worried about being benched after that. It's like, right, so you really think everyone...
Maybe, oh, he's such a good player that you wouldn't waste him on the coach spot. Oh, but that's bad for the other guys, actually.
Yeah, no, there's no good way to spin this. Luckily, we're right back into the game. We can pretend like nothing ever happened. An immediate cosmic divide. A question whether or not maybe that was going to be paired with the ultimate over on Gecko, but it hasn't been. Maybe it should have done, because that's not gone great for Martine.
Oh, there's better starts, that's for sure. Down in the dirt, right off rip, looking towards the B site. Couple players have snuck up, but that pesky Viper wall again causing problems. In fact, it's keeping Runner alive. 10 HP after that spam down. Sadik might not know just how much damage he's done, but that could be pivotal as they move into this B site. It is only Runner and Tamazi to hold it. 160 HP between them. This could be an easy roll for the flood of KC players coming in.
Thrash through. This is where all the corners become a tough spot to stand in. Although saying that, Runner did well, at least for the initial moments. The clear is nigh on Sublime, though. This is what's so difficult about holding onto this B side, is you can basically clear everything with the combination of Astra and Vice alongside that deadlock. Now for the remainder, they're having to try and break back in, all from a similar angle versus this hold.
The fact that Thrash caught the full HP player as well and now is back online, causing more problems, sending GX back towards the spawn. And now the time ran way too low. There's no choice but to back out. And even then, just take a look at what we can see. Of course, GX not quite privy to this information, but based on a quick take, they could assume it. There's two pieces of deadlock utility waiting for them to step out, so you're battling up against the stuns on your way. You've got 4 players, and who knows, from GX's perspective, how much utility still waiting, and Arc Rose as well to blind after they trigger. This would have been a disaster, and it would have been weapons left on the floor that GX wouldn't have in the future. It was the right call.
That's the thing. I think even just naming the amount of utility that they put into that take is difficult on its own. But one of my favorite sort of pieces, you have the ult to clear them back. You have the close cleared by the Gecko Molly. Then you have the Razor Vines put to the back alongside the smoke. So if anybody like, oh, they're rushing the site, run into support. I'm just going to slowly walk in and take a crap load of damage while I do it. Like, there's just no way to actually get back into the site to support teammates. And it also works if you're trying to leave, because they put the Thrash through. So you're trying to run away from it, you can't.
Well, this has been at least not as bad of an ending to that round as it could have been. GX still walking out with their weapons. They weren't hunted down. They have a stinger on Runner. Runner's playing a close angle, and most of his job is just to pop that flash for Purpo over on B long. You can see it here. So that weak weapon won't really be challenging on range unless they do commit to the angle. And hopefully the utility will bridge the gap. We can see, though, KC are geared up for an A hit. All 5 players outside of it. Vice wall left behind. That's going to be their little sensor to ensure that there's no flank coming through, at least no quick one. And with 55 seconds left on the clock, no ultis to entry. Martine 1 away, but still so much utility. GX may again be forced to take a step back out of that initial action.
I think quite a few of them might have been pinged there by, yeah, they all got hit by the haunt. So it's not a usual piece of utility that gets that much info when they're all standing around, but maybe just a bit of hesitation. The thing is, it has kind of sold a ruse. I'd be intrigued to know if that was intentional, because now you look at where Tamazi is, completely overwhelmed, but they've given up this site because of what happened last round. Looking to try and play that retake, but you feel like Tamazi has to get something, and he won't.
I mean, this has all come on the back of the double teleport play. It was heard, and the reaction was perfect. Clearly, B is going to be weaker with that many players on the other side of the map. They walk right in, doors open. The one player that was defending fades away at GX. It's a very unusual situation, such undamaged retake that we're about to see come through. So much utility still in play, bombarded by GX, but they run into that sonic sensor first time. That's really caused a problem for them, and look how big a problem it is in the seconds it takes for that stun to fade away. The reset is there, plenty of players ready to duel. Runner gets one even with the low economy that he had invested, but Aves cleans it up anyways. I did not think it was going to be that close. I'll give them the credit that they certainly did a good job of fighting their way back through all of that utility, through the numbers from KC, but it kind of felt like that's how it was going to go.
Well, I also think it kind of didn't matter. Like, the time was so far gone when it got into the late round that those kills were kind of just almost like a consolation prize from almost this point onwards. Like, you're looking at how long is left on that clock. That even if he'd got that final kill, I think it would have been incredibly close. It's going to be a pause taken from GX, and I don't mind it, because this is really the tough thing about playing against this composition. You try and play retake, they have so much delay. Like you said, they're walking into sensors. I think they even placed the vines late into the round, so that, okay, we didn't need it on the take this time because they backed off, so let's use it in the late round, so when they're walking back in, they're gonna get hit by them. So then everybody's delayed, it's a lot easier to hit your shots, and they're taking damage. So you're basically playing against the clock by the time you get to that stage, and it is incredibly difficult. That's the thing I'll say that I'm most excited for, or have been most enjoying with Sadak being in the league, is that you put him and Eng together, you're gonna come out with some of the most BS compositions you've ever seen in your life, and it's so difficult to play against, because I do feel like a lot of what GX almost are forced to do is push into these more aggressive setups and try and catch players early so that you're not having to retake, because staying on the site with that much util is really hard to do.
Well, KC, look what they're up against now. Weaknesses for GX, low economy investment on the back of the previous. Now, they can try to bridge the gap with the ults, exactly. Showstopper, we can see, is on purpo, and it's making its way down through middle. Viper's Pit there for West Side. But before these ults are thrown in, I mean, I could see maybe the Showstopper blind fired just to see what it gets, but the rest, I'm expecting that there has to be a reason that they use it. Seeing the numbers, seeing the chance to claim that round victory. The weaponry's not good if it comes down to head-to-head duels. I do like the proactive push down B, and they've waited a while. They pumped the brakes, but at 1:10 left on the clock, here comes the cavalry. The flank could be perfectly timed.
It depends if there's anybody left holding on the site. The delay has been very good so far. I wonder if they're going to actually get caught out by the wall. Yeah, only one player makes it past. The rest is still stuck behind it. So that flank is now very well telegraphed. It gives time for Elite to isolate the rest of these duels. There's also a secondary player wrapping in from behind who actually has the spike. This is a very weird scenario, maybe having to escape because of that TP. And Purpo, well, it's unfortunate that he's going forward, because if he went back, he actually had a higher chance of winning the round. Not that he would know that.
No, he'd be crazy if he did it. But it would have worked out, as we could see. That's, look, it's one of those rounds the Showstopper ends up being invested, because like I said, you want to see something first. You want to see the chance. And that flash connecting, a couple of players blinded up close, that's what gets the Showstopper out of them. Unfortunately, it doesn't find its mark on Elite. He's able to take a second kill, as well as the first, and then set up for the late round. KC buying enough time with players alive for Aves to flank. But again, GX created some opportunities here. They didn't have a lot to work with. They went down mid. This could have ended up being a round in their pocket. I like that they gambled it.
Here they go again.
Didn't land. Another push, though.
Again, much more aggressive in their defense. Elite very much ready for it. And now Sugetsu is going to try and swing back in for the trades. It's Aves to finally find one, but look at the position of the spike. This is now no longer just, okay, we want to try and even up the playing field. This is, we have to battle to get our spike back.
Well, it is round 7 when we eventually see that annihilation from Sadak. Said it was online very early against Vitality. Right here, though, when it eventually comes into play, not as pivotal piece of utility as we had seen in that previous game. It doesn't land, it doesn't find its mark. Kind of what you'd expect a lot of the time when it's fired through a smoke. The spike is retrieved, though, thanks to Martine, but they've left a big gap to Mazzy. Well, he's just got a freebie, and that puts the man advantage into GX's corner.
Straight away. Thrash thrown in, wanting to try and get as much information as possible. Martine has managed to get ahead of all of the utility, though, realizing he needs to fight aggressively, but he's cleared by Tomazi. Left all on to Sadak. The IGL to try and hold the line, but the Cosmic Divide is making things almost impossible. Escaping through this shouldn't be a possibility, and he's realized it. We'll just look to hold onto the gun, keep the economy, which, to be honest, he's low on credits, so that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's definitely the best call. Again, despite the fact that, you know, it is, we went into that round at 5-1. It's not like GX have just been giving rounds away. They've made sure there's a battle for a lot of these. Even in a couple pistols, putting it down to one player alive, and here's the reward. That player doesn't go for the clutch, saves the rifle instead.
The thing is, I want to see how much they can do this, because that's the problem. We've got to pause at least for a Zeiss cam, but that's the thing. It's like, how many times can you go that aggressive without your opponent just then waiting for you every single time? Now this round at least, they have themselves the Viper's Pit still. The rest of the ultimates have mostly been expended, but that should at least make things a little bit tougher to break into the A site. But more importantly, at least from my perspective, means they can bolster up B, which is where those executions have been ripping them apart.
Well, this is it. GX's aggression not needed in this round thanks to the Viper's Pit. It's going to buy them a lot more space on that map, two-player defensive A. But that's something that KC should be well aware of, that if they do decide to commit to this B site, it's going to be a lot more numbers that they have to take care of. For now, Arcro's thrown in, it's destroyed, so you're at least confirming a player inside of Hookah. Runner spotted on long as well. Quite a bit of information to work with here for KC. They're hungry for it. Sprinting after Runner. The attempt to take him down denied by a nade on the floor. The Mosh Pit buys a little bit of extra time, but KC not deterred. They are still looking to push forward into this B site. Spike has made it through. No control in any direction. I mean, this looks like a death trap that GX have sprung.
Tomazi kind of stuck in the mud, but he still manages to come out on top. 25 seconds, the spike now down on the ground. You feel like control needs to be garnered, and Tomazi is doing a fantastic job. He's been able to hold on to position. Their guns, though, might be about to disappear, but he jumps down to get the fight. Before that happens, it's now left all onto Ali, but he comes up big for a second. Burbo has to win the round with a classic, but he does it.
Ooh. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Yeah, good attempt by Elite in the end, but GX, they had everything set up for them there. Control over spawn, elbow, and hookah. The only position they'd lost was long, and pushing out of that choke point with players fighting from every angle. Just look at how overwhelmed they are. Runner's able to walk up behind elbow, a position they knew he was in, but there's too many bodies. You have to focus on these other fights, on helping your teammates. That gives him the gap, the window, to step in and claim a kill for free. GX, 2 behind.
I love that they took hookah control. I think that was such a big part of being able to cling to that round. Purple, I think, has actually found a gap around the back of the utility, so not clearing them out. And you can see in this round, KC, much more of a focal point to make sure hookah is clear. The problem is, GX have also reacted. Now they're fighting further towards long.
A great spam on the Sadik, and he's got those regenerating shields, so he's back up to 25 on those, but 68 health. They were stripped from him fully, or down to 4, I think. A wonderful spam, the setup from Runner that we talked about before. That Gecko flash over top on contact had pushed KC back with a minute on the clock. They're again gambling on this B site. No doubt it's a favorite for the squad, but this time it should be a little bit easier. Thrash is leading the charge, destroyed immediately. Mosh Pit to stop the push on the back of it. Runner picking off Martine. He's ahead of the pack thanks to that little bit of delay Runner put into play. It's beautiful from the side of GX as everybody falls, leaving Sagetsu to pick up the pieces. 1v5. Even going for this one doesn't seem too likely, but the 30-second save against 5, not the easiest either.
He's still a player you have to be careful of. You don't want to give him too many fights where he can just sit and hold his crosshair placement. I still think he is right up the top of the board for that, at least, but
Obscuring vision.
nobody really giving him anything. I like this from GX. Very controlled. And I think this round in general, you can see already the adaptations that they're making to make sure that this B site isn't just a free pass for KC every single time. One of the focal points, I think, as well, is firstly Runner's utility, but also Tomazi's grab wall. They're trying to get out along, and each time he's putting a grab wall there, so it's like, okay, you can throw this utility down, but I'm not going to let you get anywhere near my teammate, because that grab wall, because that smoke, because whatever other utility he has is going to slow you down.
Yeah, it just looks like they've got a traffic light system there, and the only LED working is red, stopping KC's push with this utility, fragmenting them, leaving Martine as the entry on the site with no one behind him. And not that anyone could be behind him at that point either. The strategy was called, it was executed, and it was interrupted with perfection. This leaves Carmine Core calling a timeout now, despite a lights-out start, 5-1 in the lead. GX are now just 1 round behind them, and that doesn't sit well with Zeiss.
Yeah, you can understand why. I think in the past we've seen this execution work incredibly well, and the fact that they've been trying it again and again, this time even having the Thrash, and you could tell the GX were ready for it. They had one player from afar watching to catch that Thrash, and then they had immediately delay utility so that nobody could try and execute off that player swinging. Like, this is just solid counter utility coming out from GX, and then just, yeah, some of the individuals stepping up to the plate. So KC want to try and find another gap, because other than those B-site executions, I feel like A hasn't been anywhere near as easy. I think trying to walk into Westside's utility setup has normally opted with them losing a player early on, which, well, you don't really want in those early takes of sites.
Well, with a round between them, Ults burned up earlier on the side of GX. They still have one left to roll with, and this could be used for some early aggression. We've seen that, but more likely to be reactive. Let's see what the called play is. Haunt, this is another facet of the defense here on GX. You see the Viper wall on the minimap that's just outside of that A site. They have a Haunt up above it, so even if you're stood on the other side, they can reveal you and shoot you straight through it. Denied that opportunity for an early fight. Purple goes back, and he makes his own. On middle, Martine falls again. Early pick for the side of GX.
They still have that Nightfall as well, ready to try and make this a much more problematic. There you go, immediately. The second the Prowler gets contact, this is going to keep two players low, def. Just trying to create some extra pressure. But now it's not going great. They'll section off the back of the site. But they still need quite a lot more.
So many players here for GX. They're ready to surprise them with a big swing that Aves shuts down. Denial of any form of retake. Just go and save. Don't walk into Aves. He's on fire. I need to see that one slowed down, sped up, backwards and forwards. Give him the ace. Shigetsu's stolen it. Nonetheless, I saw three players coming out of lamps. That looked like the easiest 3v1 fight of all time, and Aves knocked him down like dominoes.
He had a massively impressive
There we go.
debut and second game
Oh!
for this squad. I think he has been one of the... He's a player that came in, I think we'd seen him a while ago playing with it was the Egyptian team, right? That we saw playing
Shalabi, back in the
different
day.
Red Bull events as well,
Yeah.
playing regionally. He was fantastic, but it was whether or not... It's a jump, like coming into the VCT, how he's going to be able to perform. The last couple of games have been fantastic, and you're starting to see the reasons why.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't put that man in a coach slot, would you? No, it's skills like that.
Maybe in like 15 years. You know? 15 years or so. Maybe it will cool down a little bit.
He'll be coaching elite. Well, Aves, great round from him in the previous. GX had a 4-man stack on A, and it still wasn't enough. Not with that man standing opposite them. Now we look to a 2-round advantage, to credits waning for GX, but they have put a big investment on the board as we are on board with that gun. Purpo, the big purple weapon, scope down on mid, and it looks like he'll get a chance. Again, though, with the comp that he's up against, you have to imagine before anyone's peeking that Aves is throwing in a flash. There's a smoke. There's something. They're not just going to dry peek it. Surely they're not. The flash was there, Tom. The flash was there. It was just a little bit too late.
We do love a Mitch man curse. It's forever surviving through the many years that Valorant has been around. Anniversary coming up soon. You'll still be there.
30 seconds left.
Again, though, with this advantage, already going to see the showstopper. Well, it actually just ends up as a little boost for Sugetsu to get the kill. 20 seconds, though. Spike down on the deck. I feel like this round is already done. It would have to be mass mistakes from the side of GX, and they have been tempered and controlled in a lot of these rounds, even when things haven't gone their way. Or saying that, though, that one got a little bit dicey. There was a chance, but with how little time, I think even then, it was never going to go their way. Elite will look to save, and GX are going to put that difference down to just one.
Yeah, I think I might have boiled down to a little bit of economic damage in the very best case scenario. The spike was too far away and the time was too low. That's a mistake that they will not make again. Again, you see that Gecko flash. It's thrown out.
Thank you, replay team.
Yeah, indeed. A phenomenal job as per usual. But yeah, the idea was there. They just really didn't think there'd be an op up top. That's a mistake you make one time, and we won't see that one again. Well, at least I very much hope we won't.
Mitchman has said we will not see that again.
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be back to back.
He just ego peeks him. That would be what I respect if he does.
To be fair, they are jump peeking the corner. They are going in dry, looking just to take that fight, but there's a reposition from Purpo. He's over towards bathroom, and he'll be completely out of this engagement.
Yeah, the only goal from Westside was to just delay. He's put that snake bite down onto the site, so the plant at least has taken a little bit more time. They also have Thrash for the retake, a Cosmic Divide of their own, but the attackers have the same ult in the form of Thrash.
This is the round to use it in. Not going to leave anything on the table. Thrash gone in, but it's caught by the wall. Blocked off completely. And now Thrash goes in on the other side. More aware, the wall broken. and it finds its mark. Avez now removed from the engagement. Sadik, though, up close, has to hold the line, buy them a bit more time, and he does just that already, denying it at every step of the way. KC emerged victorious. It is 7-5 at the halftime. It could have been much worse for GX.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start and a nice thrash that just didn't quite get executed on, but ultimately KC will be the ones coming in the lead.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're ready to jump back into the game. Half number 2 will be kicking off shortly. KC now on the defensive side. It might be fair to say that's where Sadik could be even scarier. Look, it's not like he wasn't successful on the attack up against Vitality, but here, you're going to be running into that deadlock setup a lot more often.
Yeah, I will say though, I was impressed with GX's ability to adapt. Like, I think that with the way those first 6 rounds went, you could have easily just got choked out of the game, but they were still proactive. They were still happy to get in the face of their opponents, and they still had adaptations to put themselves into positions like when they took hookah control and get themselves back into the game. So I do think that probably winning the pistol will help them out quite a bit just with the start, and they're already going to be heading very directly in towards this B-long spot.
Elite has already caught wind of them. Sagetsu blinded as he was about to swing in for big damage. And so they will have to give up the position. GX claims space. Gecko flashback online, nade to clear back site, pushes the lead into the open. Good pickup by Cloud. B side now thinned out a little bit. The herd of the defenders not posing quite the same threat. Purple up top deletes Avez, one of the big players in some of the last rounds, and with low HP on Sagetsu, the advantage clearly sits with the attackers.
Already being delayed by that Viper utility. Flash about to go in. They need to try and get something off the back of it, but the players just about wrapping in onto the site. Still a bit wary on the attack. The players could be coming from behind, and because of that, there's a gap that's been found and exploited. Now Runner is all that remains. HP still in his favor. He's got to try and find both, and he will get neither. It is going to be that pistol going the way of KC, and as you sort of said in the moment, Mitch, that was a tough one to break back in for.
It definitely looked like it. I think Sagetsu didn't take a lick of damage on the way back through. And the way this started out for GX, space seized, Avez picked up on the backside, Elite was pushed out into the open by a nade, but this here exploited. Martine making opportunities for the squad as their eyes are drawn towards him, wrap around the back. This is something we've seen KC do a bunch of times, just overwhelming their opponents. And with a pistol under their belt, the lead extends.
Honestly, I think a piece of content we need is just Avez versus Zeiss for who gets more excited. Like, they just seem like they've just got, like, I don't know, some sort of, like, golden retriever energy. Just like, ah!
Vibes are good. Vibes are good.
Everything gets going.
You get players like that in the same team, or, well, I suppose members of staff and players like that in the same team. The vibes are just going to be fantastic. Yeah. You feed off each other.
Well, not much to be played with here for GX, so it's going to be a fast-paced move. In fact, Cloud just leading the football. He's just going in and out of smokes, trying to find something. Even a plant would be a few extra credits. It's not the end of the world when you literally invest into a singular pistol, and that pistol is in the hands of Westside. See if he can do some damage.
Last trap destroyed.
He's got some cavalry leading the way. The classics barreling forward. They're protecting the president. 16 HP. Left on Westside. A quick bullet in his direction. Should be quick to drop. I mean, realistically, the pressure, it's taking a while to come in. Now the clock starts to tick away. A few kills here for the side of GX would be fantastic. They're denied anything. I see the first come in so quickly. I'm thinking, oh, we're really in for something. But in the end, it's a relatively clean close-up by KC.
Yeah, and they had one play. I think it was Sadek was on a pistol, so they actually lose no weapons. So that's really not a bad round for them at all. And as I said, a few extra credits, a single kill when you only buy a sheriff is also fine for GX. It's just one of those rounds that you kind of wait for it to end so that we can get back into the action. The only worry for me here is that KC come in with a very strong buy. Like having the Outlaw, okay, in this case, it's actually 4 shields on every single player, so it's not going to be as deadly. But you pair it, I was going to say with a Judge, maybe with a Stinger. Stinger works too, and that's a pretty nasty combo.
Yeah, it's just going to make it a little easier for your teammate to contribute to those battles in a meaningful way. Just the 10 HP taken off will be enough. GX, well, there's a flash just hit them. Big play through the TP. Elite and Abez Sadek even piping up, and the spike now dropped. Huge early fight for KC. This map just got a whole lot smaller. All they have to do is hold on to Bathroom. A deep wall as well, completely denying the walk-up from their opponents. Player inside the TP. Abez, I don't think will have his flash back online. I believe that one is gone. But still, the Arcro is ready for Elite. Snakebite. Oh, the Snakebite's got him at his feet. Precision from Westside, good for another. This round looked to be locked down, and instead there's a challenger. Westside falls eventually, but he set Tamazi up for the 1v1.
It's Tamazi versus the man who replaced him. A chance for a little bit of revenge, or a chance to prove a point for Sugetsu. He's actually wrapping back around towards the B site. Maybe having the read that, okay, I've been seen on one side of the map, why would my opponent continue to push into that side of the map? And it just seems like a battle of mind games. Tamazi reading that, okay, he's probably tried to go back around behind me. Instead, it's ended as a bit of a stalemate. He's going to use that smoke to get his way back onto the site, even planting towards heaven if he wants to go that way. But there's a lot of unknowns that he has to check on, and has to be careful he's not caught in util.
Just missing 150 HP as well on Tamazi. It's the problem for Sugetsu. All those rifles are being gate kept as well. No free pickup for him. This is a very difficult fight to win. The smoke perhaps will give an advantage. There's a gap though, and Tamazi is holding it. The round falling into the hands of GX. A good attempt from KC though, nonetheless.
Oh yeah, it's an incredibly costly round. And this is the thing I love, again, you see these combinations. A gravity wall pulls a player back, you have the grav net as well that's put into play to catch anybody close, and the flash to push them back. Because if you are close enough, the flash goes off, you run backwards, and you're in either of those two pieces of utility. That is about as good as a pinch is ever gonna get. The problem is what happened afterwards. Yes, I understand, because when you're in a 2 versus 4 scenario, it probably shouldn't slip away like that.
Well, that's it, and look when it's happened as well. That's put KC down to low credits. GX heating up into it, 3 rounds behind. Ult's coming online soon as well. It's a bad time for a slip-up, because that may just have GX sliding right back into this game. Foot in the door for now. They need to convert this round, though, to really capitalize.
Martin maybe hoping that Aves will give him the contact. Their own utility out to try and escape, but maybe giving the game away instead. Hover's managed to, well, I was going to say dodge the majority of utility, but he ends up being caught. Pressure put onto Sadak left, completely blinded, just about gets around the corner, and the ult's going to be utilized instead. Even still, though, they're being pinched from the back. Tamazi again! He's been having a phenomenal game. Even still, they've lost runner. It still puts this down to just a 1-man difference. But Tamazi, he wants a little bit more, seeming like he wants to punish KC for letting him go. And well, eventually, Sugetsu will take him out. But Tamazi should have done enough for the round.
Yeah, well, he has taken out the man he replaced, but a few more to drop, and it's Cloud wrapping that finds the bullet to the head, or body even. 9-7, 2 rounds in between them, and that's the round that GX needed. Like we said, winning the last one is nice, not just because it's a pivotal part of the economy game, a swing round, but also the fact that KC, 4v2, you lose that, you're tilted off the face of the earth. Now you lose this round, and you're left down to pistols. That's a devastating blow dealt by GX.
That's the thing. The last one was the bonus. So it's like, okay, if you take the bonus, you kill 4 people, and then you win the next round, it's fine. Like, you go, okay, we've now wrecked their economy. Instead, you lose the next round, and now you're the one that's in trouble. And that's the thing, as you said, the manner in which they lost it, plus now losing the next round, it doesn't put them in the best of spots. And I also like that we are seeing some of that individual brilliance we knew was there. Tomazi taking over rounds a couple of times now for this team. Here's someone that we've seen play the duelist back in the days of the Portuguese league and saw. I knew that was coming. I left space for it. But now again, execution in towards the combination of Sentinel utility. There's only one man here though.
Elite, time to prove yourself. Drop down, good shot, but he's out wide. Cloud will find him, and Tomazi picks up the flank. Knows there's another here. Saw him step past just moments ago, denying any damage past the first kill, and it's Martin, 65 HP, a classic in hand, not a gate crash to his name. Certainly not the round that you expect him to bounce back into. Take across the line and flying colors for GX, checking in with where they're at. 4 players surviving, economy stabilized. Ults are online, runners got Thrash as well on the attack side. That could be a much more pointed attack, unless someone like Sadic's gonna throw down a wall to stop them. Despite the fact that they were 5-1 down. And even here, just 2 rounds ago, KC set to decimate this squad. Nice little housekeeping. A 4v2 that should have seen 10 on the board already, and KC running away with the end of this map. Instead, Bind is very much up for grabs. 3 ults each, rifles across the board, operator in play for Martin. All credits on the line here for the side of KC. This is it. Round 18 sees a timeout as KC, this is their last one, their second already burned up.
Yeah, you can understand it. They had opportunities in the last couple of rounds. I also think, again, like seeing Tomazi start to almost take over a little bit in some of these rounds is a great sign for GX, but maybe a bit of a panic sign, especially if you're KC. You kind of sit there and go, like, because there are certain players where, like Tomazi, I think said in the interview earlier, where it's like, oh, I don't really think about playing against my old team. I think that's bollocks, because I think he is the sort of player that will like flex on this team, that will get pumped up by doing well against his old team. I think that will matter to him. Not that he has anything against Carmine Court, it's the fact that he wants to prove that, okay, you were wrong. And I genuinely, maybe I'm wrong, I could be wrong in that regard, but just seeing the way he plays, even seeing, like, I think he gets a 3K there and he's shaking his head at his opponents, the same as Aves was doing. He is pumped up in this match. And I think even just taking a pause to maybe try and calm the heaters on your opponent could be a big thing, but also just talking about some of those slip-ups, some of those mistakes. You're coming in with a big buy, you have some very good ultimates online, but so do your opponents. And just putting that awareness into the minds of your team, and you have someone like Eng, you give them a bit of time to talk.
Well, this is it, you know, on the side of GX as well, it's sort of valuable for them. Sure, they've got themselves the Showstopper and the Thrash, big ultimates, and close to getting the others online as well. Of course, I can see Tomazi has his, just the impact. Not gonna be as in your face. For the side of KC, they need to be ready to pivot. If you hear Purpo popping the ultimate on the defensive side, you need to make sure you're not in positions he can easily pick you off. Should always be a get out of jail, well, if not free, for the low cost of utility.
Purpo's been isolated by the Vice Wall. It is just, looking at the map, it's just crazy how much of that Sentinel utility is just used to man the B site. The sensors, alongside the vines, can both delay, disrupt, and all out stall. And then they put more players over on the A site. The thing is, though, so have the attack.
Attempt to spam was close.
Are they going to TP?
I think they are. Spike is still here. And indeed, it's gone straight through the teleporter. They've seen the deadlock is on the A side. They don't know that the utility is on the other. They don't know the operator is here and that Martin, well, He's left his teammate, sold him down the river a little bit.
30 seconds
But now
left.
the opportunity to claim an extra position, use that flash and pop out for another. Even going onto the shorty for a third. Martin takes a commanding grip of that round, and double digits are found for KC as a result.
Yeah, I think we've had a good showing from Martin, but I think those are the explosive rounds that he's almost known for. And again, I like the fact, okay, he maybe sold Elite down the river a little bit, but it was all in the goal of finding out information where the players are using the ult and repositioning into a new angle so he can get back in with the team. And I think, again, you just see the value of some of that supportive utility, the flashes that went in alongside the retake, a much better looking round from the side of KC. Still, though, there is going to be another purchase and an immediate push to try and fight for that control. Purpo almost even a little angry wanting to get that space so quickly.
Oh, despite being flashed up, the kill's not connected, but Martin still delivers. It's Tamazi that's dropped. Still, though, GX claiming a good foothold on the A site. There's not much else to say, you think, but Martin, an aggressive peek up top, grabs a kill as a result. Spike goes down nonetheless. A 3v3 retake. And look at KC. They're not making this complicated. Just one angle of approach. Steel guard used to steal away those weapons. This could be a big problem. It's classics across the board. The shorty denied off rip. A brave play to say the least. Elite catching West Side as GX realize they need to reset, fall back, and run this clock down further. They will not win in the open duels with those weaker weapons, but now the rifles are back online, and Runner not afraid to show it. It's Sagetsu. All he can do is save this weapon. The time too far gone. The op retrieved. Needs to run. He needs to run now. He'll get the kill, but that spike is hot on his heels. Not quite gonna make it out.
Yeah, that's a big round for GX. And again, like the thing is, there's one or two angles where I think like, okay, steel gun, you're gonna take away their weapons. They just move into lamps and go, I got a classic. This is probably better than my rifle anyway. Just being able to hold on and trade out some of those weapons. I also do really like the pace change though from GX. You know that a lot of their comp is about finding information and then, for example, using the wall from the deadlock to hold you back from pushing through. Well, if you're already past it, that wall then just becomes something that holds you back later into the round. So the pace change impactful. The economy of KC almost immediately destroyed. And while Purpo, I felt like last few rounds he's been on a mission. He wants to find those early fights. That's exactly what he gets. Again, within 20 seconds, a player on KC is dead.
Martin's absolutely fuming.
Thank you for the follow, man.
Cast my eye down the west side and see that he has his ultimate, the Viper's Pit, but also an outlaw. I'm assuming there's some sort of a shorty. Yeah, no, it should, well, certainly shouldn't need to by the looks of things right now. The bookie on Static attempting to find a couple tags up, but GX are being very wise to this. They haven't taken any of that super close control. I think Purpo's the one with the biggest risk. Actually, risk of being wallbanged. Decent nade, that's got him. Good night, Static. No more danger of the bookie, although it might be recovered. Elite's on his way in, so too is Aves. Low HP across the board, though. Shots to the body will be enough for the first, but Aves is the one to connect it. Bunny hopping out with a bookie. Quite a clean kill. Still, the numbers on GX left to 3. This round is not going anywhere, and neither are the remaining weapons.
10-10. They're climb back again from GX. I am, again, just seeing them play this contact style, they're not giving away the game. And that's been one of the major issues, I feel, is they're not, you can see on the other side that they're not expecting anybody to just walk dry into these angles. So a lot of the utility, like the grab net, well, you're not going to throw a grab net randomly. Maybe you have a set play in certain aspects of the round. The pace of which we saw them take the showers in the previous round would have bypassed a lot of that utility. They are realizing that if they're going to use everything to stagger us, let's not give them anything. Let's just go straight through, go for these aggressive pushes, and make sure they can't delay us at all.
Well, GX, aggressive, direct, and successful. Purpo completely decimating the B-long hold, despite the utility that is waiting for them. And the dropout of Hookah on the play to the backside. Well, that Arc Rose isn't going to be activated anytime soon without a lead around. That stun isn't going to be capitalized on without a player there to fight. And even then, the flank is being watched. Tamazi's about to get a kill in the spawn.
Damn.
He's caught Sadik, who seemed to be quite aware of his position. But connecting the kill is a different story altogether. Well done by Aves. That's one pickup. But is that going to spur you forward? 2v4, 10-10 on the scoreline. A game that you were once 5-1 in the lead. And now GX set to take the lead 11-10 right in the home stretch of the game. This is not a comfortable position for KC, and losing these weapons would make it even more uncomfortable. They've decided to save. They've fallen back. They've given some space. But Tamazi has taken some. He's stepping up through A main, through A for the fight, and the question is, does Aves, I don't care about the spike, I want to see Aves. He's got a duel on his hands and he's won it. That should be the weapons retrieved.
Yeah, they'll be able to hold on to those for the next round, but again, it's exactly the same. They're going for much more sort of risky plays, running through the smokes, running through utility, but Purpo is just hitting every shot that's put in front of him. I think that is the thing again with this team, where you talk about some of the individual brilliance they have, you can go back to basics. Play these more pacey, direct. That was basically what? A Prowler and Purpo. Is there anything else involved in that tank? Maybe I missed one smoke or something that was put behind them. I don't know.
Just wrecked them
but
on
it
that
was
fight,
just, okay, Prowler, yep, there's someone there. Purpo, go and kill them.
Efficient strategy from what we've seen so far, even more so in this round where the showstopper is online. Take a look who's on the podium. It is Purpo, ready to fire himself into the back of the site. Second blast pack used now. Still, nobody spotted the Riz.
It's gonna find him.
And he has fired into the dark. A game of battleships. It's Purpo to sink Sugetsu. GX, man advantage. Thrash and Viper's Pit online for the post plant. Cloud online with a kill onto Elite. It goes from bad to worse.
They're looking to try and find something. With the Annihilation, the spam through onto the ult has worked. Put them into a 3v3 scenario. The attack, though, still have ults of their own. The Viper's Pit down, the Thrash is hunting within it.
It caught Aves.
And actually, it's gone a little bit more problematic. That Viper's Pit now down. 2 players remaining, but that time is ticking. They need to move on the other side. It's from Runner and Tamazi holding that line, and Martin is desperately low. They will hold on.
What a good comeback by
12,
GX.
and now they have a chance to take their opponent's map.
There was a time here where this looked like KC cleaning up. Aves has had some incredible rounds. Individuals have been active. Sadic's setup has been dealt with. You can see there's certainly a deep level of preparation there from GX and what they're coming up against. They're not being caught off guard quite as much. But what a recovery this has been. 2 chances now to close this map out.
I'm thinking as well, all the way back. I'm going to say a team name that will get some people excited.
Here we go.
I think at the time they were known as Mech.
I've heard of them.
Also called as Gambit. Purpo was subbed in for a final map by a coach, and a lot of us thought, damn, that's a harsh debut. He's back against him right now. He's looking pretty good.
It's fair to say. He has been
Obviously,
active.
there has to be the active. Eng clearly had faith in Purpo as an individual. I don't think there's any doubt about that, to bring him in at such a crucial time, but he's now looking very good in this map right now. Tamazi also on the hump for revenge. He is up there at the top of the board as well. Maybe in one of the weirdest spots you're ever going to see. He's currently trapped, but they're shooting the smaller of the orbs, I believe. No, okay. I thought maybe they were going to allow him to try and jump over the corner, but instead allowing him a safety net.
Well, Garden's all clear towards that B side. It looks like it could be a fake, though, trying to bring that spike. Oh, well, perhaps to the A side. There's 4 players here. If they get the picks, that may set their mind for them. In goes the grab, well, but Sugetsu's on the side. Unseen, the damage done. Sadic and Martin following with him.
30 seconds left.
And now GX. And they've got credits. Not like they have to save, but it's 20 seconds on the clock. They have 5 opponents to take down. They're not close to ultimates themselves, and some of KCR, I think avoiding the fight might be the better call. I just assumed that because that's what it seemed they were going for, but Purpo, well, he went forward for the fight.
Yeah, I guess maybe hoping to do a little bit of extra damage here and there.
They're all low on credits, yeah.
But for the side of GX, they have plenty to play with, but yeah, a big round from KC. I like the idea of having 4 players stacked up. You then have Elite on the other side of the map, basically holding the line ready for the retake, and then you put Thrash through just for information, see if you can find anything, and if you catch the players in towards Hookah, which is one of the spots you don't have cleared, you catch them all, and if you don't, and they do what they did, you basically just walk into a stack and you have the stack side up.
I'm guessing the idea was flash out of the smoke, the player that's close on the corner hides, they give you that bit of space, they call for the rotate, you TP, and you're with your teammates on B, and instead, they dove out of that smoke.
This is
Fell flat in their face.
early stack up. 3 players here from the defense, 3 players here from the attack. This could end the round here, and now Martin, snappy aim.
Oh, you're done.
This is Cloud absolutely screwed. I thought for a second maybe he'd escape, but it isn't to be. Already dropped by Mosh. And well, OT is almost looking likely at this stage. A 2 versus 4, the way we kicked off this map.
Do you think they have enough util to stop Westside?
Toxin screen down.
Honestly, maybe not. I've seen this man get hit by a Rolling Thunder and simultaneously a stun and clutch a 1 versus 2. So, utility, everybody knows. Stuns are just cosmetic.
Jumping out of hookah, stunned and flashed.
Yeah, it's cosmetic.
You want
All
to
right,
find
well,
it?
I know
Wow.
they're going to have someone claiming it is Elite. Won't have the chance to take that fight, though. The utility is canceled out. The players make it to site. Spike, drop down. It's going to be picked up by Westside. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left. Covering it.
KC have got all the angles, though. Spawn, elbow.
Where does
Coming
it
in through
go?
hookah. Good stun, but Tamazi can't capitalize. They need kills. Someone has to take a risk and deliver. A little bit more than they should. Tamazi's been spotted. He's boxed in, stuck in a corner, scared of the utility coming, and he should be. The stun is perfect. Westside surrounded, and it's Aves. The deal, the death blow. 12 to 12. We're going to OT.
It's been a back and forth game all the way through. I've really enjoyed seeing sort of like the tacticians on either side make these adaptations, in some cases going back to basics, in some cases having these set plays. And in a lot of cases, someone hitting some crazy headshots. Martin and Purpo definitely up there, but this was gorgeous, just to make sure there was no escape from Cloud. And then just how safe they were in playing out these retakes. Like, making sure that there was no way you could get trapped out in hookah because of solid utility usage. He does that a lot, though. The fact he's still impressed with how good he is surprises me a little bit.
At some stage, you got to get desensitized to the lunacy, you'd imagine. KC called a timeout. They said that they were out of them, but obviously we hop into OT, you get a little extra to work with. This is where they're going to need to reflect coming into their attacking side. 5K on the board, 3 away from any ultis. And what I mentioned starting this out was it seemed like there was a decent focus in their last game for Sadik on the attack, building up those orbs early, having the annihilation. But as we come into overtime, there's plenty of strong ultimates that they could decide to fight for instead.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time they were really looking at Thrash. I feel like it was mostly because Aves was getting so many kills.
That's the thing, guys, 22 and 13.
You had it online quite often. Well, you know, technically Martin's getting more orbs because he's dying more. There you go. So, do you want to talk about
I do
the
think
map?
chances are Thrash is going to win you around before Dimensional Drift does. Although Martin...
They were using it to clear Viper's pits and stuff. I think they could do it with both. But the point I'm making is I do think a lot of their executions were helped out by Thrash until GX adapted. I think that's the big thing is throughout this map, the way that we started to now, we've been looking at a very different game. And I think especially when GX go back onto the attack, are they going to keep just going for those fast-paced fights in the early round? Because we've even seen KC start to really match them. But now, though, it is looking like an A-site execution immediately in towards that site.
Direct, Purpo choosing another angle to fight on. He's gone into heavy traffic unknowingly. Elite quick on the trade through the smoke. And now the backside of A becomes the new target. Utility is faded. The Toxin's no longer there. The flash forces Cloud off the angle. They're dealing well with some of the fights that GX are looking for being denied early on. Plant coming through, big fight! And it's one on the side of KC. Aves and Sadik maintaining control over Lamps and leaving GX with no foot to stand on. It's only runner, 1v4. And KC would need a serious stumble to give him the opportunities here. At least one, catching Aves off guard. So little time, in fact, sitting on the board. So many opponents now down to just 2, though. It's looking more and more doable. And I did start to get a little bit worried.
He had taken like no damage after those first 2 fights. I was expected to look and him be on like 10 HP.
No, and he was just ready to go.
Somehow he was fine. Again, we talk about pace changes all the way through this match. This was another one coming out from the side of KC, because look at how GX have been playing. A lot of it was B-side aggression with the hold on A. Let's just run it down A. If they do go aggressive or they try and stack up what was a B-side hold, where we saw the majority of executions, that's not going to work anymore. And I think that was why they took the pause. Let's do something different from the norm. Now we look at GX. Did they have the same sort of talk? I have to wait and see Purple again.
In a round like this, you know, you look back, Purple was the very man just stood up on top of the van, taking a free kill with the operator.
That must have been a jump peak. I'm just looking on the map where Sugetsu died.
It had to be.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was just ADing it. Probably he was jump peeking it. Either way, his head's been ripped off. He's out of the round, and so is Martin. KC with a vacuum of information and the expectation of an A hit. They pushed B long. They tried to fill in the blanks.
It's an off angle.
Instead, they have been left in the dirt. It's Sadik under pressure. Will at least buy himself a little bit of extra time. A good fight onto Purpo, having fragmented the rest of the squad. It's done well to give him a second breath of life, but there's just too many members coming through that choke point.
Chance for Elite. He found a gap. He's done some damage. The swing is isolated. Kyle goes alone, and now it's down to that 1 versus 1, and Elite takes it at the end. A Red Bull clutch to close it, and maybe mistakes right at the last moment for GX. That's not the way they wanted to lose that map.
Not at all. This is a map they started out behind. KC looked like they were slipping, but in the end, it's a clean OT to put it across the line. 1-0. We'll be back with map 2 after the break.
Azem. Oi, oi, oi! What happened? Azem, what happened, bro? Bro, Azem! Insane! I just saw kill.
Good jump, Azem. Good up.
Bro, they use every ult, bro. This shit. And guess what? We still won. Bro, I didn't sign for this shit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy.
It's another overtime for KC, but this time around they managed to close it out and come out on top. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Kukuka and Billy. It's gotta feel great if you're on the side of KC, but we don't usually do this, but that was Giant X's. That was their map. They had such a good chance.
And in so many occasions we've seen like teams so close to win or so close to take it to another one and loosen that 5v3 to close out the map. I hope that it doesn't haunt them for the rest of the match, because in the end it was an overtime. It was a very close matchup in what we assume to be the home ground for KC. So even though they took the win, Giant X put up a very good fight, Billy.
Yeah, definitely. I was really concerned for Giant X's attack, right? I was bigging up KC's defense and the protocols that they have in place, but I think Purple managed to, you know, just kind of take the game in his own hands at time on those attack rounds. You know, he was just flying through Carmine Core's utility with only really Fade Prowlers to back him up. So it was still a good effort nonetheless from GX.
We gotta mention, you know, the showers shenanigans that managed to send KC into OT.
We speak a lot about the amount of utility that this composition has, and I think that KC is just brilliant time and time again onto how to use it. The way that they play in pairs, like here how they use the arc throws combined with the grab net, like everything, and they do this pinch trying to convert the bonus, even though this didn't end up with them actually converting it. It's a very, very nice idea to have, and it's so proactive to see from them. And we also saw it in the round that took us to this overtime.
So I can't look at you because when we come back to the studio, you guys are going to see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Yes, Billy, talk me through this. The round
I want to echo everything that Kukuka said. You know, it was just really nice to see those micro plays with the deadlock and the gecko. You see it right here, that grab net, the molly right into it, right? And even the bonus round too, it's just nice that they have these bonus round defensive protocols in place.
And I think this is a trial by fire. They've been playing so many long matches, and that was a very good example of how they take things to overtime, because Cloud was only one orb away from his ultimate, and with his and Astra's ultimate and Tomasi's ultimate, they would have had a very clear execute, so they knew that they had to protect those orbs from falling into GX's hands.
Not the banana! Not the banana! Put it away, Aves. I'm sorry, but like, how am I supposed to keep a straight face when every time I look over there, I see that beautiful face? I can't. But let's talk about Sui and Tomasi as well, because the last time Tomasi played Astra wasn't the best. He didn't really look comfortable at all. But Billy, this time around, he really looked great. The util was on point as well. I know the stats don't really show that for Sui, but he had a great map as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Tomasi as well. I mentioned Purple, but he is another player that kind of took rounds in his own hands, right? And I think that's a lot of what we've seen from Giant X so far throughout kickoff is individual moments from players having their hero plays. Unfortunately, you can't always rely on that though.
I love the fact that Sui gets to speak in the Outlaw so much. I think it fits him a lot, and it fits a lot into the plan that KC has. And on the side of Tomasi and Giant X, the way that him and Runner were defending on that B side, how well they were challenging every single piece of utility that KC was putting onto the map. We understand all the homework that they put into this.
Yeah, and looking ahead to the next map, Aves, the last time they played Lotus, he was incredible. Felt like he was shooting and somehow using his util at the same time, Billy. Had a great performance on Bind as well, so it should be a pretty nice day for KC if he can replicate this.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we'll be seeing Aves kind of jump over onto that Fade when we get to Lotus, but the Gecko in particular, I cannot hype up this guy's Gecko enough on Bind. I think the first time we seen him play it, he was very great with the flashes, taking a lot of power into his own hands and peeking off of his own flashes, not always using it in a supportive way, but I just think for someone that's having their VCT debut, he's been absolutely phenomenal. And on this map, map in particular, we've seen so many multi-frags. Like, there's just confidence absolutely oozing from him at the moment.
Now, in the pre-show, we heard some opinions from both Pipson and N about Lotus, how they feel about the other team's comp. Now, Kukuka, which one do you buy into more? Who convinced you a little bit more?
I'm actually not a big fan of the Harbor. I understand the reasoning and everything, and we cannot put in doubt what KZ is able to do with this kind of compositions, but I do think that he is the kind of agent where if you miss by 1 pixel, you might be leaving a gap or something that your opponent can take advantage of. I do, however, like the Yoru. We were here, and as you were mentioning, Pipson saying they have double TP with the Omen and the Yoru. That is a lot of map covered. And as we know, my team's been picking up the operator. He's going to be a menace no matter where he is.
I have a proposition here for the side of GX, a win condition.
Okay.
Now, when Tomazi was on KC, he was harbor jailed. They made him play the harbor, so surely he knows a little bit about their plan. Maybe he might know what maybe what N wants to do, some reactive things, maybe some reads as well. A little spy, I feel like, on the side of GX. But the thing is, it's Sadak harbor, and you know the stuff that he's bringing from Loud is not going to be exactly what Tomazi was doing. But still, Billy, there's a bit of a cope.
Yeah, I mean, there's no changes here from either side, so this is kind of what we expected going into it. I think Lotus for me, though, like, I don't know. Giant X have picked into this, but Carmine Core literally beat Navi on it the other day, or last week, sorry. I mean, the weeks are just flying by at the moment. So they've obviously seen something that they think that they can actually abuse going up against Carmine Core.
I think that the other day when we saw this map, I love the fact that Purpo is showing up today because he did not have a good Lotus at all, and he's going to obviously need it for today. But again, my eyes just go to the Vice and how they're going to defend the sides after the chat that we had at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping maybe Tomazi has the read here and is able, Mitch and Tom, to bring us to a map 3.
Well, we could be going all the way to Fracture, but Lotus has to be played out first for GX. This is their map pick, Tom. We go to Comfort, and after an overtime display on the first map, where I probably would have had the most questions for how GX could match up against KC, I'm feeling pretty confident that we could be going all the way to Fracture here today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be overly surprised. The thing is, I think they had a good idea of how to beat out the comp on the last map, and it came down to very tight individual rounds rather than anything in terms of overall structure. They lost to BBL, will have learned from that defeat. They've watched their opponents play this map versus Na'Vi, and they've opted to pick it. So there has to be a reason for that. There has to be a level of comfort for the attack. Already, we're going to see a lot of early space taken towards B, but it seems like C could be the target. And the defense have gone walking.
The only danger here is that wall could split them up, slow down that play. They'll trigger it, and indeed, the two are going to be caught behind it. It's going to cost some time and leave Purpo isolated for this fight. He picked up Aves there. Sure, lost a lot of HP himself and goes down in the end, but it didn't look like it'd be that bad. There were so many players there with him. But somehow, KC have come out on top in every duel, now sitting in a 4v2. A difficult situation to lose around from, Tom, but we'll put it past KC. We saw it in the last map.
How far forward can Westside get? Okay, the immediate teleport out of there. Sugetsu watching from afar. Nice shots from Runner, though. And you can immediately see the pushback, wanting to try and make sure they can fight this one together. Sanak doesn't want an individual duel. He doesn't want a 1 versus 1. While Runner is looking for those sort of fights, an opportunity almost given to him, but now needs to try and find both and won't get either. It's Sanak to close out the pistol round, and it will be KC in the lead.
Well, it got a little spooky again, but they're able to get it across the line. It's this here that's quite a surprise. The first, sure, the guy has 1 HP, a bullet to the body, it's whatever. The adjustment to up top, immediate. 2 bullets, and he's got that second kill locked down. 1-0 for KC. Pistol round win, and we've seen them do this a couple times as well, Tom. Second rounds, typically minimal investment onto 1 or 2 players. They've got a pretty wide margin for error. If GX want to have any sort of impact in this round, they're going to have to kill a lot of KC's players before that economic damage is felt. That's a good start from Westside. How much more? Well, there's at least 1 more, because now Sadic's gone. And now I'm getting scared. Even now, there's a weapon left on the floor.
That's the thing, like, they seem to be so confident in investing credits into Westside Sheriff every single second round after they've lost the pistol. Because he is so good with this gun that he just causes them issues. And now with all three players making their way towards A, the defense is now doing the same. They have made the realization of where this push is going to be coming from. I think they also have the wall down on C in case anybody tries to walk into that spot. So their idea really is spot on.
It's only the second round, but these teams playing with elimination in the back of their mind. Purpo has got his rifle out already, the man advantage to play with. He'll be shut down, but damage done. One left down to 5 and quickly dispatched up close. The fight's not looking better. KC only have elite. An outlaw, definitely not the ideal weapon for this. And the flash good, but the time gone. 1-1 already on the board. And it's GX to come through with the win. A surprising turn of events, Tom. This was a round we come into talking about, oh, they shouldn't really be able to even hurt their economy. They take the
I was
bloody
about to say,
round.
can we get the audio of Mitch starting this round?
Yeah, it's my bad. It's my bad again. It's just...
It was so instant as well. I was like, yeah, no, there shouldn't really be that much of a chance for damn it. And then it's just like instantly 2 kills.
Two
like,
kills, rifle recovered, 5v3. My bad, guys. No, I'll apologize to his eyes for that one. That could have been the curse.
Yeah, this is the pain. You're watching the pain you've put that man.
Come on, it's all superstition. There's no proof out there. KC looking to bounce back. 1-1 on the board. A rifle in Sagetsu's hands. A stinger found its way into Martin's possession, and he has already crept his way up into their spawn. At this point, they might consider just pumping the brakes. Sagetsu can get out, or just buy some time for that wrap. Look where Martin is already.
This paranoia could get 3 players. There's going to be so many blinded already. Sugetsu picked off. Elite the same. Looking like a clean retake with a little bit of extra damage, but stopping this diffuser is now impossible. They're going to try and bypass it. Really solid hold from the side of GX. And although Cloud was a little bit low, they're going to come through with the majority of the weapons here.
Cloud was key as well. He turned to watch the back, caught that flank coming around, and I think the Spidey sense is tingling. They saw that decoy coming in from deep on B side early on, before the rest of the squad had already breached through, and just figured Martin was up to some shenanigans. There you go, it is. Literally, that timing was perfect. If one more second was given to Martin there, that could have been 2 kills, rifle on the floor to be retrieved safely, and a very difficult situation stemming from it. Instead, 2-1. No worries for that defensive side. They lost the pistol, now they've got the lead.
And they've got a huge economic advantage for it as well. Being able to retrieve some of those guns as they do it. Martin already with ult. He's going to look to try and wrap in behind them. Westside, though, just with spam, has been able to do a large amount of damage. And although Martin is here, he is definitely noted. Immediately dealt with. Good trades out from Sadak, but that's left the spike on the deck. And the other 2 were trapped by the wall. And Tamazi isn't just sitting there. They're even going to use the Nightfall to push them back. Still, Sugetsu wins that fight. But how much more can he get here? Please don't peek him 1v1.
He's also 1 away from that ultimate. Retrieving the spike might get a little bit easier. Opening the door here, causing problems. GX know he can take that orb and take the TP. They'll push up to take the fight and almost throw it away. Sagetsu had time to reset, just couldn't pull the trigger quick enough.
It makes me nervous. I feel like some of these clutch situations from GX have been a little bit looser than I would like them to be. But they get this one over the line, and again, you're seeing the core damage. I also think that this is one of the hot topics with this Harbor utility. This is what I mean. That is where it's like you go through and you get slowed. It's like, can you show me the moment where Runner was slowed? Because he didn't look slowed. He looked like he ran through it and just did immeasurable damage.
It's even, you talk about the utility and what it does, right there, Purpo just ran through the wall, knowing where one player was. He didn't know about anyone else. Ran in to take the fight. That is a crazy risk to take in this round. I thought they would take fights and back off. Reset, create distance. They're doing that now. They're winning against the pistols now, but 1 rifle's being retrieved. The potential for damage is there. Aves is the one with the big weapon in his hand, but for now, that Viper wall was denying them any chance to take those duels. Still, a reset in this situation gives them a chance to dent the GX economy.
Aves has been clean with it. I think he's got to be up there with the headshot percentage, but well, that's going to be quite easy in the end for GX. solid work. And again, they've never shied away from the fight. I do get what you're saying. When you're up against weaker weaponry, getting up in their face is always going to have that risk about it.
Especially when it's not a full, like we've seen them push here before as 3. This time it was a much more fragmented one.
But the thing I'll say is I do quite like the, especially you go back to the last match, they were never shying away from taking away map control from their opponent. And I think that's something important when you play up against a Sanak team. Never let him get comfortable, because the second he is, you've lost.
Well, that's it. And also just keeping this in their mind that there is no such thing as free space. So they always use utility. They're always burning something to check those angles. And he's limiting what they have later on in the round.
These two
at that point. Big ultis indeed, space clearers.
Wait, it's so much info as well. Like that's the thing you find with both of them, is being able to sort of get you all the information, move people out of tough positions, and especially when you have someone like Martin to take that space from them, I'll be intrigued to see where they're put into play.
Well, they've certainly got the read that Westside with an Outlaw is towards the C side. He's been spamming through a smoke with it, trying to pick players up. No connection just yet, but you have to applaud the guy for trying. It's not a usual strategy you'll see deployed. The KC have spread quite wide on this, really putting the net out there for maximum return. And the idea was to push Tamazi back from this position, deny some of that map control, maybe even cause a rotation. That has not worked. They are steadfast in their denial of rubble control, and GX's reward for that, as they now send one player to B, one player sitting outside A. They are ready with 3 on C for this push.
30 seconds
Already
left.
looking a little troublesome, having to dance and dodge. The flash is good, but still alive is Westside, and he's got support from Runner. Runner's the one to do the majority of the damage, but Sugetsu's caught him. Now the weaponry gets removed, and Purpo is trying to execute on it, but it hasn't caught, hasn't been able to be found. This is now much more of a problem
10 seconds left
for this defensive side, as that spike will be planted.
They heard the shrouded step too. They're worried about Sugetsu. He could be in the spawn. They've cleared at least closed boxes. Now they found him, but he's got 2 teammates with him. No easy fight for the side of GX. Just 1 round on the board for KC, and they're looking to double up here and now. Nice fight by Purpo though. He drops a lead. There's still a chance. They know exactly where Tamazi is. A brave attempt to jump up top. Both players staring at him. This is a death-defying stunt if he gets away with it. With time ticking down, he has to make a move. The swing into heavy traffic results in him being flattened. 4-2. KC trailing, but closing the distance.
Yeah, they had to commit a fair bit into getting into the site. The Reckoning utilized, and the thing is, up until that point, I felt like the trades went quite effectively. It was this spam through the smoke that ended up doing the work, and then the weaponry being removed at a similar time. They still do have themselves the Nightfall, but I'm looking at the other side of GX, still having credits available because they've kept not only winning the second round, but also getting themselves quite a few clean rounds here and there. And again, we're going to see this early control fought for out towards Rubble. But after seeing nothing, they retreat back immediately. And this is much more patient from KC. They're not fighting it early. They waited just a moment.
Smoke out, leaves Purpo behind it, but he's going to step forward to help his teammate Cloud under a lot of pressure. Purpo emerges and comes out a second time. Every time he's missing the cavalry until he's trapped behind that wall. KC, a little bit of an unpredictable pace that they took towards it. I thought maybe Westside had an angle to catch them, but they've just made it through the door. He won't get there with it still open. So the nice little safe haven for KC with plenty of numbers to their back, but Westside behind them and a big flank around from Runner. That timing was perfect, but a good adaptation from those players remaining to put a 3rd on the board.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra time that KC took, I think they probably realized that, okay, they're going to challenge for that map control, but if they don't see any contact, they've been immediately falling away to bolster up the rest of the map. It's quite a common thing to do. I think that's the moment where I question whether or not for GX it's better to re-aggress through one angle or try and play a retake or try and reposition back towards the A site in another way. I think that might have been the better call in that moment, but it was a little bit more like guns-ho, like let's just run in, try and fight, and it hasn't worked out for them. Interestingly, it looks like, though, this is a KC pause, so maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves and spotting 1 or 2 things that he does or doesn't like. And they're going to be the ones to slow this down after bouncing back with 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is interesting. You never know whether that's going to be comms, overhype, or, like you said, just that small little mistake, even a course correction of what they're about to come up against. GX coming into a round with a couple of ultimates. The Viper's Pit could be key. The Nightfall is there as well. Mazzy has his ult. And I think the idea that as well their credits are in this hit or miss spot. There's going to be a big investment coming in from Tamazi, putting most of his credits on the line, not for the reward of a strong rifle. If they take this, they can steamroll.
It's a crunch round. They could just be the way that Eng's looking at it. Like, we win this round, we get a couple for it.
Exactly.
We're in the lead, we get the half back. We lose this round, our own economy's in bits, and they could take the lead further. And so just pointing out what they have, how to maybe avoid or adapt, or what they're going to do from the research. It seems like both teams have had the same idea. An early battle towards that C site. A lot of utility put into play. Nightfall expended. Tamazi shoots the one thing he doesn't want to, but because the players are blinded, it doesn't matter. He's been able to hold back in that corner, and even with the wraparound from Sugetsu, it's only going to be the one.
Yeah, it was a good attempt to use these players deafened up to TP in behind, but not gonna work out with low HP on Sadik.
Ace.
Should be a formality just to take this one down. It's Clouds, 5th on the board. The ace
Again.
to secure the round.
He had an ace in the first series as well.
Yeah.
At that time it was on Pearl, but it just seems like there's a few things right now in the season that are inevitable, and one of them is that Cloud is going to get himself an ace. 14-4. Definitely had a quieter first map individually, but I do think those sort of games are going to be expected when you're taking over that mantle as IGL, but there's no doubt the individual brilliance of this man.
Bro,
I love how the only word he was allowed to say was bro. What was the rest of the sentence?
Well, KC call a pause after winning 2 rounds in a row, putting themselves 4-3, lose to Cloud acing, and GX call a pause. Now, if you can track
Gibson's
what's
like,
going on here.
Don't kill everybody, share the kills, come on.
You almost have ult, just get 3. Let the others clean up. I mean, yeah, it is. I'd like this, though, from teams. Proactive pauses early on. Steady the ship before you're in a disastrous situation. Tie everything down before the storm comes.
I think it's also got to be frustrating from a KC perspective. I think that they'd probably somewhat want to pause now, but somewhat not. You've just spoken about what you wanted to do in a crunch round. Evidently, whatever it was didn't work. You've lost that crunch round dominantly to a player acing you off the back of his own ult and almost having that ult again. And even still, if they had killed Cloud, Tamazi was still in the corner, someone else they had to deal with. So it was not. It was looking like GX came out of that with the right read. And now you look at, wow, it is a stinker of a buy coming through for Carmine Corp. They have got one ultimate. They've got themselves pistols and a single stinger. If they win this one, I'll be impressed.
Onta's there for good information. It's like KC getting a little ahead of themselves, though. Caught lined up inside the smoke by Tamazi. GX have a huge advantage with players already rotated in. The pistols in play for KC, not finding their mark. It's only Purple who's gone down. Cloud, we talked about his ultimate. Doesn't quite get it online. The 3-piece instead is Tamazi's, but 1 away from another ulti. GX 6-3 in the lead. Ult economy activated, credits galore. This is a beautiful spot to be in for the defenders.
Yeah, and the thing as well is they've been keeping a lot of their anti-eco rounds quite clean.
Ridiculous.
So just the fact that they have had 4 players surviving in this round, any worry about credits is immediately gone. We go back into the buy. I'm looking at that Reckoning again. I feel like it has been impactful, the one round they used it to sort of take over that C control, although they did have some problems dealing with Elite even while that was going on. Looking like we're back to, again, some of this early control taken outside this B site. Although it does seem like Cloud wants to challenge.
Well, I mean, that's hardly a surprise. Cloud playing aggressive. What is a surprise is Tamazi going down early on, picked off on the door. The A site now looking a little weaker as a result. KC haven't set their sights on it just yet, though. This is a very patient play from that attacking side, perhaps expecting as this round goes on, you're either going to see a Viper's Pit put down somewhere to give them that little bit of extra control, or you'll see aggression. And if they get aggression, they'll be ready for it. But they've just moved out of position as Purpo stepped up. Luckily for them, they went back to check it just in time. A shift to the A site, although despite the fact Tamazi's gone down, Rubble is still under GX's control.
Well, they're not clearing him. They've
wouldn't.
seen
Why
this
would they?
player run away. This is a chance for him to just go absolutely ham. He's been having an insane game so far, waiting for another player, but they finally dealt with him. Westside, though, he's got to be careful. He still gets the kill while completely blinded. And Purpo then comes in as backup.
Right.
It looked like this round, at least from the start, was going to be dangerous for the side of GX. But again, they come out with a few losses and the remaining players unscathed.
That's got to hurt for KC as well. You can see they had the right ideas. For most of this round, there were 2 players sat in spawn holding the B aggression. And I swear, if you watch that back, there is less than 5 seconds of a gap between when they start to shift towards C, eventually they go back to A, but when they move off of that position, and when Purple rounds the corner, that could have been him shut down. A quick opening kill probably would have been a change of direction, and it certainly would have stopped them from picking up the 3-piece to close the round. 7-3 nonetheless. GX with a big advantage. 4 ultimates as well coming into this round. And already damage done, yeah.
That's insane. It's literally almost just taken out the man who's meant to be on the entry. And the man also, most of the time, will be following up on this reckoning. And that's the other thing, is there was, in the last round, the ultimate economy was slightly in favor of KC. Now it definitely is not. Like having the showstopper, Nightfall, they could opt to play retake, but they are taking a face-up fight. And that's gone quite well.
Yeah, Reckoning is used as salt in the wounds, keeping these players back from any form of re-aggression on the C site and giving KC full control over this backside push. Even the Cove put down, that's going to block a couple of bullets had they have tried to spam Sagetsu from the connector. Now Steel Garden comes into play. You're going to be robbed of any of your weapons if you stay close, and if you go far back, that clock becomes an even bigger opposition. With the showstopper, the gap, that's nasty! Elite pops the Arcros, swings in and takes him down just as the rocket's being primed. Cloud left to do it all.
Well,
not gonna have a chance.
He's been doing a lot. 17-5 right now.
Too late.
But yeah, that time is ticking. It's ticking way too far. Maybe hoping he can take a couple on the exit. The problem is he's being watched. There is another player behind him that he has to be wary of. Sugetsu is lurking in the darkness, and he will take down Cloud, dropping every single gun. That would be a problem for GX, at least going into the next round. But again, I love that round from Elite. Like, it's the fact that not only do you see the Steel Garden perfectly timed, like he removed all their weapons as they use Nightfall. So his teammates are under pressure, that pressure is gone. They're not gonna push off that with no guns. But then the second the showstopper is popped, he goes, okay, I know it's here, pops the flash, instant kill. Like that's just a confident player playing around his own utility map.
Really, really nice round. A much needed timing for KC as well. Remember, unless I'm greatly mistaken, this is the team that won the pistol. Now they're 7-4 down with big rounds in the last couple. Opening pick, recovered by Martin. Huge play, but he's got players behind him. Sagetsu's covering. The door will close. The opportunity no longer there for GX. 2 versus 4. We talked about a lot of ultimates that this squad had. They used their showstopper last round. Still, well, Tamazi is just now using the From the Shadows and a Viper's Pit online for Westside. The last round of the half, you're going to put it into play, but with a minute 5, even putting the pit in now, they could just go the other direction. But once it's planted, then it's a different game.
So just finding a spot to use it.
Nightfall online.
Nightfall used, that was gained by the plant. He's going to use it to try and cover the spike, but even still, there's so much delay. Doesn't have the sound at the moment to really play off anything whatsoever. Teammate in Tomazi trying to wrap back around and just wants to try and bait some of these players into the fight, but they are just not playing within that pit. A little bit worried about the spam, but it doesn't matter when Martin's about. That's going to be a 5th round and at least a decent recovery towards the end for KC.
Oh yeah, this game is still very much within their grasp, but after a very hot start from GX, looks like a map 3 still possible. Seeing players like Martin step up towards the end, though, you know the KC have got one hell of a fight primed and ready once they swap sides. But of course, before Welcome back, folks. We're coming into half 2 of map 2, and Tom, this is where things get serious. So far, it's been Valorant played out, some exciting rounds, but the stakes, they haven't been quite as high as coming into this. We could leave this half with one less team in kickoff, or we could be going all the way to Fracture. The choice, well, it's up to GX. They need to win this map to keep the series alive.
Yeah, and to take a little bit of a look back, obviously we don't have much data, but last time out, it was a bit of a rougher defense for the side of GX, only managing, I think, 3 rounds, but a very good defense for KC. So potentially both teams going onto their better side of the map. Martin already in an incredibly aggressive position. The reveal gave him the info, but at least for now he hasn't been able to capitalize.
And no follow through. Purple down and out. I think that was a spam straight through as sees KC concede some space. Sanic falls as a result. B site seems to be a little bit more open, but that wall has bought a little bit more time, and with the flank coming in of Sagetsu and knowledge of players towards that B site, he walks straight into them, but they're returning, looking the right way. GX claim the advantage, and they're gambling towards the C site. It's a blind pick, but it's the right pick up.
Cover going out.
Not really much in regards to stopping them. I'm sure that's going to slow them down a little bit and maybe put some doubts in the minds of the players on this side of the map. Those doubts will only last so long. They are going to make their way in for the plant, and the thing is, they can still look to use some of that extra utility in the post plant. Tamazi still having himself that paranoia could be massive. Also still having the arc bros, and I believe the wall has just been put into play as well.
It's down that little laneway in the water. At least getting the info if the push comes down that way. KC cautious of the flank. They've cleared it out. Martin picking up west side as well. Some utility removed. Tamazi steps it up, and he'll have to do a little bit more. Both players significantly tagged up, but 2 guns facing him. Up top is the next, and Aves is whipping it all. Tamazi gets the reload off, and time ticking away. It's a disaster for KC. Tamazi clutching out with a Red Bull clutch and the 3-piece pickup.
Done. Replay team. I know what you're building.
There's a slow-mo from Aves.
I know what you're building.
But
I don't want to see
accept it here and now.
I just edit all of the whips out and just put it like a headshot.
It's not going to happen.
That's all I want. Look at this. Beautiful. Headshot after headshot. Oh, they did cut it out. Thank you very much. Lovely.
Our EVS team are feeling forgiving today. That is a first.
So we just cut back to
super slow-mo. We've actually called a pause just to watch Aves with.
That's a rough one, but a huge round for Tamazi. Had a lot of them in the first half. Definitely been a little bit, or first map I should say, a little bit more quiet when it comes to this map in particular, but we did see a lot of the best from GX when it came to this attack side. I won't lie, there are still moments in my mind where I see him win a clutch and I go, and that's a round for Case. No, it's not. No, it's not. And Saw! No, it's not quite that far back.
That's again this situation where you just cut the map in half, essentially. Sadix just stepped across the line to ruin that perfect graph. But the gamble from GX is directly into the wide open site now. A little easier to do, and there's 3 to play with. But KC, they've gotten unlucky. Every time they stack it up, their opponents go the opposite way. And with the weaponry in play, the weaponry is just baseline. Just the classics, El Clasicos. You really think at this point, if someone pushes them, they get a kill. Fantastic. And if they don't, then you just go down to the spike. And that's sort of the expected result here will be most of these players. Of course, yeah, Cloud steps up.
He got a ghost.
Light shields, but...
And he's dead. Oh, maybe not. Now he's going to die. Next one. He'll get one more.
Ace. Okay.
See, there we go. Counter curse.
Could have been the second ace of the map, but yeah, this is the expected result. Of course, these players just don't want to go down in a fight that they know they're not going to win. Everybody on GX can take a battle bar Cloud with a huge advantage. You're diving into them, they're going to get orbs. There's no point. Better off just go down, reset the round. They jump off the map if they could. 9 to 5. The gap, still significant.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit more worried for KC in this scenario, like how they're going to turn this back from this point onwards. I think Martin will definitely be one of the pinnacle points. And I'm looking at where this defense is currently building up. You've already got majority of players sat towards this A side, wanting that early control. And in fact, it's Elite now under some serious pressure. Now he can sort of sit back behind this wall and hope that he only gets a 1v1 instead. Well, he's already down. And in fact, the players looking to come in through B have been wrecked in the meantime. This is looking like an incredibly clean round, not one where your opponents are having their first buy.
Yeah, just so you know at home, KC did have rifles coming into this round. This was not their eco. They have ramped up economically. That's about the only sense that they've ramped up. This is a disaster. Giving double digits to GX, giving a flawless round as well. I mean, we're not looking at a very easy comeback, to say the least. An uphill battle, and I hope they've brought their hiking shoes.
The thing as well, you look at the ults that can be built up, it becomes very difficult. Like you throw in a Nightfall, you use yourself the Vice ult to remove everybody's weapons, and you talk about Showstopper as well. Like these are all ultimates that can easily take over rounds, and then if you get that far, you'd have a Viper's Pit or something. So getting into those later rounds is going to be difficult, but you're also going to have a break of what will be more of a half buy into this one. And again, I feel like it has just been those sort of counter reads. But he's just seen a pixel, and cool, full cheese. We love that.
Yeah, I mean, I pity KC calling a timeout here, because they're going to sit down. I mean, yeah. Now, but what else is I supposed to do? You put all this effort into the game, and a guy just sees a pixel of your guy. It's minute timing. We're down to nanoseconds. Kills him, and then just goes, another few bullets. Oh, I got another one. Fantastic. Yeah. Like, you can't account for that. And at such a pivotal round as well. This was it. That was a swing round. KC now left with 2 players with low economy. And this pause is not a pause to go, how do we stop that from happening again? No, you look back at that round and go, unlucky, move on. Now it's a question of how the hell do we recover before GX get to a third map?
Luckily for KC, they are very good at playing long games. They've been doing that throughout the last week, so we know that if it goes to the third map, unlikely that they'll teeter out towards the end. They'll look to still fight tooth and nail, and on the other side of things, I think GX are going to be riding high, especially after it was a gamble. Like, you lose your opponent's best map in a very close fashion, definitely could have won it. You come into your own map choice, a map that you lost last week versus BBL, and you pick it again. You go, okay, we're giving this another bite of the cherry. It seems like this team knows where their strengths lie, have made those adaptations, even if it's just more on an individual basis. I feel like a lot of the mistakes they were making have diminished.
Cutting through.
But more importantly, some of those individuals are just popping up. Same again. Early aggression over on this A side of the map, no resistance. And what GX have gone, you know what? We really enjoyed how the last round went. We also think we might do it again.
With some movement back. Viper wall towards A. Always going to be a pain. You'll see this put down most rounds just to rob you of the information. But KC, they had left this side very open. It was only going to be Martin here. Now, reinforcements come through. Aves is ahead of the wall. He's playing point of contact as well. He sees them. That gets the gate crash down, which luckily will get Martin out and away from that nade.
I think that was a nade seize as well. So he's one of the only people who could get away from that. Nonetheless, the attack still very much homed in. Defensive side looking like they're setting up almost entirely for a retake. Martin, if he can garner an orb, it would set them up wonderfully to get all the information on the retake. Instead, for now, it's looking like a 5v5 post plant.
Cloud's going to be a key player. They're all looking at the site as that wall goes down. This will be Cloud's opportunity, but he's already fired. He's given away his position. No element of surprise, hoping to help out, but hasn't thinned the herd. Aves onto Purpo, sight thinning more and more by the second. Tamazi won't get anything. His foothold now removed. It's all onto Cloud with nothing to say. The fade on the other side. Aves with another big round, and that's put KC on the board in a very key moment.
Yeah, I think you witnessed some slight adaptations in this round in general. Firstly, Runner was playing much more passive on C. He wasn't gambling on those early fights as he was in the first. But this is what happens when they don't get caught on the rotations. They're able to gather up together. I think even going back to last year, something we talked about a lot with Carmine Corp was a team that was very good at their set retakes.
Yep.
If you could disrupt them, I think Foot destroyed them once by disrupting their retakes. It was tough. So when they can get into these scenarios, they've always been, I think it's an Eng thing, always been a very good team. Now we get to see how GX adapt, because again, that was what I loved about last map. A much more aggressive take once again, stuck in the mud, but not much to capitalize on, although saying that, Sugetsu does find the opener.
Seeing this confident face, Sadik stepping up as well to double up and shut down the A push. Looking elsewhere, Elite knows he's got a fight brewing with Westside. Doesn't want to overcommit. If he goes down now, they lose all control. Not only on B, but even that little bit of extra info on C. Spotting that nobody's pushed through just yet with the wall in play. He doesn't want to give that up. Instead, backing off to the spawn, creating more of a barrier, more space between him and his opponent. Now Cloud, oh, he fakes it out. Westside almost got a kill there. That would have made this round much more palatable. Instead, he's walkabouts, and Elite is still waiting. Not quite quick enough on the trigger, though, and that's going to allow the side of GX to regroup, get the plant, and in fact, I'm wrong, not regrouping, staying aggressive.
But that's the thing, Cloud's earned up that Nightfall. Already the Reckoning is going to reveal the position, or not quite at least, no. Just about managed to dodge a big kill from Westside, putting things back into a 2v2, and just looking to try and keep the distance between these two defensive players. Sugetsu's battle versus Cloud is everything. He takes this kill, and maybe there's a chance. Instead, he's TPing into the smoke, and the spray's not landed. He's still on that site, but the sprint is coming through from Elite to try and support. Sugetsu might not need it, but that time is still ticking. It's all Sugetsu. We thought the battle might go through on the other side of the map, but it turns out he will do it all in just about enough time to get it over the line.
What a big play. We've had Aves step it up, and now Sugetsu micro clutching. He's been around for a little while, part of the first fight, rotating back in. To be honest, remarkable that he's made that much space. Even the shrouded step that he went for into his own smoke, they heard it. The spam was there, and it was so close to connecting, but off by a pixel, and that's all it took. A small opportunity, and KC blow this game wide open. 3 rounds in between them. Credits on the breadline for GX. This could be where KC take it from a foot in the door to a door off the hinges. It could be anyone's game.
Here we go again. This time not caught by the C's. And actually the rest of the team going much more direct. This was something again on the last map, just running it down in these early stages of the round. And a little bit of luck that's gone a long way. Tamazi finds the opener.
It's a big pick. That's an even bigger one. Sadik put to bed. B-side open for the plant as well. Sugetsu having to take risks, and this is something GX are ready for with all these numbers still in play. Westside. Oh, he's been spotted. What a shot by Sugetsu. A beautiful correction. And the ult's used to reposition. He'll go to his teammate. Now look for this. 2 players on one angle and one coming in up top. It's not going to be the easiest because GX have already taken this into group setup. Pushed in together. 4 players now on site. Big swings coming through, and trades not even needed. A clean close to the round. GX just a couple steps away from bringing us to fracture.
Yeah, I like that. More proactive. It was something I mentioned in the retakes. You allow them to retake, you can end up in trouble. You continue to be proactive, it becomes much harder for KC to get in. And that's exactly what they do here. Sure, they had the advantage anyway. That's always going to make it a little bit easier. But they don't allow Aves to do anything. Then they can isolate that second battle from one angle together, and they all swing it at once. Good round from them. 11-7. Lead extended again, and look at the economy already.
The ult economy as well, stacked up so heavily in GX's favor. They have all these safety nets to fall back in, and they don't need any of them. Dominance in the opening fight, a big stack up from KC, an attempt to take the fight to GX. Well, they took it to them, and then they gave it to them as well, as the round seems to be set in stone for 12-7 for 5 consecutive rounds for KC being the only chance to get back in. And look at their economy, Tom. It is in the bin. Elite wants to save this weapon.
I'll say as well, one major adaptation in this round was, you have to bear in mind, there isn't the same damage of the Raze nade. So you can't just seize nade. It has to be seize and someone peeks. They see the seize, they pre-fire Sugetsu on top of that wall. Like, he is dead within an instant second. I can only assume that is someone going, he killed me last time, he's not killing me again.
Yeah.
So it kind of becomes a little bit more telegraphed when you don't have something as simplistic as, I'm going to nade that with a seize, which will get a kill if there's somebody there.
All liter and lots of stabs, but that spike's about to explode. Still, there are some players close enough. In fact,
Runner?
just about to round the corner. Runner's going to get... Oh, what?
Okay.
You know, I'm thinking he gets the info and the other three are close enough. You know, maybe he opens the door and Elite slips away. Nope, just domes him in the head immediately.
This is what happens when your team is made up of all ex-duelists.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like Runner goes, yeah, I think I've done this before, and there you go. They are so prepared for that exact peak that, again, it kind of comes down to Casey doing the same thing again, maybe hoping that someone else acts as a distraction, but you have to feel like I would be saying the opposite. If GX had died to that again, I would have gone, guys, come on, like, you're dying to the same thing.
Well, this is a big problem now. Just look as we get into this round, before the barriers even go up, 4 ultimates in play for the side of GX. They only need 1 round, and a lot of big impact ones as well. This is somewhere that KC are going to have to try to be ever vigilant, round in, round out. They can always spin back into the favor of GX. Now, a slow approach to this attack. They have claimed Rubble successfully. KC not looking to get aggressive there. And the assumption from GX, and I like this, is that there'll be aggression elsewhere. They look for it on C. There it is. But Sugetsu's landing the shot and made it out. And yeah, 5 HP on West side.
That's actually, that's ridiculous. That was almost, I was looking at it on the map like they might line up, but it's unusual. You see that much damage done from a single shot of a Sheriff. One of the only ways they were going to come back into this round was off individual brilliance. Aves having that ult, but there's still plenty to play with for the side of GX. Also looking at the position of Sadak, this close corner, a judge, it could be deadly.
Oh, this could be massive, especially with the first player isolated by that wall. Here comes the step up, the walk through, and primed and ready. It's Sadak, all 3, baby! Looking for the full house. There were plenty more to pick up, but okay, Cloud survives a moment longer. And that is all he gets. 12-8. KC not letting it slip just yet, but like we said, it is a long road to redemption. Starting out this way, though, doesn't look too bad.
It's just so nasty. One of those players desperately low already from the shot of Sugetsu. And then, yeah, if they go a little bit further, if he holds back, he gets 1, because the wall's going to block it. So he just plays a little bit more aggressive. I think it's also going to be way more frustrating. You look across the stage and you know that Sadak's going to be laughing at you. Because he's always having fun.
Having a good time.
Then it's going to get worse. Same setup again. We've seen this many a time from the defense, but you don't see Sugetsu jumping up on that wall anymore. Instead, it's a slow walk.
Shout out the Obs. Makes this chaotic situation look that little bit more tangible, understandable. Martine's already been spotted. In goes the paranoia, but no chance to capitalize on it. The nade forcing him out of position. Sugetsu lucky to survive that. Could have had his head ripped off with a bit of a shallow TP. Nice stuff from Sadak.
Regen shield as well.
Right back up to 25, 125 that is, with 4 rounds left to go. An opening pick like that, this might force an ult out of GX to try to bridge the gap. Maybe the showstopper's on its way.
That's the thing, they've had them a while now. I've been waiting for the moment where they're finally going to be utilized. Maybe just used for the late round instead. Steel Garden, taking away the weapons, throwing a showstopper. But Reckoning could be perfect here. Chance to clear out a lot of those backlines, reveal every single player in their tracks. That's exactly what he's going to do. But there is Purpo just trying to delay them while this ult is active.
Yeah, it's the crowd control from this showstopper. They can't push forward while the rocket hasn't been fired or until it fades away. Eventually, they decide to make a move. Steel Garden activated after Runner's kill. Ready for the fight up close and delivering every step of the way. Elite at least recovers a single kill, and Sugetsu will group up with him. But the time is ticking, and they need to move fast. It's already too late, especially with 3 players left. GX have bought themselves a 3rd map. Elimination will come down to Fracture. And I have to say, the delivery here. Some of these plays seeing Cloud activated like this. It's not going to be an easy closer for KC.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these play this map just yet, so it is a perfect way to end it on a third. I can't wait. We'll see after the break.
Bro, they died of smoke. Yeah, but bro, I did it so smart, you cannot even imagine. Because you are the smartest guy here, bro. No, I'm joking, bro. I'm joking. Don't get that confidence, bro. I'm joking, bro.
What do you mean don't get to this count, bro? He needs that, bro. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, now you're sorry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
It's nice to see Pips and have a good time. Was my ears working or did he laugh?
Yeah,
there was
he
some
actually
laughs
laughed.
and
Yeah.
smiles?
Yeah, we should go back and take a look at that round. We need to see exactly what is that was making him so happy. But he had a lot of reasons to be so cheerful, especially after the way that we all know that first map ended.
Yeah, he looked Pretty happy. I mean, you can't not be happy when your team's managing to put up that performance against KC.
Yeah, and you got to be happy with your IGL as well. You know,
Absolutely.
we talk about these fragging IGLs. You know, we theorize whether IGLs need to frag in this state of the game. And the answer from Cloud is, yeah, he can do it. And it wasn't just the frags, it was the importance of his kills.
Yeah, exactly. Like the way that he was playing around the map, how he was guiding the team, how they wanted to show that opposition against KC from the beginning of the round, even when they were executing onto sides, not leaving them the room that they needed to plant. I think that it's massive calling and massive performance from him.
Yeah, like Bea said, like he was just able to be around the map and help control the map, both on attack and defense. And we talk about fragging IGLs and, you know, their capabilities of being able to lift the team spirits and yeah, pop off when they need to. And that's exactly what Cloud did in this map.
Yeah, and as Pipson would say, insane.
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 Just insane. Insane. Love the Leo Phantom event as well. I want to shout that out. But of course, this is the thing, right? They had a pretty horrific way to end map 1, and the fact that they're able to come out and mentally do this, Billy, I think is incredibly impressive, because this could have just easily been a 2-0 to KC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think that KC were doing anything particularly bad. I think that they kind of just didn't have an answer to what Giant X were doing. You know, the Giant X, like, I feel as though they really found the momentum in the last of that bind map. They were really starting to pick things up and break through whatever KC was showing them.
There were various similarities, right, in the way that they wanted to challenge them when they were on bind, and also what we were seeing on Lotus, for example, with the rubble control. We understand, and of course we were hearing from Pipson, how having different compositions is going to affect the way that you have a control over that part of the map. And what we saw Giant X doing time after time was Cloud actually just using that, and as I'm saying, putting all the utility to make sure that this was going to be advantageous for them. Did they win every single time? No, but they have their various different ideas that gave them some very good wins in different times of the round, understanding the different waves that KC were using.
Yeah, and I think something that I was complaining about in the last map was the fact that they had so many hero plays, but in that A rubble, like you say, you were really actually seeing the synergy come through from the team, which was nice.
And Tomazzi, the spy, against his old team. I bet it felt really nice for him to hit the final shot. We won't talk about the other, like, 12.
I just want to say it again. I'm so happy because this didn't make the replay, so we cut it for you guys because
no.
The best on the other side.
Wait, my monitor's gone off. I don't know what's happening. I can't see this. I'm not watching. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna feel nice though. It's gonna feel nice. The side swap, and kind of from there they managed to get the momentum and close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that from the beginning, when they were able to not allow KC to convert that pistol round, you win that second one. We understand that he's so happy because that means we're most likely going to be going to Fracture, as you're saying. It helps continue that momentum.
Here's the thing though, for KC, they're used to this. They always play map 3. Even last year, they love an overtime. They love being in the studio for as long as humanly possible. So this is not new for them. If anything, I feel like it's almost a comfort zone. But how does GX handle this? Because for some of these players, they've never been in a situation as high pressure as this before.
I mean, we saw it last week. It didn't end up going their way, and probably it's that is the pressure, is the long hours, and of course, even though they won that Lotus, I think it's very difficult to let go of your mind how close you were to closing that bind. This could have been a 2-0, but you know, do not think about that. It doesn't matter. Fracture is fresh, is new. Even though KC has played a lot, we still have not seen what they have cooked for this map. Same goes for GX. So, you know, any theories? Anything we would like to see?
Real quick, I need Tomazzi to chill out. Like, my girlfriend watches this stream, all right? You need to relax. You need to relax. But Billy, what do you think about Fracture? Because can I convince you a cheeky little Sadak raise, perhaps?
Sadak raise? Yeah. You know what? I've been complaining at him playing the Harbor the whole time, so I'm not going to complain if we get to see a Sadak on the raise. I'd be pleasantly... Yeah, I'd be happy to watch that.
Yeah, I remember watching it in Brazil. It was not the best, but it was fun. Yeah.
I want to see some chamber. Like, I feel like we're missing some chamber action on Fracture. I want to see if both the teams are going to continue playing with that Vice. maybe we're gonna see some Tejo. We still haven't seen it today. We still, you know, I'm down for some surprises here.
I think we're about to find out whether we are going to get those surprises.
Oh,
we're going to get the Tejo. There you go.
Oh, we're not going to get the chamber, but you know, I'm going to take this. Martin, who is on that Euro almost like permanently now. Elite move into something that he has to be very, very comfortable with on that Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen Martin on any other duelist so far, so that's interesting that he's just filling the boots of doing a Yoru. But looking over at Giant X, I really like the crunch potential of the composition that they've got. You've got that Fade, that Breach that you can pair up with that Raze utility, and I think if they continue on in the way that they've been playing with that aggressive sort of play style, I think this could genuinely work for them.
Two things really quickly. Westside, unsung hero from last map. I think he can have a lot of impact and just massive combo potential on the side of KC.
Well, talk about Westside. How about I give you Northside and Southside? It's Fracture. I'm so sorry, Mitch and Tom. Feel free to steal that one if you want to.
You're definitely Southside because you're nice and low.
Would you steal it, Tom?
That?
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. We'll leave that one on the shelf.
Thankfully not. Yeah,
leave it there.
Yeah. I actually prefer the one from yesterday. I think she should bring that one back.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
I think it went really well. But moving on, moving swiftly on. In fact, we're going to be getting into Fracture. I love this map. I'm excited to see the sort of different ideas. I'm looking at the sort of, I would say, more comfort picks for the side of GX, and then what is likely to be a fairly wacky sort of post-plant, ratty, disgusting comp potential for KC. But I want to see how proactive they're going to be with that Teo. I think that was the main takeaway. For now, Martin, hello.
He snuck himself into a nice spot, and he's out scot-free. Flash to try and re-engage by the looks of things, and that's exactly what Martin does. A confident start to the game. And for KC, their game plan is going to be something that we study as these rounds go on. Problem is, you get to anti-strat them on a lot of other maps, Tom. When it comes to Fracture, you're showing what Aang's been cooking behind the scenes, and with a Tejo already on the board, I'm terrified for what GX are going to be coming up against, because they were ready on Bind. They knew what they were going to be facing. Yeah. They had adaptations, a little bit more difficult to do when you come in blind. Nice kill by Tamazi, though. Pistol's not gone just yet.
No, he's done well. And definitely had high impact rounds. This won't be one of them, though. Immediately reduced to ashes, trying to be proactive of those remaining players, and they are being picked apart all onto Runner, and he is stuck on the site with utility coming his way. It will be the pistol round again coming up for KC. And I kind of want to touch on what you were saying, because I think that when you look at where KC thrived last year, again, going back to a team that had a lot of similar traits. Okay, maybe you had a much newer IGL, but you had a lot of young blood, some exciting transfers, people being brought in. When it came to kickoff, well, in case you forgot, they won the entire thing.
Pretty well.
And that was because there was a lot of time for Eng and Zeish to build what they had prepared. Now throw Sadak into the mix, you have some of the, well, the biggest brains in all of Valorant working together, and they had the time to do so. Now, obviously, that could change if they make it to the first event. Maybe things are looking a little bit different. But as you said, like going into a map with no data, you have to adapt on the fly. Credit where it's due, though. GX were able to do that in both maps. So I'm not going to count them out just because compositionally it looks like KC have come up with something that will be hard to play against.
Well, that's it. It is just that we have this automatic faith. When you look at a KC lineup, when you look at a team led by Aang, they bring out a new comp, a new agent that's on the board. You just immediately, you don't think, will it work? You go, how will it work? Because it will work in some way, shape, or form. And it's GX's obligation, I suppose, to put a wrench in those plans. Make a couple bumps in the road. Looks like for now, the orbs will be taken in the early round. No real rush to dive in with these lighter pistols. But when they do come to trading blows, Cloud and Tamazi having Sheriff's West Side on the Ghost as well, it's going to give them a couple chances to at least take weapons out of the hands of KC. Again, though, KC have 2 pistols, so you really need a lot of damage before it starts to add up.
Well, stun connects onto one. Elite just wanting to try and hold on to the tower as they look to pressure. Again, plant looking inevitable, but anything else seemingly unlikely. Post-plant utility doesn't really exist, but the shots are connecting. 2 kills, honestly not bad. No, third as well Purpo's found one more. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous, but he has to get in onto that spike, look to try and deny, and he will not be able to. Still, an incredibly costly round for the side of KC. Only one man standing.
Yeah, well, we came into that talking about setting the expectation that it wouldn't be very easy to do that damage, but one player left alive, 2 rifles, all the shields stripped off these players as well, and what was a real chance to take this across the line. That's got to be a round that GX are over the moon about. And now it comes down to capitalizing on it. Their bonus round, where we've seen KC come into these rounds with 4 Vandals and a Bulldog, well, instead, they have 3 pistols.
They're fighting for the orb in more ways than one. If they can get it, great. If not, if Martin can get a kill, that is the Dimensional Drift online, and that could be one of the ways that they manage to pad the gap in this round. Also, we're seeing that sort of top side push at the same time to at least garner a little bit of extra control while being pressured. But I like the fact that GX have sort of grouped up. They're taking it nice and slow. You know that there's some weaknesses here, so you don't want to get too over-aggressive.
Sadek, there's a chance there. The player in the air, a little too hard to pick out. The 2 rifles rotating in, caught behind the smokes for now, or one caught down below. It is going to be a slower approach. In goes the decoy. In goes the flash. Westside's pushed back. Rifle is the one leading the charge here. It's Martin up close, but he's caught. Tamazi had a perfect spot. That rifle down in the open, no longer a concern. And the only man who was armed to the teeth, other than Martin, was Elite. He's not quite in the fight, and at this point, he's thinking about not joining it at all, bailing out and saving his weapon for the next round.
Yeah, I think, again, another solid round out from GX. Obviously, mass weaknesses for KC, but I think they had that realization, like, okay, we did so much damage that we've got to make sure that we're patient for any sort of early aggression, and then from that point onwards, we just capitalize off trading and making sure that we're in the right place. Good round from them. But this is sort of where we expect this game to get going a little bit.
Well, exactly. This is where the pace picks up. We get back into things. I like the ideas, though. Still some dueling possibilities for KC. No connections means this round, ult online for Martin. More direct approach is definitely possible for this defensive side early in clearing out a lot of this control, maybe spotting where these fights are coming in. And I'm assuming that's what we're going to see. This is a full buy round, and just take a look over at this A site. They're all stacked up. It's only one man that's left on the other side of the map. Probably going to be just popping this Yoru ult and looking for some control early on, for some information. Not even needed. They're coming straight to him with early presence.
Yeah, this is now more of a problem. If they decide to go direct in and not just fight for the orb, this could be a troublesome round. But you can already see hightailing it all the way back from the other side of the map, in the middle right now, is going to be that defensive side. A wraparound to the other, as they have that Rolling Thunder equipped. The question will be, is it immediate TP out? I wonder if it might be... Oh, not quick enough! Martin thought he could get ahead of it. He did have a gate crash, but it doesn't matter now.
They've rotated so quickly because of this Cypher setup over on the A side. Has full control. 4 players there early. It's a good job they got that util down because they're still present on this side of the map. Oh, Purpo looking to be alive. 15 HP. Recovered the spike, but he's back out in the south side. He's in B main now. So there's no way to get on site. There's no way to plant it. And this guy doesn't want to go dry swinging, no utility, and just hope that one stray bullet doesn't take him down. But instead, he's sending it in the other direction, where he'll either have to open the door, alerting them early, walk through the tripwire, which could even lead to his death. He's walked straight into it, or at least destroyed it. The player on top caught off guard. They didn't go all the way. 2 quick picks for GX, and all of a sudden, this difficult round is looking beyond doable with Purpo so low. If Sadek can get him taken down, there is a real chance, but Purpo's not giving him an opportunity. Just hiding, waiting for Cloud's contact. Perfectly played so far, and it's Sadek who needs to force the issue. Finds a rocket to the face. That's an insurance policy that GX were keen to cash in.
I don't know what happened with that kill from Cloud. Like, it looked like, because we cut away just at the moment that the swing came in to sort of check things. I don't know how he didn't see Cloud. Maybe he just paused at the exact right moment not to get seen around that corner. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. It looks like he should have seen something, right? Or maybe that's just like...
peeking as well. Maybe he's a little closer to the wall. Yeah. I don't think so, though.
That was just weird. It was almost like I can't see him, he can't see me sort of vibe. Like, nope, you are not here. I'm now facing the other way, but That's a blunder that has massively cost them, especially with the player on site being so low. Back to pistols, and again, that solitary rifle for Elite. They do have a stack in the right place at the right time, but Purpo, I was about to say, he's very good at getting entry kills.
Yeah, it's not like they're up against a massive buy. The only one, again, with the rifle in play is going to be Elite, but still a clean shot nonetheless. That also gets added to that tally. Sadik dropped. We see less and less opportunity for KC to overwhelm GX. The numbers heavily favoring the other side, and really the question is, can Elite make this costly? He drops one, but that's not quite going to do it. So we're left to Martin, 1v4. See how many he could drop. The answer is none. And this is a dominant resurgence from the side of GX. They get to build a huge credit advantage coming out of this one.
That's the thing, again, that you go back to the previous map. Although a lot of the buy rounds were incredibly close, the anti-ecos GX were fantastic. I think most rounds, they probably had 3-4 players surviving in them. So when they do lose a round, they always had a repurchase. I don't think that was necessarily the case. Okay, so he did genuinely see him, and it was just like a blip. Like, it didn't,
lapse in judgment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the replay, but yeah, it just proves almost.
I mean, it looks silly for us, but you know, it's one of those things where he's cleared most of it, probably glances at the minimap
and
real
also,
quick.
He probably has, like, I don't know, someone in his ear going, "Oh, we need your util."
It happens. It happens. It's just the chaos of a live game. Oh, I like this idea. A lot of these players stuck. The nade's gone through, but
that's denied the orbital strike as well. Like, that was just used to try and clear deep control, and they can't capitalize on it because of the salvo.
Early strat. It's kept them way back. Bought some time. They re-clear it with the stealth drone, knowing A main is still occupied. No need to move. Trap covering north side as well. Satellite unapproachable at the moment for GX. Well, this is one of those rounds where, I mean, look, we're going to look at west side. If he can break that trap, draw their eyes up there, that's going to thin them out. But then it's the fight, probably onto Martin from deep down. If he can land that, they go sand. They actually have a position to fight from, but with 4 players on A, they need picks inside of GX.
Salvo came back on. Already early trades, and well, Aves maybe caught in no man's land. There's been a couple of moments where I wonder if his own kit is becoming a burden. Sugetsu so close to hitting all of the shots, and Elite is coming in from behind as well. That's the spike down on the deck. Now Tomazi left with just 7 HP. Info of where he is, and he has to go sprinting. He's trying to bait. He's going towards the other side of the map, but with 15 seconds left, he would almost have to try and catch out Sadak, who's just waiting with the Rolling Thunder. His only goal to delay, and that's exactly what he does. The kill to close. KC level things up.
Neck and neck to start things out. Again, as the game goes on, I'm always going to be worried about what KC bring, attack side, what Aang's being cooking. But GX, those 3 rounds in a row, they start to look more and more dominant as it goes on. We're seeing early aggro.
Something I've noticed is our setup of calling it north side and south side is utterly perfect until there's a player called west side. And then it, because for a second,
very true.
You said west side, and I was like, oh no, that's his name.
East side.
He's ruined it after a couple of years of being able to do that.
Damn it, man. I thought
Where is east side? Let's just...
Well, that's the A side, Tom, obviously. Well, yeah, that's a fair call. Luckily, it's not a player called north side or south side. Now we'd really have some trouble brewing for us. KC, 3-3. Operator in the hands of Martin, and well, he's gonna have the gate crash out. Leaves him up close on the site, and the shorty is deployed. They weren't ready for the op to be right down below them, and he stepped through the smoke for more. Now that's a bridge too far, and he is punished. Putting it back to an even scenario, Purpo looks for more, isolating the fights. It's getting a little bit spooky, but the Cosmic Divide will stop them. And with the spike on the other side, it's GX that have to push through that.
Can't use that yet.
Gonna wait, at least for the moment. Cloud may opt to try and reclaim a little bit of control, but the worry as well is that he's just lost his haunt. It's just been utilized. Doesn't have any prowlers, so it just had to be this swing. Door open. Purpo's been given the space to take the peek, and actually Cloud ends up winning it. And then Sugetsu, facing the wrong way, goes down. Is left onto the leader himself, but with 8 HP, there is no hope. Purpo is hitting today. Another triple to add to his growing collection, and another round for GX.
Well, that's going to be 4 out of the last 5. You wonder when did KC come in with that pause. 12-3 start for Purple, like you say, Tom. He is lights out at the moment. And thinking back on the last map as well, one of the big factors in a lot of those round wins was this guy stepping up.
And opening jewels. His opening jewels
They were
nuts
nuts,
as
right?
well.
We were looking at them earlier, and even going back to Bind, he was 9-4 in opening duels there. Raze was certainly working out. Last map, it wasn't as bad. It was 3-2. Wasn't as strong a statement. Tamazi. Well, he's got something to recover from because Westside's been taken down immediately. The rifle's being recovered as well. So KC man advantage. They are up against an op. They are up against a showstopper. So they're
Brim op.
The Brim op, indeed.
The Brim op. This is something, again, that seems to work better when you just have a duelist in every single position. You can have the Brim op. Or if you're Boaster, then you can do it too. He's a duelist at heart. Nonetheless, still the advantage. Looking at the ultimate online as well for Teo. Potential to just nuke the site completely. They tried to combine it with a stun and with the salvo. Hasn't done too much damage, and again, they've missed the boat on Purple. They keep missing players in sand.
Yeah, it's a blind side, and it has come back to haunt them. Still, those 2 rifles are alive and putting in the work. Martine doubles up on the impact of Purpo's ultimate. 2 kills, and the site cleared. Both players spotted. Massive information to play with. Decoy ready, fired out, but they know he's still in his ult, waiting for him to make the play. He's up top. He's being spotted. Cloud's looking for the kill, but this player's on their way straight forward. That runner is concerned with Cloud picking up the top player. Leaves Sagetsu alone. This was looking winnable. They had the info, they had the numbers, but they will not find the kills as time ticks away. Sagetsu is just caught spinning back and forth between the angles, hoping to catch a kill, and it's a classic that takes him down in the end. Another wonderful round from the side of GX.
Yeah, I think they do really well, or at least they have done in this match with some of the synergy. I remember thinking back to their first game, and it was a lot more messy. I do think a lot of that was the, well, Loon is a madman, so to have crossfires where Loon was attacking you kind of wasn't possible, and it became a little bit tougher for them. But I think, like, you look at the interplay between Runner and Cloud there, you have the Aftershock, there's only one gap where the player can beat Prowlers in it, immediately. And they managed to make that work after, again, what was some decent early round play from KC. Now, something we've seen throughout this match is proactive pauses. This is not a proactive pause. This is a reactive pause. You have lost 5 of the last 6 rounds. Things are starting to look dangerous. And we could be seeing a team, or an org more so, go from kickoff champions one year to out first the next.
First place to first out. It's a tough reality check. Again, so many teams have been caught off by the level increase across the board. It used to be you go into kickoff, you see a close game to start it out, and you go, well, that team probably going to struggle as time goes on, unless they were the Goliaths, the big boys. But now, it's not even like upsets that we're calling. We're just seeing close games, good games from the side of GX. They're surprising me here today. For me, KC, Ang, and again, looking back at last year, like you said, Tom, the whole point of they've had so much time to cook. This is a map they haven't shown yet as well. That is where KC are at their strongest. GX with a commanding lead. As you said, 2 rounds doesn't seem like that much, but 5 out of the last 6, now that's a big deal.
As well, Credit's in a good spot. Again, they seem fairly confident in taking that A-side control. A lot of stars placed to try and slow things down, and got Aves holding as well to potentially do more. But look how far they've pushed up already. They're going to force him back into position, but he still hits the shot.
That's against Purpo as well. He was 14-4, now 14-5. Extra death to the tally. Lockdown comes into play though, and that puts too much pressure on. They have to try to back out. Sagetsu gets caught in the process, and a couple more get detained. 3, in fact, the push is on.
Oh.
It's only Aves to defend. If he went down this round, was done. There could be a chance, even still.
That could be their undoing. The fact that Tomazi doesn't find anything here, and that this could be 2 players. No, only the one spotted, but the stun goes through nonetheless. Cloud holding the line, and the trades go in their favor. Keeps them even for now.
Low Aves is, the guided salvo is good, but Runner hasn't moved. He already had that ideal position. Beautiful stance, great execution, despite a good try by Martin, even if he hits that shot. Time there for Runner, the swing as well. Could have closed it out. 6 on the board for GX. 6 out of the last 7. This is KC running out of answers. We'll need to see a solution very, very soon.
Yeah, I love the initial setup. Like, even though it didn't work, the Rolling Thunder pushing the player out of main into the players coming through from Dish, it's beautiful. But then they also have the second layer of, okay, if we can then get Dish, I can now put my lockdown into play and it covers so much of the site. We've already cleared the one angle they can fall back into. Just a nice setup off the back of ultimates, and especially after your opponent's just taken a pause, just got a buyback on the board, that's a perfect round to go, okay, let's throw 2 ults in and just guarantee a round for us.
They knew the ults they were up against. It was going to be a difficult round. This one here, just pistols that they're left to. It's sheriffs across the board. One we don't expect to have much to say about, but it started out with KC's opening pick. The rifle was even retrieved by Martin, who now stands as the sole A-site defender. Spike south side. It can go either way for GX. Right now, they're looking for somebody to make a mistake.
Definitely a patient stance from GX, not wanting to overplay their hand, and all online in the form of Cloud. One very, very close for Tamazi. They won't want to use them in a round like this, but if it keeps them extending their lead, could be everything. Now, they completely abandoned this A site, almost just looking to play that retake, and, well, Cloud has more than capitalized. He's walked all the way up into the site.
30 seconds left.
Well, that plan's been heard. They know they're on site. Martin
Spike planted.
has a friend with him. Sadik, one flash, ready to be deployed. They've lost Aves. The op now spotted. Flash. It's gone through. Sadik's fired, a big swing comes in, but Sadik is caught off. The flash not enough to get past that orbital strike. Later on, Martin steps in. His HP slowly coming back to him. Good damage done, but they need that little bit more. The low HP player slips away. In fact, both do. Resetting. They have all the time in the world. There's no way that KC can get on that spike in time, not without major misplays. They've made that read. Martin might just want to save this rifle. Goes out to look for the punish and gets it. Okay, 1 extra kill, 1 extra orb, while his teammates go down to the spike.
Yeah, that's the thing. All in all, it's not an awful round for KC. Like, you look at the scoreline, you look at how the way's going, and you go, okay, they're going to want to get a little bit more from that, but you bait out 2 ultimates, you take down 2 players. When you only have pistols, it's really not bad. It sets them up nicely going forward, as there are 0 ultimates that are even close to the side of GX, and yours are all starting to build up online. The problem, though, is just that scoreline. 7-3 in the lead. We've seen much closer halves throughout the majority of this game, and if GX come in with a 9-3 half, I am definitely fearful that KC are going to be able to do it on the attack.
Well, 7 rounds so far. GX looking to add to that tally. Operator in play for Purple was a backup. That's how much credit the side of GX has. They've swapped it back over, as now he'll look to entry with the rifle. Well, he stopped for a moment. Cage will be destroyed. No one's there to capitalize on it, having to give up all control over the site. GX are 1 man down with Westside out of the round, but they have claimed the A site as a result of their hard labor. KC going to be a little late as well, with Martin coming to Dish. He has the ult to re-clear this, and I think he's going to use it.
That's the thing. There is very, very little control currently available for GX. They almost feel like they have to go proactive, and they already should have an idea what. It's eventually that spin to take down the close man, Amor Tamazi. He might want to try and take this one off his opponents, but it would have to be an utter miracle. In fact, he is completely trapped with the entirety of KC on that site. There is that resurgence. There is that response. Can they bring this back to just 2-round difference?
That great ultimate from Martin. Calls were fantastic as well after opening pick. No need to overextend or give them picks back. We've seen that happen in so many of the last rounds, where often they had a disadvantage and people were overextending. Not going to happen here in the buy round. And then once the ult goes in, everyone's scrambling. Guided salvo causing problems. There was already a flash down. It's just a disaster if you're sat on that side being surrounded and overwhelmed by that utility. The kills that come in, the round that's in it. Sadik ends up coming out with a Rolling Thunder. Last round as well. So you'd expect to see that ult put to good use.
There's a chance maybe you get the Armageddon. You can retrieve an orb or two. Fact is though, GX being that little bit more patient. Now we've seen Westside, his attempts at lurking, I think have failed fairly miserably. A lot of what he has to do is just try and hold on to one portion of the map. After what has been a hit after a hit, both teams now set up with a solid attempt at B.
Yeah, big rotation from KC. Aves used his stealth drone to clear a main. Now he's here, ready to help out with the B hit. And it's a good thing too, because it starts with Elite going down. Aves though, the extra numbers not quite expected. He's going up into heavy traffic. They're stunned up, but he's the one that's gunned up. Yeah, well, the shorty doesn't quite need accuracy, Tom, especially not when there's two of them up that close. Sadik and Martin. Sadik make that all by his lonesome. 3 players to drop. Spike planted safe. No chance to take them down on the way across. Rolling Thunder already used. From this point, it is looking a bit unwinnable. It's looking like an 8-4 half. Not a death sentence for KC.
It's so passive. How do you even get past this corner? And okay, Tamazi with the ego peak to close things out. A fantastic end to what has been a great half of GX. Lose pistol, come out 8-4. You're not going to shake your head at that one.
Absolutely a streak of rounds for them. We'll see how half 2 fares after the break.
One enemy.
Bagged and tagged.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 to GX. When we get back into things, we're going to see this final half of the series. We've already been through Bind and Lotus. Bind, quite a close affair, and it could have already been 2-0. No doubt, that's what GX were thinking coming into this map. But now, with 8 rounds on the board coming into the next half, Tom, it's fair to say, KC, they're going to need that second pistol round if we're going to have hope for the comeback.
Well, I would say more so, let's hope that this was built for the attack, because
absolutely,
otherwise they really are in trouble. Because a lot of what we've seen so far is, you'd think back to the likes of Foot and the way Mr. Fallen was using it fantastically on defensive setups and delay and denial. We didn't really see too much of that.
No.
And now coming in with a comp that has a real chance to make things awkward on takes, it needs to be exactly that.
Oh, Tamazi's got a little gap. They think it's clear because of the guided salvo, and now they found out
B.
a little bit more occupied than they thought. Down go the smokes either side, and the spike in the open. Flank underway, big north side push. I think it might have been spotted just seconds ago. Sagetsu went in for the peek, and indeed, they've got the info. The execution not quite there though. Cloud maintains north side control. Spike still down, but we're into a 2v2.
Yeah, Runner's there to try and hold on to some sort of semblance of control, has Cloud alongside him. These were the two that had that interplay a few rounds ago to close out another for this squad. On the other side, Martin, he definitely has been the sort of pinnacle for this squad so far. 45 seconds left on the clock, plenty of time to play with, but it's about isolating one of those duels, and Elite is clean with it. Always good for a headshot, but the man they face off against was the superstar of the last map. Cloud, the IGL trying to hold that line, trying to force him into an awkward battle. Well, it might become that little bit more awkward because they've stolen the spike.
Gate crash from Martin brings him straight to the site for a quick attempt at a plant. It's a fake. They want the fight, but in fact, eventually it's stuck and they swing to a 2v1 after. Couldn't have worked out much better. 8-5. And with the side of KC picking up that pistol, faith may be restored. And as you said, Tom, it's not just about that early injection. They went up 2-0, and well, we all saw it 8-4 at the halftime. So there's plenty more to be done. But like you said, like we were talking about earlier, you have to think KC with plenty of time to craft how this map was going to look. To me, their attack side is where they will be scariest. As you said, you certainly have to hope so.
Well, that is now every single pistol bar one that has gone the way of KC, which if you look at the series as a whole, really does show GX have been better in the buy rounds. Obviously, they lost the second round in one of those, but the point still stands. An aggressive pinch attempted, but a quick retreat from the side of KC, not wanting to get caught by that aggression, will now look to wrap back around. They do have to be a little bit careful. I'm looking at Tomazi with that shorty up close. But it seems like maybe they're gonna think better of it. It looks like they have a solid idea that somebody is up there, and now they're running back the other way.
Yeah, this was all just a ruse, noise being made so that the rotation could find a much more open site. In these rounds, typically on that defense with classics, you're going to be much more willing to rotate early off minimal information. So they just killed Martin and took a rifle. This does get a little bit more spooky. Sugetsu misses the shot. He's got one bullet left. He's stunned up and on his way back to site. That outlaw not going to be as dangerous from those close corners. Classic thankfully shut down. If Cloud finds that kill, this round unravels very quickly. Instead, all they have to be cautious of is the heaven play. Flash is even a little early, and a lot of the players aren't blinded by it, so easy cleanup. Yeah.
From a very dangerous scenario to one where they get their guns back, only lose a pistol, that's absolutely fine for the side of KC. So they've got their conversion. That's now both pistols, both conversions, and they're currently sat on 6 rounds. This is where we see if that attack is something that we should be excited for, or if GX might just be, again, just looking better at this point.
Well, that's it. Like you said, the rifle rounds they've been picking up. You look back, even the pistol round in the second map on Lotus, we opened up. KC win, it's an immediate fight back. GX have just looked like such a brawly team so far. And now KC, 2 rounds behind, rifles in hand. Gonna try to make this one work. It is a bonus, but it's effectively just a buy round with a fallback and another buy coming right afterwards. Decoy's going to be destroyed, but Cloud stays close. Martin, though, still blinded, and that's a third kill for Martin. The A site overrun, and it's just one man leading the charge.
Yeah, well, he's got those regenerating shields, maybe expecting to take some damage, but no, there was nothing. He just went sprinting into the site. Decoy sent through, and the second man that came out was Martin. And that is as quick as you like. Round already over. And that's the thing. I think that this composition does have opportunities to sort of make some of those battles, for A especially, a bit more awkward. Like, you're either going to have the stun put through to force you off angles. You could have the same with like an aftershock or a stun or whatever you like in terms of Sugetsu's utility. But the main thing is you could just put that guided salvo in and force anybody out of those positions. And when you pick up the pace like they just did, you could tell the players on site were not ready for it.
Oh, absolutely not. This man was a little bit too aggressive for their liking. Round falls to KC as a result. Those 2 rifles still will be brought through, at least for GX. But like we said, this right here was a bonus round, if you want to call it that. It's one where they still came in with plenty of ability to fight. But it wasn't needed. Just this one guy. Decoy, flash out of the smoke, and then frankly just blind fire.
This is my
bullets. You heard the bullets fired right back, and it was wonderfully connected. Now, as these barriers go up one more time, Tom, GX, they still have a bye, but if they lose this one, it's 8-8 with economy in the bin.
Oh, well, that's one hell of a spot.
My potter broke.
3 players already seen pushing that south side of the map. As you mentioned, this is an investment for GX. There's a couple of guns held through, but they have completely lost the B side of the map, and Afterplant guaranteed, and with so many deep positions already being held, this could be a tough one.
For a 5v5, seeing this many players in B main and their defenders is a very weird flavor of the round. Sadaka stayed on site, and he's going to have a bit of a crossfire with Martin, who's just swung out wide. He hasn't hit his shots this time. It's Sagetsu who's picking up the pieces. That's 3 already. He'll be put to bed, but damage done to Cloud, and Aves and Elite have got time. Guided salvos online as well, and there it goes. Buying even more for this squad, and with 5 health and a 1v2, there is no way for Cloud to pull this across the line. It confirmed he's not defusing. It confirmed he won't be defusing anymore. 8-8, GX's economy in the bin.
And that one does just feel like maybe Westside was a little bit too late to the party. Like, you had the full team making their move back through B main, and he is sort of sat there almost waiting to get the response, but if you've lost half your team, that response is no longer value.
Nice spot.
Is that Kankan?
Not sure who he was
Kankan,
imitating, yeah.
Oh, we've got Kankan at home.
Again, Guided Salvo to claim the space, but Sagetsu's the one to claim the kill. This is a very light investment from GX, so that Outlaw just needs to connect one bullet onto anybody on the defensive side, and they will be out of the round. GX. Yeah, they get aggressive and then pump the brakes. Move back in the other direction and gamble. I like this play. We saw it a couple times not work the first half and in the previous map, but they have made the right call.
I think as KC have been very happy to go back and forth across the map if they run into too much resistance. I also wonder if maybe Sugetsu's Cosmic Divide will be used to just section off a lot of this cross, make things a little bit safer as they look to get into the site. Said tower is cleared by the salvo. Pressure put onto Westside. You have to feel like he's in a little bit of trouble here, but yet to really have that proper move onto him with all the utility just spamming him out. And while it is an in-zone flawless,
Thank you for the
what looked like
man.
it could be dangerous, turns out to be incredibly easy for KC.
Big kills for Sadik as well, just 2 away from Rolling Thunder being online. KC have claimed the lead back after oh so long being in the dust of GX. 5 rounds in a row. Confidence has to be sky high, and for GX, you've got to start to feel a bit deflated. Not because of this round, they didn't have much invested. Sadik building up some kills, it's whatever. You can look past that, but it's the 4 before. It's how we've ended up here. It's the lead slipping out of your hands, and it's Zeiss sitting up in his chair again. He's not lying down, he's not reclined, and that's how you know the game plan starting to look a little sharper.
I genuinely think you could make a graph of KC's success just with where he
Winning,
sat in
losing.
the chair. Like, the further up he sits,
angle of success.
How high are his hands on his head? That's how frustrated. But yeah, from basically being dominated in the first half, like you win pistol and you only get 2 rounds. Other than that, everything else was dominant. To in the lead within a matter of seconds, blink and you miss it. This is now the real danger zone for GX. We were talking about the fact that KC could go from being the winners of kickoff one year to eliminated first in the next. Well, now GX are the ones on that chopping block once again.
Well, there's a reason the KC were champs before, and sure, we might not be talking about the exact same roster, but it's the coaching staff, it's the plans behind the scenes, and well, they've only gotten more dangerous with time, you'd imagine.
The one man's doing pretty well.
And this is the thing though, Tom, look, you look at Martin right now, and sure, you're gonna win rounds where this guy runs into a site, puts a decoy in a flash and kills 3 people, half of them through smoke. 1.5 people through smoke. But the other thing is that we've seen what happens when that doesn't work. Just a round or 2 ago, 2 rounds ago, Martin goes into B, dies, immediately Sagetsu's there with a triple. We've got a deep talent pool here for KC. The A plant, the B plant, the C plant. GX need to break it all. And they're running out of time to do it. The lead now in their opponent's hand, the defense tested. Some utility, but a slow approach from KC as they farm orbs.
This is orbs, yeah. Just taking that early control, using the stuns, using the salvo. Like, these are all things they're going to get back. So they basically commit something that costs them nothing. They then get it back later in the round, and they have an orb for it. And if Sadak can get another one, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder available to him. Still, presence is held on that side of the map, and GX do have the majority of players there, with nothing else really being spotted elsewhere to drag them away.
Well, Sadak currently spike holder We're looking at a likely play to the A site through this heavy traffic, and then the Rolling Thunder online afterwards for the post plant. They need to get there first. 5 rounds in a row. GX have had time to sit back and find a solution, a much more passive play. No picks being given away. 35 seconds when KC make their intentions known, and it's towards the site that's stacked up. Cloud still here up top, west side, under threat, drop. Cloud gets 2 though, and with Martin taken down by Runner, Cloud gets a bit more time to reset, to take another fight, and to win it. 3 kills for him, and Runner, well, you can't understate the impact he had in that bit of covering fire. A beautiful defense of the site, and neck as a result.
Yeah, it's a big round from Cloud, and that's the thing. Like, you always look at this man to be able to take it into his own hands. They do well to clear the bottom of the site with the salvo, but he's able to just stay alive on top. Maybe a little bit of an oversight as the rest of the team are able to rotate in, especially with how isolated they were. A little bit troublesome.
Well, it's just the fact that Runner took this crazy risk he realized my teammate's in trouble, my teammate's fighting. I can stand here and say, oh, dude, there was a wall. I was smoked out. What am I supposed to do? Or you can step in, get involved. He does that, and he dropped Martin. We didn't see it from Martin's perspective. Would be kind of a weird replay to show, but I think he was just about to dome Cloud. He gets that kill. I have no doubt he resets, gets Runner when he comes through the wall, and it's a different game, but it's the fact that Runner was on the ball, ready for that trade. That's why we love the guy. Played his role, got his 2, and that allowed Cloud to get his 3.
This is an immediate response, though. Like, that's the thing. We talked about proactive and reactive. Losing 1 round is enough for Eng to go, okay, I don't even want to let it get close to what we saw on the last map, where streaks of rounds started to go, and even in the last half, the same. I want to make sure that we get right back on the horse. Because, again, your economy is in a fantastic spot right now. You're looking at every single player going into this round having close to max cash. You don't want to allow GX to get ramping again, because we've already seen that. Purpo and Tamazi are still up there in terms of the kills. Cloud coming online, it's always a scary prospect. So if they can use those couple of ultimates that they currently have, because the second that changes, it's about to flip. There are 4 ultimates that are 1 or 2 away for the side of GX.
This is it, the momentum. Very much swap over to the other side. KC quite quickly putting the pressure on. Rolling Thunder comes through on B, but this is the round that GX have pushed main. So they avoid the Rolling Thunder, even pick up Elite, and now have that rotation from the A main push. This was a full south side push. The perfect round for KC to try something like this, at least from the GX perspective. And with late flank coming in from Cloud, way up north side, they seem to have this one tied up in a bow. KC need to find some space of their own. That's what the Armageddon comes through to do. Not going to land much, but they're hoping for the main fight. Still a little staggered. And when GX emerge, it's Martin to fall. It's everyone to fall, in fact. 3 for Tamazi. The op showing up, and everyone on GX getting a bite of the pie.
Yeah, what a big round from them. And it seemed like from start to finish, all the way to the end zone flawless, this squad was on top. Like, they had the read of the Rolling Thunder. That's also the thing I'll say with the pauses that are coming through for KC. You get the chance to pick what you want to do in the round. And Pipson, I think, is also sat there going, well, now I get a chance to think of what you're going to do. They avoid the Rolling Thunder, they push, they clear 1 player, and you can see the reaction is, okay, we need to take control of the middle of the map. There's 3 players, or no, 4 players, 1 north side, 3 south side. It's only Purpo that's under pressure. He tucks in, plays it safe, and makes sure that there's nothing they can do from that point onwards. Great reactive play from the side of GX. Perfect read. And again, now the ultimate economy is in their favor. Last round was sort of the last point, at least for a round or 2, where it's going to be the other way around.
Well, Armageddon put in by Aves as well, right? You know,
and Rolling Thunder.
Sadik at the start of the round, Rolling Thunder that doesn't hit, that's always a gamble, but usually one you'll find at least some reward for.
They use Rolling Thunder and the defense got a kill.
Yeah, immediately. Before the Thunder was even finished roaring and rolling. For KC, they have quite a lot to contend with. Tamazi. Tamazi's he's been very keen to fire out these ultimates. Sees contact and he's immediately on it.
He's a duelist.
Ready to quickly flick it on the map. We'll see if he can manage this one.
Okay.
As soon as they see that north side play, that orbital strike seems to be coming down.
Martin was on orb collection duty, gone all across the map to get this one online, stunned through to give him that opportunity, and while that is Cloud completely isolated, Orbital Strike though, he's just going to die to it. He didn't want to peek back in, he knew that they'd be watching, and now the lockdown is going to make things really awkward. 30 seconds left, they can plant just at the back of that site. Well, in fact, it's going to be denied anyway. Sadak has just come up with 2 huge kills. This is starting to fall apart a little bit for the side of GX as the IGL looks to do it all. He has done it by himself.
Well, to say that's an unexpected conclusion is an understatement. 4 kills? He was walking around that site on his own. And a little bit of cover and fire from here, there, and everywhere, but Martin, I think he might have been hit by a stun as well. Here's Sadak, 1 up close. Flash up behind, big swing for more. He's in a death match.
It felt like he had the stun initially. Okay, we don't even get to hear what he said. He had the stun initially to set up Martin. Martin dies and he goes, I am the duelist now.
I got this. I got this. Oh, Purpo. Now this is an annoying thing to run into at all. Oh, okay. He got Aves. Thought it was Purpo. Yeah, it was Runner that took down Aves. Although I think that all shot was on him anyways. Runner for another. That's Sadak shut down.
Finally.
This is it. Not only shutting down Sadak, but for Runner, he's had a couple of rounds. Quiet, silent hero. This time it's more direct, and it gets the Rolling Thunder online and ready. KC do manage to set foot on that site. Might be the beginning of the end for them.
So much reliance here on Martin. He's trying to find a safe spot. Stun will go in.
Spike planted.
There's not anything to do with denying that plant. And now the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, it seems almost a little bit irrelevant when you don't know where these players currently are. Maybe trying to force them back off the site, but they are already off the site.
Yeah, the gate crash got them that quick reposition, but Elite has been caught. The speedy approach working out with Runner's triple on the board. It's Sagetsu who has to clutch it out again. The defuse underway, and too many players between him and the diffuser. It's 11 for the defensive side as GX claim the lead back. Very close to the finish line.
That's the thing. It almost feels harsh that one of these teams has to go home. We've had a back and forth throughout this series. The minds behind the scenes working wonders with the pauses. The minds in the game making on-the-fly adaptations, and then so many big individual plays with incredibly cool combos. Completely different ideas. The fact is, though, one of these teams goes marching on in the hunt for Masters, even just the hunt for points. And the other team, they get nothing.
You got more time to work on stage 1, I suppose. Not
Very
much of an
long
upside. Yeah. There'll be a few meta shifts before then, perhaps. This is change. You look at how things have gone for GX, currently in the lead, and they have to feel a bit salty. The opening matchup against BBL, one they no doubt thought would be a slightly easier matchup than what they ended up facing. BBL go on to defeat Fnatic. So for GX, they kind of feel like they don't deserve to be here. Maybe they could have done better against some of the other teams. For KC, well, they've had some closer games, and that Vitality one ran the distance.
This one looking like it's going to do the same.
It is. It is. And for KC being the former champions of Kickoff, they took top spot. They don't want to go out in the bottom.
Upper might be in trouble here. Rolling Thunder this time. He is not in the right place at the right time. So much utility pudding, completely stunned up on the site, just trying to hold on with the shorty, but they haven't been able to get towards him.
Smashing in with smoke. He's safe. Inside his teammates smoke. They don't know what's going on. They're gonna step into this unaware that the shorty is waiting. And they certainly don't know he's got enough to back it up. Beautiful play from GX. Purple was under such heavy threat. And Tamazi, he was quick with the orbital strike, quicker with the smoke. And that may just have gotten them the round. 12 on the board for GX. Purple with a big triple. And now KC, 2 in a row to bring us to overtime. A third map OT, something they're more than familiar with, and failing that, last year's first will be this year's first out.
That's the thing. You mentioned Tamazi, the man who started in Tier 2 as a duelist, played some Sentinel for a bit, has now gone over to the smokes, and it seems like there is no role this young man can't play. 19 and 14 on the Brimmy. But as you said, that round was not about the kills. It was about the support that he laid down. 12 to 10. Sadak stunned. But there isn't going to be any pressure put off it. Just the control held. But it is a much more patient hold in this round from the side of KC, waiting to see if there is any level of aggression. Ultimates in this round may not even play a part. Martin pretty close. Purpo the closest for his squad. But none of them actually ready. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of the time we've seen ults used to pad the gap and it hasn't worked. It's been the other team's adaptations that have taken them home.
I have the spike.
They've picked their poison. The A site, west side. The player.
East side of the map
is where they are going to play.
Pressure is most certainly on. Not so much for the defensive players. They have 2 chances, but KC have to be flawless. Pace change, 40 seconds left, and they're making the push. Blind, that TP hasn't worked out. Martin, big player for the side. Someone else has to step it up to keep KC's dreams alive, and it's a nightmare for this attacking side. Sagetsu and Elite left alone. West side falls, damage on Cloud, damage on Tamazi, but the spike is in the open. They have 20 seconds left to get onto that site, and the gamble, the dice need to be rolled now. The drop down from Sagetsu, the star is there. 10 seconds left. Elite's gone, and with him, the hopes of this round have fallen. 13 to 10, 2 to 1. GX carry on in the lower bracket. KC, they started at the top, and now they're here. Tamazi sending his former team out.
The man at the beginning of the day who said, you know, I don't know if there's much when it comes to playing against KC. No bad blood, no looking to try and take them down. That reaction says otherwise. He was dropped at the beginning of this year, or I guess the end of last year, picked back up by GX, and he is one of the main reasons, top of the board, as to why they are sent out of this competition. It is a rough one for the side of Carmine Corp, a team with high expectations, a team with a lot of experience, but there were definitely positives. They took a win home earlier in the tournament. They went toe-to-toe with the brand new super team, and they have proven themselves fighting tooth and nail. Kickoff is always brutal. There is always casualties, but I'm excited for this team going into stage 1.
Kickoff ends early for KC, and it's a tragic sight, but someone like GX showing us the improvements that they've made. This roster looking promising. Sure, Tamazi, top of the scoreboard, a big factor in this. You have to look across the stage. Someone like Martin, big numbers put through, big plays. We like what we've seen from KC, but it wasn't enough this time.
It's always brutal. Still smiles. I think they know that although this is a first falter, there is still a long way to go in this year. But this is the team that have taken them down. A rough start in this tournament. But we see the response, we see the resilience, and I think that's the thing I've enjoyed most about watching GX so far, is the fact that at times they've gone down, at times, like, I think they lost 5 out of 6 pistols in this game. There's always been responses, reactions, adaptations, and they are looking like a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, they are now another hat thrown into the ring. I don't know who is going to come out on top at kickoff. And with that victory, and with KC going out, I think Giant X are starting to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's going to be a long run for them to make it back up to the top of the teams. They're down in that lower bracket. It's a grueling run.
It's a long run.
Yeah, with teams being very close to each other in terms of level of what's brought to this stage. But defeating a squad like KC, especially on that final map, something they hadn't shown before with Aang leading the charge, it's an impressive feat, and one that no doubt a player like Tamazi is happy to have claimed. It seems we've got Tamazi standing by down on the stage with Yinsu. Let's get his thoughts.
Thank you very much. That is right. I am now joined by Tomazi from GX. Now, Tomazi, there is something about this kickoff tournament. You're always good individually here. We saw you last year as well. I got to ask, it's got to feel very, very good to beat your former team, right?
I mean, first of all, I feel really happy because I think we showed how we play in scrims for the first time. And I think we showed that we have a lot of potential and value in our team. And I will not lie, of course, I'm happy to beating KC because, I mean, they didn't want me for next season and of course means a lot for me. But I don't really care because when I was playing, I was not thinking about that. I just want to win with my team because I really love them. And yeah, let's see what will happen now.
Yeah, you deserve it, you know. You guys have worked really hard. You deserve it. Now, it does feel like when you first came into Tier 1, we thought maybe we see the duelist side of Tomazi. Obviously, that didn't really happen that often on KC. And coming onto GX, you keep innovating. You know, we see the Astra. Maybe the first time you played it didn't look super comfortable. But now you look very, very comfortable on your new role. How would you compare having to do these things compared to what you did on KC?
I think for me, when I played in KC, I think I kind of learned because of Eng and Zeish, all the stuff. I learned how to play all roles in the game. And for me, when I started playing with Giants as Smoker, in the beginning, literally like first 2 days, it was kind of weird for me. But then it was like, I love this role. I want to play this role because I really feel comfortable. So yeah, I think I will keep to playing this role.
You got a particular Smoker agent that you like the most?
I think I'll say I really like Omen because I can show my aggressive part a lot. So I think I'll say Omen, yeah.
I don't want to traumatize you, but I want to ask you about Bind, because this could have been a 2-0, right? There was a world, this was a 2-0. So in that last round, before we went to overtime, you know, it felt like maybe you were fighting for a Cloud's ultimate in Bath. Was that the plan? Is that something that threw you off? And why did you think that you lost that map?
I mean, I think we lost that map because we couldn't close the game, of course. But the last round, I remember we wanted to kind of bait them to take TP and fight them because they did like 5 rounds ago that they took TP and fight them. And I think I was kind of too far away. I couldn't help my team. And they just died on showers, and then yeah, it was like 4v2. It was kind of unwinnable. But yeah, we're just trying to bait TP and fight them, but they fight only from showers. So yeah, it doesn't like it.
And of course, you know, sometimes when you're on this stage, sometimes it's very quick, it's a 2-0. Sometimes you have to be here for a long, long time. It felt like you did that on KC as well. You had a lot of experience of playing overtimes. Do you think maybe that, alongside, you know, players like Purple and Cloud, helps your team, that you can grind the games out? You know what to do when it goes to map 3.
I mean, I think, for example, me, Runner, Purpo and Cloud, I think we played a lot of overtimes already here in this stage. So I think it's fine. And when you come back to overtime, it's even better feeling. But I think, yeah, I think Kirill Cloud, it's a really good leader, and he can pass the experience, for example, to West side and for everyone, and I'm really happy about that. So yeah, I think he helps a lot.
And very last question, I believe you played the winner of Apex versus Liquid next, and I've heard you say some pretty nice things about Floor in the past. You've never played against her before, so if you do end up facing Apex, what do you think about potentially playing against Floor?
My honest opinion about Florcent is I think she can be easily one of the highest ratings because I saw like the way she shoots in like highlights in ranks, and I played like some pracs against her, and I think she's really good individually, so I actually want to play against her, so let's see.
Oh, I love that answer. Thank you very much, Tomazi. Congratulations, enjoy it. We'll see you back here next week. But that is not all the Valorant we're going to see today. There is another elimination coming out right after this, and it is between Na'Vi and Fnatic. We'll see you in a bit.
Runner, my goat! Bro, I'm dancing around the side, bro. Bro, Runner, I swear, bro, if I could, I will literally slap your ass, bro, right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I got Billy here with me, and we're joined by the IGL of Giant X. It is Cloud. Now, Cloud, massive congratulations. That was a crazy game out there. And I just had a chat with your teammate, Tomazi, on stage, and he gave a lot of credit to you. He said you're a great leader, being able to help your team through times like this. And of course, you've been in a lot of overtimes. This is not new for you. You've been in a lot of maps where it goes a very, very long time. So do you feel like your experience and your role as a leader does help your team to make sure that you win in those situations?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. But yeah, actually, like the more official you play, the more experience you grow, and yeah, that's it. I'm just thankful that I have great teammates that they're working even harder when they're losing, and they're not giving up. And that's it.
We also saw Pipson laugh a lot today, like in a nice way. Usually, you know, we see him on the camera, he's quite stressed. He was really chill today. He was laughing, he was smiling. Was he like that behind the stage?
I mean, we had problems with playing the same as Prax on officials. So, and that's why Pipson was like a lot of times stressed because of that. And we had a talk after the last game. And I think this talk actually helped us a lot, going through the like emotions and mental part. It was mostly about our mental part, that we couldn't like cross this border on officials, you know. And today we actually crossed it, and it was great, I think.
Yeah. You look great. You look great. I don't want to again like bring up any old wounds because it just happened. But on Bind, could have been a 2-0 today. It feels like. And yeah, Tomazi kind of tried to explain a little bit on stage already, some context. But I want to hear from you, considering it felt like your team was trying to get you the orb in showers towards the end of that map, and then it ended up going overtime because you got bombarded and completely destroyed by all the util, the gecko molly, and then the deadlock grab. And then it ended up being overtime. What was the plan in that round? Was the goal to just get you ult?
Yeah, it was planned like to get a shower, but it was pretty safe because we started 4 and it was like against TP and stuff. So basically, I think we didn't spend util how we should spend them, like in showers, because they broke our flash, and I think our people just didn't expect that they're gonna actually commit till the end to the fight, and that's it.
They did it a couple of times. I felt like they were kind of liking just throwing a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, they did it once on our first buy round. Actually, game was close, but they won both pistols, which is like kind of 4 rounds. So I think in that case, I can say like we kind of dominated buy rounds from them, and that's it.
I mean, once you watch it back as well, I'm sure you're gonna, you know, have a lot of things. But it was a great match. We were very, very entertained. The next game is also gonna be an elimination match, and this one is between Na'Vi and Fnatic. Now, Cloud, I'm sure you've watched a lot of Na'Vi versus Fnatic. I feel like this is a mainstay in Valorant in general. But the interesting thing is, this game usually happens a bit later. You know, like maybe a lower final, maybe a semi or something. Point, and this is the first time ever we're going to see these two teams actually try and eliminate each other in round 1. I'm going to ask you the $1 million question, Cloud. Why do you think we're seeing them so early on? Why do you think they were both kind of not doing great on their opening games?
I think like for Na'Vi, it's mostly like they have a couple of rookies guys for the first time on VCT in Tier 1, and they couldn't show themselves. But for Fnatic, I think for Fnatic it's just teams that are surprising a lot and actually a lot of good pickups from tier 2 that players are skilled. They're just going, no strats, no util, you can just go kill 3 and you won the round. You know, in the end of the day, it's a game about mechanics, you know, and if you're not shooting good, you lost. No matter which strats you have.
The cracked aimers, you feel like.
Yeah.
You think maybe Fnatic don't have enough aimers right now?
Right now, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, you have to think back to, you guys got put down to the lower bracket by BBL, and it's the same situation for Fnatic as well. So I hear you when you're saying it is just cracked aimers at that point.
Yeah, there's no scenario where Boaster should be top fragging. Let's be honest. Like, I'm just gonna say it.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it how it is. Earlier, I did actually get a chance to talk to one of the newer members of Na'Vi. Here's Hero. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by a returning face here at VCT EMEA. It's Hero from Na'Vi. Now, the last time we saw you in this arena, as in before this tournament started, of course, you were a winner. You lifted a trophy on the stage. So tell me what's been different since, you know, what's it been like in the off-season and also joining Na'Vi as well?
I mean, it was a good feeling, like winning trophies, obviously. It makes me happy. Like, how has it been? Like, off-season was, like, relaxing, I would say. Just like taking a break, like focusing on like other things, like hanging out with family, and then coming back is like, I mean, the first game was like a little bit of like a reality check, I would say, like learning phase, I would say. It like set like the standards of like what we need to do and like what is like actually expected and like what is expected from us.
I mean, of course, you just came in here and started playing Omen and Vice. So is it true what they say that when you join Na'Vi, you know, under an IGL like Angel, you're expected to just do new things?
Yeah, I mean, a few things. Like, other than that, like, mostly the same, I would say. But a few things that will be, like, new.
Has it been a challenge for you at all? Or you just feel comfortable doing this?
It's been a little bit of a challenge. Like, I think it was the first time I played Omen, like in general. Like, I played it in like ranked, obviously, but in like scrims and like officials, like it was my first time, so it was a little bit of a challenge, but it went well.
Yeah, and how does this team, I guess, compare to what it was like on Fnatic? Because I'm not sure if you've seen Alpha said in a tier list, he was like, I got to put Na'Vi a bit higher because, you know, my ex-teammate plays on Na'Vi, and it feels like they still think of you very fondly. So, yeah, well, how different are the vibes?
I mean, the vibes are, I would say, like, similar. Like, there's definitely, like, similarities between the vibes. And, like, I'd say, like, both teams are, like good teams. Like, they have good energy. Like, you learn a lot from them. Like, in Fnatic, I had, like, Boaster, like, Chronicle, Alpha, like, Durka, all those people to, like, learn from. Now I have, like, my coach, like, Happy, like Angel, like Shao, like all these like experienced people again to like learn from, and I mean it's a good feeling.
You're just currently surrounded by great people, I feel like. And very quickly, lastly, I mean, you want to win today, right? It is still your old team, but it's a friendly. Is it friendly? It's not like a super toxic rivalry, right? It's like a nice, wholesome one.
It's a wholesome one.
That's how you feel? Okay, I can't wait to see some wholesomeness on stage, and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
I mean, we just saw Tommazi take down his former team, so maybe a bit of a theme when it comes to Hero. But yeah, as we remember, Hero, he came to Fnatic as a sub, and then instantly Billy just win the trophy here in EMEA. I think some people might even be confused as to why they didn't keep him.
Yeah, I mean, Hero as a player, he has a lot to be proud of, right? He was only playing in Challengers up until 2023 and then joined Fnatic as a stand-in, but was such a main pinnacle point of their road to champs, right? Like, we can't forget about that. So yeah, I think given the fact that he's only 18 as well, he has so many accomplishments to be proud of.
Well, what are your thoughts on Hero? What do you make of him?
I mean, when you are joining the best team back then, of course you're gonna be the fifth one, the best player, and that's it. That's all what I can say. Like when you are sitting with the friends and they're all rich, you're gonna become a sixth guy who is gonna be rich. So it kind of happened to him, I think, to be honest. Because when you're joining the best team, you're getting the best experience. You're you have confidence that you're in the best team and you're becoming a great player.
Built up for success, right?
Yeah.
Built up for success. However, when it comes to successes of this year so far, Billy, it wasn't great for Fnatic, and they had a very good opportunity last week to take a win if it weren't for the fact that another team made a comeback against them on Split. Who would have thought? What era are we living in?
I know we talk about the 9-3 curse, but the 9-3 curse actually going against Fnatic. I mean, I do want to say Crashies did have a great debut in that series. You know, his supportive utility was really, really good, but often uses to delay BBL rather than set someone else up, I want to note. But yeah, no, I think that BBL, they were just able to find gaps in Fnatic's defense, which allowed them to get kind of back into that split map. It was just, I mean, that closing round as well, it was kind of poetic for Vax to kind of be the stand-in to end up closing out. So yeah, tough one for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Vag, for me that day, probably the best player on the server. He had a great performance too. Let's talk about Na'Vi on this other side. We also saw some stuff from them as well. You're familiar with Lotus. If you want to turn around super quick, what do you make of this, Cloud?
I don't have to turn around. I know their comp.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I have like so many different thoughts about their comp because mostly on this map you want to fight for the area and their comp is pretty weak for the fighting. So I don't like. Me personally, I don't like this comp, but however, they have some good ideas which they want to execute, and it's needed to be executed.
You would expect a team like Fnatic to be able to exploit this, right? If they go to Lotus, if they see this, they might have some ideas.
Yeah, of course, of course. If Na'Vi, for example, will keep the comp, I think they will find something for sure.
Okay, for me, I just feel like when it comes to the comms, we'll talk about it a little bit later with Mavitos, is that it'll be the first time the Na'Vi don't have that Ascent. Historically, whenever Fnatic play Na'Vi, the Ascent just always goes to Na'Vi. They have a nice time. They can actually be able to push it to map 3. They win. I think they've won every single one of their Ascents. That's not in the pool today, so it'll be very interesting to see what maps we're going to get out of them. But also there's two, of course, new duelists in this head-to-head. We've seen so many crazy duelists on both of these teams in the past, and we're currently living in the Koala versus Kayak era. Cloud, what do you make of this head-to-head?
To be honest, both great players, but I've seen how Koala Noob played, and he's kind of from the first game. I really like how he played. He performed good. He didn't feel like a lot of pressure on him, and I see from him insane potential in the future, to be honest. So I'll give my point to him, to be honest. From the other side, I don't see Kayak like doing the same great things which he did in Tier 2, for example. Like, I think he has some pressure on him right now, and he cannot unleash himself.
Also, you're filling in Durka's shoes, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the hardest job in the world.
It's
hardest job in the world.
Course, yes. Because Durka as a player, I think he's like doing a massive job for his team, you know? He's doing a lot of things. So losing player as a Durka, it's pretty hard to replace him.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think that the Kayak that we've seen in Challengers last year, I mean, granted, it was Apex. They were dominating absolutely everyone. Yeah, we've just not really seen him come alive just yet, and he is that player that is known to have Langers. We've seen it at Ascension Grand Finals against Pacific. We're seeing it now in his VCT debut, and I just really hope that he can warm up to the stage. As for Koala Noob, get him off the stage, please, for the love of God. Get my guy off the stage. I want to see him on Duelist. I want to see him running it down. He was so explosive.
Yeah, one thing that probably we won't see him on, which is the Tejo, because Angel has, you know, decided that he will be the one playing it, which is not super surprised, you know, given what Shao was doing as well. And Alpha on the other side, it's not Chronicle or Crashies playing. Cloud, do you think this is a good idea? You think this is the right players to play Tejo on their teams?
To be honest, yeah, I think for Angel it's good. He just throw missiles, throw drone, and go in. You know, for him it's pretty simple. For Fnatic, I don't remember who played.
Alpha. Yeah.
Yeah, I think to be honest, that's weird for me because I'm pretty sure like Chronicle or Crashes could play like super good, and Alpha just play duelist.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I want to also agree with that. I think the way in which Alpha was using Tail, don't get me wrong, it was good. He was able to kind of delay plants that the other team were trying to put down, but I just think that like he's not able to follow up off the back of Tejo's utility, right? So like he's not being able to go in and take those aim duels, which is what we know Alpha for, his aim duels.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been a week and we haven't seen him play ISO. you know, out of all the things Fnatic should be doing, I think I'm with you two here. But this is the thing, just like the first match we saw, elimination is on the line here. If they want to make it to Masters Bangkok, they gotta survive another day. So let's bring the teams out onto stage. Here is Na'Vi and Fnatic.
With me.
It is the 11th time in the history of Valorant that we're getting treated to a Na'Vi versus Fnatic. If you won there for the first 10 times, what were you doing? But you're here for the 11th, and let's take a look at the map vetoes and see what these teams want to ban and take away and select, because like I said, these teams have played against each other a lot of times, so we've pretty much seen them play every single map in the pool at this point. And Billy, Fnatic are gonna ban the Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not too happy with their performance against BBL the other day. Perhaps it is Alpha being on that Taeho and not being able to set Kai up in the way in which they wanted to, that they're just going to decide to completely take that out the pool. Fracture picking into that one is no surprise for me, but Haven leaving that as a decider, that could get tasty if we do get to that point.
I am absolutely floored that Na'Vi has given Fnatic both Fracture and Haven. Because surely, Cloud, you ban one, right? And then you give him the other. You don't give them both.
To be honest, for me, Vita looks like a Navi.
Oh, okay. Explain why.
Navi have been pretty good on Fracture back then. They were playing pretty good, and so I do believe that they are still understanding how the map works. Pearl for Navi, I think is pretty good because Kala Noob is gonna unleash his op finally, and then Haven, yeah, it's debatable, but I still do believe that. I mean, it's 50-50. Let's say like the decider map is 50-50.
I agree with you on Pearl. I think Pearl, fantastic pick from Na'Vi. I think Fnatic should anticipate that if they ban Abyss, a team like Na'Vi is going to pick Pearl. Give you a bit of stat, Na'Vi has never beaten Fnatic on Fracture. So that's why I feel like it's a little bit skewed.
I like it, but I feel as though the Fracture that we've seen from Fnatic the other day, it's just nothing new from what we've seen from them in the past, which can be easy to combat.
Okay, and we are getting another Taeho on Alpha. I guess we're not going to see him on the duel list. It's just not happening. On the other side, Shao on the KO as well. What do you guys make of this?
I am happy to see Boaster back onto the Astra and the fact that they've moved Chronicle onto that Killjoy. Chronicle on Killjoy though, I'm intrigued to see how it works, and I know that we were just kind of having a little bit of, oh, was Alpha really the right person to play Taeho? For me, it really just depends on how they're going to be able to set Kayak up on that attack side.
I think it's a crime that we have Shao on the server not playing Sova. But Cloud, we got a Pansy and Mini casting. Would you like to toss it over to them? They're waiting for you.
Good luck, guys. Make casting really good. Like, I will watch.
I like that. That feels very motivating. If Cloud's watching, then the pressure is on. Thank you so much. And we've got to say it, this is a high-stakes game. One of the pillars of EMEA will crumble today. Now, looking at that map veto, surface level, I feel as though if it's time for Fnatic to look good, it's got to be now.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud coming in with what I presume is some scrim bucks on Na'Vi, but from my point of view as an outsider, letting Fracture and Haven, which look like Fnatic's best maps.
Yes.
I mean, Haven last year was, you know, they were the best in the world at it. Let's not beat around the bush. Fracture's been a historically amazing map for them, so...
I don't know if last year they were the best on Haven.
Built in a trap. They've got something prepared for Fnatic today.
Like, they are historically a good team on Haven, but...
Obviously, Fnatic against BBL and
best is
Na'Vi
like-
against Carmine Corp, but
I'm not
trying to
sure.
pick up the pieces, right? These two teams came into this year with high hopes, big roster changes, and new looks. Now they got to stick the landing. Fnatic, of course, on the attacking side. Na'Vi on the defense. We are seeing that agent swap coming in as well. The addition of Teho. Got to see how that looks. I'll be touching base with you and your thoughts towards it, seeing Alpha in that sort of role.
I've seen a very scripted pistol round from Fnatic here. Both are kind of special. We got some pressure towards B and then some pressure towards A. I'm not sure where the eventual end is coming from. Looks like it's going to be a B split, which is not bad on the pistol round, going through that tiny choke point. You don't get sprayed down. Big kill from Chronicle.
Yeah,
Traded
lovely.
Out.
Chronicle's been a bit of a star as well as of late.
It's all down to Hero.
Yeah, and he's just been swept aside. There's not much you can do. You're hoping for silver linings at the best. But Blant's going to be in. Down to 3, make it 2. Koala, Noob, and Xiao going to have to try and suffer through this. Can they cause some problems? Or is this post-plant simply too strong? We've talked about post-plant utility. It's deadly here, especially with Teho coming in. Everything else on top. That's not even mentioning Crashy's involved into this. Boaster involved. You can just leave, you know, your Yoru just kind of posted forward, take a bit of contact, kind of play off the back of it, and they have no idea, really. They have to get past the first hurdle. They're trying eye up the second or the third, but yeah, this is looking clean from Fnatic, looking prepared here. And Xiao, well, he can make a go of it, but you can already see the stall is there. Xiao's options, after getting 2 kills, looking 0 to none. Gets a third for himself, so not bad, but Fnatic with the first.
Yeah, that post plant, I know he's in the crowd today, Mr. Durka. That reminded me of a Durka-style post plant where we'd always leave him deep into a site, and then everyone else is just, let Durka do what he wants, and then we just play for post plant, so shout out to Mr. Durka for that one.
Go one game without mentioning Durka. Impossible
no,
for Mini.
I gotta bring him in.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's true. He is here.
It was a good pistol though. I liked the layers coming in from.
Sorry.
I'll leave that one. For
Even the crowd's jeering at them. Right.
It's gonna start a riot.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit rowdy. Bloody hell, Tech pause this early. It's Fnatic. See, now you get to enjoy the other side of Fnatic.
Yeah.
They've spilt something. Yeah. Knew it all along, Mini.
Who was it? Who's getting fined?
I'm trying to see which admin's like closing in. I don't see anything yet. Angel.
Locked in.
Has he blinked yet?
No.
There's still no blink. Absolutely no blinking. Hopefully we can get an update as to what the issues are. But let's kind of talk about this then, because, you know, we do have the beauty of having Fnatic's ex-coach in here getting to witness this in an elimination game, right? Yep. The highest stakes possible. Obviously, if you're Fnatic, losing out to BBL was not the start you were looking for, but I think it was the fashion in which they lost that worried people. And I think it's a fair worry. Do you think they are quick fixes? Are these things that are going to take time? Where is your mind going? Put yourself in a position now. You're coming into an elimination game. Are the things that you saw in that first series still a worry for you now? Or do you think they are things that you could have fixed during that time?
I mean, the things I saw, I would be able to fix.
So happy you said it.
I don't know if they're going to spot the same weaknesses. I think that they did. I spoke to them after the game. Sure. We saw each other in the lobby. It seemed like they did have a pretty good clue as to what went wrong. They were like, what, 9-3 up on a defensive split. We probably having a bit of a different conversation if they didn't just absolutely inch their defense on a new level. So one thing that does worry me a little bit is the kind of standard approach. Like, they haven't rolled the dice on many of these comps. And
hold on, let's talk about the meta change then, because it feels like if you roll your minds back, I always thought of Fnatic as one of those kind of like mad geniuses when it came to these compositions, right? They'd come up with something super quirky, roll the dice, and it actually looked quite good with them, very creative and taking risks, and it landed. We didn't see them instantly go to the Teho. They kind of stayed on that sort of ISO idea that they had, a little bit of a different look. What do you make of that? What does that kind of say to you, bigger picture, that they don't believe in the new meta? I mean, they're running something pretty meta-y right now.
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy this. Pearl is one of those maps where I personally don't have the hardest read on how I'd surround the Teo, but I still like the Teo enough that I'm happy with what they're doing. I think it's just they are kind of risk-adverse in a way that, like, the way I approach 2023 with the super team is that we needed to win as much as possible, as low variance as possible.
Okay.
So we wanted a consistent strategy, and that meant playing very kind of standardish kind of comps that had lots of breadth. Whereas I think that things have changed a little bit, especially after last year not hitting the same heights. And then now we've got, like, Leo's not on the team, Dirk is not on the team. It's a very different look. So I would be more happy if they did roll the dice a bit more on the Teo and lean into that. And I think Bosa's the perfect IGL for it. Like he enjoys making those kind of big XX that the Teo kind of thrives in.
And it seems that someone was listening. Production here going to give us a little out while the tech pause is being resolved. We're going to hear from Boaster's thoughts on how Fnatic are preparing for 2025.
The lessons from last year that we're applying to this new season is the lesson of having fun. I think we put way too much stress on ourselves, and we started quite late. We started in January, so we were a bit behind, and then when it came to kickoff, we weren't playing as well as we'd hoped we would be. So this year we've already prepped in 2024, and now going into 2025, we're feeling pretty good. You know, I don't feel like I have so much work to do. This year I feel like I'm already kind of cleaning and tidying up what we already have, which is always a nice feeling because it allows me to focus on myself as well.
Well, having fun's a nice idea. How do you feel about fun? Are you a fun haver in your losses? No. You're like, don't worry, guys, we had a good time. Oh, who's that? It's your favourite player? And you're like, oh, Minnie's yapping about him again.
Boaster was clapping too.
True. But let's kind of also flip the script a little bit. We've kind of spent a lot of time for Fnatic because obviously you're here. It's very easy to break into that. But on the other side for Na'Vi, I think there's a lot of question marks around them as well. That Carmine Core performance, they were willing to roll the dice a little more, right? We saw Tejo coming out. We saw them being the first people in EMEA to take that risk. Now, did we like it? Was it the best application? But Na'Vi is still one of those teams that demand a lot of respect, considering the roster here and that potential. But where did that fall short in your mind, at least in Game 1? Was there something clear enough for you? Or is it still just a bit debatable? First game coming in, too many unknowns.
I thought, to be honest, it was the defense sides that rushed back that back. Because that was my first cast, I think, trying to keep up with what Na'Vi were doing. And I think they used a different setup for 12 different rounds. So, and it wasn't like beautiful, well-tailored kind of, it was just like, oh, KO is going to be with A this round, next round B. We'll play 3A this round, 3B. Like,
What's
it
the
didn't seem
game
like they had
for
the kind of structured defense that many of the other teams do. And that's a bit of a worry for a team like this, where you've got rookies coming into the team.
Furia,
who need that
EG.
structure. And they're not the same team they
I
were,
think
where they have the
Cloud9
experience
and
to play
EMEA.
a bit looser in those moments. So that's the biggest takeaway from me. I think the other thing is they're still maybe burning the cooking a little bit sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, a little overcooking here and there.
Yeah,
I like
Furia,
the Teo,
EG,
but they surrounded
Cloud9 and
it with
EMEA.
a Koala Noob Sage and was it a Vice 2? And then Double Smokes. It was many different themes going on. I didn't quite understand what was happening.
Didn't see the method to the madness.
No.
But we've got signs out. I do like a sign. Oh, they've gone away from the signs. Apparently, though, the players are almost ready to get back underway. So thank you very much. Are they asking for a gun, buddy? Come on.
You can do that, can't you?
No, that's you.
When will Mini play? Was that the question?
I don't think that's the question.
That's a good one.
I don't think that's the question at all, actually. But it does seem as though the players are ready. Thank you for your patience and the little Q&A session we had going on. Hold on, you're only here for Yinzu. Oh. Fair point. Yeah, well, it's hurt my feelings a touch, but it's cool. Just scribble my name at the bottom, please. 13 seconds, we're back underway. Thank you for waiting around. Hopefully that's the only one that we get here as we dive into the second round. And we want to see a bit of stability from Na'Vi, right? We want to see them maybe not cook a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect composition when we talk about boring standard Valorant. This is the map that they've always loved to do this on. I think Na'Vi historically are about maybe like 14 wins and 1 loss, something around that. I don't have the exact stats, but they're very good on this map and very good at playing it standard. The only interesting thing I'll note is that Angel on the Sova and Shao on the KO.
Would you prefer it flipped?
I don't think so. I don't like Angel and KO, to be honest with you. But Shao on Sova is hard to not,
not enjoy. Yeah, you're right. How do you bring that in? Now, we did see the stack coming out from Na'Vi. Predominantly over towards that B site. There was 4 players. You've already seen one of them start to lean away, that being Shao. And Fnatic are playing very slow here. This is a very slow approach to that.
It's interesting how they're going to use these double drones. A bit of inefficiency here using the Teo drone and the Sova drone in the same spot, but I'm interested to see how that works on Pro.
Revealing area.
Okay, let's see. There shouldn't be much resistance here. It is just Shao kind of chilling. And only with classics, it's should be par for the course. And for Fnatic, you want to see 5 standing. Yeah, well, good luck, Xiao. There was just the Armageddon just being thrown at him towards pit, but not the ult, just the amount of util. But the other 4 feels formality-wise. Boaster gets put to his seat. Looks like they're going to get him down.
Only the Ghost to pick up, though.
Yeah, again, you could afford to lose another. Alpha could go down, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but you do want to keep, at bare minimum, the 2 Vandals. Chronicle doing his best Durka impression. Skin-wise, at least.
Not gun buddy-wise, though.
No.
Riot gun buddy. Maybe Chronicle doesn't have one.
You reckon?
Oh, no, they get them all unlocked, I think.
Now we're getting into a little bit of a worrying time. We don't want to see anyone else lose these weapons here. Chronicle has gone down. Rook 6 cost them a great deal. Na'Vi chipping away at Fnatic's finances. That's a huge round for Na'Vi, even in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the almost best thing that they could hope for in that
Yes.
round. Without a win. I want to see how much damage it's actually caused, but that's a rough... Like, there was no need for Fnatic to lose members in that post plant, really. Like, they were set up in a position where they don't need to.
Yeah, that's a little bit worrying for me. Being punished in that sort of position.
Just some overpeaks, to be honest with you.
It's still fine. We won the round. It's fine.
That's some hope.
That's the player
That's the
mentality
hope.
right there. Don't worry, guys. Round
I mean, Chronicle's good at keeping the mood good, you know? He's good at stabilizing the mood. But yeah, as we see, 3 Vandals, 2 Sheriffs. It looks like they can buy next round, so it's not the worst, but not ideal.
Kajak's got the ult as well, so could be the emergency button if they don't have something pre-built for it. But I'm looking at Koala Noob here. His aggression was pretty impressive before, and even Cloud alluding to it, that operator that could come out to play, something to add into the mix, especially on a map like this, could be lovely. But now it's Hero actually with the Outlaw on the other side of things. But Fnatic kind of taking their time around the map.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. We've seen so much of the slow A main defaults from teams. To see a team actually come out and explore B at the start it's an interesting sign for me. I'm quite optimistic. We saw it both in the pistol as well. Trying to push up. Well, the goal would be to try and push off the jet player that is there, Koala, or even kill the turret that would be spotting, and then create kind of a question mark towards that space, forcing out Angel to keep these re-clears.
I would say there's that litter of utility. Yeah, the front line's going to be a little bit rough because for Kayak, he can just skip past it. But beyond that, you can see them trying to isolate Rooksik here, but Kayak's going to have his work cut out. It is almost a fair fight, and this Rooksik should be out of that flash, trying to pre-fire a little on the corner. Kayak's got him. Okay, so they've got pit control, but the rotations are here. 3 players from the Na'Vi side make it towards the side. Kayak again gets a line up for himself. Angel and Koala both being punished from this, and it feels like this one's a wrap. Xiao still sticking around here, but I don't know what you're meant to be able to achieve. And there's even a bit of a lurk on that too. If Boaster did decide to gap close, he does only have the Sheriff, could have gone for a bit more here. Hero trying to live up to the title, but it's going to be hard. And he cost them much. I don't know if he can. Chow starts to get closer. It's certainly not over yet. Chronicle's got a Sheriff, so does Boaster, but the time, I think, has eluded them. So Na'Vi deciding to try and keep what they have. Boaster's going to hear this. Can they recover weapons or not? I'm looking to see if Crashies can grab something. Not Crashies, I'm absolutely lying to you. That'd be Chronicle. And he does get the Guardian, I guess. I mean, it's not the ideal outcome. Boaster, can you cost him much? Nice try. He did try and get the 2 weapons at the end. Xiao catches him, but economy-wise, I guess they keep this moving, so that round 2, even though it was costly, they kind of get away with.
Yeah, I mean, a big round from Fnatic. You're taking that every single day. At the end, couldn't damage the economy enough, but I liked the exec. The ults, using the kind of Terror Salvos to give space for the Yord to kind of come out of that space. I was really worried until he did that, like what was going to happen, because they were stuck in the A main choke, Kayak had no support, and just that little kind of bit of creativity I thought was quite nice.
And we have a really early timeout, round 4 timeout. Happy's yapping away as well. What are you checking in with on round 4? Maybe tendencies you've seen or something?
He's noticed something that he doesn't like. I don't know what it is, but...
I mean, either, because this is so early.
It could be something to do with the fact that Fnatic are defaulting towards B in a way that many teams that we see right now on Pro aren't. And it could be to do with that. Like, Na'Vi did have a 3-person fight ready, and they kind of backed away from it a little bit, so it could be, it could be something to do with that. Otherwise, I have no idea. Sometimes these timeouts could be a player is not having a great time, or someone's getting frustrated, and just time out and just, calm everyone down again.
I mean, Yeah, well, it's all theory crafting now, but if we're looking at the board as well, got to say it, Kayak's having an absolute map so far. 7-3 for him. What a start here. And a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders. If you talk about the sort of shoes he's trying to fill, that is a very difficult role to walk into. So we'll see if he keeps that level of performance up throughout this, doing very well early on here in the first 3 rounds. Obviously for Na'Vi here, the 2 rifles that were kept, still in check. That's with Hero and Xiao. It looks like they want to try and apply this as early as possible. And no, I mean, big takeaway, a little bit of a tag on towards it, but dismantling it very quickly.
And Fnatic have just switched to the kind of classic A main default. I do like the fact that Boaster is getting a bit cheeky towards the B long. Like, I think he used that smoke to kind of create pressure, like you might see a Cypher do. So I like that aggression from him.
And I like that Na'Vi, though, in response, are trying to take space. You've got to take a little bit of a risk in these sort of rounds. You have the 2 Vandals to try and bring in to make some sort of impact happen. So playing as a bit of a pack here, leaving pretty much Angel to his own devices, the rest trying to stay together. The buddy system coming into effect.
It feels like they're making the right read. It looks like Fnatic are going to group up for this BX-sec, and Na'Vi are reading into it quite well.
But it's still going to be really hard to hold the site or even play retake, depending on how they want to approach it, considering that discrepancy in the economy. That's going to be a big factor. Now for Fnatic, you're arguing again, keep it clean, keep it simple on the exec. You've got a couple of lurks potentially coming in, so don't forget about that. But Fnatic need to win the site out. It's getting a little late now. 25 seconds, I start to get worried. But luckily, you've got Teho there, clearing out the corners. Alpha, gonna find Hero. Angel does catch one. Koalanoob with another. This is not out of the woods just yet. Plant should be in. Nothing to deny that, but Xiao still has that rifle. He has a good kit as well. Util's still in place. They're gonna know Crashies is towards the back of the site. That's 100% information on that. Rooksik is going to be holding this down for a second longer. Flash to the left. They're going to have to deal with one of these 2 sides. Difficult here now. Want to try and get this defuse started. Who moves first? The double swing from long. It's Chronicle to close it out. And Fnatic, even though it got a little close, keep 3 standing and another round for themselves.
Yeah, as you highlighted, I think the gun disparity really kind of showed there. I think Alpha had a round and we didn't see... Yeah, big trades from Alpha, really. Like, that is what won them around, in my opinion.
The URE is back. Now, got to bring attention to it. The big green is out and about. The operator in the hands of Koalanoob. This could give them a lot
big green
more pressure.
On Boaster as well. Huh? I thought you were highlighting Boaster there.
No. No, I'm not a believer in the Boaster op, but I've seen it before. I don't... Do you encourage that?
No. But the way to coach Boaster is you got to give him that little bit of like disrespect, and then he's got to kind of prove it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a kind of like game you play with him. So deep down, I kind of don't mind it, but you got to pretend. I had to pretend that I.
Got you. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Psychological warfare. I put on my players. But again, is that B-long pressure that he's creating with that off is like interesting. Beautiful reclear from Xiao though.
Yeah, Kayak just completely unaware of the possibility that could even come his way. The fact that Xiao just pushes out like that.
Yeah, signature Na'Vi really. We were talking about it earlier about like the idea that Na'Vi as a team, they're always going to be reclearing. Angel was born and bred from Counter-Strike, and it's a kind of Counter-Strike approach in these defense rounds.
Ooh, lockdown though.
It's a nice one. It's a deep one. I hate the one people use in A main. I like this. And you see that the Teho itself was designed to try and stop the players surviving in that space. It's quite interesting.
That's a lovely adaptation there. And
a little bit early maybe, Alpha.
Sure. But you know what, we take this scenario. Now, they are committing on this retake, however, Na'Vi. They want to build back in. Alpha is now in trouble. He eats that flash like he hadn't had his dinner, and Xiao tearing him down. That's 3 this round. Not going to get much more. Boaster, oh my god, have I spoken too soon? Is there something to this? One more bullet to bring into play, and I mean, what are you meant to do here? Time to back away. He knows it. He made a good go of it, but
He
it doesn't
knows.
matter. Round is Na'Vi's.
He's got the
from
biggest nose.
Yeah, good retake. I like the fact that they use the KO ult to facilitate the retake. I keep seeing these teams with the KO use it in situations where they just end up trying to hold, but using it to facilitate a set retake is very nice. What I didn't like from Fnatic was pushing through the pit. I think that they had the Sova ult to work with, they have the Astra Suck to work with, they got the Teo Salvos to work with. They don't need to get too aggressive in these post plants. Do the Durka post plant, get a Euro in deep, and then everyone else just baits.
Yeah.
Let Kayak work. He's having a good game. Just let
him in. Yeah, and I do want to kind of look at that as how much do they get given that sort of freedom? Is that, hold on, mid-war, Chronicle punishes Angel. Now, do they expect Koala Nu behind him? We haven't really seen Koala having too much impact yet. We were kind of complimenting his aggression in those previous series, even though it did obviously amount to a loss in the end, but Kayak's got that ult back in. I think that's the second cycle already.
I love that Angel is the one pushing it first, not the operator, not the 3 aim stars around him.
No, look.
I gotta call him out.
He leads from the back lines.
He made my first cast a bit rough.
Yeah, welcome to Na'Vi. It is a trial by fire. So you can kind of see this. There is a lot of the space given over here. Now, Koala Nu wants to keep an eye on it, and Bosa seemed very unaware that that was available. That space was there to be had. And Koala Nu is finding these little pockets to play from, these little angles. Now, they shouldn't fall foul to it again. They should be very aware there's an operator up towards heaven. Now, Hero's going to try and work behind this, but they're playing very close towards site here. Chronicle does get down Shao. Now, again, Chronicle's impact is really kicking up a gear. Ruxic is flank finds nothing, and now Hero, you might as well back away from this. Now, as it stands, got to say for me, as much as we have seen a couple of these players having good games, overall, Chronicle to me has been the standout. It feels like there's a fire underneath him. Now, I don't know what it is. Yeah. You roll your mind back even to their game against BBL. He was their impact player in my mind. And it feels like Chronicle is now, you know, really picking up his impact. But we are seeing Kayak in that kind of 1-2 spot with him a little bit here, but still, 5-1, I just feel that was an Angel round.
Well, yeah, 4v5. The B site is so difficult to retake, especially when you got the operator. Alpha had his Armageddon, we had the server.
Bro, I just pushed B like a crazy tank, bro.
A crazy tank. But yeah, what you're saying about Chronicle is interesting. I was here for GCC with big man Sliggy, and I did get to catch Chronicle and talk to him about the team a little bit, and he said that it was going to be the old players he thought that was going to be the defining factor in the team. That him, Alpha, and Boaster were going to have to kind of, you know, keep up a high level. I don't think he meant that in a way as disrespectful to the other players, but more like
they have to step up. We're seeing at least in his regard. And we do start putting question marks towards Na'Vi. This is their choice. And if you looked at the map veto, you'd imagine Pearl would go Na'Vi's way. And if you're going off historical stats, Fracture, Fnatic, and maybe even Fnatic as well. But as it stands, Fnatic have a point to prove, really.
Yeah, it seems like Na'Vi don't have an answer for this B-long default that Fnatic are throwing out.
No, the only thing that's been working so far is Chao, it feels like. This time around, Chao's still in the feed, but it's Angel joining him. So a bit of a fight towards the B site. But the map control is still in the hands of Fnatic. They have so much space towards middle. They can pivot. They can leave Alpha to be that one to kind of split right down the middle, these two sides. How much space can he take, though?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not too sure what the call is for Fnatic here. It's not an easy one to solve.
No, this is just mid-rounding, kind of pull away what you have, get that information.
I always cringe a little bit going through B-Link, but
well,
down to Angel.
It's Angel. Oh. It's Ruxic. And they're fine, making it through the choke point, apparently. They've got to know there was another here, yeah. I think they're very aware of Ruxic, but that second is nuts. Alpha just got beamed down, beautiful in the end. Seemingly took Ruxic a little too lightly and got punished for it. Second for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Ruxic is a player, like, initially in Na'Vi, I don't think he's shown his full potential. I had him down as potentially the best smokes player in EMEA when he came into the league.
That's high praise for him.
Yeah, he's a very solid player. He's made me mold in many practices that we've had with his former team. I think that once he gets comfortable, he's going to be someone later in the season that I think is going to keep popping off. Hopefully it's now, and we can see some more brilliance. but maybe not fully comfortable yet.
Ooh, Ruxic. Oh, we talked about him just a moment ago. So scary, and Boast is being pushed here too. He's got to have heard those steps. There's no way, and especially with
The adaptation from Na'Vi is they're saying we don't want you to take B long. We're going to take it from you.
And look at the util dump though, littering the ground towards A. There's a lot for them to try and get through. Fnatic maybe looking to try and expand through Art or find a little bit more information. Alpha trying to maybe pave that way.
I would have liked to have seen Fnatic accelerate off of that. Like, I think Boaster was smart enough there to realize that Na'Vi were putting a lot of pressure towards B long, probably 2 or 3 people potentially, and we could have got a split.
That timing is crazy.
Hold on. It's not Angel this time.
Obscuring vision.
A bit of a setup between the two here.
They found the
That's one
rotate.
forced away. That's Koala.
And they know about 2 people.
Tagged by, I think there's the Owl drone there, but hey, you still got Shao close enough by.
The turret in mid was preventing them from doing anything through the doors though, so that'll be it for the aggression.
So we're looking back towards the site itself. A little bit of later presence probably from Angel coming in, but Hero's happy to take contact towards the site. He's got Ruxic towards Pit. He could get overwhelmed here. Dart's going to get at least a ping on it. Angel does find Alpha. That's going to deny the support system. He could take steps forward. Shao might fill that space, but Kayak's one on the site. Fnatic starting to try and build some security here. They don't have pit control, and they don't have art control either. The site starts to feel
that flash was insane.
And it's all on Crashies. That's just too much to deal with. Na'Vi winning all of those extremity fights.
Yeah, they kind of double lurk through Art there. The first attack came through and then a little bait, and they go again. They caught Fnatic completely off guard. I do think that, like I said earlier, they were a bit too slow towards that A site, and then even their exit itself was a bit too slow in my opinion.
That's going to shatter the cache of Fnatic. It's just Sheriff's out and about for them. That's going to be rough. A little bit of light shield, but
10 seconds left.
I wouldn't have hated a timeout right now, just because the momentum. You can feel the momentum has shifted.
See if that.
I mean, Navi got some crazy timings on that round. The fact that
quite a lot of
Fnatic doesn't push harder once they know about the 2 people on beating.
Already A main control
just
as
denying
well.
some of these orbs that are coming.
The fact that Hero gets one, the fucking insane flash from Shao.
Does have the smoke to dip into, but I think he's got to respect this. There's a lot of pressure there. Now he's got Shao by his side. Maybe they could have a little glance back towards it.
Yeah, Fnatic just using the fact that they've got the weaker economy, so getting kind of into these close spaces towards the center of the map sometimes can be a good way to kind of pick up a gun, but Na'Vi aren't going to be there to be found.
Okay, so they spot one. Do they figure out the rest? Feels like a puzzle they're just trying to piece together, but they are picking the right side of things, but they don't have Ruxic. This is madness. Look how far Ruxic's got. Oh! Kron with a stunner, leaving Koala Noob in a lot of trouble here. He can try and... Oh, there's no real safety. This is really nice.
That
this
recon was
timing.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was
from Art.
Okay, Crashies. All right, let's yeah, a little more of that, please. Angel, Hero, and Shao are probably baffled that this has occurred. This was never the round that was meant to be a threat. But now, they're on the chopping block. Kayak, the one to push forward towards Pit this time.
Big post plant Utsu as well.
Oh my fucking god.
Even a killjoy if we need it, but...
He has a weapon.
Well, let's see.
It's over
Shao
for
get
Shao.
invested. Does he go for it even? Yeah, I think he's not fancying the odds. Boaster does have the Vandal. It's Crashies who's still down on the Sheriff, so that's going to be Vandal taken away, at least from Boaster, but the round will be Fnatic's. And that feels like a compliment towards Fnatic to find the space, but
I don't know why
maybe a
Boaster
little too much there. What do you do?
Before.
Like why do you go hunt when you just won an eco and you can save a fucking rifle?
Need to be on 30 frags. Like he's in
dropping
a
rifle for your
if
economy
he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable,
is more annoying than dropping the last rifle on
like he is essentially just
Navi's economy.
Lost them the round, I would say.
It feels like it. That will to do a little too much. gives away just that opening of space. And there was really nowhere else for, Koala to go to. He was just kind of left middle of no man's land and gets picked up.
Fnatic have got 4 big ults to see what they've got cooked up here.
Oh, look at this positioning though. This is all in. Oh my god. Chow! He's holding this. He's sticking around as long as he can. The bravado is there. Gutsy in approach. There's members of Na'Vi here willing to fight on this one and sends Fnatic packing.
I thought they'd have a lair before where like they would maybe, if they saw someone be long, they'd send the server ult down or something. They kind of missed that lair, I think. But again, Na'Vi's proactivity again.
We know it. Even in a player advantage, I'd be surprised if they further it, but they're trying to stay together, and Alpha's not loving that. Fnatic looking for opportunities. Well, that lack of, I don't want to say a lack of discipline, but the want to do too much cost Na'Vi again.
Chronicle has drawn the rotation across, so it's down to Koala Noob here.
18 HP isn't a lot, but it is an operator. It's a big angle to play from. Lots of util still with Fnatic, though.
You are divided.
Divide's going to come through. He is ahead of that currently, but you can see it. The Littering's there. He does get at least one. Takes away Alpha, but a quick trade. Fnatic very quick to make sure that threat was nullified, but a 4v3.
It's winnable, though, with the ults that Fnatic have. If Chronicle threw the Killjoy ult right now, it could do a lot of work.
You should run.
And let's see. So we're going to have the lockdown.
I don't know if he's going to expect Angel on the flank, though.
Count. This actually could be huge. Boaster just got the timing right, but it's Angel's flank that could be the undoing of all of this, and now it's all topsy-turvy. Angel is going to get one, but he seems paranoid about a flank on himself, but the time is ticking. They've got to get a move on. Boaster just a second away, and now it's on Crashies to try and deny them. Oh no, it's gone so wrong, but the time somehow was just too close. I thought they had that.
That was crazy. There were so many elements going on there. Boaster's play, though, that was a beautiful play.
Dealing with the lockdown was incredible. And almost, I mean, he was almost the one to deny even getting that close by taking the player away from the defuse.
I do think that Na'Vi, we were talking about that proactivity, but leaving Koala by himself on the basis that Chronicle threw a molly on the other side of the map, I think that's a mistake from Na'Vi. I want to see 2 or 3 people just staying there, to be honest with you. A few rounds now where Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves, in my opinion.
But that feels like the Na'Vi way, doesn't it? Kayak just Eco-Cobra farming his way through. No sweat about that. This hasn't felt like much of a punish yet, really. Na'Vi, it feels like they're their own worst enemy at times watching these rounds.
Yeah, they've been, this half, on the VOD review, this could be very close. But there ain't time to VOD review. This is elimination.
Elimination. Yeah, and as it stands, it's Koala Noob left in a 1v5. Fnatic just rinse and repeat. That B site ready to go, and Crashy's just gonna bullet to the brain, and in zone flawless. Na'Vi should be frustrated with this, Mini. Again, when you know a game could be closer, but it's just not working out, feels almost worse than losing it in a clear-cut fashion.
Yeah, and as we kind of alluded to earlier, Pro is the map that we presumed that if it was going to go one way, it's Na'Vi's way, and the next 2 maps, in our opinion, should be Fnatic's.
Yeah. And not happy about it. Good coach reaction there. Do you miss those cameras?
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
That was good.
I need to lock in hard when we see those.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed them.
No, it was solid. Not happy is the name of that GIF that will be made. And a bit of a different look here from Fnatic. Not the same approach, a little bit of a different pace to it. Just keep an eye on where the spike decides to head towards.
I mean, Alpha's going to be able to get the Armageddon. I want to see a juicy Fnatic Armageddon. I've not been impressed with a lot of the Armageddon usage across the EMEA so far. I want to see one of these juicy ones.
You think Alpha could be the one?
It's not going to be Alpha. It's going to be the strat they've built around Alpha.
Well, Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things. Having a wonder. And Hero's positioning could be, I mean,
it's going to be some kind of fake here, and then a split, looks like.
And it's just green light. That's 3 players seen. That's huge for Kayak.
Draws out Decay as well.
And he's done so much I'm even looking at them considering, I don't think they're going to rotate, but they're looking elsewhere for a second. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. Rixik does take away Crashies, but they continue on. Koala, who couldn't quite get the knives out in time. Fnatic now taking towards the site. You're looking at this being tricky though. Does Angel make the play? No, it's Kayak again finding Shout from the back lines. This man is a nuisance. He's a bit of a nightmare. Angel and Hero. How are you meant to get around this? Kayak could be anywhere. You got Kron and Boaster in a post plant. Util going to be burnt up at least.
But Suck's still online for Boaster.
Oh, this is so rough. And Chronicle's been clean with these sort of rounds. Again, Impact. This guy is just on a heater any time. Fnatic needs a closer. Chronicle is there. 9-3. Fnatic looking like they want to make a statement here.
Na'Vi gonna need the 9-3 curse that Fnatic fell to last time.
They're going to need a lot more than that bloody curse. They need, I don't know what they need, but they ain't been having it here. There's been 3 rounds they've been able to find. And this is going to be a frustrating one, I'm sure, for them. I need to see a bit more here. I wanted to see a 3-mapper. The way this is going, it might be over in 2. But we have a little bit of a treat here. A halftime interview with Yinzu and Durka.
Apparently, the Durka buff is real as well, even when he's not in the server. Thank you very much for joining me, Durka. First of all, I gotta ask, Kron was looking insane out there. Do you think it has something to do with the Glitch Pop Vandal? It feels like he's nicked your gun skin.
Yeah, I mean, 100% my skin works always, especially in these games. Kind of like, I don't know, I had to teach him something.
Yeah, magical, magical. I think we should all pick up the Glitch Pop Vandal as well. Now, when you were on Fnatic, Pearl was a bit of a permaban. You guys never wanted to play it. So do you feel like maybe something's changed with the map? Are you surprised that this team all of a sudden want to play this map?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them right now. I'm a bit surprised that they cooked something, because with me it didn't work really that much, but I don't know, maybe it's the Tejo too.
What do you think were the issues with Pearl originally that maybe they managed to iron out?
I think I fell asleep with that map. It was too boring for me.
You're so real for that. And of course, you mentioned the Tejo, and Alpha is playing it. I think we kind of theorized maybe Kron could do it, maybe Crashies could do it. Do you think Alpha is the right choice on Tejo?
I know Alpha loves to explode stuff. Like, he loves to play Raze and stuff, so I guess they didn't let him play Raze, would let him play Tejo at least. So I think that's the reason.
You like it?
So far, yeah.
All right, you got the Durka approved. And lastly, of course, the side's about to swap. The op is going to be quite important. Boaster was opping on the attack side. Do you feel like he should do that on the defense as well?
Yeah, for sure. He's an opera. I always told him, like, if I need to drop someone the op, I'll drop him.
As wholesome as always. Thank you so much, Durka, for joining me. And let's see if Fnatic can close us out in the second half.
Wow. So you just made them go, and your strats were so boring.
Yeah.
The Durka was just like, never put me on Pearl.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do distinctly remember Durka. I had him be long for most of the pracs, and he's like,
sit on B long.
I'm so bored, I cannot play this map. I'm just on B long.
Okay.
Got a telescope, a 4,000, what is it, a 5 grand telescope.
Oh, bless him. But, you know, it seems that, at least for now, they're perfectly happy. So it was you and Durka who were the problem.
Yeah, we're the problems.
Na'Vi now on the attack, of course, Fnatic on the defending side. And away we go. So Fnatic going to have a full idea of what's going their way. And Crashies goes, I don't want to stick around.
Very
I'd like
fast
to leave.
approach from Na'Vi. To see if Fnatic go for the flood here. They could have numbers here.
We've got a whole lot of util really close by. I want to see if Crashies does commit any of the darts towards it. I think a couple of those shock darts did go in, but that's about it.
They opted for the set retake. Let's see what they've got cooked up here. They wouldn't ever be in this situation unless they got something cooked.
Close to having a yap. Alpha going to use that drone to go in, try and get a little bit of that info. We're gonna, I mean, could focus on backside. Yeah, looks like that's where it's directed towards. And then Kayak gonna fill that space, but it's Hero to take away Boaster. All the util in the world won't be able to take away all these players. Crash is down to 6, and Shao still firing. This is getting a little bit dicey for Fnatic. With Crashy so low, it's hard to find that impact. Shao gonna find him comfortably. And now the fight back from Alpha, but the time is ticking. They've got to try and deal with this now. Do they have full faith to hold it down? Angel and Ruxik digging in their heels, simplistic in approach. It's enough to get the job done.
What I love from Na'Vi, though, is what we see from a lot of teams is when they go towards B side of the map is they take B long, they hesitate, and then they go. And by the time that hesitation happens, you'll see a flood come in and there's 3 or 4 people. Na'Vi didn't hesitate and beat the flood, which puts you in a beautiful position because I'm a broken record. That B retake is not fun.
See what the buy is, because this is where we saw it kind of being a little bit topsy-turvy almost before, where it was a really costly second round for Fnatic. Can Na'Vi keep it clean here themselves? You've got Koala Noob with the Vandal.
Alpha with the Bucky. I'm impressed.
Are you?
I am impressed, yeah.
Why?
This is the kind of guy who'd be like, I'm not using a Bucky, I'm a aim god, you know what I mean?
Right. And so you think you've broken Alpha?
The change in mentality from Alpha, accepting the cringe guns. Like, that's what I want to see.
I don't know if I like it. Oh, no, don't reward this, but it's fine. It's all good. I mean, they could afford to lose these amount of players. It's keeping those bigger weapons in place. Kayak.
Spike plant.
Yeah,
But look.
Or maybe not.
Oh my good. Well, I think they can lose one Bulldog. Yeah, I mean, not the best, not the worst. You take those. You get the round. You keep the expensive items still up. But can we just take a moment to appreciate that Xiao's on 18-8, and the closest down below him would be Ruxic on 8 kills. This guy is having a bit of a series.
There needs to be like a keyword or a person's name.
A safe
one of those games.
What?
Nice! Let's go!
Where someone's got like a huge amount of frags, but you kind of didn't notice it. Because I didn't even have a clue that Xiao's just got 18 kills. You know what I mean?
Xiao's been farming. He's been
okay, never mind. I'm just a terrible analyst.
If you're just reading the kill feed, that's my job, all right? You know, that's all I do.
I didn't feel that Xiao was having a big game as this.
Fair enough. As it stands, let's see how Kayak holds up under pressure. Going to be kept in on the site, does have Boaster there as well. Koala Noob trying to string his way forward, but it's Hero to find Bo. Oh, how did he get the second there as well? Hero, lovely work from him. He'll be happy with that one. That facilitates the plant. That's going to come in, and we look at the post plant here. Crashy still has util. Alpha, I don't know how long, 27 seconds. He's got a long time for his util to come back on, so not going to be the keyest factor. Timing here is, he should be dead. Xiao should be dead, and he is. Didn't expect the angle, and Alpha doesn't need util apparently. Just the gun in his hand, and he's good to go. And now we've got distance here. Ruxic and Hero, you got much for this post plant. Early investment of the util, but is suppressed here. Has to be just the guns that they brought in on this one. Fnatic making this hurt
It's
now.
over.
This took a moment, but it's getting there. Ruxic's in a world of trouble. And dealt with in the end. Fnatic pulling this back and getting double digits so quickly.
Alpha has just bailed them out completely there. The frags from Alpha and that retake.
Yep, absolutely.
If he didn't get them, that was over. I was about to start praising Na'Vi for once again just being very simple in that approach, but being direct and fast with that B side of the map is not something we see often right now. But I think it's a meta adaptation that I want to see from
Nice
shot. To be
shot.
honest with you. Punishing these teams who aren't flooding that B side quick enough with numbers. Fnatic only had 2 people there, and the hold wasn't great. Unfortunately, the kind of rhythm now is going to be a bit different. After Na'Vi losing a round like that, is Angel going to have the kind of sense that like that could be something we can continue to work with? Or is he going to kind of bottle it a little bit? Because you can't keep rushing B, but it looked pretty good.
It did. Na'Vi, different look. Oh, the flash. How is Kayak alive? I thought that was so perfect.
This is all a ruse. It looks like another little fake attempt in
Where's Crashies?
here.
Yeah, like back in my mind, I'm waiting on the Crashies swing on this one, or if he gets pushed here. Koala Noob melted down. Fnatic were doing so good, but Alpha just caught sleeping at the wheel, it feels. Maybe unaware of the space could have been taken or not reading it right, but I quite like this. But now it's going to be noted. Angel already aware of that push out towards A main.
You should run.
Chronicle slipping back towards site. This feels where Kron's going to get a few, but he's up against Xiao, and Xiao has been just as good. Crashy is going to pick up the mantle. Looks for some more targets. Ruxic trades out. This is now going to be awkward and uncomfortable round, but Hero again blazing through these sites. Kayak's on 5 HP, but Chronicle from the back lines brings it into a 2v2.
He just needs to stay alive and wait for Kayak now on the flank.
Yeah, but the reposition here from Hero is really hard to keep a bit of a beat on. He knows that this space is clear. Surely this keeps Ruxic's eyes elsewhere. Maybe towards Art. maybe towards main, and that 5 HP should be the depth of him, and it is. Na'Vi back in with a chance now.
A bit of a messy round, but I did want to highlight there that Hero's reposition, even when he first joined Fnatic last year, I was very impressed with his lurking. Like, lurking is a very difficult trait to have, especially as a rookie player. And I think those little moments, it reminds me of a little bit of Nat's kind of style, where it's like, okay, I've been seen in this position. Oh wait, no, I've repositioned. And that was a beautiful timing from Hero, just to secure the round.
People are going to be very disappointed, Minnie, because you're not flaming Fnatic very much.
I can't.
That's what they're here
when they were winning 10-4, was it?
Well,
I can't.
It's 10-6 now, isn't it? We're seeing Buckies everywhere.
Right, let me lock in.
Yeah. Come on now. Let's get to work here. I'm kidding. By the way, feel free to be positive. They are doing good things, you know. For now, we are looking at a light purchases. If Boaster or Alpha can make
I was setting up a situation where I was like unimpressed with their B-hold, but then Na'Vi threw, so it kind of, you know what I mean?
You can't say that. People in Sliggy's chat will be upset because they can't even write the word throw.
It's different on my channel. I encourage that.
Yeah, this round, I don't want to say it's a throwaway round because there's always some danger to it. Yeah, Buckies are Buckies, but it's classics and sheriffs beyond that. But I feel like Fnatic look good here.
Buckies, again, what have they been cooking? I guess the center of the map is quite short range, I guess.
Yeah. But again, the way you made a play this map, boring. Now, thrilling. We got Buckies. We're having a sick time. Alpha's just lobbing stuff to... Oh,
he was about to ult.
Oh, God.
He has ulted.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Lock in, ladies and gents.
What on earth is Alpha Year doing? What is he doing, guys? What's he doing? In 4v5, we've got 2 Buckies and 2 Classics, and he's throwing an Armageddon down?
Oh, dearie me.
I think that might be the best ult in the game, and he's just wasted it. That's, I mean...
criminal. It is criminal.
I saw some of those ults on Abyss in his last game, and I was getting ready.
Yep.
I think Alpha needs a bit of work on some of those ults.
And there's a Fnatic timeout. Is this the chat you have?
Yeah, this is
Alpha? Alpha, what's...
If you can hear me, Alpha.
put me in. I'm going back down. Just put on the headphones. Yeah, timeout. If you do look at the string of rounds in this half as well, it has been, 2 a break and then 2, so 4-1 on this half. And when you start seeing some questionable ults, that used to be you on the camera up there. Going back to coach cam.
I missed it again.
Yeah, look, there it is. There you are. You'd be sat over there.
I preferred being alone, to be honest.
I hated my co-workers.
No,
I want to take it out of context. No, let me take it out of context. Yeah, come on, fun. I'm not blaming you. You just said that you'd prefer to be alone.
Yeah, I guess that kind of does flame Elma, doesn't it?
Elma, you had a negative impact on what I was doing and my enjoyment. Well, hopefully that's not the case now, but 7-10, let's see what the correction is.
I had to be a different person when I was with Elma. I couldn't be the stressful person. I couldn't do a Zysh.
Yeah, we wouldn't get a mini squeeze when you were there.
I had to go through it myself.
I see. Right.
I couldn't be that negative energy in the room.
7-10 now. Is there a solution for Fnatic here? Because they've hit I don't want to say a brick wall. That's a little bit too strong. But they've had a couple issues now. They've been starting to struggle it. And Alpha is going to hear the stampede. Oh dear. Okay, at least Crashies is going to have that impact and try and slow this massive pace change from Na'Vi, who just shifted up a gear. Nice off angle, but Ruxic lands it. And Durka's Vandal still does the damage it needs to. Oh, Chronicle! There's something about it! But Xiao outdoes him, keeps this in a 2v2. Plant should be up next here. You've got Kayak with that operator, tough. In a post-plant now. That's going to be spiked down. How do they play this post-plant as well? Boaster creeping a little bit closer. Hero, he's still on site. Oh, the timing! Kayak's gonna be furious as Hero does get boasted down as well. And that gear shift absolutely shattered Fnatic.
I was gonna say that the 9-3 half, that's what happened last time. Fnatic's defenses have been a little bit shaky sometimes. It's looking like it again here. Some of the win conditions not being used. I want to point out, I did watch Fnatic's off-season VOD where they played the same comp, but they had the ISO instead of the tail.
Okay.
They'd used that setup twice where Alpha was behind that box.
So that's going to be something that if you're Na'Vi, you're probably prepped for?
Using a setup where you've got to not get spammed is not a very consistent setup. To see it come out from a timeout is a pretty bold decision.
Yeah, no, bold's a nice word for it. And they're going to face the consequences to this. They have now got a broken buy here. We've got Sheriffs and a couple of SMGs sprinkled through. They do have a massive ult cycle hitting, but that'll be probably for next round, assuming that, you know, there's no like big ability to close out a round, and a stack as well towards B.
Yeah, I think that my adjustment would have been more about, I think I put one of Chronicle's mollies towards this B side of the map to help with the floods in and the delay. And then just keep it simple towards that A side of the map. Stop playing like, we're playing over, Fnatic are over-committing on A side. Again, is it easier side to retake? B, we want to hold a bit more.
And for Na'Vi, you're looking at them keeping it simple and approach. They don't need to overdo too much here. Have far superior weapons.
Yeah, if Fnatic get anything in on the round, that they do have the ults to kind of convert if they do choose to gamble that.
It would be, I guess, Crashies, if anything, to... Oh, excuse me, Chronicle, if anything, to try and start something off, but I doubt Na'Vi overpush this. You know what you're up against.
Then now from Fnatic, looks like.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind on the time here, 17 seconds, and it is Kron to get that first blood drawn, but they don't have side control and they don't have the plant. If they can pour bodies on at the right time, this could get dangerous. Yeah, and you're right, Sova on top. Crashies, we're seeing those win cons come in, but the plant does go down. Alpha trying to gap close. Crashies gets another. Catching out Hero, hold on. Maybe there's still some danger here. Crashies, you got a little bit of magic for us now. 2 kills already, only a Sheriff, and in a post plant like this, so difficult. Great tag on Rooksik. But now you look at the ults.
Yep.
Now you look at the util. He knows that this is uphill. He's got a mountain to climb. 4 bullets at best. 10 on a reload. An Angel slowly but surely should be the death of him. Na'Vi taking another step now.
Yeah, Fnatic gave themselves an opportunity there, but again, the low economy it is what it is. Na'Vi are able to close out that round. I did like the ult from Crashies. It looked like it was 0.1 second away from actually coming in with a round whip potentially. Yeah, literally just as it went down. Oh, that's brutal as well. That recon bang.
Yeah. I mean, it was close. It was close. But this half is starting to feel oppressive. It's starting to get that little bit of worry, you know what I mean? You're starting to feel like, uh-oh, we're really struggling on some of these.
No kind of change up from Fnatic. They're just relying on this kind of 3 towards the A side of the map with Kayak towards long B.
Is that what you'd go for? Ideal scenario?
Standing ahead.
I think, as I said, I want more delay towards B in case Na'Vi do pull that trigger again.
So what does that look like, practically?
Again, like the Killjoy Nano being there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Maybe Alpha needs to be on a faster rotation towards B, potentially. On the A side of the map, we need to stop getting caught front sight.
Okay.
I want to see us peel off and just delay the spike, get that recon in and get some wall bangs.
Well, we saw how close that retake was in just that previous round with light weaponry, so I feel like the theory is absolutely spot on, but a cautious display from Na'Vi. Hard to get that beat on the tempo they want to run. That's the operator heard. No surprises. And a crunch, maybe, towards
Yeah, we saw this before from, I can't remember which team it was, where they used the Savage behind, but Alpha just going for a solo play. A little bit desperate, in my opinion.
The flames kicking up here, guys. We're going to have to touch in on that, because this is not what you want to be seeing, but Crashy's now put under pressure. He does have support here as well. Chronicle trying to watch towards that main side, so both of them standing shoulder to shoulder, but do they get away with daylight robbery or do they not? Chronicle does. 13 seconds now. Na'Vi are going to be under pressure to get that spike down. Kwanu keeping the site secure, but they've lost out on main. Plant's going to be in. Kayak trying to close the gap. Where does Na'Vi go for this post plant? This is a lot of util and a lot of ults now ready to go. Where the hell do they go?
Shao was just a tiny bit late on that KO, otherwise he would have denied this Killjoy ult.
And Hero, he's fine. He's got the crosshair, spots one. Oh, the lovely push and pull between the two of them. Chronicle's the one to get the bullet in the brain of him, but it doesn't matter. Down to the last two here, Koala Noob and Xiao. All three from Fnatic on the site. Koala Noob takes away one. It's down to Xiao, who's been a monster. And time, oh, Kayak! He does have the time. He should have the defuse. And they get away with it being so close again.
That weapon switch is beautiful. I didn't expect it. The op shot straight into the rifle, instant headshot. Kayak is having a wonderful game, to be honest.
He's having a go of it, yeah. Catching up to Kron now. But that start, let's roll our minds back as well. Alpha trying to make these plays happen. I feel like that wasn't necessary.
It feels like they're a bit disorientated and they're not remembering how to play this defense. I think that fundamentally, we meme about not being good at Pro, but we knew some of the fundamentals of this map, and they're not following them right now.
Yeah, because that feels like that came down to Hero individual moments between Kron, between even Crashies and Kayak having that impact there as well. I want to see Fnatic look a little bit more solid on those foundations. We do have Na'Vi's money a little on the ropes, though. That is something to note. We've got a Bulldog out for Koala Noob. We still have that ult there for Ruxic and one off from Hero. But outside of that, this is where it gets into that bit of a crunch time. Fnatic could just squeeze the win out of this one. Off angle for Kayak. Oh, Kron, this guy. Absolute beautiful play from him. Kayak's in a bit of a spot of bother. Doesn't need to wait to get away. Does just about get away from that.
But again, if Na'Vi's strike right now is just Kayak and Boaster to hold, we're not seeing the rotation apart from anyone else.
High flash in from Shout. And they start to go. Koala Noob's already going to be trying to pressure that backside. I mean, the pre-fight just wasn't there, and Kayak is just holding it down now. This corner is just a blender of bodies. Na'Vi left in tatters, and it looked desperate from them, leaving Hero in a 1v5. No spike down, no teammates.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. Can he isolate a kill? Can he find a chance? Looking around, you've got two over towards that connector. One towards CT and one backside. This is not the place you're to go for, but Fnatic doing well here. But it felt a little one-dimensional from Na'Vi on the approach in the end.
Yeah, but not... If I was to take a gamble, like if I was to take the odds, I feel like Na'Vi were in a decent position to win that round. Kayak had to come alive once again to bail out Fnatic, in my opinion. If I'm doing a BXEC and I know there's an Astra and a Euro stuck in jail, well, I call it jail backside, whatever you call it, I'm taking that.
Okay. The other big point I have to bring up, you can't see it right now, but the money for Na'Vi is not good. I can see at least a Vandal on Xiao, but I want to see if they can get everything. I think there will be players missing.
Yes.
There'll be light shields. There will be issues coming up for them. They do have a couple of ults. They do have the Astra Divide and, of course, the lockdown with Killjoy. That's the only options they have. For Fnatic, full purchase. Operator there for Kayak. And we do have the Divide as well with Boaster on Astra. So there is that. And I think Kayak's not that far off his ult either one or two away. I'm not quite too sure. But if there's a slam dunk round you've got, if you're an RV, something a little gimmicky, you know, a one and done, maybe now's the time. You don't have any more.
It'll be off the Killjoy Astro, I imagine they're going to call something off of. I wouldn't mind seeing Kayak change position here. I think he's been B-long a little bit too much. Me forcing Dirk in practice on the B-long a bit too much. It's the same thing happening here. I wouldn't mind him going for a pick somewhere. He's got the Euro TP. It's not the same as the Jet. We can use the TP one side of the map, go for a pick somewhere else. We can be back on that B line quick enough to do anything we need to. But it looks like it's going to be the same approach for Fnatic, keeping it simple.
And yeah, there's that buy. Stinger, Guardian. They've been able to at least get 3 proper rifles.
Angel doing a little bit of conditioning towards B-long, trying to keep this Euro away. But Kayak has changed positions.
That's what you wanted to see. Whether or not it's going to find validity, we wait. That's an audio cue heard. Kayak now prepares. Stunning start. Koala Noob going down. They can maybe filter the weapon through. It's already been picked up here. But still, down to 4 players is far from perfect. And that was through middle. They don't even get space towards sides. Double face here. If they swing, they do off the back of the turret. That's nice. That's what you want to be seeing. Finally, Fnatic looking like they're getting stuff in a row here. Playing as a collective rather than individuals. But Ruxic and Angel gonna have to go above and beyond for their side. And Angel almost got caught there. But now Divide's going to go through, and the plant's on the cards.
The divide for Fnatic 2, so Na'Vi can't do anything off-site here. They're going to have to get up close.
On Kayak trying to find a victim, finding a target. You can see him trying to eye it up. Flash goes in. He's going to have to pull himself towards the site, but just going to play back in on this. Rooksik still fine here. Still trying to play a little bit closer. Rooksik gets swung. He can't do anything. Fnatic just about trying to pick it up towards the end there. Na'Vi getting very close to getting those 10 rounds, but not to be. 13-9 on map 1. Is that good enough in your mind?
Absolutely. That's Na'Vi's map pick. They took it away from them. That's more than enough for Fnatic.
Fair play. That's what we're going to leave it on. You do not want to miss the next maps, though, if this one is anything to go by.
Number one thing, boys. Trust each other, trust the calls, trust our practice, okay? Get that done, we'll f them up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is a fantastic start for Fnatic in this elimination match. They lead 1-0 against Na'Vi. I'm your host, Youngsun. I'm back here in the studio with Kakuka, and we're joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Faded. Thank you, by the way, for stopping by. You guys don't play till next week, so it's really nice to have you here with us. I'm just going to dive straight in there with that map. Of course, elephant in the room, you guys got Durke. I think everyone agree. Fantastic deal in the off-season. So there was a lot of questions about Kayak's performance. What did you make of what he brought out here today?
I mean, today he definitely seemed a lot more confident. I think he's definitely fitting into the system really well. And I think one of the biggest things is, you know, you're seeing it come out, especially with the way he's playing around the team. And on the attack side, when he's taking his lanes, taking his advantages, he definitely is showing a lot more flow on the stage now. So
yeah, and the numbers, even though the disparity is not like absolutely massive, sometimes we see performances with like 89 ACS into an outstanding plus 250, but it's actually something that you could feel in the server. And as you're saying, he fits in better with the plans. There was also some intention, and probably a little bit of those nerfs from first week are not there anymore.
Yeah, I think that clutch that he won kind of summed it up. It's such a big clutch to win as well, and I really felt like maybe last week in that situation he wouldn't have won in that situation. And also we have to talk about how this map really started for them in terms of the economy too, because so often that you see a lot of players, they don't tend to drop weapons for their star duelists. And Mosey, I'm calling you out. Floor, I would never want to see her on a classic. But you see Boaster here, round 1 classic, round 2 classic, coming into round 3, Kakuka drops Kayak this Vandal, and the rest is history.
It reminds me of the best moments of Bonker. Literally with the frenzy. Absolutely love it. But you know, there is a lot of intention. We've seen this in the past a lot with Jet, if you're going to send them in and want to have the biggest impact. But in this one especially, it makes for them to convert that bonus. And as you're saying, it's the economy that's going to snowball into those first rounds that is going to give Fnatic a lot of leverage to try a lot of different things around the map. And you know, as them playing Tejo for the first time, I think it was very good for them to have that kind of flexibility, but also relying on like the plan is going to work. It doesn't matter if I start with a classic. We'll get there.
Is that how important is that, you think, you know, from an IGL, just little details like that, having full trust, you know, in your teammate?
I mean, I think it's really important to show confidence across, you know, all your players, especially, you know, rookie players that are coming into the league. I think, you know, as you guys were saying, having a rough first week coming in, you know, I think it's all about building that traction. Once you can kind of get your, you know, younger players started in the servers, you know, your veterans can kind of fill around it very well. I think it's very indicative of the trust that you can show, and it gives the player the confidence in the first place too as well.
I'm also glad that he's added another strat, you know, Kayak Go Kill into his strat book. The book is growing larger and larger by the year.
2 pages.
yeah, 2 pages now. And speaking of things that are growing larger and larger, Alpha has been on this team for a long, long time, and he's played a lot of different agents. He's now on the Tejo, 1,000 days, by the way, on Fnatic. That is absolutely crazy, a long time.
Yeah, of course it's a long time, and some people forget just because he doesn't look as young, but Alpha literally grew up with us. He's
19.
Yeah, he's 19. But he was 16 at some point when, you know, when he joined Fnatic, and he was this young rookie. Now he has all this personality, and he still is as crisp on the server as he was. You were mentioning it, Faded, and sometimes his utility had a lot of impact. I think that the more time that you give for a player like Alpha here on an agent, he's going to get better and better, and this is just the beginning for him.
Where do you sit on the debate of, you know, Alpha should just play duelist versus Alpha should, you know, be more flexible?
I mean, I think Alpha is an extremely talented player where he can fill in so many different roles if he gets time to be able to adjust to it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was very curious about the Tejo pick, especially when you have Chronicle and you have Crashies coming in. But I think if Alma's going to do something about it like this, then I put full faith in it, because I think Alpha is the type of person where he can adjust to whatever he needs for the team. And especially if you want to remain confident in your young duelist, then, you know, you want to allow them to kind of adjust to the league too as well. Kind of allowing them to fill that space and take primary role on it is definitely, you know, very strong for them.
You can't be a one-trick.
Vitality Alpha 2026. I'm telling you.
He's just poaching.
That would be the addition.
Yeah,
you know, you already have enough duelists, and Alpha, as we're saying, he can do it all. He can be in the duelist. He can now be on the Tejo. On Fracture, are we going to be seeing him back on that chamber? He had a lot of impact, just doing what he does best. He will get the first kill, obviously on an angle that, you know, sometimes you can only take with agents like Yoru, like the Chamber, but actually last week it was more of the players that we do not usually see being the fraggers, like Boaster. Chronicle had a rough first map, and on Fracture he was completely unreal, putting the numbers on the server.
I'm very curious what Na'Vi have installed, because they chose to let this map through. They banned this map previously, and of course they played against Fnatic I think 3-4 times on this map previously. They've never really found a lot of success, and it is a bit of pick your poison, because if they do win Fracture, Haven is up next as well. So I reckon they've got something spicy.
I mean, I think that both of them left a trap open. The moment that Fnatic did not ban that Pearl, it was a very good, well-set trap, and maybe they bit straight into that. Shao on the Breach, Angel on the Fade, and Koala Noob on the Race. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. It worked pretty well last week, even though they do not have like a real Sentinel to lock down the sides. It still worked pretty well for them.
Do you like this Na'Vi comp? What do you make of this?
I mean, I feel like Na'Vi, especially the first match they played, they were a little bit more exploratory in their options and what they did. I feel like, you know, Na'Vi is kind of going for the more safer pick option right now. What, you know, the standard on this map is, you know, been seen as having the Fade Breach comp, especially with the Cypher. It creates for a lot of stability across this map. So, you know, I think meta comps are great and like standard comps are amazing, but I think especially now, seeing the recent competitions that have been going on, there's so much new creative ways, especially with the Teo coming into play. I think there's just so much variability, but I mean, if this is what makes Na'Vi comfortable, then
you
know,
respect
it definitely makes sense. I
respect it.
Yeah,
now, Pansy and Mini are casting map 2 as well. Would you like to throw it over to them for me?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, always respected Mini in the past too as well, so it's amazing tossing it over to Pansy and Mini.
Yeah.
That was pretty cute. That was pretty sweet. Obviously, it means he doesn't respect you now. But he did in the past.
He's heard the casting.
Yeah, he was like,
he's out.
Oh, no more of that. But let's. That was very sweet though. That someone.
Yeah, it was sweet. I'm gonna be nicer to Vitality, I think now. Yeah.
You were
That's how easy it was.
Terribly. They pick
They
up
were pretty
Delicate.
good,
You're
though.
like, I love them. Are you? We didn't even start.
How can there be a tech pause before?
I don't. Because look at Fnatic. Look at him. Look what's happening. Alpha's got a tissue. Yeah, see, I told you, you lot spill everything.
He spat on his monitor.
What have they done? What have you done?
Look at him, he's cleaning. He's just cleaning it. Oh, they're all clean.
I told you.
What's going on?
I don't know, but it's always you lot. You're like, oh, it's never us. We don't do that. It's always the other teams. No, it is you guys.
I never said that. I don't appreciate that at all, that impression.
Well, let's take this time then. Yeah, I love Angel's reactions to everything. See, look how many cups you lot have as well. Look at it. Look at it.
I mean, I did.
How many cups are in your room?
In prac, we did say that, like, look, if
Wear
you
a
need to go to
bin.
the toilet, you're not allowed to go during practice because you need to train your bladder for the game.
Honestly,
I tried.
I
tried.
After was it in Tokyo when
he was about to win a major trophy, and I need to go to the toilet.
He's running. He's sprinting down the stage, and me and Mike going, "What's going on? Why are we filling?"
Well, I passed him.
It's not a good look.
I was like,
"Oh, that's my player."
I was like, I want to celebrate with you, but I know he's going to lose. So
the most thrilling behind the scenes, but speaking of at least Alpha, maybe not in that sort of conversation, we can talk a little bit about this chamber pick, right? Like, let's actually discuss it a little bit, because it is a very unique go-to, right? There's a couple of teams who've been kind of looking at the chamber. I guess you could say EG at one point, but not in this map, you know. So how has this come about in your mind as well?
I think it's about, I think Fnatic's approach this year, we saw it in the off-season more so, is trying to, how do we, unleash Alpha, yeah?
Okay.
So we saw him on the ISO in a lot of those off-season games. And I know that Teo maybe isn't an unleash kind of character, but we are seeing him on the Raze more. We've seen him on ISO, and now we're seeing him on a chamber. To me, that's just saying that we know how much of a win condition Alpha as fragging can be, and we're going to lean into that. Which I don't hate, given the context of, like, you know, swaps in the team, like, not substitute, but you know what I mean, like Leo's out and stuff. Like Chronicle said, like, it's going to be the old guard that might need to kind of step up, and Alpha had a good year last year, but he didn't have a great year, I don't think. So, like, I want to see a great year from him in this kind of new role.
Yeah, it is. It is hard to pin down though what he's actually doing because there's so much variety in it.
Yeah,
as
I mean
well.
it's a bit messy. I don't love the messiness, but
I mean the whole last map was messy, but here we are.
the new role is Alpha Go Kill with a bit of Teo.
Right, with a bit of Teo.
Yeah, a bit of Teo.
Okay.
But one thing I did want to note is that, again, I'm gonna have to mention Dirk again, but like when we did bring in Alpha, it was during that Chamber meta, and I brought him in to try and play Chamber at the time. And then I asked Durka, well, what do you prefer? Because obviously he's the 10 years professional on the team. He's the duelist. He's the one that gets the choice. And he wanted to play the Chamber at that point. So we gave it to Durka instead. But Alpha was farming in those trials playing the Chamber. So
Oh, you actually trialed him in that role as well?
As a Chamber, yeah.
Okay, so there's something to this. I want to see a bit more of it, right? We have been told that it should be sorted soon. We have been lied to in the past. Hopefully not again. Because I'll start going off of script, and then, ooh, it goes badly wrong. Look at these little Fnatic posters. Do you miss seeing your face on them?
My face?
Yeah.
My face was never on that stuff, though. I wasn't on the branded stuff.
Really?
They didn't care about me. No.
I've seen stickers of you.
Yeah, the fans are lovely. When they draw... Yeah,
Oh, it's the org.
Yeah, it's the org. They don't love me. They don't want my face anywhere.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, in-game, the pause is stopped, but we wait. Boaster, I can't see the Boaster. My boyfriend loves you. I can't see that.
I can't see the front one,
It's really hard to see. Love from.
Love from.
Love from. Classic love from. Thankfully, for all of our sakes, it's time for game. Time for game. Game time. We love game time. Game time means maybe I get to go home at, like, I don't know, before midnight. We love that. Na'Vi up against Fnatic, map 2 here. And in a very serious way, this is a big map now.
Yep.
The fact that Fnatic were able to take map 1 puts Na'Vi right back under pressure. This is an elimination game. And they better be able to step up to the task here. And this is no easy map to do it on either.
No, but Na'Vi historically have been a decent Fracture team. Angel is an IGL that understands this map. It's going to be, I think if they play it like they did before, a very slow approach.
Good.
Using that south side, this underground area is going to be used a lot to kind of exec that beast site. So I apologize for the slowness, but hopefully Fnatic brings some fire on the defense and make it a bit more interesting.
Well, we can already see them taking a little bit of a wander, right? We can already see that Fnatic are being proactive, at least over towards that dish side. And it seemed like they're aware of the possibility and put a lot of faith in Alpha just to do a bit of damage, right? Maybe get one, maybe able to get back, do a little something. Does. Now the site's open.
Na'Vi do have the VOD though, so it's positions like that where just the double swing out on a chamber is like really nice to see from Na'Vi.
Seemingly very heads up. We are going into the territory of there is footage of Fnatic in these maps. Kayak trying to make his way over as well. Does have the Sheriff, but still.
Na'Vi going for a strange approach with this plant. It's not really planted for them, but they're comfortable to play in this CT area.
Smoke's down.
They've got a util for it, I guess, question mark? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'll decide on the outcome. But now the paint shell's there, the stun goes in, but the time is still in play. And this is where we might see the issues. This is where we add the question mark, and Kayak absolutely rips them to shreds. What was that post bomb?
I mean, beautiful from Kayak with the
I mean,
4K,
yeah.
but what
But
on
it could have
earth
been
are
any of
Na'Vi
them.
doing? Like, open plant, that's beautiful.
Stunning. Love the idea.
Closed plant, they've got a nade, and then they've ran through 2 smokes.
Oh, and they made a mess of the Fade util too.
I mean, those shots are beautiful,
Yeah,
though.
Kayak's absolutely had a round here.
That's what we need to
What
see
are
from
you
him. He had a good
doing?
first map, and if he continues that in the I mean, Crash,
yeah,
they're as stunned as I am.
You take him when you get him, right? You take him when you get him. But no more of that, please. Even with Angel messing up the reveal, that still doesn't feel like there was enough of a contingency. Anyway, we digress. We go back in. Na'Vi now. Hold on, no bit of chip damage here. Kayak was down pretty low initially. No one punished yet, though.
Interesting anti-eco. This is something that Fnatic used to do in the past, where the anti-eco looks strange. You got the 4 people towards the A side of the map, but the idea is trying to collect these orbs. So Dish, I think, was collected or maybe contested for. A main now taken. Fracture is a map where you have these high power ults, and there's 4 orbs on the map. In these kind of rounds, we need to look for them. There's, you know, Fnatic are expected to win this round.
Yes.
What else can we get out of this round? The orbs is the answer.
Min-maxing their way around. Na'Vi taking the tour themselves, right? Alpha's still
both
here.
teams well aware.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of protocol list, right? And Chronicle even getting a little bit involved here. Na'Vi, there's no safety to be felt. But for now, I don't want to overdo things, give themselves open chances.
30 seconds left.
So Alpha, does he get to farm on this? Good damage, but does actually convert the kill here. So they get to creep a little bit closer. He didn't decide to fall away either. And Hero has a moment of his own. And keep in mind, Kayak was low, but luckily between Crashies and Chronicle, they keep it just fine with 3 alive.
Yeah, worrying start to that hole, but all good in the end. We'll leave that one for now.
And for Na'Vi, I feel like, how much can they prep into this? Because they banned this before, up against Carmine Core, right? So clearly didn't fancy it then. You've been able to see Fnatic, I guess, play this very recently, that 13-8 against BBL. So is that enough? Is the devil you know enough to go off here?
I think so, absolutely. I think they're going to have good reads on what Fnatic are going to do. Interesting bonus round idea from Fnatic, using 4 towards his A side for a push.
Oh, I thought they were going on this one. Alpha does get at least baited on the corner, but he's in a... Oh my god. Commitment to that. He's a lucky boy sometimes.
Na'Vi sensed that kind of push on the south side and opting for a dish kind of group. Again, this tiny choke point as our finisher is not something I love, but it is going to be down to Boaster.
Hero could sell them a wondrous fake too. They're going to start putting the pieces together because Boaster is on this side, but Boaster's got to go above and beyond for his side. Doesn't give away the game on the first, but he's been... I thought he'd been seen, but Angel caught in a daze, just hazy on the cross. And Crashy's trying to at least maintain positioning here, waiting for that support system to come back into play, but Koala Noob already isolates one. Kron keep it in check, and Fnatic just working this out as they go through, leaving Hero, who could have been pivotal, irrelevant. But he can at least make it costly. Here you go.
The plant is open. Is it open? I don't think so.
I don't think he's got much on this one. No, they were so ready. Little high-low setup there.
It was an open plant, so he had a chance there. I think, yeah, Fnatic had everything in that round. Having control of that south side of the map whilst Na'Vi come out and dish. They got a tiny choke point to come out of. In the post-plant, where are they going? They have to go back through where Fnatic space in that A main. To me, that's a worrying sign for Na'Vi.
It's not the map you want to see them having any sort of worries on either. You'd want to see them hit the ground running. If you wanted a close affair, you're coming off of a 9-13 loss, which is still a very competitive game. But if you've got that slow start here, a little bit worried, and now the money's going to be a bit shaky. So you're looking at 4-0. It's really easy to get that spiral against you, especially when they're converting bonuses.
Yeah, I want to see just a fast direct strat here based on the economy for Na'Vi. It looks like we might...
Leave them no escape.
Thought we were going to see it. Not going to call it.
You thought you were going to see something fast from Na'Vi?
Yeah, unfortunately. They're just being very careful about the idea that they know that Fnatic like to go for those aggressive defense pushes. So they're just making sure that everything's settled before they go for anything.
Right there.
Chronicle's getting that ult so quickly as well. The crunch is coming in. Crashy's not going to stick around too long. So just to get contact and fall away towards site. I guess you don't want to really leave a weapon that's so easily recoverable, at least on your own. But now fighting together might be the answer. Kayak's now here. And the flash, and you can see there was a real trade on this. There was a real bit of threat on that Koala Noob. Anyone from the Americas given a stinger looks twice as deadly as anyone from EMEA, but still, Chronicle's fallen. Hold on. Na'Vi given it an inch, and they've taken a mile. They've got all the Vandals now. They've got all the chances now, and they find Alpha as well. A thrifty conversion here. The pay safe card thrifty to boot. That is perfect for them.
Yeah,
what just happened?
Fnatic went for some re-clear of dish, jumping up, like into those tight corridors with the gun advantage. I feel like that was a mistake from Fnatic. Something that they've obviously cooked up as a protocol to the A crunch that we saw. But traditionally, you just see teams control that A main space and just fight for that, and then leave the site. So I think a mistake from Fnatic there.
Nice!
I know, easy to say, like, they lost the round, but, like, genuinely...
A question mark. Yeah, a real question mark. Oh! But Alpha's gone down on the other side, and that's actually where the more important part is. I guess Hero, he knows there's more. He absolutely knows there's more. Ah, so close here. Now, in the meantime, that beast... Oh! Big boy Hero backhands Kayak. I've been in your shoes, boy. I got this one. Plants in. Navi's got that sight on wraps as well. I don't think Boaster and Crashies have much to do here. Back it away, keep the Bulldog and Vandal, and look at the next round. Maybe make it costly if you can, but as it stands...
I think they just need to save.
Saving is the priority.
There's no economy here for Fnatic at all. Anything that they can get out of this round is going to be big. Any weapons they get out, sorry.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Alpha's not had a great start so far.
No.
He was a bit slow in the last game and picked it up, but I think that on the Chamber, like, Chamber's one of those agents that when I prep, I distinctly remember the last time Fnatic would have played Fracture would have been against Zeta, I believe, which was Laz's team, who was the infamous Chamber
Okay,
from
yeah.
Japan.
Yes.
I remember that very rarely do I prep for a single opponent. But against the Chamber, it makes more sense to be like, this is where they like to play. These are the angles they like to take.
Tendencies that they'll be leaning on.
Exactly. So I think that that's the kind of prep that I would expect Na'Vi to do against Alpha here, which is a little bit worrying for someone who's not an operator player.
And this is, again, a big skill set, is that once you've been kind of check-marked a couple of times, right? Let's say 1 or 2 rounds, your positioning isn't ideal. Versatility is the name of the game. How well do you look when you're forced off that and have to come up with something new? That's a big challenge here for someone who doesn't traditionally play this role. Now, a couple of those ults are very much nearby for Fnatic, but in this one, we're looking at Kayak as being the one influence, right? That one Vandal there, everyone else is going to be down on pistols, odds and ends. Not what you want to be talking about here, but Hero's starting to shape up as well. He had a nice little round before.
Beautiful call from Angel here.
Lovely.
Taking the ropes down, creating pressure towards A main, completely softens up this B site for Na'Vi.
They get the green light, right? Plants in.
Spike planted.
Nothing to indicate that you want to be using that ultimate in the hands of Crashies. Oh, sorry, Chronicle. There's nothing you want to be doing with that. This looks like another good round, unless something goes a little bit skew-if, right? Being brought here. Crashies trying to set it into motion. Not going to get much for that. RV looking lined up for another. Chronicle, Boaster, Crashies.
There's too much.
And in the time, yeah, you're looking at it.
As soon as you get a clean plant with Brimstone,
well,
even the Cypher cams on the spike.
Maybe not with that Molly, but...
I didn't even see, they missed the Molly?
I think so, yeah. Behind it. But what does it matter? In-zone flawless hit for Na'Vi. Okay, Fnatic, I want to see what the adjustment is. Now, I don't know if it's a timeout level of an adjustment. It might be in my mind, but I want to see a different look coming out from Alpha as well. He's got that ult in the pocket. Huge impact here. Now, that's a lot to ask for because he's not had the hot start either, so maybe confidence won't be as high as possible. So let's see what they have. And on the other side, Noob's got his ult, very disruptive. You've got the Raze ult flying, and you've got Rooksik for the post plant on the Brimstone.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha's going to go for an A main pick here, but if Na'Vi decided to use these ults early, he could be in a world of pain without a TP that's safe for him to escape.
Uh-oh, and that's a miss, and he's got to get out of there. Yeah, this is not ideal at all. What? Poster? How? How and where has this happened? Give me the replay on that.
It was the stun Brim ult into A main there. Immediately off the bat. We saw that in the last Fnatic game, but I didn't catch that one. I was more focused on Alpha.
Well, I think so with Na'Vi. I think that's a fair assessment. Angel and Hero now. Oh, I can't believe it. Boaster's going to be giggling about that.
I'm honestly surprised that Angel gets called by that. Well, Angel's team. I mean, big picks in Hero.
It's not over. It ain't over yet. Full util near on for Angel, right? Just one prowler invested.
Fnatic playing this quite disciplined though, so it's going to be hard for Angel to get a pick here.
This crosses.
Last player standing.
Damn. Really clean. Because Angel was aware of that as well.
Angel, I don't know if you saw, he just dejected into a chair after missing that one.
I think that's reasonable, man. That was a tough way to go
30
down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because that was a kind of idea that we ran quite a lot.
Nice show.
They kind of stunned Brim ult. So a bit surprised now we got caught.
20 seconds. Now, also keep in mind, Hero knows that Crashies was here. That dart came down earlier. Now he knows that Alpha's here. 10 seconds though. Trying to bait, trying to keep him guessing with the smoke there. It's just going to take his chances to near on zero. Time is running out. And he knows it. Alpha
He
still not having
knows.
the best of times, but it's fine. He rounds out the round, but rolling it back, it was really that ult and that stun was the key components here.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of Fnatic classic there.
There it is. I was watching it back.
Just watching your teammates fry.
Yeah, nothing to be done about it either. It's like, cool. Replay team is really good.
Bro,
Love
I
those guys.
literally hit him with headshot operator, bro.
that was through the wall in heaven. Not happy about the damage reduction through the walls.
Clearly not, but Operator is now out for Alpha.
Another
couple of ults here though
it's like
for
a
Na'Vi.
re-shot idea maybe here from Fnatic. Getting aggressive here. Might see Chronicle use it.
They want to go for it on this though? Oh, they do. Okay, Hero. It's probably dead. Yeah, goes down, but you're looking at where Na'Vi were going. That was a one-man kill ult. Is that worth it in your mind, or is it just the space that they get for it as well?
Absolutely. I think everything's worth it there. Getting one kill off an ult, I'll take that.
What?
Losing this line, they heads up about it. No, they seem to be a little lackadaisical on the way back in towards site. After showing so much of their hand early on, Na'Vi fortunately were approaching from Dish, for them at least.
I mean, attack side ult is quite rare, especially from the Dish up that aggressively.
Face your fear!
So the Fade ult will find zero, but it kind of gives away the game, right? It tells you where they aren't. Angel clearing space. That high potential of sand, high potential of sight. These sort of positions. Yeah, that's a lot on his plate, but he's been clean. He's been really sharp with it. And Boaster still going to get one. Still good for his Kayak. Stunned up. Goes completely unnoticed. They forgot about Kayak and they lose
Oh,
out
it's freaking
because of it.
AG playing.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried, but the distraction from Boaster coming through that smoke was just enough to, you know, turn their backs to Kayak there. Usually playing on site like that against a breach, you know, breach is very common on this map. Those fault lines, they're going to catch you most of the time.
Have them
So
win.
let's kind
Have
of talk
them win
contextually,
these
because
two games.
we were talking earlier, as we are now in a Na'Vi timeout, and you said even you looking at the Fnatic fracture here, you could find areas to work in, right? Like, you know,
It
eye
is,
testing it. Are
it
you still seeing
started.
those
Let's
areas
swap
to work in?
after.
For you.
Let's hope
Are you still seeing
Fnatic
those
wins.
possibilities here? And are Na'Vi even exploring them? Or are they doing them all, we're going to play our own game? What are you seeing here?
I think there are opportunities, like we know that Alpha is going to be playing towards that B side of the map quite a lot if you're Na'Vi, so I think that one of the key things is trying to make Alpha feel uncomfortable TPing away early in the round. Fnatic also play the A site slightly strange sometimes, where they have crashes towards Dish, using the recon for information. Putting some pressure over there at the same time might be useful.
Okay.
And we've seen already some of the awkward ways that they played A so far. So they've played on the site just then. They went for a Dish reclear one round. These are not traditional ways that you would play the A site, and I do think there's opportunities that if they are finishing A to get those kills. But yeah, I think a lot of it's down to the gaps that the Chamber has. We don't have that sentinel info in the same way as like a Killjoy Cypher.
So are Na'Vi not doing enough to exploit them? Or are we seeing a couple signs of it?
We're seeing some signs of it because they're aware of where the Chamber could be. But in terms of like overall macro, I'm a bit confused by some of these Dish finishes. That to me is just fundamentals on the map. You don't want to go for too many Dish finishes. And then getting caught by a big breach Brimble. Like, they're doing okay, but they're just doing some of the silly things.
We're already seeing Alpha forced away from that gen there. So it looks like the protocol list is still prioritizing forcing that chamber back a little bit, but Boaster just gets a shot through smoke. It happens, but Ruxit goes down, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, that'd been lovely to have in the post plant, right? Have that molly there, all the goodies, but Hero's position could be everything. A pixel is not enough, so now you're looking at Angel. Okay, no, Angel's got it that time. What are we up to here? How is he getting away with that almost? Kayak is going to take down Angel, and Fnatic start working back in towards this. Down to Hero, down to Koala Noob. It's post-plant positions. Heroes behind the smoke here. Koala Noob's being pressured from so
Oh.
many corners, so many angles, and in perfect unison. Fnatic pulling off the retake now. Another good sign of life here.
The nerves on fucking Navi.
Shot through that smoke. I think if that shot didn't happen, that might look like a very different round there. The Brimstone staying alive in the post plant with the molly would be big. That is the win condition. One of the win conditions on this map. That is why we see Brimstone on this map. Get that spike down, get off the side, throw the molly. The rest of the team is delaying. So yeah, Fnatic giving a bit of a freebie on that entry.
It's so strange seeing Crashy so happy. Like, he's just so whimsical.
I like everyone saying like Fnatic makes you happy, but I don't remember feeling that. I never had that one.
Save for the players only. Yeah, hold on.
Ooh, bit of an anti-strat maybe, expecting someone into that heaven position.
Didn't get what they wanted though. I think it was Chronicle who just got forced away a little bit. But yeah, no reward on that. Looking at the approach coming out from Na'Vi. Straight through towards Sand, at least with quite a few bodies, but Kayak just taking away the space towards main. Good trade, so they eventually do get down Chronicle. Boaster tries to play in, and Fnatic taking these refights and losing almost all of them.
Yeah, the setup was very separated there. We saw Kayak by himself in the main, and then like you can see where the deaths are, then they're very separated from each other. So a curious hold from Fnatic there.
Alpha, sell me that you can play op. Sell me it. Show me a little bit of something here. So far, no play. Not having fun here. Been marked, caged off. Angel's taking away his teammate. He's all alone. And well, I think we kind of know what he's probably thinking about here. You'd imagine he's wanting to keep hold of this. He's got 5.7.
Economy state for Fnatic's pretty good, so he's annoyed that he's probably going to have to save.
He's being teased by this Cypher every time. He's like,
Hero.
Hero's just breaking his heart. And he knows where these players likely are. He's so aware that they're probably watching this cross. There's at least one on the site. Like, you're trying to dismantle it in your mind, but yeah, Xiao takes away. He's just not getting much.
I don't know about
Fnatic are still leading this. Na'Vi are still
giving up that hold.
closer. This is 4 rounds for them.
Yeah, Na'Vi are going to need to get 1 or 2 more, I think, to feel really comfortable. I'm not sure on the current state on the defense versus attack on this map, but it always felt fairly even to me.
Yeah. Like what? I'm a little
Yeah,
bit
because
surprised
it's a
that
dog
Fnatic
shit
taking
map.
so many of those refights over towards main, over towards that kind of A side of the map, isolated individual.
That's
It
fine.
doesn't feel like that standard look that we see from them, but still.
No, usually you see, you know, flashes coming in,
Yeah,
frontlines coming in and swinging off together, but a very individualistic approach on that A main, which is very surprising for Fnatic.
Alpha's priority this time changing, or at least his initial approach over towards Dish, now containing that space. And you're looking at Na'Vi maybe just taking the rest of the map here. An early glance towards A. Right on the owl drone here.
But on the game,
speed up on it.
tomorrow?
She's got to play this one carefully. Yeah, decides to fall away. Actually, I've lied. I've told her.
Gentle mates, Chloe.
Crashies. This
Liquid
is a little
Apex.
bit brave here. I don't know if I loved it. Bold, yes, but
Would be tragic
finally,
if Liquid
Alpha
beats Apex.
does find a shot. But the trade-off is
That would be
Na'Vi have the
tragic.
site. They've got what they wanted, and Rusik sticking around up towards that Raptors side. Boaster can't fall through. He's not affected by the flash, and Na'Vi look perfectly well-rounded now. Kayak in a 1v4, and he's not. I swear, Hero is just like the phantom, right? You see him for a second, and he's out. But that was so well handled by Na'Vi.
Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi's approach now is just to abuse that A main. Like, trying to finish towards A, and Fnatic, again, a very strange... They were going for like a retake A setup, but then we saw the flood come in. They had the Sova ult to work with, didn't decide to use it. I'm not exactly sure what is causing that adaptation after we saw the A main... Oh, that's a beautiful shot. After we saw the A main not work last round, I thought it would just be, okay boys, let's fight this together next time. Not, you know, let's leave the site completely, let them in, and then we'll kind of flood in kind of half-heartedly.
You said a couple more rounds, 2-3 more rounds for Na'Vi, and they'll be happy. They're up
Nice
for it
shot.
here.
Especially without the pistol.
Yeah, God, I forgot about that. Okay. a little bit worried. We do have the two ults. Crashies
Beautiful, boys.
and Boaster have theirs, and on the other side, you've got Neural Theft with Hero isn't as impactful, but Angel's got his. Could be a really key piece.
Yeah, it looks like Boaster and Chronicle going for that combo on A main once again. It'll be off the trigger of Alpha, yeah, but I'm more than sure that Na'Vi aren't going to fall for it twice.
Maybe. With bated breath. Na'Vi. Oh, Kayak. Felt a little misdirected. A little hopeful.
I think Fnatic's protocol is going to be here to play retake towards this B site, and we'll see Alpha and Chronicle go for a flank potentially.
Yeah, site's going to be cleared with Angel utilizing that ultimate to clear through B, so they take it with confidence. Now you look, Boaster's going for this one. Okay, do they get to evacuate the site cleanly? No one goes down. It does hinder the plant, but it allows time for
Waiting for these
rotation.
smokes to come down, and then we can see back into the site.
Hunter's Fury now trying to clear the cubby. Does get a tag, hold on. And the frag. Crashies does well, then fine. Rook Sig, but Chronicle coming alive. Keeping control of that spike. Another layer of delay there, stalled it out. Nice challenge from Hero though. Understanding the tempo of this pressure coming back in from Canteen. And now the 2v2. But look at where the spike's going. It's
Koala's off.
30 seconds left.
Why would you stick around?
Hero, it'll be really interesting to see how Hero decides to play this one. Koala's coming back. Just a little seed of doubt for Fnatic.
Last player standing.
Oh god, and now you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do you continue? For 13 seconds you have to. You got to stick the landing now, and there's
10
problems
seconds left.
everywhere. 8 seconds, he wanted to catch Crashies, and he does! And now time, 4 seconds to swap! Come on!
Damn.
Gets the Red Bull clutch as and when Na'Vi needed it. 6-6, we are tied up all even.
Disaster for Fnatic there. I just threw away the end of that round there.
And look, Chronicle put in some work, Crashies put in work here to bring that back from the brink. It was almost a disaster, but this couldn't be closer now in map 2. This is an elimination game, and who knows who's walking away in one piece after this. Don't miss that second half. This is absolutely heating up.
Bow, 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 bow.
Kickoff life on the line, and a second map that got much closer than expected. 6-6. Rows of 3 rounds, back and forth, back and forth. Minnie, what are your takeaways here? Because this one feels like it fell to pieces at the end for Fnatic there, but they keep at least an even scoreline.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are a bit lucky, to be honest, to get away with some of those rounds. I know that Koala had a big clutch at the end there, but even that round was looking bleak to start with. So yeah, new half, new teams is fine.
Let's see what we've got. Na'Vi now on the defending side, of course, Fnatic on the attack. And Alpha, I'm not yet sold on this. Tag there. Waiting for a second attempt, another tag. Good chip damage. That's not what you're dreaming of. That's not what you're praying for. And the rest of Fnatic looks to try and turn and fight on this one, but they don't get the kills either.
They should know the B site is weak now at least.
There.
And the chip damage is there. Not the worst situation.
He's still against 5. Oh my god, Hero just finds 2 in the smoke there in the end. Kayak's the one to claim it. Bring it down to this 4v4. This is getting really messy, very brawly. Plant's gonna come in. That paint shell is nasty as hell. How is Boaster alive from that? 5 HP and he gets to walk away breathing.
Interesting post plant. Again, the spike isn't in the best spot for this tower style post plant. It looks like Boaster does have a molly ready.
Yeah, and Crashy still has a shock dart as well. You've got a little bit of the reveal here as well.
I think he's just missed it and mollied himself though.
What is going on? Okay, Angel's starting to... Yeah, he just modded everyone off. Oh my god, Angel's just sitting this.
Yeah.
This is unforgivable.
Yeah, I mean, Navi had one of those on their half.
Yeah, but this is a... Replay, please. Please replay. Replay.
I'm pretty sure he tried to bounce the molly off the wall.
Tragedy.
And he's missed it.
Have they got it? Have they got it? Yeah, they don't. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm pretty sure it's him trying to bounce it off the wall, and it's a very...
Just like,
I don't believe that he's got a lineup for that. Yeah, Navi are happy about that one. Very strange post-plant decision.
Yeah, even just like leading up to that kind of stack towards the tower side seemed a bit strange. It's all getting really messy here.
Yeah. I mean, that nade, I do want to point out that what we saw in the last round from Fnatic with that delay on the B side, if you remember with the molly and the kind of Sova ult and stuff,
Hold on. They're all coming back around here. I just want to keep an eye on it because there was at least one with a Vandal, that being Kayak, and I think he is part of this pack. Okay, they dismantled it. Carry on. No. That was, it could have been nothing, but when I see Kayak part of it, I get a little nervous, but crack on.
Yeah, so what we saw there from it kind of reminded me of the old Na'Vi. They were very good at playing off that B site and delaying. And that nade you saw is the exact same nade that Zipan used to throw when he would play.
Okay, so very similar DNA in these rounds.
Somehow they would hear exactly where you're planting, and the C's nade would be coming down, and we're like, how the hell did they know we're planting there? We changed the plant, and it didn't matter.
Satisfying.
It's just happening to him. A plant here.
Planted.
I don't know if Kai can get away. Already Alpha going to be given the Vandal, so maybe a round for him. Nice. Towards Rogue Sick, but Kayak's been cleared, so now a 1v3 for him. It'd be nice to get this back. Well, it's not even theirs to take back, but it'd be nice to take it away from Alpha. But the defuse is going to come in. Angel again, his job, just defuse the spikes. Easy enough. Na'Vi now stretch the lead, and these aren't pretty rounds to be losing. This one is forgivable. The one before makes you uncomfortable. There is that little bit of doubt about it, but I'm a bit worried.
Interesting, maybe potential meta development at some point. Maybe it's terrible, I don't know, but I do distinctly remember some statistics where the Hero Vandal, the win rate is extremely high. Right. I'm talking nearing 40% for one Vandal, from what I remember. This isn't my stats, someone else told me these. The half armor guy, he told me some of these things.
I mean, you broke the game because of that, so thank you for that one. So maybe this has got something to it. Maybe they've been chatting to the same guy, but now we're coming to the third round. It's going to be, it's still got a bit of punch to it for Na'Vi. That's nice from Alpha, though. Takes away Koala Noob. They are pressuring this. And he is going to have to get out of danger now. Okay, so Na'Vi reclaiming that northern side.
Yeah, the B side completely open for Fnatic. I was wondering how Fnatic would deal with the lack of trips or cams or turret on their attack side. I thought that was a potential weakness, that if Na'Vi got aggressive on this defense, it is going to come down to Alpha probably having to take duels or take those ropes really quickly based off of sign cues that he might not have.
Okay, but plant in again. So Crashes is going to get seized, I think. Oh, Kayak punishing the push up there, trying to make it back towards the side. That's not bad. Down to 3 players now for Na'Vi. This is their bonus, so how much damage can they really do? Bulldog's there, Vandal there for Hero. This is still a very bought up round for them. Big investments. It'd be nice to get a bit more. And it's just down to Ruxic. But Fnatic, you don't lose much more here, if anything at all. And I think Ruxic knows I'm not getting much more out of this. So potentially 7 here for Fnatic. It's what feels like a drought of rounds.
Taken down.
A bit worried about this. Fnatic need to really tighten up the screws. Crashes is dead as well, so that's a pretty costly round for Fnatic, but a round win, so they keep within touching distance.
Costly, but I liked the post-plant positions. It looked like they had a breach aftershock from Arcade in that post-plant, which goes through a wall that gets to that plant. I've never seen that before. I think that might be a new thing.
Yeah.
And then the Brimstone offsite too. If they get into that position again, it looks like a very dangerous situation for Na'Vi to be in.
Okay, what do we have now coming into this one?
Just the fade up.
Yeah, I was expecting there'd be maybe something else. I mean, Kayak's only 2 off from his. Is there a pace change? 3-2 split to the north-south.
Recon for Arcade, I believe. Yeah, just clearing it out. Koala, it looked like he knew that was coming.
Hear these steps too, unchecked on, but Chronicle trying to make sure they stay safe. Didn't get the timing on that.
They still don't know Koala's there though.
Satchel out.
You see Kayak farming. Oh! Oh! I guess just knowing where that orb is as well off the audio cue, because I think that was smoked, so a big blind pickup there. Taking away Kayak, who would have had the Razor, is massive.
Right there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're going for that at the stairs side of the map. It is very dangerous. He had no support, kind of looking up the stairs to counter spam, I guess.
So now advantage towards Na'Vi.
The A site is open here.
Oh, Alpha looking for a chance, it looks like. Oh, and it gets outdone by Angel. That's not the fight you want to be seeing. He's got his ult now as well. I don't know how much he gets from that, actually. I think because they were already close towards side, they get a plant on this. Angel's completely in no man's land. Surprised he didn't get punished by Crashies, who'd crept a little bit closer.
Fnatic need to make plays here. They can't sit back. And they're 3v5.
I think you're seeing Crashies at least know that factor. You've got Chronicle quite disconnected, but he needs to be able to get back over fast enough here. There's so much utility still with Na'Vi. You've got Koala Noob's complete kit pretty much brought into play, and he's going to use just the Vandal anyway. Takes away Poster. Crashies can't roll it back down to Chronicle now in the 1v3. No more pings, no more easy spam. Try to do what you can. He can't get it. Xiao's there. Na'Vi taking the step in their direction.
Yeah, the opening being a 4v5, again, it just feels like... I want to see a more direct approach. I know we're farming the orbs and trying to be a bit cerebral about it, but let's make it more direct. This game is way too close to kind of have your opening attack rounds be rounds where we're risking orb grabs, in my opinion, in kind of open space. So I think Fnatic needs to simplify a little bit.
Let's go!
Koala Noob getting pumped up here as well. Good game from him. 15 to 12, nice team towards the top of the board, and timeout for Fnatic. Maybe feeling the same sort of stresses that you are here, because Fnatic's money is bad. They've got the Razor, but they're not in a good position to use it. Sub you in, coach? I mean, we've got enough Fnatic coaches here. One of them's got to know what they're doing. Kayak does at least have the ult now, but they don't have the buy to supplement it, right? You've got so many ults on the horizon, but none alongside his. So it feels like it's probably going to be 10 for Na'Vi. This is where I start getting a bit worried, because the game starts being taken away from you.
Yeah, I think on this eco, I think I'm more happy with this orb grab approach on the eco round, trying to farm them up for those gun
Absolutely.
rounds. I do want to point out that Na'Vi in that round, though, they did look very kind of aware of what was happening in that round. Like, that stun coming in...
Is it off of Koala Noob, or was it just... Yeah, okay.
Like, that stun coming in with the peak, that felt coordinated in a way that was maybe preempted.
Yeah. It could be we have tape on this team now. Whether or not we can recall those sort of, you know, the real minutiae of it all, I certainly can't. But if you're Na'Vi and you're prepping for this one and you've walked into this map, especially knowing if you left it open it was going to come through, you should be aware of this. Now, putting a lot of eyes on Alpha here. I haven't seen him quite demonstrating the level I'd like him to. Not a bad performance necessarily, but a bit middling when the man can be. So impactful. As it stands though, Fnatic. And do they burst on contact? I mean, they've done a lot of damage on it. 5 HP on Koala Noob. He's so fortunate to be alive, but alive nonetheless. Still breathing. His trip's still in the way. Fnatic aren't going to be able to, I imagine, get a plant from this. Hero, again, I don't know if that's through smoke or if it was just a pixel shown, but it looks like it was just a straight up lucky shot. Oh yeah, you're right, it could have been And now Kayak does invest the ult. Now they're starting to have to invest these ults, but Rooksik answers back. A little bit of a checkmate on it, but Kayak is firing on all cylinders, down to 5 HP, apparently not a problem. And Alpha, we needed some of those to land, and it's not happening, but Kayak taking the strain. But a 1v2 now for Alpha. One bullet left in that Headhunter, down to a classic hit. He needs to land this shot. Maybe a weapon on the site could be recovered.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna be out of range of that trademark.
I have
now,
the spike.
does he get given a chance? You know who you're up against. The slow creep of death, Alpha. No bullets, no play, and Na'Vi again making it through.
It was a messy round, but ultimately Na'Vi going to be happy to get closer to the 13. I think it looked really nice from Kayak there, getting messy in the middle of the site.
Yeah.
But as you said, Alpha had a few opportunities there to get some side frags, but aim not as much.
Which is strange because I'm so used to seeing Alpha with that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the strange part. Because if it was any other player, I probably wouldn't be that fast.
Oh my god, I don't know how I lived.
He tends to agree. Any other player would be far more forgiving, but I gotta see a bit more than that. 7 to 10 now. This side is looking better and better for Na'Vi. It feels a little reminiscent of that last map, but then Fnatic just kicked it up a gear. This time Na'Vi do make it to those 10 rounds, double digits first. Striving to stay alive. Put that pressure right back on Fnatic.
Nice little stairs push here from Na'Vi, but forces Fnatic to accelerate towards A. But they are giving up the whole site here, Na'Vi, so I wonder what their plan is here.
We wait and see. Rooksik up towards that nest side, up towards heaven.
Fnatic are worried that Na'Vi are behind these smokes and on the site.
Off your feet!
All gonna come in to clear. Not gonna catch anyone, obviously. Rooksik must have seen a pixel or something, seen enough to take away Boaster, and now they're getting caught in the Trip's hero. He's had 2 of these now. Beautifully positioned. His ult's gonna come in as well, sees everything. Fnatic's plans left completely in the open. Alpha is at least heads up about it, but denied on the first time of the plant. Koala Noob on the close. This is looking so nice from them. Chronicle and Crashies having to evacuate the site.
30 seconds
And
left.
last time around we saw Fnatic in this map. It was Chronicle who was the highlight in my mind. An absolute miracle worker for the side. Here, not the same level of play at all, or impact. Still solid, but not to that high extent.
Right there.
Yeah, I think they need to save here, honestly, as well.
I think they need a timeout.
10 seconds left.
And what's your takeaway here? Because they've just been halted by Na'Vi several times. Minnie, like...
It's pretty basic. I mean, Na'Vi had the trips on B, and now they got the trips on A, and it's just one of those... When you're in a stressful situation, something as simple as Cypher trips maybe being switched around is something that's not going to be ticked off.
I'm nervous, is all I'm saying. Because this also gets into your head that Haven is coming up.
Yep.
But if Na'Vi have prepped for this, are they as prepped for Haven as well? And the answer in my mind would start feeling like, yes, after I've only been able to get 1 round out of how many? Look at that string of rounds. That is so compounding of the problem. Now we've got Alpha's ult, we've got Crashy's ult here. Ult is there in his hands. He's got to find value now.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha will be leading the charge here. I'm not sure if this is set strat or just Alpha go kill mode. We're going to need to see it with his ult here. Na'Vi, they have no respect for... Oh, Alpha hits it.
Okay. First time we're seeing that in effect, right? A nice pick, no trade, no drop off the back, no damage to be done. So this should be the green light. Now there will still be those trips on the site, right? Place for it. So Alpha trying to hold the front lines here. I mean, how are you hitting that one? After an absolutely silent game, it felt like, to doing that sort of thing. Okay, well that's...
Ships in the night.
Yep. Boaster has no idea. Someone's just behind him. And Koala Noob has no idea who's around the corner. Chronicle does take away Shao. Rooksik can't do it now. Koala Noob's present. He'd need to pull off a 1v4 here, post-plant. Against Alpha with an ult. Crashes with his ult. And it ain't gonna happen. Alpha finally finding impact. Finally doing that level of damage.
We asked him to step up, and that was the round to do it on. Like, he needed that round. Fnatic needed that round. Otherwise, that's
They'd be
probably
cooked.
wrapped up.
And look, I am normally one of the biggest fans of what Alpha can do. You know, everyone will tell me the level of glaze I've given Fnatic over the years, but if we look back at even against BBL, this was the lowest performing map for Alpha, right? He did not find value there either. Carried in a way by Chronicle and Boaster. You know, even Crashy's up towards the top of the side of things. So again, if you're gonna run this sort of thing, I wanna see it landing. That's the first time I've seen him really hit those highs. Perfect in these moments to give Fnatic maybe a chance here.
And usually it's the defense where you're going to see the chamber have the more impact, so we need to see it now on the harder side from Alpha. We saw him buy the operator quite a lot in that last match, but it wasn't super impactful, but that needs to change.
Oh, I want to see that from Chronicle's POV. Maybe not as clean as it felt like, but that was nasty, surgical it felt. B site now is available. Xiao. Is there anyone to work off this? Rooksik getting interested from behind as well. Oh, Angel! He's the one to go!
Down.
That's the spot! Beautiful 1-2 combo from Angel. Kayak's gonna be kicking himself.
Nobody was covering Spike at all there.
Obscene, and now Rooksik gets Boaster, understanding that post-plant want. Now, Alpha, 10 HP, Operator ready. Crashy still alive, but not in the best position. Or maybe he is. Oh, Rooksik. He's seen him. He's got to have seen him. And the double swing. Crashy's almost had both of them, it felt like. But Alpha left in a 1v2, far more manageable. But then you see the util. A quick TP away. But it's being watched. Koala Noob gonna get Na'Vi up to 12. And Fnatic's woes continue here on this map.
Yeah, the chamber on the attack side, even with the traditional comps, it makes it a little bit more difficult. It feels like Fnatic have changed their approach slightly to what I've seen in the last game. They were playing much more around a slower south side default, recons into A main, and playing a style that I'm used to seeing from them. And it feels like they've changed it up a little bit, and whatever they've changed it to isn't quite landing right now.
No, and timeout called here in the final hour of this second map. Of course, if you're just tuning in, Fnatic did walk away with map 1. That was Pearl. A little surprising, I think, to a lot of our eyes, expecting that one to fall in Na'Vi's favor. But fortunately for us, it didn't. So it's probably going to open up to a third map here, as Haven could be the final destination of one of these two, unless Fnatic has something to run here. Now, the problem is, I don't know if you can see it. Yes, you can. Money ain't pretty. It's lacking. Couple ults, so Kayak one away. Do they prioritize that? Is that something they try and go for here? We were a bit worried because it felt read before by Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have rounds to play with. There's so many kind of mental gymnastics going on between these two.
I mean, there are 4 orbs on the map, so pick safer ones if you're going to go for it. It looks like there's some pings into A main here, so there's going to be something A main orientated here for Fnatic. And I would believe that they're kind of planning around this Sova and Brim ult. Sova ult probably for the Exec, and Brim ult is usually a kind of post plant. That's the way that I think is a bit better to use. So here, this is what I want to see. More of this kind of recon into A main for information, see what's going on, and then adjust off of the recon.
Of course they don't know, but it is just Angel currently dedicated at least towards this side of the map. You do at least have one towards Dish as well, but it was a bit disconnected. But they're not going to springboard off this quickly.
A strat coming out from 2023 here, I believe.
Feels reminiscent.
Switch of the ropes.
Well, we can recap on that, but Xiao already gets contact towards Dish. Angel now going to be precious. Does this feel vintage Fnatic? Is this good enough to run in these situations? Because I'm not sure if it is, because Xiao certainly doesn't agree. Kayak's gone down, and he was the one who could have had that big ult there. Xiao going to lay on the pain. They're in trouble. Maybe not as much as Angel's spray, but it doesn't matter. Xiao is there. That's 3 bodies dropped in his name, leaving Alpha and Crashies a million miles away from finding value. This game deserved a third map, really, to prove which one could claw into this to stay alive. Elimination between 2 of the European giants, the EMEA pillars of history, might be falling right about now, and desperation calls. Crashies answers it, takes away Koala Noob. Angel's down low, but the swing, Xiao is doing it all. Hero there to sign it and take us to a third. Haven between these two, and Fnatic now back under pressure. Na'Vi digging their way out. That was a beautiful game, and I can't wait for map 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
A great response from Na'Vi on Fracture means we will be going to a map 3. Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm your host Yingsu. I've got Kukuka and Billy here with me. Everything's just been flipped upside down because Billy, we thought Na'Vi should win Pearl, Fnatic should win Fracture, and then we go to Haven. We're gonna go to Haven no matter what, but what's going on?
Honestly, I don't know. I think because it was a 6-6 half, I was like, oh, is it gonna go in the way of Fnatic? Is it gonna go in the way of Na'Vi? I don't know what these guys are cooking right now. The fact that, like you say, they were able to win each other's map picks, Haven is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Haven, I don't think we're ready. I want to see the compositions that they're bringing because obviously Navi's being like more conservative, but I expect also to maybe see some tweakings here or there. But before we get into that, let's think about what actually happened on this Fracture. I remember last week seeing a Fnatic that was very reliant on those very individual moments coming from the likes of Chronicle or Boaster, but also very, very good retakes. I think that Navi did actually very good prep for this map.
Yeah, I mean, they left it open for a reason, right? And Hero having an absolute heroic performance against his former team. And this is what's funny, because this is exactly what Hero used to do on Fnatic. How are they so unprepared?
I think it's good to see that he trusts himself to do this kind of plays. He was reminding me a lot of Nats against Koi the other day, with the operator pushing, having a lot of balls to like change the timing onto things and catch people off guard.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just really nice to see Hero back onto that Cypher, right? It's the Sentinel that he plays the most. And like you say, he's going up against his former teammates. So there's a little bit of grudge there. And we always say this, they probably have a little bit of fire in their belly. They want to be able to beat their former teammates.
Especially with Haven coming up, if Fnatic are unaware of what Hero does, that's literally all he ever did, right, on that Cypher. So you would think that maybe they can play around that a little bit better. But it wasn't just Hero, Koalanu. I mean, Kayak had a good performance too, but Koalanu really came alive there. I also like the passion he showed on stage, and I think he gives the level, Billy, of the disrespect that we want to see from players.
Listen, I wanted him off of that stage and back onto one of these duelists. I think he was absolutely phenomenal. You've seen rounds where he was picking up the AWP, picking up the rifle. It's really nice that he's able to be kind of flexible as well. And I think on that first map, we didn't really get to see what he was capable of with the Jet, because Alpha's Teo was just able to counter him so much and move him out of positions with Teo's utility. So yeah, I think this map was a whole lot better from him.
I want to see, I would like to hear a little bit of the comms from Navi, because I think that had an impact. Like, we saw players like Angel taking the right kind of risks. And I mean, I'm sorry, but sometimes he just puts himself in situations where he doesn't, you know, have the one to win. But actually, the way that they were breaking the timings for Fnatic were very good. We also saw, you know, seeing Alpha lose duels like this one is not characteristic of them. So now I'm very looking forward to see what we're going to see on Haven. We remember the composition that Fnatic were running last year. We learned to love to love it with Kayak on the Euro, with Alpha on the ISO. Is that something that they're going to keep? I would love to see maybe instead of the Yomi, the Astra, like they could have an amazing Haven this year.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is we've heard it from past iterations of Fnatic where their star player feel like when things go wrong, they have to step up, and it causes them to maybe overpeak a little bit. There's a bit of whiffing. So I do wonder, maybe in the back of Alpha's head, he's coming into that factor being like, I have to carry, I have to shoot, I have to step up. And it's kind of done the opposite effect. But if he does go on the ISO, Billy, none of that matters.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I had questioned the fact that he was on Tejo earlier, and I think seeing him potentially go onto this ISO on Haven will see him a whole lot more comfortable. And I think he'll still be able to support Kayak as well, being that kind of secondary duelist, right? Kayak, the one that we're expecting to go into site mainly, but I think, yeah, I'm expecting these two to buddy up a lot if we do get to see Alpha on that ISO pick.
And speaking also about the historical, yes, this Navi roster has had major changes, 3 changes, 4 with the coach. But if we look at what happened last year, they barely played this map. I think they only played it like once during the entire year. Of course, they did not make any international events. And even though this is not a map that they banned a lot, it's just like either the other team would ban it, or their second wave ban it, or it would be like the third map. So we didn't really get to see what their ideas for this map were.
Yeah, I think when we think of Haven as well, right, it's such, for this to be the last map at this time, like, it's just so, it's really difficult, right, because how do you find yourself getting back into it? It can be a tiring map. It takes a lot of brain power for the IGLs especially to be able to ensure that everyone's playing their roles consistently.
I just want to say, 3 sides, please. Anything but that Lotus
Oh my
comp.
goodness, okay.
I cannot do it. They cannot take me to a 3rd map to rock up with a Tejo, Sage, Vice, what was it, Omen Astra.
Honestly, given how vanilla they've been in some of the other maps we saw today, maybe they
only know the extremes.
Yeah, they either do like as meta as they possibly can, or they're like, here's something that no one else is going to do ever. Would it be worse here, you think, than it would be on Lotus? Like, would you rather see it here or Lotus?
Like the thing is, like, in Lotus, I think that there's still a lot of room to like experiment here and there and be even more exaggeratedly outrageous with the composition, because I think that there are things that can still be learned about the map, and with the new agents, you know, it can be done. And I'm not saying that it is not possible on Haven, but the barrier is way higher or way more difficult to cross, because it's been a map that has been in the game forever, and that we have seen tested in many different ways. Do you guys remember when, you know, the Phoenix used to be a thing?
Angel Phoenix?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Imagine
Angel
Phoenix.
with the changes.
When he used to flash the wrong way. Yeah. That was iconic on this map. Absolutely iconic.
He's smiling. Please, Angel. Honestly, do it.
I just want to say
just do it.
I just want to say when Angel played Jet that one time, he 13-0'd Fnatic. So
on a split,
there is
with
like
the op.
There is a pattern, I think, in terms of like correlation with Angel playing Duelist and him being able to defeat Fnatic. But I will say though, the last 5 times they've played this map, which like you say wasn't a lot really, 5 different comps. So surely, Billy, it won't be the Cypher, Neon, Omen, Soba, Yoru.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's
we say that.
That's
we say
what
that.
the data sort of shows.
I mean, having a player like Hero, I'm gonna assume that is like the safe pick of like he's just gonna be on the Cypher.
He has to.
He's
has
so
to.
good individually, but here's the thing: Fnatic knows exactly how he plays on this map. So maybe, you know,
Well, they should, because I think people forget, because on the surface they're like, oh, the ISO Yoru, it was insane, but it was actually a lot of them being able to just leave Hero on C by himself the entire year that took them all the way to champs on the back of this map. So they should know what he does, Billy, but judging by Fracture, they didn't bloody know what he was doing then.
Yeah, I mean, Hero was really good. And even just to go back to your point about the possibility of seeing a Neon, who are they putting on that agent? Because Koalanub has never played Neon. So I can't imagine. I mean, I'm expecting them to innovate, but I can't imagine that they'll be putting someone onto a role that they're maybe not comfortable with.
Yeah, we're experiencing an issue during Agent Select. We are going to remake the lobby shortly, so we'll be jumping in very soon.
It wouldn't be us, you know, if we don't take for the 3rd map and we take as much time as possible to give the teams for preparing and for this Agent Select. Because, of course, do not forget, yes, this is a Fnatic Navi. One of these teams is going to be out of the competition by the end of Haven.
And it's never happened before. We've had 11 Fnatic versus Navis in the history, and they have never faced each other this early for an elimination match. So this is absolutely crazy, no matter who gets eliminated at this point. But the good news is that the cope that I can give you guys, whether you are a Fnatic fan or a Navi fan, is that we have plenty more Valorant coming up this year. We have 2 whole seasons. We have Masters in Toronto as well, and Champs, of course, in Europe. You know, anything can happen. Don't overreact, is all I'm going to say. Yeah.
Or do.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing what happened with Casey, I'm like, let them be, you know? Let them, like, relax.
I think it is crazy
Chill.
to think of how volatile it is in the sense of KC. Yes, they came in with the same proposal as last year, as in we're going to break the meta or like bring our own ideas, play the way that we want to play, very like the Yang method that we know and love. And this year it didn't work. They went from being the winners of last year's kickoff to being the first team eliminated.
Yeah, but that's okay though. Like, we don't need to, you know, this fine. Someone has to lose. They still played very well. I want the people to be normal, you know, give normal reactions about this. Also, Champs is in Paris, so I could already see the script. Casey's probably going to make it. And they have even longer to prep for the return of Ascent.
Exactly.
So, you know, there's some silver linings. But bringing it back to this match, we will be jumping into Agent Select very shortly. It is Haven. It is the last map of the day. And yes, love the sign. Kayak is my goat. Love that. Kayak is your goat as well, Billy, I feel like.
Yeah. Do you know what? I feel like I have a little bit of, not bias, but a bit of a soft spot there. I think when we were here at Ascension Grand Finals, it was really nice to see him come out and get onto that stage. And obviously watching him throughout Challengers North last year was really entertaining. I mean, like I say, they did dominate it. So yeah, I really like when rookies come into the league and they kind of make a statement. Of course, it might take a bit for them to warm up to it, but I think for me, just seeing the difference in him from that first series to this series has been really nice.
I was looking at the player cams. Did Angel look like he just locked in Yoru?
Well, let's have a look and see if he did just lock in Yoru.
No.
He didn't, but you know what Angel is like. He has to make someone else play Yoru on his team. So, you know, this is pretty on brand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the one risk that they're going to be taking. He's going to be playing on the Soba. Xiao is going to be playing on the Breach. Did not have the best performance on Fracture. I understand why you say Criminal, and I actually stand by it. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. They're going to keep this composition. Of course, we love to see this double duelist and what they can do.
Well, this is it. Elimination on the line. Pansy and Mini. There will be no second chances from here.
Spot on. It's victory or annihilation between these two. A lot of us surprised the way these maps went down. Pearl going the way of Fnatic, and then Fracture falling to Na'Vi, but now Haven, Mini, who's got this one, right? We've got Fnatic with that kind of quirky comp that looked undefeatable, but Na'Vi, safe pair of hands. Where do you lean?
I mean, I got to lean towards Fnatic, given their history with the composition.
Okay.
I mean, last year they were the best team in the world on Haven.
Okay.
Bias aside, like, the stats speak for themselves, but Na'Vi have left this open for a reason. Like, they've got an answer to this, they believe, and they know that Fnatic are going to probably play a similar style to what they've done in the past, and use that against them, hopefully.
But it's all good in theory, it's all good on paper, but can you then actually punish? Koala Noob already posted up pretty deep towards A, has a little look through towards sewer. They fall away. It's mid-presence from Fnatic. That's their high priority. Smoke going to go up and delay things slightly. Koala Noob already going to lean away from that pressure. And now Fnatic start leaning themselves, at least kind of showing a little bit of leg over towards A.
Yeah, it's just standard protocols. When you don't initially take A at the start of the round, you want to go back and make sure that it's clear. You don't want to push that Yoru away. If the Yoru stays there, they could have Na'Vi could have forward towards the B or C side of the map. But given that it felt a bit clear, Fnatic feel that A is going to be the right finish here. Good recon though. Nice little lineup from Angel. Reclears the space. Hopefully Na'Vi can get a player across if they want to hold this site.
I get so nervous about Angel. Like, he's one of our longest standing IGLs, but it's just Angel. I don't know, man. Good little chip damage there. Koala Noob gonna get himself over. Whoa, the double walk through the smoke. Angel, I shouldn't have been worried. Oh, okay, he's gonna go down to the end. All right, it's a little bit back and forth, a little bit messy. Everyone's just walking smokes, but Hero is in a 1v2. Now we look at the HP, right? Kayaks down a little low, 40 HP. Boaster, 20.
They might not expect the flank here.
And wouldn't that be sweet? The man who's on this roster once upon a time to get to serve the ultimate vengeance. Doesn't take any damage, but he does get seen now. Quick work. Does get to dip into the smoke. Gives him a safe passage. Gets him past Kayak. Has a little look here. He's not landing until then. Suddenly, it's game back on. Does take a bit of damage down to 40, but Kayak on the other side. Surely, process of elimination. He's got him! Hero! That's gotta feel so goddamn good up against Fnatic here. And it felt, again, a little bit disconnected in the post plant.
Yeah, big 2v1 from Hero, but I'm not sure what Fnatic's decision making was there. They decided to not play off of each other. Sometimes, I know in the past that there were times in those situations where we felt that it was a bit of a trap to play off each other, but that's the standard, especially on low HP.
But numbers, you gotta play to them, right?
There's no, it's pistols, it's not a spray gun. You're not worried about the kind of spray transfer.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, misplayed from Fnatic completely. Unexpected from Boaster, given his stashes and clutches. He's a bit of a clutchmeister.
He can be. Bit worrying. Those I don't like those sort of signs, right? They give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. But simplistic in approach now from Fnatic. Had all these worries, all these issues. Just go B. Just go B. Get the plant, and then we can just do fruity stuff with pistols.
Yeah, it gets messy. It allows them to get messy into the post plant, using these low econ guns and some of the util for the post plant. But Hero.
Oh, okay. Oh, Rooksik's there. You liked the judges and all of that sort of stuff before, right? But he's just like him.
I've never seen the push through A with a judge flank before, but Rooksik is teaching me new things.
There you go. There you go. I think we learn every day.
One thing to note is that Fnatic very rarely play against a Yoru themselves. They know how the Yoru is going to play, but whether in action on this attack side, they're going to feel the timings. There's very different timings that happen.
Let's go.
Because the Yoru gets set up on A, and then the TP comes across. Is Boaster going to have those timings kind of subconsciously because he's used to it on defense, or because he hasn't played against it on an attack side before? That might come into play.
Certainly good. Kayak.
Na'Vi again, same approach, getting A main control.
Yeah, but this time Crashies was waiting for a really nice pick up there of Rooksik. Punish for that repetition. You don't get away with it twice, but I don't mind making a little bit of a bold play on a bonus. That was with the judge. Xiao is going to deny this attempt. Koala Noob was so ready for it. Alpha does get at least Hero down, and now Alpha has to be the next one in here. Does get the spike, shield gets taken away, and Xiao continues to control that B site. That access point is denied. They have to pivot towards C.
Destabilizing.
Yeah, difficult retake here for Na'Vi as well. They only have the drone. They do have the stun now. While I managed to upgrade to a Phantom as well. Looking better the more I speak.
Take flight.
Oh, off-site poster for Fnatic. With only shock darts.
Yep. Okay, look, those post plants weren't great for Fnatic from the start. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. No weird smoke this time though, luckily. Aldrone going to go through. Tap on the spike. Xiao going to go for it this time. Drawn away early. Still trying to get the pressure going. The time is going to start running low here, but they don't know about Chronicle's position. Finally, he's had enough. He wants this round done, and Chronicle gets what he wants. 4 stay alive this time. A clean buy round coming in. They'll be happy with that in Fnatic's camp.
Yeah, I was worried about the offsite post, but they had no smokes. Rooksik was dead, so nothing really to worry about. Nice little combo from Alpha and Crashies there. The vulnerable and shock that coming in to kind of get people off the spike. And a nice little rewrap from Chronicle into Garage.
Has he gone midnight yet? Not yet. Okay, we're a couple minutes out. I love this new like era of Chronicle. I don't know why. It's just the aura is just like up. You know what I mean?
Same plan for Na'Vi again. Aiming control. 4 people again this time.
Oh, and they keep catching Rooksik doing this. I feel like they've got to make an adjustment here, but Koalanoob's still waiting down by Sewer. And Angel's got a tag on this. Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god, that is so sick. Alpha just takes him away. Wait. So clean.
Well
so good. Good.
It seems like Na'Vi have a read on Fnatic that they're gonna fight for this A main control and use the power of the Yoru that they have to TP back across if they need to. But Fnatic rarely rush that C side of the map. So it's very safe for Na'Vi to do this.
Kayak. Clean. Leaving Xiao, no man's land. Okay, 2 apiece.
Yeah, Na'Vi going for the reclear there. Not gonna happen. There's something in Fnatic that we knew that Angel likes to do those reclears, so as long as you're kind of diligent in those mid rounds, not, you know, checking your corners, making sure that, you know, you're not in a silly position, should be good.
Just a checklist, don't be in silly position. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's on replays? Who's on replays? Who's done that? Who's done the slow-mo? Huh? You're not wrong.
We had that.
You're not
option, I think.
You're not wrong, but it's nasty. Bullying the OAPs.
Side by side with that. I think we need side by side, I think.
No. What's the buy like?
Just Marshall's here for Na'Vi, so Fnatic need to make a mistake. Nice little trap setup though on Garage. We've got Koalanoob ready with a flash off of Hero's contact with the Marshall. He was going to flash through the doors, but Fnatic not looking like they're going to go that way. Going to work the extremities, try and drag some rotations across, and maybe end where it feels weaker.
Chronicle's got a lot of space here as well. I'm not sure if he caught a glimpse then of Angel. I think he may have done. But Koalanoob's impatience kicking up a gear. Want to take a glance, and he gets a good bit of information. But this is patient from Fnatic, and I don't mind it as long as they don't leave it too late. Because you get towards that threatening end of the stick where you think, oh god, we're going to be walking into potentially a stack site. So as long as they're not hitting on 20 seconds, it's fine, and they might have rolled the dice correctly here.
Yeah, Angel was doing a good job with the information game towards A, and he's called people across, kind of as a gamble stack on the eco. Don't mind it, but it's going to be wrong.
Can happen, but this will be the plant now. Next up, Chronicle.
Risky position for Chronicle, though.
He's got this. It's Chron. Have you seen him recently? Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about that, man. Why? You doubted him?
I didn't doubt
I thought you were on his side.
If we're going to talk about odds, that is not correct.
Talking about odds, we could really go through some odds here, Mini. Let's, you know, take it easy. Let him have a little bit of fun.
No.
No fun allowed over here. Fair enough. Kayak sticking pretty close. Double smoke on the site. Oh, that's the fun you're allowed to have. Nothing else. Kayak just gonna finish with a flourish, but it was up against Marshals and Sheriff. So it's not the big round that'll be coming up pretty soon. Na'Vi, I want to see them with a plan in mind. They've got a good couple of big boy ults coming up here as well. So you gotta hope they got something cooked up for us.
Fnatic timeout.
Why? Why have you done this? I've turned around like they're dancing.
Very, very surprised here.
Can we get coach count? Pretty please. Yeah. Why do you disagree? Give some context to this.
Well, I mean, they've obviously picked up on something in the game that we're not privy to. But, you know, usually if you're winning the game fairly easily. All the momentum is on your side. The game plan from Na'Vi with the very simple game plan of take the A main. There isn't much here for Fnatic to worry about, in my opinion. But this is the kind of round where maybe there's a read on the ult situation, or maybe there's something behind the scenes that we're not privy to, where, you know, a player might be stressed out or something. Sure. There's a bit of like argument and going, you know, something's either wrong.
Fnatic argued?
Yeah, of course.
I believed all the socials that everyone just loves each other. What do you mean?
We hate each other behind the scenes.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I gotta hear. So Kayak does have ult on the Yoru, so that'll be interesting if that comes into effect here. Obviously, the neural theft, bloody hell, it is close to gone midnight. I'm allowed to dribble a word or two, but Kron does have that, a little less instigating. I want to see what the response is, though, from Na'Vi, right? Because I'm seeing Koalanu going for the operator. He hasn't activated too much yet. I feel like he's not had that kind of impact I was expecting here.
Time to jump.
But you've got a lot of ults to lean on. So, okay. Patient start from Fnatic. I don't see any big moves just yet. Kayak is happy to at least kind of clear through middle, work up towards Garage.
Yeah, just a recon flash to the Garage.
Yeah.
Some risks, like if Koala was on the middle of the map there, like I feel like they were susceptible to a pick, so something to watch out later. But yeah, the standard kind of Garage default that we expect from Fnatic, recon in, clearing it out, and now we're going to re-clear A with this Euro ult and send it A probably.
Koalanu has to respect it. He can't do much more from this position, which is probably very frustrating for him, kind of nullifying what that operator could have been doing. Kayak's going to take full control backside, and it's instantly respected from Na'Vi. They can't really stand and fight on it, but we've said it before, and you've highlighted this too. The retakes on this site are so uphill.
We do have the Shao does have the breach ult though, which gives an out for Na'Vi, but it's still going to be difficult.
It certainly is, but they're going to go for it now. Rooksik with the first, takes away Kayak on the front line. Alpha is still going to be just tucked towards long. The site now flying that Na'Vi banner, but look at that lurk as well. Chronicle slowly creeping closer, back and forth. Boaster's operator does land, but it's that back line. Chronicle couldn't do much in the end. Na'Vi working that perfect retake through off the back of the ult. The fuse is in. We're back all even.
Yeah, Na'Vi couldn't ask for more there off of that breach shot. Even with that breach shot, I would favor Fnatic in that situation. They had a nice open plant, they had a nice lurk, they had good positions off site. They didn't get hooked necessarily too much. And Na'Vi retaking even with the operator, so a good sign for Na'Vi.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, very nice. And it kind of asked to see him activate a little bit. That was a nice start.
That was a big round with the economy state as well.
Huge.
If Na'Vi lost that round, they're back on eco, and that operator on Koala might not be seeing it until, you know, later in this half. Switches it though, going for a rifle push.
Koalanu taking that walk down middle. We saw last time around that Kayak was willing to check on this, but he's already pathing straight towards Garage into a lot of bodies behind him. Aldron going to go first. Stun there. Koalanu's got Chronicle. They're catching that back line now, punishing him over towards window. This is a problem. Losing out on that first body. We're still above a minute. A dreamy beginning for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's how I love the Euro to be played. That A main control is one thing, but having someone like Koalanu who's confident enough to just walk down middle with a rifle and stay there and linger, despite being cool.
Also, what is with Hero's purchase here? Was it literally just a classic? Nothing else?
Done a boaster?
He might have done a boaster.
Here. He's learned from the best.
You can't beat him, join him, I guess. Yeah, that's a question mark. As it stands, though, fortunately enough, not being punished on this, Na'Vi really committing heavily towards this A side and leaving C pretty much on the cam and the trip. That's it.
Bit of a weird omen ult there from Boaster. Just a little fake. Alpha's run the fake now for A.
Left.
Softening up this B. Just the classic.
Oh, wow.
This would be.
He's only got the classic. If he gets a kill with it, I'm done. I'm walking out, cracking open a beer. It's over for me. Boaster's found a prime target though. Takes away someone trying to steal his style with it. Plant's gonna come through, but Angel's pretty close by here. Plant's in, TP out. Alpha takes away Angel. It's a 2v2 trying to play retake with that operator, but Rooksik on the back lines, completely disrupting this post plant. Alpha's got 2 targets to worry about. This man's damn good, but how good can he be? The spam not quite nullifying him yet. Koalanu going to switch out from that operator and try and close in. Alpha's days are surely numbered. Koalanu gets there in time. A close round, but another round for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, part of Bosa's cooling style is this B site is usually not traditionally that used across Haven, but it's a place that Fnatic like to finish, and it's not been working out so well right now.
I need this.
The C side has been more impactful, I feel like. If we want to cancel away from A, I think that C is going to be where Fnatic's going to find more success, it feels like.
One enemy.
Okay, does Hero have a gun? Yes.
Nice!
We're growing and changing. These
slow-mos, jeez.
Wow. Hey guys, can we get that slow-mo on Boaster looking incredibly sad? Yeah. Stay on that. That's brutal. You lot are cruel. Man. It's like Tarek watching EMEA over the Americas. I love to see it. Cruelty at its finest. How else will they get their viewers? So we go back in.
Na'Vi back to their standard A main take here. But the curious thing is that Koala doesn't have a TP that's over towards C. He's got that TP into spawn, so the C site is going to be quite weak. Probably in a retake situation for Na'Vi here. Oof.
Alpha.
Okay, off the...
Oh! Yo, someone clipped that. Sorry, did he just aim for his ult? Yo, wait.
He was waiting for the recon, but then just spun.
That's actually not... Show me that one back, please, replay team. What is going on here? Okay, 3v5. Alpha's gonna have to hide it now, you know what I mean? He's gotta tone it down a bit, humanize it up. All right. They're trying to get back towards the site, but what are you meant to do now, right? I guess you can't spam it so easily anymore, but they've got 5 players, they can just force people in. So, okay, cool, that seems fair and reasonable, but time's ticking. Oh, fair and reasonable things are happening. Alpha, please stop spinning around, it's making me nervous. It's like I'm back in Counter-Strike, but it's down to Angel. 1v2, time's gone. Okay, at least it's all even, it's 4 apiece, we're fine.
Yeah, I think fine for Fnatic there. They made it look a little bit messy, but in all reality, they were more than fine there.
And the money's okay?
But I did like, spin botting aside, I did like the recon into the backside. Alpha was ready to react off of that recon, and then he knew that, well, there's no one there, I might as well just fling it in the spot where they probably are. So, good decision making from Alpha. Cheating aside.
We just got the compilation of Alpha spin boy. Love it. But now we've got Koala Noob with ult, but he's going to be on the operator. Hero's got his, obviously a bit more reactive.
A new look here from Koala Noob as well, pushing down C with the op.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Crashies money, there was a little bit of an issue with it. Oh, it's not pretty. That's a slow-mo on the full cam, probably. 5v4, this is an elimination game. We can't be dropping the ball on this, and Rooksik does just walk into the blender of Chronicle, who's happily sitting in that deeper angle, but Koala Noob's still got that space, right? So it's like, where does now Fnatic take this?
Boaster has the full map control, doesn't need to focus on anything but making calls now, so that is the plus for them. But it looks like they're going to lean towards A, and watch out for this trap setup in sewers. We got the Cypher cam ready for the breach done on sewers.
Okay. Wait on that contact though. And Pixel shown, stun in. Incredible, incredible. Observers, Prius could never, but look at this though, Fnatic still piercing through towards long, but it's Hero. He overdoes it. He pushes right back around, deals with some of the players along. Down to the 2 on the side, Kayak and Alpha. They've got issues now, they've got players surrounding them. Koala wants a gap close on this. Alpha trying to find a fight, but he gets overwhelmed. Down to Kayak in the 1v2. No plant for him though. No time on his side. And no comfort towards that A side, and there's still util towards B. He can make a mad dash for it. He's trying to go towards C, at least play the odds, I guess.
Yeah, and I think he should know that the defense is far away here. He needs to do something to win this. He needs to make a play. So it'll be interesting to see what his first instinct is.
I just can't play this. Sticking around towards site here. Opting to stay towards it. Okay, Hero and Xiao. Xiao's got a good bit of util to play in. Kayak. He got one. It was a nice try there. You're kind of hoping that they'd line up or a little something, a little bit of luck falls on your side, but Na'Vi just simply had those numbers in the end. Diffuse going to come through and they pick back up the lead here just by the finest of margins.
Yeah, unfortunate first death for Boaster there. Well, not really unfortunate, to be honest. He shouldn't be in that position open It's the kind of position where as an IGL, when you're kind of, he's probably in that mode of making calls.
Looking elsewhere.
You should be in a corner just looking at the floor. You don't need to be involved. Maybe on that box is a typical place you'd see an Omen rather than in the middle of nowhere. So, mistake from Boaster.
The issue is that it's put them back in this financial crunch, right? 2 Vandals and a Sheriff, and then Classics beyond that. They've got Kayak's ult, but the stability coming out from Na'Vi, I have to commend here. After what was a really shaky start, they found that. But the stability coming out from Na'Vi, I have to commend here. After what was a really shaky start, they found that rhythm. They found a couple of things that worked for them. They fixed up a lot of those problems because Rooksik was struggling over towards A. We saw so many issues.
It seems like after conditioning so much for A main control, they...
Okay, Kayak, there it is. Huge pick. Unfortunately, not a recoverable weapon, at least easily. But still, that is dreamy for Kayak. But the response is coming. Rooksik trying to take that walk.
He's been going for a lot of these hero plays this game.
You spoke of hero, still committed towards Garage. Is Angel find anything? Not really. Question marks across the map.
Lots of annoying angles to deal with.
Very heads-up work here. No subtlety to this. And Hero's been seen. Rooksik does win his fight on Chronicle though. Hold on, that's actually pretty important here. And Hero's just trying to find any corner to play from. He has to keep falling away, keep falling back, find some security. But do they know about Rooksik on this? They don't, but they do now. Already Boaster goes down, the spike goes loose. Suddenly the odds look better for Na'Vi here. Oh, and crashes, just too many targets, too little time. Kayak tried to make some magic happen, and it ain't working. Na'Vi with 3 alive start taking away the scoreline.
Yeah, we're talking about hero plays from Rooksik there. That TP into the backline was what won them around there. It was a beautiful play. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that Na'Vi early on going for this A main control and pivoted away from it. It's almost like they conditioned Fnatic to kind of respect them, and now Koala doesn't have to be there anymore. He can get active elsewhere and find Fnatic defaulting.
Spike down, C.
But it is right back to this A main.
Have we seen a time? I'm not sure. We might
We
have
saw
done.
it when they won.
Yes, that's when we were a bit confused. I kind of feel like this would be a nice check-in point when now we've seen Na'Vi almost string together these rounds, but Rooksik again. We're seeing this rinse and repeat. Back to kind of that standard approach. This time I guess Koala Noob does have that operator towards sewers, so it's a little bit layered.
And this time the fast TP towards C.
Which could be taken. Let's see. No, Ops stick around. There's a lot on Hero, but I mean, rolling back my mind towards Fnatic days, we kept giving him credit for how well he held down this C site. It was his strong point, and he was good against the odds.
He was very good against the odds, but those are the odds for the reason. And that's why I keep saying about this C site potentially being somewhere to explore for Fnatic.
Rooksik. Okay, both players have now been noted. This push up towards A has been seen. Does this then kind of kick them up a gear towards B, or how do they now problem solve their way forward?
Yeah, another B finish from Fnatic, it looks like, and they haven't been that strong so far.
Angel's found a little... Uh-oh. He's found nothing. Nothing has been found apart from sadness, paranoias, bullets. He's in the trenches, folks. Alpha's going to at least give him some mercy. And the 1v1's going to be taken as well. So that's going to be going on in the background, but they're falling like flies. It's just Kayak alive, and Xiao is going to be ready, surely, and waiting for him. It is indeed Xiao catching Alpha, coming out of the ult. I don't know how Xiao found that space, but he just annihilated 3 of them. That's 7 rounds. This is where I bring back up that timeout early on. This is where I'm worried. You got 7-4 here. Ideally, maybe you get 7-5, but this could be 8.
Yeah, they've lost 5 and won 1 since that time. And you want to use that timeout again, but you can't.
And this is elimination.
Yeah, that is the kind of thing that could cost you elimination.
Not happy reactions. Yeah. My lip reading's a bit rusty, but what are we doing looked pretty appropriate. And I think that question might hold here. A bad buy, whatever they could scrape together. Angel gonna find Alpha. Maybe just a straight spam. Yeah, that's not the kill feed I expect to see either, but it is what it is. And we said this at the start, this felt almost too good. It felt like a trap that you got these maps. You got Fracture, you got Haven. Fnatic should be sitting there going, oh, I can't believe it. They messed up their veto, and then look at these results so far. It's still close, right? We're a little over the top here, but there are problems being shown. Already, that's Bose to see. Falls away from the space that is being backfilled. Na'Vi special.
Yeah, Chronicle is being big in these 4v5s though, to get the trade started, so again exploring.
He's trying to find someone, right? So having a little look around. Is there anyone, or even a bit of space to play in? But Xiao, oh, nice try, Xiao. But Chronicle, you said it, he's been so good.
Yeah.
He's still so good. Hero on the receiving end, they get all that safety from that seaside connector. They still have a little bit of security down middle, but this retake is still deadly. It is 3 players. There is still a lot to be kept in mind here. We have the backlines being fought for with Angel down towards that. We still got Ruxic and Koala towards the site itself. You've got Chronicle going around
What
the world.
the fuck
Ruxic
is
does
Boss
take away
still
Boaster.
doing?
Suddenly these problems are going to start mounting here. Kayak has to try and play from his corner. Chronicle, his timing, his positioning is a godsend, but maybe not. Crashy's now called upon, and oh my god, he's got one, but one is not enough. Koala
And
Noob,
Koala
all the
Noob
time in
ends
the
it, yeah.
world, is going to put
Yep.
Na'Vi up towards 8 rounds. This could be the downfall of Fnatic here. A questionable timeout, some questionable choices. And in these moments, they have to do better, Mini. This is not good enough. This is elimination.
Yeah, too many 4v5s, too many BXX, not enough. Like that's a post-map we should be losing.
Absolutely, that's what they're going to be in their minds coming into the second half. Do not miss this one.
Last player standing.
Better NA player, buddy!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Meanwhile, EG won they won the first map against Furia. They're currently on the second map, and they won the pistol, the second round, and the bonus. They won Abyss 13-7, and they are currently on Fracture. Fracture is Furia's pick, so Abyss was AG's pick. And the decider is Lotus. So for the people who want to watch NA, it's on. And I'll swap. I'll go to NA once Fnatic Na'Vi is over. As soon as it's over.
Surely they've made an error. Surely Fnatic couldn't be happier, over the moon. But here we stand, Mini, at 8-4, map 3. How have we got here? Are Na'Vi this prepared? Are they looking like they're prepared? Or is Fnatic simply not doing well enough? I'm putting you on the spot.
I think it's Fnatic not doing well enough. I think some of the mid-rounds from Boaster weren't good enough in my opinion. I think too much leaning towards that B side of the map and not... The C finishes looked juicy every single time.
Yes.
And every time in the mid-round when I was looking over towards that C side, it was fairly weak. So I think that was maybe one mistake. The other mistake is some of those 4v5s. Just too many, you know, attack side Haven is it's a map where you expect a lot of rounds.
Okay.
4-8 is not acceptable.
No.
And so to go 4v5 down in some of those rounds, it's rough when it's the much favored side.
I'm genuinely worried because this doesn't feel good, right? As simplistic as that sounds, this doesn't feel nice. For Fnatic playing, obviously coming into this map here, Na'Vi, they've not only won the last map, they're coming in here now on a near-on streak of what? How many rounds was it? 7 almost consecutive rounds? They dropped 1 in the middle of it.
Yep.
That is terrifying. And that gets to you. You feel that weight as a player. You feel that pressure building, let alone the fact that this is an elimination game. We go in. Na'Vi now on the attack. Fnatic on the defending side. Show us what you're made of, Fnatic. It's do or die time, right? And we've always complimented Alpha here. We've always looked at what he can achieve. He's always been such a strong player, but Ruxic was so aware. Na'Vi waiting patiently with a grin on their face.
Yeah, Na'Vi, it looked like they were set up perfectly for that. They kind of had people on either extremity ready to see what Fnatic were going to do, and seemed like they had a plan for either option.
Now they've spotted Kayak as well. Gets taken down to about 50 HP. Seen on his adjustment. Kron patiently waiting there. It is a gamble as well. You've only got one player towards A. Crashy's shouldering this, going to spot out the player. Does he take a second glance? He does. I don't know if he saw the same player twice, but he's certainly going to hear these steps here. Got to be cautious. He's going to be stunned as well. He's just praying they don't check, which they're going to. Oh my God, Crashies! Almost had me for a moment. But at the end, it's Kayak and Chronicle. Kayak already took a lot of damage. A nice flash. But he didn't even check the other corner. Graffiti was already going to be occupied. Hero was there. He ate probably that flash. That's why he didn't shoot any earlier. But still, Kron in a 1v3. One right, one forward, one left. The A side looking like Na'Vi's. And a devastating start here. Na'Vi off to a perfect beginning. You heard it just before we went to the break. The man who I think just gave the war cry as well. The better NA player. Koala Noob giving it now. And that's the worst start here, Mini. Feeling red, feeling like they've got that Fnatic book open.
Yeah, I think that it was a good little plan by Na'Vi. I think they threw the recon towards C to make it feel like there was a bit more pressure there than there actually was. And then they expected that push through on A, which is something that Fnatic are known for, those push throughs.
Yep.
So very well executed by Na'Vi, but Fnatic need to keep this in the back of their mind.
Feeling like it could be 10. Feeling like we're watching this game slowly but surely, step by step, fall between Fnatic's fingertips. Not something I expected to be saying this early in this kickoff tournament. It just doesn't feel right, but Na'Vi in a similar position. It'd feel the same if you flipped the names. But the new era of Valorant seems to be here, right? These new teams, these young players looking so good. Straight in towards C here. We asked the question, can they keep it clean? You got the 2 Vandals, 1 Guardian with Ruxic, and then the 2 Ghosts. You can afford to lose 2, you don't want to lose much more. So far, Hero has gone down.
It looked like they tried to flood, but completely denied. It's going
Held
to be
back.
down to Alpha on this flank if he can get anything done.
What's he got? At least he's got a Sheriff. Alpha, you hear the steps. Lock in, Alpha. Give us a couple kills here. Give us a chance. Give Fnatic a chance. 2 kills. Not going to get the 3rd. Koala Noob just going to hold that angle down, but it's giving them numbers. Boaster does some damage, takes away Shower, 1v3. Koala Noob, you were calling out before. Will they make it quiet now? 2 kills, going to need 4. They're defusing right under his nose. Chronicle, ice cold, does not get threatened by it. Boaster in the end there gets the defuse. And Fnatic hold on for another, but that felt just down to a little bit of individual impact.
I mean, that's what you need from Alpha, yeah.
Yeah, you do. I mean, we've been asking for it since Fracture. You know what I mean? Like, we needed one of these.
He's bought them some time.
Yeah, well played to
Let's
Boaster
go.
there.
Yo, we can do this. I promise we can do this.
I'd love to hear that.
Believe. It makes you believe a little bit, right? Someone having a little bit of that confidence, that faith, and hearing it from someone like Crashies. How many times have we seen these teams be in these predicaments, be able to bring it back?
Na'Vi with an interesting kind of half buy here. It's not going to be a clean round for Fnatic. It shouldn't be an easy clean round for Fnatic with the 2 Vandals coming out from Na'Vi. Interesting that Angel's going for it.
Yep.
Standing ahead.
Yep.
Interesting. No, this is terrible. Why is he going for the Vandal? I'm sorry. What is he doing?
You look at the roster of who you have there. We shouldn't be doing that. If we're going to bring it up when Floor's not given the Vandal, we say the same here. You know, you got to play in your big players.
I want to see 5 spin and 1 taps from Angel, otherwise I'm not going to be impressed.
I don't know what, maybe feeling there was, I don't know what that drifting away from A is, maybe just feeling there could be a stack there. I don't know.
It's probably a read. They know that Fnatic in these mid rounds, when they lose A control, they're going to go heavier towards the A side of the map. As I said, C side of the map is generally in this composition where in these mid rounds it can get a bit weak sometimes. Hero was very good on Fnatic and kind of holding it, but yeah.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, Koala Noob's got 1 of the Vandals. It's not Angels.
Trick shots.
Hero's going to go down.
They found my cage trigger.
Spike planted.
Still keep my eyes on Koala Noob and Angel, because these are the 2 that can make the damage happen. Koala Noob's fallen. You can see that's why Ruksik's going to dip back to try and pick that Vandal up, but I don't think he got it in hand just yet. So, again, this gives space. Fnatic can start building back through Garage. Decoy going to go in, gives him that springboard forward. Nice from Kayak. You wanted Angel. How about a 1v3? Show me what you got. Roll back the years. Oh my god! Oh my god, he might just bloody well do it, Angel!
Holy shit, Angel!
Give him the Vandal! How dare we doubt you? A vintage Angel moment sent from above puts Na'Vi on 10 rounds.
Yeah, I just stopped
What's
speaking,
it like being
shouldn't
wrong?
I?
What's
I
it
should
like being
stop
wrong?
speaking.
If
I've
I
cursed
speak,
them.
I am in big trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Angel. Bro, but how a Fnatic? Sorry, I was just mesmerized for a second, just taken aback by the raw talent from the youngster Angel.
This up-and-comer. Look at him. Easy, easy for him. Koala Noob already going to find one. Oh my god, this is so pacey.
I do want to point out, like I said in the other half, though, that Angel had the read there. Oh.
Hmm?
Nice from Alpha.
Get nervous about the UI. Oh my good god, hold on, hold on. We needed a hero. And they got at least an attempt at it. The cape was put on for Alpha. He's brought it back down to a 3v3. Crashies this time does have the Vandal.
Just Alpha with the Sheriff again. That's really, really nicely played, honestly.
It's been 2 of the rounds that Fnatic have gotten kind of competitive in, have been off the back of this, but they still haven't completely moved Chronicle off this one. Nice info there. Doesn't need to do too much now. Kind of forcing the hand almost. Does he preempt it towards C? He's starting to hear it. I feel like they've got that down pat. The problem is that the Vandal's completely on the other side of the map.
Gonna have to be a set retake here from Fnatic. I expect Na'Vi to stay on the site against the smoke.
I think they agree. Paranoia primed. Scatter. So we've got the 2 classics. Boaster and Chronicle have the classics. It's Crashies with the Vandal. First one, it goes back to what we expect. Rukzik there, going to find Boaster. Okay, Crashies is still alive, though. How can Chronicle open this up? Is there a chance from here? Ruksik's angle is really nice, though. Yeah, having to try and work through the smoke was not going to happen. And moment by moment, we're seeing this go towards Na'Vi. Fnatic, where's that timeout? You need it now. You have 1 still to play. Please call it.
There you go.
Thanks, man. Minnie, what are you meant to call in these? As much as I'm coming to you in this, it's one of those where it's 11 to 5. You've not had a save. How do you start playing to your strengths? How do you activate your key players? What are you meant to do when you're feels like staring down a barrel of a loss?
Honestly?
Genuinely?
Honestly? Like, I mean, in these moments, like, I know that I've taken big timeouts in these moments, but it's honestly one of those things where you're just telling people to relax, calm it down. There's nothing big to say about it. I mean, if we want to talk strategically, we can, but there's no point almost. I mean, we want to look at the ults and talk about them.
Sure.
But this is a moment where, you know, there's going to be a lot of nerves, there's going to be stress, and we just need to calm everyone down.
See how it goes. They have a good purchase here. Not perfect, but, you know, good enough. Got a good couple of ults. Game's not over, but it ain't close right now. 11 to 5.
No, and I'm worried about Na'Vi's ults here. They have a perfect Euro ult into Sova ult kind of combo that they could easily find some success with here.
Scares the life out of me seeing Na'Vi this well prepared for this composition that was the cornerstone of what Fnatic made this very unique composition look quite deadly with. But into the real thick of things, this is what it is.
Fnatic have made the wrong read, going towards the A side. You might see an Omen TP back across the C with the Euro, because Boaster does have his Omen ult, but I don't know if they're going to be quick enough here.
And Chronicle's just got to try and stay alive. I don't think he's going to be checked on too early. He's got the safety at least of Garage. Koala Noob's going to spot them out. And he's seen Chronicle too. Yeah, big stuff here. Koala Noob going to find a... Oh, it's perfect! Tailor-made to deal with them. Chronicle couldn't find anywhere safe to go to with that ult there. A counter ult from Kayak, trying to take some clear on the site, and they've just scattered. And the ult as well coming in. Okay, so Alpha's going to invest his ult. Who's he got this one? Xiao's been nasty, but not as good as Alpha in these. Okay, they have some good numbers here. Back to a 4v4.
Yeah, Hero getting active towards the middle of the map here. This is where he was very strong on Fnatic on the attack side.
Oh, the timing. Unbelievable. Alpha. Oh, if there's any time for Alpha to activate, it's right then. But Hero wants it back as well. It's a 2v2. Spike is in the hands of Ruxic, and Hero has just dominated the B site. But they're going to the one man.
They don't
hit.
realize. They think he's on the other side of the map.
Which is surprising. Crashies has been here. He's heard the steps now. And how long does he wait? Perfect. And now he's got to know. TP is there. Ruxic can hit the emergency escape. And he commits. Plant gonna come in.
This gives him options. He can go where he wants. He can go to see the spike here. Let's see how he plays it.
And Crashies is one of those you want in these situations, though. He's a calm player.
He plays the kind of, what do you want to call it? Like the kind of, it feels like he shouldn't be here kind of position.
Yeah, high risk at this point as well, but smoke's gone in. Does Crashies read it right? Clearing through front of sight. Ruxic looks left, looks right. He sees him. Oh, but Crashies is still standing. 6 bullets. Oh, and Crashies!
Jumped up.
Ruxic had a little bit of a fumble on it, and Crashies will take that every day of the week, and you want a player like that, who's calm under pressure, who's been here before in the Red Bull clutch. Maybe just give him Fnatic a lifeline.
Yeah, I think Ruxic in these moments is looking a little bit nervous for my liking. I think give him a few more games, and I think he'll heat up into it, but yeah, that jump up would
not the one.
Looked a bit awkward. He's having a good game, though.
Yeah.
But those key moments in big games, there's a difference.
It is so funny that you see Crashies down on, it was 5 to 13 kills, being the one to win it, but Ruxic, who was on 20 to 11, losing it. Still, they're there in this. They're not done yet. There's still a chance, but it's got to be bit by bit, step by step. The money isn't perfect now for Na'Vi. Stinger's out. Couple of big ults, though.
More towards C, it looks like, for
What?
Na'Vi.
But Krugle's just fallen. Crashies just has to burn this to try and maybe play Alpha in to fill that space, secure some safety. A counter ult comes back through. Angel just a shot in the dark, and I think it found Crashies actually. But Alpha's on the side, he's got Hero just to the right. I don't think they know about each other. That's a vulnerability, but Alpha turns around in time, catches Hero. Where is that spike? It's in the hands of Xiao towards Garage. Are they trying to sell a fake? Xiao just gets away alive. Big space. Crashies has got to hear this though. He does! Big impact from Crashies. Starting to heat up in these bigger moments when crunch time's calling. He's right there. Xiao and Angel gonna find it hard now. Can at least get themselves on site with this. But a 2v4 is very tough.
Xiao has the Rolling Thunder, but I don't expect it to be used here unless something goes right quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Al drone towards CT. That's where you got Boaster. That's where you got Crashies out towards that side. Angel is your headhunter here, right? He's the one with that Vandal, and Alpha getting closer and closer. Closing the gap. Xiao can't get it. Alpha's right there. We're gonna need some more brilliance from Angel. This time it ain't gonna hit. Fnatic again, still standing, still going. That's 7. The gap gets more and more manageable.
I do think that Na'Vi have a decent read here, though. They're working that C site well, and they're getting advantages early. But again, we see Alpha here with the heroic saving Fnatic once again.
Late games now, really getting to those later hours. You're feeling that pressure come through. Na'Vi deciding time to call a timeout.
Let's go.
And it does give another chance as well for Fnatic to check in too. So you kind of get the both sides of the coin here. Na'Vi are on 11, but in the last couple, Fnatic are starting to fire up.
Yeah, the firepower seems to be ramping up for Fnatic. Even Crashies, we mentioned a couple of times, not having the best game, but a couple of big rounds. Another 1v1 versus Ruxic technically going in his favor. But it is all on the back of Alpha here, in my opinion, this half.
I agree.
He is being the heroics they've needed.
The amount of times you'll see him get 2, 3 kills, impact off the charts. He's top fragging as is. That's not a surprise, but it's the way he's finding this value, especially after a very rough fracture as well. Finding this has been very impressive. Now, of course, for Na'Vi, how do they handle being put under this position? How are they going to come back through it? Because their money's not in a good spot now, so they're going to have maybe a half buy, you know, a little bit of a mixture. A couple of big ults, so if it does start going their way, there's a chance it can snowball, but they're not really finding as much value. What's been the adjustment in your mind from Fnatic, or is it simply just, you know, Alpha starting to hit a bit better, starting to close out some of these clutches, or is there something that's standing out to you, or is it just
No, I honestly think that Na'Vi have been ahead in many of these rounds. In terms of the read on the map, I think that going towards the C side of the map has been kind of weak for Fnatic. But some heroics just from Alpha, to be honest with you.
Must be nice to have Alpha once in a while, right? You get those. And it's just right in towards B. Okay, we spoke his name, and he shall appear. I think they're reading the smoke very well as well. No massive surprise in the TP in the dark. Yeah, found. Boaster's not going to have any of that naughtiness. Ruxic, get back to the next round. So Hero and Xiao. And again, Angel with that rifle. We doubted it before. We'll
I'm
never
not
doubt it
down
again.
it this time.
Never
He's
again.
getting 5 one-taps.
5?
5 one-taps, yep.
Well, the 3 was a lot. 5. Bloody hell. Well.
There we go.
Well. A one-tap against him, perhaps. Hero and Xiao might suffer similar fate as Crash. He isn't even getting played in. Kayak's just like, cool, I'll just keep, you know, swinging out here. The inevitable death.
Nice shot.
Crashy's the one to round it out. We're up to 8. Step by step, the game gets closer. Na'Vi's buy is now, however.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's adjustments, what adjustments have been made now. Because as I said, I think Na'Vi had a good read, and they're gonna. I think if they watch back those rounds, they'll kind of kick themselves for some of those early rounds. But Fnatic is the same. The 3 towards A, taking the A main control. The fast TP towards C. The breach ult for Xiao and Na'Vi is typically used towards the A side of the map, so maybe Fnatic can have the read here.
Let's see who draws that first blood, though. Who gets the account started? Na'Vi. Glancing towards the A site already.
Looking for an ISO ult here off that drone, but didn't catch one.
They're so close to the smoke, though. Do they expect them this close up? It doesn't matter, because Kayak is going to slice through both of them. And the ult on top doesn't catch anyone towards sewer, but it clears space to an extent.
Beautiful reclear down on the long from Fnatic.
I don't know why he
Hero
ulted
gonna
though.
get kind of his own test back with the setup that he's probably very aware of. And Chronicle playing safety, playing very secure, doesn't need to stay on site and give up the kill.
Yeah, Hero's done well here to get the space and cool back Na'Vi.
You can see the response from Fnatic as well as taking that A long space.
Yeah, this push out we saw on the pistol that is very common for Fnatic to see, but it's very strong on this map to create more opportunities on the retake. Xiao is in a curious position though. Might not go checked.
Oh, the ult though. That's kind of...
Never mind.
Oh, I thought he might still have that one. Alpha does so well though. As they'll look towards where they may be. Clearing out well, down to Angel and Hero. Both positions noted. Fight towards CT. Hero wins it, but that paranoia could not be better, and Boaster seals it. This is going to be 9. Round by round, Fnatic are getting closer. You a believer, Mini?
I'm a believer.
Oh my god.
I'm a believer.
That's bold.
I've never believed.
Not once.
No.
Even
never.
more coaching.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
And Boaster's operators working.
It'd be 12-4 up, but I wouldn't believe. Wait, is his op, right?
Yeah.
Is that his skin? Does he just bought the op?
No, he had it last round as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
On the B side.
And this is another broken buy from Na'Vi. They're starting to believe it themselves. You can feel it, right? That tension building. Fnatic round by round here.
It felt like when Crashy said it earlier that it wasn't quite the same amount of belief, but now Alpha is in complete
He's
alpha
believing
mode.
it, yeah. Okay, but it takes one round going wrong and Na'Vi are on 12. Don't forget how close they are here. That money, it's rotten. On Guardian already, Koala Noob's down on 26.
And this is a position where the Na'Vi, the rookies on Na'Vi, I'd be interested to see how they handle this. Especially Ruxic and... I mean, Koala to me doesn't seem like that kind of person, but... Again, a nice little C reposition for Na'Vi. I've been saying it, the C side of the map, I think, has been weak for Fnatic, and Na'Vi haven't been able to convert. But I like that Angel's still confident in it.
I'll make it count. So Chronicle going to evacuate. Trip's being cleared. We could actually have a plant off this. I don't know if you can go for any sort of flood. I don't think they're quite close enough. So plant's going to be in. Got to be careful. There are, as much as this is, you know, sheriffs and everything else, there is still threat here. Boaster.
There's going to be the ISO shield coming in from Alpha. There's going to be the entry on this retake.
Oh my god. Shuts the voice line right up, but the ult did come through. Koala Noob's timing, not good enough. Booster, giving the doubters lockjaw right now. We're down to Rooksik, Angel, and Hero. Oh my god, look at this naughtiness though. Look at what they're up to in the smoke here. It doesn't matter. Fnatic's got them read like a book. They're back in the game, baby. Fnatic not down, not out. They're up to 10. They are almost tied all even. 1 round away.
Yeah, those details are what make the difference there. That shock dart, and then Boaster having the kind of awareness to kind of check that re-lurk through Garage is beautiful. They kind of won the retake before they even needed to retake.
Yep.
You said you didn't like it. They look pretty good. The Boaster up. Death staring me.
Nice!
Like it, no. Did I like it?
No.
I mean, I don't like it when we got a Euro on our team, but...
No. But you're only bringing that up now because they've won a couple rounds. Hold on, it ain't over yet. Na'Vi, this is the round that you worry about. Now they got the buy. Now they got the ults, and Rooks is up towards heaven. And I think Crashies knows it, but what's he meant to do about it? He's got pressure coming in from every single angle. Paranoia's primed. Doesn't need to go for it. It's a freebie for Koala Noob. And now Rooksik's just going to get back with the boys. No sweat there, but they need to convert this. There's no ults to bank on here, but this could be 12. This could be the fake comeback, maybe. Na'Vi just toying with us, breaking our hearts when it matters most. But Angel's position is huge. Big audio cues here. Boaster going to find Hero. Oh my god, wait, hold on! Fnatic, how are you working this one out in Alpha? About to Batman in on the site, it looks like. Rooksik blinded. What on earth is going on? But he actually gets the kill here. Now the problems start to mount. Chronicle and Kayak up against Koala Noob and Rooksik. Rooksik in the corner, and nobody keeps him there. Now down to 1. Kayak falls. It's 12. Na'Vi just giving them a glimpse of what it would be like, and then ripping it away. 1 more round, and Na'Vi eliminate Fnatic.
A great 4v5 retake attempt there, but again, Na'Vi have made a little switch up. They've been abusing that C side of the map, and now they just go for a quick A, and Fnatic weren't ready for that one.
And do we have ults? I've got to check on this now. 1 off from Boasters, 2 away from Crashies, 2 away from Alphas. The rest a little far off. For Na'Vi, you've got Koala Noob with his. Angel still not on the perfect push.
Na'Vi again
for this. He's decided to go for this.
Opting again, looks like for that same Euro ult strat we saw from Fnatic.
They're trying to catch Crashies, but he's slippery so far. Koala Noob, the America's rival here, he's not going to get what he wants. He has to just kind of submit towards being towards the back of the site, but a pre-take and an isolated Koala Noob, beautiful work, and then dips away. Does Alpha go for it again? Fnatic aren't falling back. Boaster fighting forward. Alpha spraying wildly. Chronicle now. They are absolutely destroying Na'Vi. How the hell do they have the guts to go for this? Whereas Hero and Angel, the last 2 alive for Na'Vi. You thought maybe they had it on a platter, but absolutely not. The fact that Crashies is still standing. Boaster, again more impact.
Down A.
Down a Hero now, 1v5. And I think keeping that is about as good as you're gonna get. That's gonna be 11. Hell, I hope you don't have plans tonight, folks, because this might be OT the way this is going.
Please don't. Fucking Pansy.
Yeah, I thought that might have been Na'Vi's to win there. They used their Fnatic's own strat against them. It looked beautiful. But then Alpha again with the heroics coming in that flood. The decision to flood there was wonderful.
Hero here just wants to keep this as best he can, but 15 seconds is a very long time, and Crashies ain't loving that. We're almost all even. Na'Vi with a glimpse of hope in the previous, but shattered instantly. Fnatic just kicking it up a gear. I doubted Boaster, maybe I was wrong. You know what? I take it back. I take it back completely.
And now Alpha's ult is back online. That's scary.
Na'Vi are pumping the brakes. 12 to 11.
I mean, big ults here from Fnatic. You highlighted they were like 2 away from 2 of them, and I was like, who cares? But
they're there now.
They're there now.
And that is... Okay, so just to give you the context, it's not up on the screen, but to walk you through it, Alpha does have the ult now. So that's on. That's you. There it is. Perfect. Eyes on that. Alpha has his ready to go. That's impactful. You got the TP as well for Boaster if needed, and Crashies as well. On the other side...
1 away from
1
Servo.
away, yeah. And that's kind of... And look at the buy. Look at the buy. I mean,
This needs to be a hell of a timeout call.
Happy?
Happy is, he's talking.
He's having a chat. As if this game got this way. I mean, I feel like it's deserving of this caliber, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels weird that this is one of the first elimination matches.
You can get this level out of them. Here we go. Buckle up, folks. 20 seconds and the round goes live. Na'Vi with the last time check-in here in regulation. A broken purchase. The Vandals still on Angel.
It looks like
And
I'm
Koala
not
Noob.
sure what they're... Okay, they're setting up for Bose is going into sewers. And then Alpha's ready to ISO ult off of him. And even Crashes has the ult behind him if he needs be.
Scanning ahead.
A little bit of a red zone down here. You almost don't want to get any contact, but Boaster, big info. Hold on. Hunter's Fury from across the map. Crashy's trying to find a body, not going to get it. That burns it early. This is tense stuff. Does Koala Noob hear this? Yeah, he absolutely does. Okay, so he's got info that there's at least someone dedicated towards that A side. I don't know how much else he's hearing here, but this is 3 players on A.
It's interesting what they're going to do with Koala here, because he's not ready on the C side of the map for a hit. So maybe he's going to start a fake or something?
Waiting to see. Kayak this time. We've got a double operator as well. I didn't even notice it. Kayak had one as well.
Oh no, just grabbing the orb here from Angel, creating a win condition with the server ult.
45 seconds. This is going to
Na'Vi
be
haven't made their mind up yet.
No. Okay, so Kayak's going to swap out the operator back to the Vandal. And it looks like Na'Vi going right back into the C hit. Here we go. Angel going to try and set that one underway. Does he get a tag towards CT? Does not. So Chronicle gets to fill the void, find a gap to try and play from here. Na'Vi on the site, but Kayak in support. Takes away Koala Noob. We are looking like it's going 12 apiece. We're going to find out now. Boaster with a connection. Alpha looks to win this 1v1. And he absolutely does. Just down a shout now. We're going the distance. Life on the line, Fnatic. Show signs of life, bringing it back from the dead.
Stunned.
You and me both.
I mean, it's not just Alpha, it's Kayak too. It's both 27 for 17. And after Kayak not looking so hot in that first game, he's had a hell of a series so far.
Alpha's getting fired up too. Fnatic timeout now as well. We're getting into the... It always goes a little crazy
my
in our
mind
team.
back to what the problems was on their attack. The problems on the attack were some of those 4v5s, but then also finishing towards that B side too much.
Yeah,
I think that C side of the map was really nice for them.
Okay.
I wouldn't hate them to work the map and then finish C if they think that it's the weaker side of the map.
But Na'Vi, obviously, you felt good on this side. This was a decent side for you, right? This was pretty solid. Oh man, but OT, as much as you can kind of address what happens in regulation, it always feels like it goes out of the norm, right? It gets a little weird, especially when if you go deeper and deeper into it, it just turns into its own game of itself.
Yep.
Oh man, here we go. Here we bloody go. Of course these two would do this to us. They take us this far. After what felt like it was going to be a blowout of a game, it turns into an absolute heater. All right, what are we seeing here?
Looks like Na'Vi are going to go for mid-aggression once again, just leaving Angel towards A, getting information, having that trip as a contingency if they need it. But it looks like maybe some aggression here.
That's a bold play to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Away we go. So Koala Noob, the one to feel like he's up to the challenge. Take those brave few steps, but Angel has to be cautious here. Can't give his life up. Kind of a 1-3-1 on the defending side.
As I said, Fnatic like to lean towards that B site finish, and Na'Vi have read it like a book.
Oh my god, and that's a spike scene. Xiao's the one to get the reward from it, but Ruxic was right there. They don't know about Koala Noob just yet either. Is he going to get his time in the sun? Gets caught. Alpha going to keep it at a 4-4. Now it looks like a pivot potentially through Garage, eyeing up that C side. What? Kayak going to catch Ruxic. And that's a beauty of a pick, giving you that man advantage here. Still with about a minute to play with. They can paint this picture however they want.
Just waiting for that Na'Vi re-aggression that we commonly see in these situations. Just freezing. Won't see anything for a bit.
You could cut the tension with a knife. Shao, too many as Fnatic go back towards the B.
Came in and Fnatic were ready.
Certainly were. Alphas could be the one to get the plant here. Hero.
Spike planted.
This would be bloody legendary. Nice shot on Kayak. Gonna see that Alphas left the site. They're all sitting in these deeper post plants here. Angel, the one to spot out, at least where Alpha's adjusted to. Crashes in towards window, but Chronicle's position is tough. They just don't expect it. Too many bodies to work against an Angel outnumbered and outgunned. Fnatic strike first.
And Na'Vi were set up for that B finish once again, getting into the 5v4. I think that Koala made a mistake in that cubby over peeking. I think he could have tucked in. I don't think anyone was ever going to expect him there. I think unlucky from Rusick getting that wall banged, but I think Koala made a huge mistake there.
Na'Vi going to be going for the timeout here as well. I mean, this is wild. This turn of events here. I can't believe it. Rashi's getting fired up now. They're all feeling it, right? It feels like it's fated.
I mean, that's the attack side round done as well. That was the side where Na'Vi were looking good and Fnatic were looking rough.
Yeah.
So this is... Maybe we see some OT weirdness where it flips once again.
Absolutely could, because it's always that, oh, well, we're going to have to, you know, counter the counter of the counter, and they're going to do this, so we have to do this, but oh, what if they expect that? It just keeps going out and out, and these like crazier sort of ideas. But for now, Fnatic have the lead here, which feels ridiculous. After such a long run of Na'Vi being in the driving seat, feeling like this was the one for them. And it went from down in the doldrums Fnatic to pumped up, ready to go. Now, can they close here in the first round of OT, or do we go again? First to 14, simple enough, right? Like, super easy. Operator is out for Kayak. Everyone else, Vandals and Phantoms.
Kayak setting up towards the seaside of the map this time.
Okay.
And he has the op in OT.
First challenges.
So a little pressure towards A from Na'Vi, but not going to commit to anything. Whilst they make this pressure, it feels like the middle of the map being explored.
So I'm looking at who's going to be there. It would be Chronicle kind of sitting in that C connector side with Kayak taking his spot towards that C long. So you can see him in that little bit of a deeper angle. There is util, so if that gets broken, he can react. There it is, but he just moved away. So they will get entrance towards the B side. V5 retake. Bloody hell, this is about to get hectic, isn't it?
It's messy. It's going to be messy. It's the on-site post here for Na'Vi.
Incredibly tough. Nice work from Alpha. Very calm in these scenarios, but it's time to go. It's time to play the game. Hero going to find Chronicle. Na'Vi so far doing what they need. Keeping the one in their side. Kayak and Crash is the last two alive. And Na'Vi kind of showing, hey, you like B? We'll show you what we can do with it as well. Xiao's there to find Kayak, and Na'Vi finally striking back on this. Crashes is good, but he ain't that good. Na'Vi back into this one. We go again.
Nice call from Na'Vi. Taking A main at the start, going back, droning garage, making it feel like a very typical Haven round, but whilst that's happening, into B site for free.
Okay, so the first round of OT, not enough to define these two. So we go again. 15 now the goal for either of these sides. We do see a switch up, but who's going for the operator too? Man on the screen there, opting for it this time. Koala Noob. He's going to have that in hand. How does Fnatic approach this? We saw that proclivity towards that B hit, but surely not again, or do they double dog dare to do it?
A late call from Na'Vi. Hero's only just setting up towards A. But yeah, this is going to be slow. No one wanting to do anything too committed on OT.
It's so hard to be so brave and kind of make those kind of riskier plays in these scenarios, but Chronicle gonna get himself pushed up towards that B side. Shout.
He'll be able to hear the rotations from here. So whatever Fnatic decide to do now, Chronicle can be that the mid-round presence for them.
Right, it is a slow round.
Nobody's moving.
We're down to 48 seconds here. So C is looking like the door's shut as well. Keep that in mind. You've got a player already pushed down on long that they have no idea about. Koala Noob is there as well. Operator in hand, he can grab a TP out. But we know the Fnatic have liked this kind of B finish. Koala Noob goes unchecked on. This was kind of a dry walk up, but look where the spike is. This was a fake, this was a ruse. That C hit was never coming in. It's over towards A. Hero from heaven gets spammed down. Crashies gets what he needs. Alpha on the follow-up. Beautiful util coming in from Crashies as well here. And the last two players were way away. They were over towards C. This is going to need something almost like a miracle as Kayak's just found Ruxic, leaving Koala Noob in a 1v4 post-plant. Okay, that's not bad. 1v3.
Time to jump.
Good luck. Ooh, not what you wanted. Knows where one is. Doesn't matter. Boaster's there. Fnatic. The pace change was in, but it was calm and it was well delivered in the end.
I was critical of some of Boaster's mid-rounding in that initial half, but I think that was a beautiful round. We saw a very slow approach, but the final, the end result there was a little garage fake, but the Euro was able to TP back to A if necessary. It's unfortunate that they've walked into Koala Noob, but I thought that was quite nice. The little distraction on A, if you're an A site holder there, you can hear the comms like, oh, it feels like a C, someone saying, no, it might be garage to garage, and then suddenly there's people in your face.
Okay, so upper hand goes to Fnatic now. Oh, and Alpha's confidence knows no bounds. Set into play, obviously, by Boaster, by everyone else that was around. Crashy's being supportive with the util, but it gets him the man up, and that takes away Angel, which makes these side hits a little bit harder now. How does Na'Vi do this with just the 4? Jump spot towards the sun. Oh my god, Koala Noob goes right into the eyes and arms of Alpha. Light work for him, and it's getting step by step a little bit closer. Hold on, but Hero, Xiao, in unison, wrapping up Fnatic, who just seemed to fall to pieces. How the hell did that just happen? Kayak,
I know exactly.
we ask a lot of the young man. The man to fill one of the greats' shoes coming into this roster. Not an easy position to be in. Can he close this out for them? Can he get him out of this jail cell with Na'Vi? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's even better! Kaya comes up with it when Fnatic needed it. Diffuses in, and they get to live to fight another day.
And it's Kayak and Alpha that are the ones to take it over the line. They went massive on this half, and that's what Fnatic needed.
They did, but what a game between these two. Fnatic pushed to their limits, and it felt like they were down and out, right? It felt at one point in that game, the comms were dead, they were quiet, they were out of it. And then there was that one comment the wheelies picked up from Crashy saying it's not over yet.
Damn, the Fnatic guy is still there.
Bring it back. What an incredible matchup between these two.
32 for 19 for both Alpha and Kayak. All the way through that game, it felt like they were just
matching
each other.
Yeah. And the heartbreaking part of this on the flip side is that Na'Vi are out of here. This was an elimination game, pushed to their absolute limits, and we saw so many good things from Na'Vi. The fact that they came into this map pool and they had a plan. There's no two ways to say it. They were so well prepared in this. They made such a valiant attempt. A second round of OT it took to define these two. And it's such a shame to lose out on a team of this caliber so early. But that's the quality we have this year. And I've got to say on the flip side, for Fnatic, it feels like survival. It was so close, but at the end, there was just that magic there for them.
Yeah, they're going to need to step that. Whatever happened at the end of that game, that is the Fnatic we need to see if we want them to progress to Bangkok or further.
Yes, absolutely. Because this, as much as yes, Bangkok is that initial touch base that we're looking at, how do they fare? It's the rest of the year as well. We've got a lot of question marks with this roster. This time we started to see some of that grit, that determination, something that we love about Fnatic, seeing Alpha in a position like this, playing so well as well. An absolute treat to witness, and Kayak, the young gun. I mean, we talk about pressure on young players to fill the role in the position of someone like Durka. Not everyone can do that. Almost no one can do that.
To have a rough first game into this tournament and then come back in an elimination game with the way he played, that's a very good sign.
Big props to the guy, because that can't be easy. And well, luckily enough, we're out for the day because Yinzu is chilling down on the stage with the man of the hour, Alpha.
I mean, if you stayed for this game, you might as well stay for this post-match interview as well. I'm now joined by Alpha. First of all, on behalf of the Fnatic fans, I would like to thank you for our yearly 11-5, 11-4, 11-3 comeback. I'm glad we got it out of the way this early. At what point did you believe? At what point of the game did you believe that you were going to win?
I think it was the round we came to 6th round. It was 11-5, and we take the 6th round. I think that's the time I start believing the game.
Why?
Because I think they win eco, and then we are like low money, and when we win the round, and I start believing.
Got in their heads. You got in their heads. Could you hear any of the noise? Could you hear Koala Noob, you know, kind of trash talking? Did you hear any of it?
I can't hear them anymore.
Wow, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I wanted to ask you what you make of Boaster's new strat, Kayak Go Kill.
I mean, Kayak was really good today. It's really like, because when he came to this team, he was always like want to improve himself on the tournaments, in the officials, in the stage. And that's today, Kayak was perfect. Like, it's one of the reasons we win today. And congrats team, he's back.
Yeah, shut the haters up as well, right? Silence the haters. For you though, I know you really didn't want to play Killjoy anymore after last year, so that's not happening. But did you expect to come in and play Chamber, Tejo, and ISO?
I mean, it's in-game things, like it's inside team things, so I can't say anything. But they give me, I'm playing, I'm enjoying the game I'm playing right now. I'm happy.
You like all three? I mean, I know you love ISO, but Tejo and
I mean,
Chamber?
When you think Tejo, Chamber, and ISO, it's like all DPS agents. You are doing damage. That's the only thing you're doing, so I think I'm fine.
Is that why you play Tejo? Because you have Crashies and Kron, so why is it you?
Because Tejo, I think, is like KO. I'm not gonna say they can't shoot, but when I'm playing Initiator agents, I'm like more available to shoot as well. Because my game style is so aggressive, that's why I can shoot with Initiator's agents as well. I think Tejo is like one of the agents you need to shoot.
I think we saw also your firepower on ISO as well. And last question for you here. I think the community really loved the way you say Crashy's name. I've seen a lot of memes on Twitter, you know, everyone kind of spamming Alston, Alston. Can we just get one from you? Are you able to give us one?
I mean, I don't know how did I do it, but I'm calling Austin.
Austin. Alston, we love it.
Isn't that correct?
No, it's correct. It's I think it's really endearing. Everybody likes the way you say it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for joining me today, Alpha. Massive congratulations. And also thank you to you, all of you guys, for staying to cheer on the team. Thank you for coming. We're going to be back with more action tomorrow, so make sure you guys have a good rest and join us then.
Okay, we are swapping to NA. Boom. Oh, it's the Byakin NA. Yeah, EG just won 2-0 against Furia. There you go. I mean, I had EG winning against the loser of Furia 2 game anyway, so the PKMs are saved. And I have Cloud9 winning against EMEA. Is that the game? Yeah, EMEA lost 200 tiers. So yeah, my money is on Cloud9. For sure, for sure. Bam, 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 bam.
Parando su jogo da Cloud9, a gente sabe que o jogo deles pouco em torno do
Caralho.
Climbs in for two. From that high ground now to the Sheriff. Interrupts the plan. Oxy! He's looking for it!
They're a strong team. They have Osboss, one of the best players in the world, so we can't take them lightly.
Jogador sendo pego no fio, né? E agora o Aspas já garantindo 2 abates logo de começo, hein? Só que o Xenon já foi eliminado. O Aspas de novo! Vai ter que ser com ele, não tem jeito!
MIBR is good at playing mechanically and playing together. We're going to beat MIBR by playing fundamentally sound and closing out the rounds that we should.
O jogo contra a Hannetif deu para a gente saber qual que é nossa fraqueza, né, no campeonato. Por enquanto que foi a defesa, a gente não conseguiu encaixar nosso ritmo do jogo contra a Hannetif. Então a gente vai focar nisso e contra a gente está bem confiante.
Welcome back to day 5 of VCT America's kickoff and our second elimination match. It's MIBR versus Cloud9. I am Zoe and joining me are Sean and Dre here on the desk. This is going to be a funny one, I personally feel.
One?
Because, let me tell you why. For me, it's like one of the teams that most overperformed versus one of the teams that most underperformed.
That's very true.
And if we're looking at those two teams and talking a little bit about what we've seen so far, MIBR, obviously the team that everyone had super high expectations. Osboss on that roster. You have promising rookies, right? So there's a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure on this team to perform.
I'm not gonna lie, who would have thought we see Osboss in an Olymp game first round lowers right now? And they're playing against Cloud9, and here I am thinking maybe Cloud9 is favored. So it's scary for Osboss and co over there on the MIBR because they have these young rookies that just kind of maybe fell flat on their opening showing on the stage.
Yeah, what happened was very unfortunate as well. You think you won the pistol round right away, and then it ends up that players on the other team were disconnected.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about that. You have to replay the round. So it's just, I guess, just starting off on the wrong foot for them. And I think in order to bring that back up, you got to come in confident, forget about the past, and just go full steam ahead.
And that definitely has an effect on a young team. You know, thinking you won the pistol on the pistol you practiced all week long, Artizine getting 4 kills on the new Agent Teo, grinding up his ult, and then the match restarts, and he ends the map with 4 kills.
I know, that's what I was pointing out too. I was like, dude,
devastating.
It's rough.
I mean, to be fair, 100 Thieves played really, really well as well. They were running at them. They were so aggressive. It was such a fast-paced game from them.
I think
they run that Neon as if Neon never has been nerfed, like ever. So it was just, that was a rough debut performance for MIBR.
Yeah, they struggled to get value on the Teo, if I'm being honest. Like, we saw Xander TP past the Teo ult at some point at Rubble. Just really lacking creativity. It's a very powerful kit, as we've seen, but you still have to innovate, and they couldn't against the Neon and the Omen, which were getting past all that util.
I also wasn't really seeing enough like chemistry and engagement between Osboss and Nazwar. Like, I feel like the whole story has been, oh, what's gonna happen when these two like come back together? And I feel like for Nazwar, he kind of has to prove to everybody that the roster decision that Leviathan made last year was a mistake.
Yeah.
And he's got to start now, because if not, then it just looks like, okay, maybe all along Leviathan knew what they were doing.
That's a crazy thing too. They went behind, like, the star player. Osboss wanted to play with Nazwar, and he was removed from that team for Calm. And then here they are rejoining now on MIBR, the old school coach of Osboss, coming in from Loud.
You gotta deliver.
It's all here.
You do, but also we have to give MIBR a lot of credit. They're the only Brazilian team that are taking chances on those tier 2 players. They're here to develop. They believe in this roster. And we have one of those rookies standing by right now with Dryads. Let's hear from Cortesia.
I'm here with Cortesia ahead of match 2. And Cortesia, what I want to ask you here is there were a lot of eyes on you in the offseason because of your individual performance. You were doing amazing. So how are you dealing with that pressure now that you played on the stage for the first time?
Então, a pressão no stage é bem diferente, né? Querendo ou não, no off-season foi em casa, então era mais confortável. Aqui dentro do stage, acredito que é questão de tempo para me adaptar e não me sinto nervoso de jogar na frente da plateia nem na frente dos outros jogadores, não.
Well, the pressure at the stage is different, right? During the off season, I was playing at home, and and so the pressure is definitely different. But I'm not really scared of playing in front of other players and audience.
And speaking a little bit about that pressure, so do you feel any pressure playing with Aspas and Nabskir, names that are so well known internationally, or are you playing like it's any teammate?
Então, acredito que a pressão de jogar com Aspas e com NZR existe sim. Aliás, eles são os melhores do mundo, né? Mas eu gosto de ver de uma forma grata de estar tendo essa oportunidade, de ter um time competitivo e não de uma forma...
It's funny, they didn't translate the question.
Yeah, they're like the best in the world, but I am thankful for the opportunity to play with those two, Aspas and ONRZ. So I don't feel the pressure of playing with them. I'm actually very thankful for the opportunity.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck today.
Yeah, there's so much you can take away as a rookie when you're being led by legends of the sport right there. So that's great to hear. Now, of course, we talked about, right, what effect this can have, like such a rough debut performance. How do you keep the morale up? What do you think as a leader? What do you need to do for your team to continue?
I think that has to come, unironically, from Aspas. Not even Fraud. I actually think it has to come from Aspas because he's had so much success in this game that these young players respect him, and they respect every word that he says. You know, I truly think that today will be a different story for MIBR in that their players will be in better form. But even in the off-season when I was watching them, and I'm not sure if you felt this way, Baby Babe, but Shinam and Cortesia, they're incredibly mechanically.
Yeah.
But oftentimes they were a little bit behind on using the supportive util that Aspas typically has.
Yeah, 100%. Cortesia specifically, I was very impressed with what I saw in his lurk timings, how he took a lot of those engagements and would sometimes get not only one, but two, like a follow-up kill always. And I think we kind of saw some brilliance of that on Bind, specifically against Thunder Thieves. But that first map, when he was on the Killjoy, I feel like it wasn't even his fault. They were playing Retake Simulator like 10 rounds in a row, man. Like,
they had no solutions.
The only round that he had a first engagement in like the first 15 seconds, he got upped on a jump spot. It's like, dude, he couldn't...
That was at C, right?
Yeah, he couldn't really get anything going. So now this is a good chance. You can't do much worse than what you did against Thunder Thieves, right? So the pressure really is off.
That's a really positive way of looking at it.
I don't think a lot of people expect them to win, you know, even with Aspas being on because of how bad they performed against Thunder Thieves. So when you're able to play a little bit looser in that aspect, all of a sudden those nerves aren't there anymore. And you could really do some damage.
That might have helped Cloud9 in their first match, quite frankly, because they were not the favorite heading into this. Like, people had a lot of opinions, obviously, during the off-season on who they're picking up and letting go and picking up again and letting go, you know the story. But they surprised. I think they're overperformed. They exceeded many expectations in chaotic games they played against Energy, and then, of course, they got rolled by G2, but we're not talking about that.
No, we can't talk about that.
GD was just, that's another level. They were on another level. That's not fair.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. But what we can talk about, though, is how this guy on the screen, Zeppa, has just looked lights out so far. Carrying in that off-season form, you know, the community is very harsh on Zeppa because he's the longest-standing member of this Cloud9 team who's failed to really get a lot of international success. But I don't think he deserves any of the criticism. I think he's played a lot of roles over these years and had a lot of inexperienced teammates that he's lifted up consistently. And here it is again, he's playing new roles. We see him on the Clove, we see him on the Teo, and he's putting up numbers again.
Yeah, and Zoe, when we were at the Seattle LAN event in the off season, I got to talk to him a little bit, like when we did that behind the scenes thing after the event was over. I'm like, what have you been eating? What are you doing? What's
the routine
looking like? You know,
I need that hair routine, man.
Oh, I need that. Yeah, we all need the hair routine for sure. But he just told me he's back to his comfortability, back on the.
Hello?
Peripherals that he really enjoyed using in the past when he went to international.
It's a peripheral gap.
A game where so many things are changing, in a team where so many things are changing. I mean, 2 years ago we saw...
What the fuck is happening?
Exactly.
We saw Yeti.
Right. Well, you had a game of a lifetime, really, in that first showing, which is fantastic, obviously.
Yeah.
I think we
failed able to really... Exactly. We saw Pretty.
Right. Well, you had a game of a lifetime really in that first showing, which is fantastic. Obviously, I think we can officially take
Wait,
him
it's
off
coming
the
from
front
them.
for now,
Yeah,
depending on
for
how
now.
today goes, I guess. But yeah, we actually have Dryad standing by with him, so let's hear what he has to say.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sepa from Cloud9, and Sepa, I want to ask you, you've been doing insane in the past couple matches individually. In the offseason, what was your prep like to make sure that you're playing these agents to such a high level?
Play the game 14 hours a day, and with a little bit of TFT, and that's all I do.
And I mean, it's working out, at least for you individually, you look amazing, but I want to ask you, now you're the longest standing member of Cloud9. What is it like for you to adapt to these roster changes that have happened, and how do you feel about the team right now?
The coaches and obviously the teammates that come through make it easier for me. I don't have to do all the heavy lifting. So I mean, I just show up, they tell me what to do, and I just play the game. So shout out to them.
And my last question for you, now you're playing with Mitch again. We already talked about it a little bit, but I want to know, playing with Mitch once again since 2021, what is his biggest quality as an IGL for Cloud9?
I think he's very composed. He's very relaxed, and just like the rest of us, I think it's very easy to talk to him. And very easy to criticize each other, and no one's taking everything to heart. But I think the biggest thing as him is just very composed and relaxed.
All right, I can't wait to see you guys. Good luck.
Mitch does have very chill vibes.
Yeah,
I can see that does a lot for a team as well, especially have the likes of Oxy who are more explosive in personality and in playstyle. Speaking of which, while Zeppa had the game of a lifetime, Oxy was rather quiet in his opening match. What are we taking away from this? Are we worried yet?
He's had a rough 2 games, Sean. I mean, he is sitting at 10 first kills, 20 first deaths. I like that he's still going at it, though. The perseverance that this kid has, I mean, he's going to need to keep doing that. And eventually, it's going to go his way. We've seen it already.
So you're not worried, right?
I'm not worried.
I'm not worried
I'm
either.
not worried.
Okay. We're on the same page. This is NRG and G2.
Yeah.
He is not playing even average teams for our region. He's playing the very top teams in our region, and he's expected to struggle a little bit on a kind of newly formed team. I think also the new IGL, we heard Zeppa mention it.
Yeah.
It's a lot more calm vibes. You know, Oxy is the life bringer into this team. They live and die by this kid. He is incredible. But once he figures out this system for Mitch and they get situated, this is hilarious, actually.
That's the only thing that kind of worries me a little bit. Is
the sad
I hope he's just memeing. And it might just be for the lulls, you know.
Dude, you know how important confidence is.
Yeah, especially on the duelist role. And the thing is when he gets going, it's like a mini version of Concon.
Yeah, every cell in his body thinks he's getting the kill.
He takes over the entire server.
But this is not necessarily a bad thing if you're a Cloud9 fan right here. Because
what's that? That's
I mean, that's concerning, but I think he's doing okay. No, but the fact that the strat for Cloud9 was Oxy go kill, right?
Yeah.
To know that you have another player who can pick up the reins, who can pick up the slack, and make you look good, that is super important.
Yes, and we haven't even talked about, but Vic is another one they've added in that same role where I think that takes a big weight off of Oxy's shoulders. Because Vic is one of those he's an aimer. On controller, he can close out rounds, and he doesn't make the play, right? He's not going to be the guy that loses you the early round, which is something that someone like Oxy needs because he's down to lose the early round. He usually wins the early round.
He will live and die by the sword. I do have to say, Mitch's IGLing on this team, it's looked very good so far, even though he's gone up against very tough opponents. I think G2 was just a really big test, and I think now that Mitch sees, okay, this is the level that I have to get at, C9 are going to look very good.
And I actually like what Zeppa said about Mitch's IGLing, the calm aspect of it, because we got the listen-ins over the offseason, and Rossi was ruled like a dictator over there. I'm not going to lie. He was owning. He was next level owning and really microing the entire team around him. But what Zeppa's saying is that's not the vibe we're looking for. And what they have is something that they're comfortable with now.
Right. Well, if we're looking at the other side there, Oxy, we said, had a slow start. Aspas also a slow start, but he managed to pick up the slack a little bit.
Yeah, it's still not anything to write home about. His performance, he was the only one that I think went positive or maybe barely negative, I believe, in this. You know what you're going to get out of Aspas, but here's the main thing that he needs to do, and this is what you brought up earlier, Sean, is can he step up to the plate and be an actual leader for a team? Because he hasn't really had to do that. He had King on Leviathan, and then he had Sadhawk to fall back on as well on Loud. So now is his opportunity to become an actual leader and kind of show these younger kids on his team, like, yo, this is how to do things.
And there were moments in the past where he did play a big part in the macro strategy. We heard it last year for Leviathan. He needs to do it again.
Right on. Now it is time for our second elimination match of the day. So let's get ready for all the action and send it over to the stage.
Who is it?
Riot Games Arena, it's time to
Wait,
get
who
the
was
second
testing this
elimination
game?
match started. Let's hear it for your first team. It's Cloud9!
Exceeded expectations in their opening match against Energy, but the momentum was quickly stopped in its tracks by G2 shortly after. Not without a lot of positive takeaways though, standout individual performances and a showcase of a lot of initiative.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup again for this MIBR team. Cloud9 has a lot of similarities in the explosiveness as 100 Thieves in my eyes. They kind of see eye to eye in how to approach the game these days. And so the question is what game does Cloud9 bring? Do they have the confidence like they had against NRG, or is it, you know, a little bit lackluster like versus G2? And we don't know which Cloud9 exists this year.
Não tem mais espaço para erro, mas fiquem tranquilos que eles têm o GOAT. Façam muito barulho pro MIBR!
The expectations for the teams were high coming into this season. Highly decorated star, Aspas alongside Nazwar finally together, leading some really exciting rookies. The pieces are all there.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see specifically Cortesia and Artesian step it
Oh,
up
it was,
today because they both were really at the bottom of the scoreboard. And I know
was
that
Ender
stats don't tell
and
the entire
Inco.
story. They don't paint the entire picture of how the map went. But these two players,
It's
they
Havington
need to
University,
just get it
Rovana
together,
Cast.
have a great match, and build up a little bit of their own confidence if they want to make a deeper run into this tournament and keep their lives on the table.
And something we didn't really get to see a lot of last week out of MIBR, because they were all just trailing, is a lot of set plays that help these players really settle into the game. So if they get the pistol round, you know, they can go into a set bonus, into an ult play, and really get their feet under them at that moment. And that's when someone like Aspas can really just dominate the game.
Yeah, he can end the rounds for you, close it out, win some clutches even. And yeah, you're right. The utility even in that last series that they played, it was a little bit off.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because they were rattled. I'm expecting to see them make a lot of those changes, especially since we're going to be on Lotus, it looks
Here
like.
is our map set. Yeah, bans make sense. MIBR buying a Fracture, which I like because Cloud9 looked good on Fracture. They had some really interesting ideas there, but
Oh, yeah.
Lotus and Abyss.
Yeah, this is really interesting because Cloud9 played both these maps just against G2 like the other day. So a good opportunity right now for Fraud to come up with game plans against the way that Cloud9 like to approach this map.
I'm worried though. On this Americas stage, I've seen so many teams start on the defensive side of Lotus and just go down. They spiral so hard. It happened to MIBR in their opening game. They picked Lotus in that game and they started on defense. Here, they didn't even pick it, but they opted to start on defense.
Perhaps they had incredible ideas, but they never got to show us because
Hopefully.
they got run at. And here is the agent select. What are we thinking, guys?
Not a surprise. I don't think that anyone wants to make a crazy change, you know, this early on, and it could really. Oh, as I say that, I literally bite my words because this is a completely new composition. But you know what, Sean? I think this makes sense because the utility timings that they were running with the Tejo, it didn't look like it was on. It wasn't stopping any of 100 Thieves defaults. Maybe this is what they need.
Okay.
That's right. Our teams are ready for the first pistol round. Let's send it over to your casters making their 2025 debut. Please give it up for Vanselli and Riv.
Thank you so much, Zoe and the desk. Yes, we are ready to get into game 2 here. It is going to be a good one. Cloud9 taking on MIBR. Cloud9 having a bit of games under their belt. Still feeling that loss from G2, but we're waiting to see what MIBR can bring to the table.
Yeah, no matter what, this has been a wake-up call for both MIBR and C9. More for MIBR's side because you did have a debut of Shenom and Artesia, and they were getting farmed on this very map. We talked about the jitters that Cortesia was mentioned before in the interview with Dan Dryad. But also, you're looking at this one here for C9. They're playing against a G2, realizing, oh crap, it is a meta that uses a lot of utility. Thankfully, though, going into this game, you do have MIBR going with a compositional change, but it's not out of the ordinary. It could be something that's very practiced here for Cloud9. So this matchup is going to look very good for the elimination game.
I can't wait. I mean, MIBR looks like they got a comp that needs to be active as well. Might just see that on the retake here as we see C9 focusing that C to start.
This is a change. Cortezia starting things off, still angry on the side. He has the big Razor Fire to slow things off and also scores first blood.
They don't seem too worried about it. MIBR feeling good as Artem comes up 2 quick kills. Now 3 members of C9 mill about in the back of sight, just seeing if they can get the positioning to get this spike down for a slight positional advantage.
And MIBR playing the numbers, but the thing is, they allowed C9 to actually place the wall to block off Waterfall, and that's super strong on Pistol. Everybody can now focus towards the spawn.
Quick Oxy push forward, trying to scale a little bit with Vic on the help there. There's 2 quick ones coming in from Cloud9. It looks like they'll be able to clear the rest of MIBR, and that's 1 round for C9.
And that's the thing, when you looked at MIBR last week, when they played, they tried to come out with a Breach and a Teo. It almost looked like it was a plug-and-play as to MIBR just trying to catch up to the meta. You're thinking here on paper, now they're going potentially to their comfort pick, what they practiced on during the offseason. But looking at how they tried to play the retake on that round, getting blocked off this deadlock wall, they were still uncoordinated to really try to flood back as a team. Yes, they tried to go for the 3-2-1s here, but all individual tight angles held by Cloud9. That was so clean at the start. And this is a great start for C9 fans and for C9 themselves.
So smart, being able to attack the high-low like that. C9 continues to push aggression on those early rounds and scale into their opponents. Little rinse and repeat. It looks like we're going to do some orb max in here onto Oxy to start things off.
Makes
and
sense.
That drone's going to clear.
He's already got 3 kills going on. They want to bring up this showstopper as soon as possible, have him entry. And we talked about these stylistical matches that will work out for Oxy. He could satchel in, he could fight against opponents. He's not going to get overwhelmed by utility like he did against G2. And this is, again, right into the comfort zone to potentially what C9 could bring in this whole series.
And C9 did these buys yesterday. You see a few kills going on to a couple certain people. They buy the Phantoms. You get the Stinger onto Oxy, and then they'll let Oxy go forward with these Phantoms over the shoulder. Just waiting now to clear out the site. MIBR to look for some exit kills.
You'll see, too, as Artezine was the one anchoring up in the first place towards the seaside on an eco. This, again, the combination, you have a Viper coming out, playing double control now with Cortezia. They actually do have great opportunities to stall now. And it almost looks like C9 really wants to take advantage of the hit C, just like how 100 Thieves did that against MIBR, knowing that C was...
Nice shot.
That's so cool. Oxy gave a Stinger to Vic to run forward with the Ghost, collect more orbs, so they save that Stinger and they get out. Every little thing being thought about and put into place here by C9 as MIBR is looking to get themselves into that spike zone.
Definitely. Super standard stuff there to send your duelist in.
Yeah.
And as they preface at the desk, you know, we were like on quote-unquote fraud watch for Zeppa. He really lit up the scoreboard in the last 2 games. And Oxy from his tweet was saying, hey, I was struggling a little bit. And indeed he was. He was like 1-7 in his last matchup against G2. So this gives him a chance now to say, okay, well, people are actually trying to shut down Zeppa this time around, who hasn't had too much value yet in terms of firing power. But Oxy, if he's going to start waking up, that's 2 players now that MIBR has to take care of.
It's so true. I still remember the quote from Doug, too, when they were in a timeout. He's like, Zeppa had 19 kills in the first half of the first map, and then it was like 8 rounds in the second map first half, and he already had 16. So you're right. They're going to be gunning for him, and it might free up Oxy a little bit to get that momentum going.
And Baby Bear was also mentioning on that to chime in along that was Zeppa had 2 ults already in like 7 rounds or 4 rounds or something like that. So he was definitely on fire at that point. But unfortunately here we have a little bit of a tech pause.
Okay.
We have a little bit of audio issues that we're going to try to fix over at this point. But again, this is an MIBR that comes back into this game, backs against the wall, but also a debut stage for a lot of these players. And when Cortezia was mentioning, yeah, this is a little bit tough for me in the first game, it's different when you're playing from home versus on the stage. But to have, you know, Nabskir, to have Aspas, to also have Fraud, who's been a Counter-Strike champion back in the 1.6 days for so many years, there's a lot of veterancy that could really help the newcomers to really step up to the game.
Absolutely.
And I think that MIBR could get an upset win or a deep run here in this kickoff, it's kind of unfair to add that much pressure into this newly formed team in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And you're expecting with this exactly. And you're expecting in this with this roster, it's going to switch around in like mid split 1, split 2 potentially, and then we'll see that team here, the vision that MIBR was building with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Baby Bay saying he was playing the retake simulator the whole time, right? So it's kind of like he wasn't able to get into the fights. Did we really even see a lot of play from him? So also, to that point, the team needs to stay alive on the other side. They need to adjust and push and pull a little bit. So if Cortesia is going to get that push up, is going to get that flank, there's some time there.
And you bring up a great point, actually, on staying alive. That's something that was a struggle, again, against 100 Thieves when they played on Lotus. Their map pick on top of that they lost. But the thing is they played a composition that Sean was mentioning, and I do agree with him. They tried to plug and play this Breach and Teo.
Right.
Asuna Neon was just running by through everything.
Yeah, you don't have that timing yet.
And now you have this change as Artesian playing this Viper. You do have more stall with a free wall that's unbreakable, so you have an opportunity to really break the waves of hits that are coming through the executions for Cloud9. Let's say they're going to try to work towards Rubble. That wall is going to block vision of how they could fight and take control of Rubble to the A site. So it gives you an opportunity here for MIBR to really slow down the pace and start hopefully playing their own game and take the driver's seat, in this map.
Well, could it be on the bonus round? Will it be? They're still actually kind of put down to the light armor here, as we see they've reaching into the pocket still for all the credits they can use.
Important thing here, we talked about just Oxy going to farm some kills, and with his death already has a showstopper in the bonus round, which is actually so strong for Cloud9. 4 rifles on top of that, leaning towards, again, the C side. The condition continues to be very good for Cloud9.
And Rubble's already controlled by Shenum, so they should know this is happening. Oxy's going to take that space and just flex the muscles. We're here quick with a stinger. Arsene goes down, and not much smoke control will be left here for the control over C site. That wall goes down, and so does Cortezia. Okay, quick trades. Nasr back into the site. Didn't expect this just as fast. They're working kind of 1 by 1 right now, and it works for a few kills, leaving a 2v2.
And Osbos is still alive here. Both of them working together. Oh, the wall bang from Vic. You talk about the consistency of how he's not going to make big plays, but could still anchor it up for Cloud9, and they already have a clear advantage.
Yeah, Osbos gonna have to use the mechanics real tough on this one. Swing up to the left, almost like the 8-10 split, or 7-10 split, I should say. There's one. Almost got the other. Vic's ready on the top side. Nice split by C9 to make that work and pick up the bonus. It's good damage, though.
You get in those moments where you always think about your veterans that could turn around over. So yes, Nasr was able to think about that timing he was able to take behind the site. But look at this pathing that they have on that right side. The fall line helps on the left so nobody could swing towards that front. You focus on that pillar so that those anchored players, every time they're trying to play retake so far, they were stopped by next utility. So the idea for MIBR there, let's try to stay inside the site. We have the crossfire set up, and then now it's just too much util from Cloud9 that really breaks it apart. And unfortunately also breaks the utility for MIBR in round number 4.
What a round for Oxy to have an outlaw. He's looking at a bunch of money in front of him now. He'll take a Rubble control and just try to sort out MIBR to start off round 4.
Yeah, and it's a quick round for MIBR. A quick decision, too, to go for a stinger by around Sheriff. So hoping for some long-range pop shots and play with the stack that they have with the 3 players on this A site. It worked out well. They had a correct read in the very beginning, but this is where it gets very difficult, too, for MIBR in the mid-round, where they're playing a lot more passively. The composition last time, and maybe even this time, doesn't allow for them to get too proactive in terms of fighting for space, but at least they could find information here with this fade.
Ospas already rotating, trying to find some frags here. He gets 1 or 2 kills here. He's up with the ultimate. They can really start to sort that into the next round and get some momentum going. Right now, C9 goes back to this C. Been loving it. Here the orb. Quick salvo goes out, and they're just trying to see who's going to be running in sight. Finally, MIBR has enough to delay, but C9 looks like they're ready to hit again.
So it's an orb with a snake bite. Then if they go again, it's a wall with the stall here from the Razorvine. So it's very good here for the stall of MIBR. But here's that pivot towards B.
Pushing right through, quick smoke out, does deny anything from Waterfall here, and C9's going to have a second to breathe.
Fortunately, though, for MIBR, not too much utility for the retake play.
Exactly.
Best thing they got is the paranoia, so they need to leverage Shenum here towards Monk so he can actually flash back, and it's going to be a beautiful line if they're able to find the correct timing coming out of heaven.
One smoke out, quick paranoia back.
Hits 2.
Beautiful job by Ospas. They're going to throw 3 in from heaven here and just try to waterfall into the site, but Mitch and Nat aren't going to let it happen. C9 have their eyes on the prize, and that's going to be a quick 4th round.
And a selfless play for Oxy, playing out in the open so that he could actually stall as much as he could. 2 of his teammates were hit by that paranoia thrown by Shenum, but as soon as that happens and, you know, you had to stall in, Oxy was able to just hold them back. You saw the swing coming out from Mitch. It's just really good in terms of coordination. Something that I actually want to praise Cloud9 for, too, in a change that they've done from last year into this year. They're a little bit more coordinated in terms of how they want to set up for these trades. A lot less 1v1s and hero plays that they're trying to do. So I'm loving the look that we have from C9, something that was doubted by the community when this team came together going into kickoff because of all these last-minute changes.
We were watching their Fracture match as well. We could see in times when they had lower or big buys, like Zeppa would have a Phantom and Oxy would have that Stinger. Zeppa keeps Oxy with him. He's like, no, we're going to have this leash on you for now. So they're kind of giving Oxy room, but also making sure he's doing what the team wants him to do.
Yeah, it feels like there was a little bit of a miscomm cut out from MIBR because they tried to go potentially for this Paranoia showstopper right in front of B. But you look on the side of C9, they barely use any utility to get out, so they have so much to hit towards this A site.
They keep doing this. They make MIBR throw a bunch of utility out, and then they freely hit a site. Oxy has to be careful. He's used to this position, being alone across from the team. And nobody's even peeking. MIBR's given so much space, but finally Artson's able to trade. The rest of the cavalry comes through now as C9's going to set up in sight with a nice wall on A-Link. Quick trades by MIBR. Kind of scattered in sight now as Vic is firing for the last shot. A bit scattered there as it's a back and forth right now, but it's going to be Ospas up top, and he does take down Vic for MIBR's first round.
And that's a nice change from MIBR going in that round. Having that double push and being able to set up this Omen and Raze together with the showstopper so they could stall towards the C site and fight back towards the C site. But if nothing happens, you have the back pocket, literally a showstopper for the retake. But if not, change that util. I love the wall that was being placed towards Tree. It's not necessarily just for information gathering, but it really trapped C9 into a position where it could actually go for a trap play into Oxy if they wanted to, but if not, stall even to ult that net had with the attempt of C9 moving into the site. So very, very nicely done here to stall the push from MIBR, and that's the start that you want, finally. The first round that they have in is a clean one.
They're taking mound control. They were taking rubble control from MIBR side before to get a read on C, so they should have a read on A now to get back over here and try to shut down C9. Ospas could use that showstopper as well as Steel Guard and that ult from Cortezia.
Yeah. And he's playing way back towards the A site. The flash that he placed on that previous round was already identified by Cloud9, so they could leverage that and sell a little bit of this fake and break that util to finish towards the B site. But we're all still playing the information game for C9.
Right through Baby Door. Yes. Ooh, did they just actually get that on Ospas?
Yeah.
May find nothing for it. Stuck by the paint shells, forced back, and this is going to fizzle out before he even finds a kill. C9 is reading things so well with this push and pull.
And that was off Zeppa going in here with the scout drone so that it pulls it out so that he's like, oh, I have a green light. I could move in with the rocket. I'm not going to get stalled. But then he gets funneled into paint shells that pulls him back. And now C9 can re-hit into B against less utility. But the position in the front B side from Shenum could be huge.
They rush on the flush. Beautiful job off Zeppa's utility, but they don't know about Shenum. A quick hit, and Shenum plays his life. Super smart. What's this alert from Net going to do, though? Obviously seeing one Cortezia just on the other side. A bit of cat and mouse here as the spike is planted, and MIBR has to move.
Net staying far behind, so they isolated him. They can fight back towards the spawn.
Quick hits there. Cortezia comes up with a big one, but they're going to be pushing forward off of that. Mitch answers. Artscene brings it down to a 2v2, and Mitch is low, limping around that heaven area, trying to get the Arsenal back up and online. It's just past half, fans. Looks like they're going to be able to get it. Shenum coming up big as the defuse happens inside by Artscene. A bit scattered, but MIBR adjusts to the flush very well.
Thought it was going to be a C9 round. Well, after seeing Mitch push towards that spawn with the right click classic.
Showstopper?
It looked really good for C9 controlling that round until the post plant. Losing a lot of players in the process, but we talked about that important position that Shenum had in front of B. Really delayed things around. I mean, look at that on the retake. He's still playing in the front. So for C9 saying, okay, well, we're not going to try to push him back. We'll play inside the site. They got sandwiched, cornered, nothing they could do. Even the grab net thrown by Net is not going to do anything there because there's no aftershock to help out to really take the diffuser off the spike. So MIBR swinging 2 rounds together, and now we're pressure from Cloud9 right into a pit dropped early by Artesi.
Oh, Rolling Thunder goes straight through, and the whole team is here. Rubble control already by MIBR, so they're going to have to close in on this. A quick peek. Artson finds it with a shorty. Net's actually just 1 tick away from dying. Anything hits him and he falls. What a stall again by MIBR. They figured something out here, even if it's an ult to be used at the beginning of the round.
But that's the spike too. Mitch moved in together thinking that he had his teammates behind with him, but the thing is trying to pressure into that pit. They got stopped by the wall set up by Cortezia. So the study that came 9 for C9 to be able to abuse towards the C site has now been funneled by Cortezia's agent change. It really foils their plan, so they have to rework now in the mid round and really try to pinch back in. They still have a lot of time to work with, so they could still do some damage.
What an awkward spot for the spike to be. They're going to get as deep
Damn,
as they
that
can on
city's
one side.
fucking
We're trying to lock the
struggling
flank, and this is gonna be
tonight.
Vic and Oxy on that squad. Let's see what the power players can do here. Possibly get a hit as well from Zeppa. And
you can definitely feel that it's the first game of the fucking season.
Second wave too, so you have util coming through, you heard the salvos, and now double walking in. Crossfire is beautiful though.
Again! There's two!
Damn!
Each shell coming up with a frag there for Net and Zeppa as Nasr clears off the
Fucking
round.
EMEA
on a little bit of a roll now.
Artizine's the one that's getting 3 kills with a shorty from inside this pit, starting with his first one here onto Mitch. Again, really did a great job, MIBR, from splitting that first wave. Look at that snake bite on the ground too, nothing you can really do. Everybody's actually losing HP going inside that pit. So Artizine had so much value with the shorty, look at that. It's just too nice.
Very confident play from MIBR here. None of the kind of trepid play we saw coming out of them in the first match that they had where they were unsure about things. It was like they were playing injured and they were they didn't want to hurt that injured foot a little bit more, so you peak a little different, you play a little different. Seems like they have gotten that out of their system. No longer an injured MIBR. They're coming out strong here and they're looking to tie up the game. Getting C9 to call a timeout.
Yeah, a naming timeout. That's, I wouldn't necessarily say early in this half, but also probably figuring out and trying to see how they could actually play around this new composition of stalls that comes out of MIBR, because yes, they've done a great job here holding out and filling out the utility at the very beginning in these rounds where they avoid that Viper and also this Vice util. When it comes down to those holds in the pulse plant, it didn't look too good on that B-side hold. No. So now you want to have to iron that out a little bit more. Go back into the work towards the A side, as you can see here, where they're able to bait out that utility from MIBR, force MIBR also to use mid-run util to find info, and then hoping to be a little bit more ironed out into maybe a pincer maneuver to not allow Shinon to get too much value here on the pulse plant retakes for MIBR.
Yeah, Shinon being alive in any of these instances seems to be delivering so much info. I hear this util was used, we can attack now, you know.
Exactly.
Just able to set up the re-hit. And that's what MIBR is kind of needed here. C9 pushes themselves into sight pretty fast each time, but the post plants have been trouble.
You already see it now. They started with paint shells, all that util being used by MIBR on his half buy from Cloud9. Yes, there's still going to be a little bit of a stall for MIBR on that side when they move inside the site. Whoa. No way!
Artizine with 3. The hat trick coming up quick here. They can't even get by the Razor Vines. But they really didn't even make it into sight. They just got spammed through the smoke and couldn't even trade back the Vandal, if you consider it being that. And Zeppa had the ultimate there. Looked like they wanted to use just about everything to get into C.
It's quite interesting too, because Cloud9 in that pistol round, they did a good job paint shelling towards that front of the C side to attempt to break util there. Now they have salvos and paint shells, but they don't even break the Razor Vines, which allowed here Artizine to stuff them on their attempt to hit towards the C side. But at least Zeppa for now. Guardian shot in the beginning.
Quick salvo. Tall task.
Too tall.
1-2. And the trade's going to be there for Mitch, but Cortesia comes up with one of his own. And they get a few more alt orbs on the map. They still have this Nightfall coming in from Nazwar, so able to use that, able to figure out if they do need to retake the site where their opponents are going to be really, and they've had that for a while, actually.
Exactly.
Just sitting on it because they feel so confident about these holds. And props to Artizine, actually.
You'll look at that exactly. He's able to get 3 kills like that. So the fact that they don't have to use the Nightfall already from Nazwar, it also allows for them to start cycling these ultimates that are getting very close on the defensive side too. Most importantly, Aspas.
He's gonna have his again.
Exactly.
Jeez.
So there's a lot of confidence coming out from the MIBR camp since that round number 4. They tied things up, all of them stringing rounds, both teams stringing rounds. We have a game in our hands.
You can see Artizine claims the skull there on his player profile. He is crushing right now to help MIBR get back in. So what can C9 do? Back to pretty much the first, second, third, and fourth round strat here. They want to tempt C. Waste some util, but now they got some lurkers this time, Vans.
Here, they're just what? Well, we'll take those.
Okay.
Radman spray through the smoke, and Cortesia falls, and that's that wall and all that Vice util already gone.
This is the C smoke spam game seems to be happening right now. I'm sure Mitch is very happy to see that, and he's going to reorganize the team to go across the map, choosing where the solo Shunnum player is, and they should be able to hit this quite hard.
I mean, you already see it. After losing so much utility on that C site, now MIBR has to stay towards this site because C9's been doing good at stop and goes, stopping and cutting noise and re-hitting towards that same site. So MIBR, the call from Nazwar is to continue to stack towards C. If anything, hopefully Shinon could escape because he's got the TPs and he can play the retake once again with a splash.
Beautiful trade. Oxy still gets one though. They're going to be able to take site. The run over from MIBR, that Nightfall's still there, but it's going to be a tough consideration with Zeppa's ult and the control C9 have.
That's one thing, too, that was good for C9 on a pulse plant on this A site. The delay that they have around this composition to utilize the salvos with like 10 seconds left on that spike and to guarantee that round. It happened twice the last time they played on this map, too. So it'll be difficult for MIBR here to retake the site.
They throw the ult in. Arzine as well, just with a bit of that lurk timing to get himself into sight. They don't know about the tree members or that ult from Zeppa ready to be popped off from far away.
I mean, look at that. There's already sonic sensors on the first one. There's the ult. It's going to get a half at least.
Oh, almost gets out. Almost. Got hit by the door or the Armageddon on the way out, if you will. That was tough. That was close, but C9 still knew they had the post plant with ults in hand.
And I get it that you have to stick the spike because, again, you have to think about the salvos after the Armageddon coming out here from Zeppa. So you have to make sure here that you at least get it halfway. If not, the delay is too good for Cloud9. And they'll be able to win that round no matter what. But the thing is, that position that they had on that pulse plant, they still had Vic on the top of heaven. There's nothing you can really do. You can't even escape. You're hoping that at least for your teammates that they were able to drop some players while you're defusing, but it's just too good. Cloud9 had a great crossfire setup, but they finally turn it back in their favor here to regain the lead in this first map.
All right, they focus Aspas Orb on A. Just grab the ultimate for him, so Showstopper is ready to close the curtain on Cloud9 this round.
That's why we wanted to see the paint shells to come through, but it's a little bit too shallow. So the Razor Vines are still pretty good for the inside, just around the water up that ramp.
Look, he's playing mid so he can get over to C, where Cloud9 have loved. They've just made a home here, a second home away from home. And this is the fact, they did this before. That was actually the way they got the Showstopper out of B last time, but nobody's buying it. MIBR knows that these fakes are so abundant from C9 on this first map.
You see the change too. Finally taking advantage of that smoke so they could actually bait out that wall. You really want, at this point, now that you have Oxy still towards the C mount for him and for Oxy to start selling this fake towards the C side. They might even use the Annihilation on top of that just to keep them at bay. But look at this beautiful read. Aspas is waiting towards Rubble on that side too. But after that drone, that's like, nope, let's go back towards C. Let's try to avoid that Showstopper.
Especially since Shenum is so far up, right? That gives Aspas time to run left or right. They're figuring he's at B, ready to go either way, so they have to be quick. Here's the flush, here's the rush. It's going to be Oxy again. Picture perfect, and a deja vu from him as he hits backside. The rest of the team follows in tow, and Cloud9 are going to be able to plant C.
Too easy. Razor Vines, yes, they blew him out, but he's already satcheled through most of it, and it takes a little bit before it blooms up, and Oxy gets 2 nice entries. Very difficult for the last 2, but at least 2 players of C9 are low. Showstopper could be really big for MIBR.
Ooh, Aspas does hit, but the wall is still there. He got popped back just a little bit from the recoil. Doesn't make it over, and it's just the pressure now. Shenum and Aspas up top.
Vic's first contact.
Waiting for that head peek. Get the quick swing coming out of Nat. Not even gonna peek just yet as Net is low. He leaves it up to last second. Aspas still finds him. This is what we talk about, the mechanics. Creating the 1v1s, finding half defuse. And now he's got to figure out where it's coming from. Here's a shot from Vic. Quick blast. Oh, he's gonna pop himself off the spike with the blast pack. So Vic hits the shot as he's forced to peek. Unfortunate, but Vic claims the round.
Just one of those unfortunate moments on the 1v1 when that spike is ticking down. You want to be quick and react really quickly for Aspas, and a rare miss in terms of utility from one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist that we currently have here in the VCTs. Leading the charge in terms of kills since the VCTs have started. And sometimes, you know, the best of the best can make those small mistakes, and Vic takes advantage of that on that 1v1.
Beautifully played, and a lot of it has been expected from Vic. We saw in previous tournaments already in the offseason. He has been absolutely crushing it and just slotting in with this team like it's been so many years.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff from him so far.
And right now there's a timeout being called by Fraud. You want to start reeling things back, but thankfully here for the MIBR camp, it's their first timeout of this whole series of this first map. So they leveraged that timeout that was called out by EMEA. They were able to string a couple of rounds here, but then now they're realizing that C9 are actually baiting that util that we're talking about here from Vice. So after they bait it through, they don't have too much util in the mid round to figure out really what C9 is going to try to, or where they're going to try to end up. So you do want to start being a little bit more proactive here in terms of map space that you want to gain for MIBR. At least shut down that lane if you're seeing that it's very quiet for C9 and are defaulting.
Yeah, I think one of the things with MIBR's map grab is they're they're so easily giving it up. Like C9 is bringing the whole pile, all the cooks to one spot, and they push off Shenum, right?
Yeah.
And they figure that's okay, so they go back to the other side, and they're just getting that bit of information instead of MIBR saying, yeah, Shenum's pushed up, let's bring Aspas and Nazwar as well and see if they walk into us. Because C9 is never ending the first spot. So I feel like MIBR has to take advantage of that and keep scaling the position they first push. See what happens.
Yeah, I think it's also like just trying to take advantage of this re-hit from C9, not only playing for delays, but you need to add more on top of the delays here so that you really don't allow these late lurks also to happen from the C9 camp. And to kick things off, we talk about that proactiveness. Already 2 of them pushed all the way up towards the entrance of A main.
Here we go.
So you already have a good idea that C9 are playing that same default at the beginning, but they are unaware of what's happening, who's holding towards that spawn, because they never crossed that line of scrimmage. Big fight coming up here between both Aspas and Zeppa potentially.
Trading shots through the smoke, not trading, but putting shots through the smoke to see if they can get any of those trades back. That util.
I don't know about the Omen staying on A.
Seems like Smoke's
They have no info on B. They have the wall.
On Lotus.
Yeah, they have the Vice wall.
Comes back up,
that's
and
it.
really just a stalemate right now, as MIBR is not giving up that util C9 usually sees.
He's trying to save a little bit of that fuel because they still have a snake bite with this crossbar set up. Full ult could do it.
Artsy doesn't get hit. He's able to take
One
one down
for
with
one.
the stinger. A quick trade, though. The site is not considered open just yet. Still one Nazwar in the backside trying to hold it down.
He got netted.
Oh, he still gets the kill, though, and he's able to skirt to safety. But for how long? Quick flank. We saw this push coming in. Shenum and Aspas already there. The timing has been perfect, and Nazwar's damage from the back of the site leaves Mitch alone. Leaves him in a very troublesome spot, and Aspas cleans it up. Another round for MIBR.
That's exactly what you want from your IGL with that experience.
Perfect.
Yes, some teammates are falling down, but you've done some good damage. You did great delay, but on top of that, not giving your life away. You don't allow C9 to flip the map, to flip the site over to play towards that spawn. So he delays long enough, even avoids getting hit by the grab net aftershock, and even gets a kill on top of that to allow these 2 players to flank from behind. And you also saw the setup from MIBR before they started flanking. The first contact wasn't going to be Aspas at that point. It was going to be Shenum on the top of the rocks, so he could actually get the first contact, bait out that util, and bait out the players to focus against him, so that Aspas could hopefully reel in a multi-kill, but it was done towards the late round. Last round, though, of this half, and MIBR are keeping this game close.
Credit to them. Figuring out the little things and just slowing C9 down is making them so uncomfortable. Not too many ults here to be used in the last round. They've been all used to just get us to this point. Seems like they need to rinse and repeat with them as soon as they can, as they are going punch for punch here. A lot of A for C9 to start this one off.
C9's another slow default. Probably want to try to make that pit come out as soon as possible here so that they could actually work a better mid round, trying to isolate and understand where this Viper could be playing.
Prowler doesn't see anything. And there's no push from Artsy right now, but he does know no quick C push. They can kind of focus these 3, so the defense is good for MIBR. And these are the reads that have kind of set them up right. They have enough util to just stall C9.
This round is too important for Artesian to actually push out. He's got that pit. He's playing solo on that C side too, so he's just jiggling for information while the other ones could actually stack up towards this A site. They still have the stall from Shenum with the flash. The Haunt actually didn't get too much information here, so that's going to start having MIBR guessing.
That 40-second hit, that's when your signature comes back up, so we see a bit of the skills being used. Oxy opens up the site here, and now MIBR has to force back C9. They get 1. A second on the site, a third, almost a 4th. Vic's able to transfer that one over in the trade, though, as Nazwar is chasing just on the heels, just on his coattails, the right click, classic. Nazwar gets the 3K and a 6-6 first half.
And that's a great start for MIBR. Really,
That's,
they're the ones that are playing with nothing to
especially
lose
with,
because
like,
this is a brand new roster going into the stage of the VCT.
C9 winning
Cloud9.
the first
You always
round
have that name
and being up
around,
3-0.
you know, the fan base that you currently
That's
have
a
here in
huge
North America
defense
that
for
will
EMEA.
most likely go towards C9 at the very beginning. And a very slow start from MIBR. But now you have the new players coming in and actually shooting.
It's so good. Don't go anywhere. We cut right back with the conclusion of Cloud9 and MIBR after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. Let's get the second half underway at Cloud9 versus MIBR, and a very different MIBR than I think everybody was expecting to see, but I think they're happy to see it because they are showing some life here. They are showing that they can control what's going on when it goes wrong, and they can make it right.
It's definitely nothing but big tests for MIBR because Sean mentioned at the desk, they chose this map versus 100 Thieves. They had to start on the defensive side, and they got rolled. And now this time it looked like it was going to be a similar story until you started seeing MIBR string 4 rounds in a row and tying up the game and even closing out on a 6-6. And that's coming into potentially an untested composition against C9. But that shows a lot of work that's been done here behind the scenes by Fraud and how much hours are put into both of these coaches to make sure they don't get eliminated today. We start things off now in the pistol with MIBR starting very slowly at the beginning of the spawn. Didn't find any util at all coming in here from Cloud9. Even Zeppa saved his salvos.
Is this going to be a wall coming in? Yeah, here's the wall. Here's one thing. Knows he can wall a link, but it's going to be tree for MIBR. They should have a pretty easy walk-in and setup as they see Mitch for quick damage to the wall. But here comes the salvo, the site rush. Cloud9's actually ready to waterfall in here, and MIBR's a bit split for how they want to defend this. Oxy and Mitch, quick 2 to start it off here as they get things fired up for C9. Now it's just a hide in the smoke. MIBR is not looking good for this pistol round.
Just too much going on for Cloud9. Even that wall funnels them into the front line. So much util to stall them and allowing for C9 to be able to do what they're good at, flitting back and training as a team so far this kickoff. And Cortezia and Shinam, the new bloods, are going to have to clutch a 2v5.
What an awesome set of util. The wall to the left there, Van, salvo on the spike, and then you can only hide in tree or in the open. Bye-bye.
Paint shells on top of that too. Fault line at the same time, and that's a little bit of C9 when they played against G2, for example. Remember when Oxy was saturating in the front of that B side, he got stopped by salvos and fault line, so you're really just trying to funnel everybody towards that right spot so that MIBR cannot get a plant, cannot get set up in post-plant situations, and also forcing players to run right into your crosshair where you're just placing their easy shots, as you just saw here from the replay. Cloud9 have a great pistol, 2 of them won so far, but to win 2 pistols and make it at 7-6, MIBR still has a chance.
They are definitely fighting back strong to keep it that way. 2 pistols down, you're right. The C9 will start cleaning up some kills here on this second round, and they should very much be able to take pretty handily. As it's just a sheriff for Osbos looking to find a headshot here, maybe a spike plant to get money in the hands of their team, but it is not looking like that will happen.
It's so nice. You're looking at the protocols of a pistol round, or an eco rather, for the team losing the pistol. You want to try to farm up some orbs, trying to bring up the ults here in the later game, in the mid-half of the half, literally, to try to turn it around and start cycling a little bit of these ults. But C9, they held extremities and then made sure that they put the wall into B, because if you can't take the orb, what can you do? At least try to go for a plant. That's also gotten delayed by C9.
I wonder how annoying Net is going to be here. We saw it A over there with the wall. Now he's got stuff on C, but he walled B this time. So is MIBR going to go a place each time and be like, oh, no, we found the wall again? Slowing down their strat. Osbos, a bit of damage there, but Vic and Oxy will find the last 2 for their second one of the second half. And a quick defuse here as they come into the bonus round.
And you'll take this for Cloud9. There was still a heavy investment going into this second half, or second round rather, in the anti-eco, because you had an Outlaw, a Phantom, Bulldogs on top of that, and only losing 1 player in the process. You'll take it for sure here for C9, especially with how they were aggressive on those extremities. If it was a 5-player death ball going out here from MIBR, it could have been different story just on the fight towards down, for example.
See if they can activate Osbos. I feel like it's one of the things that will really allow them to at least put the pressure on C9. Once you unlock him, you know he has a server aura that everybody has to respect. There's less peeking, there's less funny business, even in the high lows, because he will hit it. Can they get him to that point? Can MIBR start to get that comeback going? Quick salvo, and C9 just says nothing will be free to start these rounds. They push out on both sides of the map.
Yeah, everything's being held down. Again, the objectives of getting the orbs now denied, even as Oxy is 1 away from his own ult. And Mitch never used his fault line in the very beginning. They just used his salvos, realized here that MIBR wasn't really adding or trying to fight back in terms of their own util. But this is just going to be a chess match of who's going to start using the second wave.
Oh, giant fault line goes across the team. They try to get the showstopper in there.
There's a nice paranoia from Shinam to actually cancel that. So this gives a chance, despite the player disadvantage for MIBR, a chance to still fight because it's an open A site. They're still working as a team. And Aspas even potentially could get higher ground.
He's gonna push. Oh, Aftershock just threw his person, but he's gonna keep it on this one-way right now. Nice setup. MIBR gets into position quick, and they have pretty decent defensive positions if everyone being inside where they want to be just on that backside. Oh my gosh. Just waiting for the push. Oxy first, maybe. Here we go. The distraction, the paranoia comes through as well. Oxy gets hit there as Noswor's just in the drop with a frag. Oxy and Vic coming up big on that as the waterfall into the site is just too much. Cortezia now in tree. A few shots to hit, but it's going to be the swing from all three members of Cloud9 to pick up another round in their second bonus.
Continuing to steamroll in these early halves are Cloud9, but I gotta say, Aspas did a great job playing on the top of that heaven, but that extra piece of util, throwing away the Razor Vines behind those boxes, could potentially give that tell that somebody already pushed up when you already had that one way. That was potentially an opportunity here for Aspas to punish somebody that's gonna overpeak in these moments where C9 could get caught off in moments like these. And you saw the timing, they're trying to hold back towards that drop. It didn't work out as they planned to for MIBR because they were trying to play the salvos around that flash. But they throw the salvos a little bit too early at that point. So C9 ended up having a clean retake, and MIBR forcing into Stingers in this round. Well, a half buy so they could buy into the next, and leveraging Stingers and group play, working in tandem, buddy system, trying to get this plant towards this B site.
Nat utility towards B. It almost looks like Vic's ready to paranoia if they do get information across that B front and main. Really great setups to start, but MIBR has worked around it. They're going to start heading towards A if a possible baby door hit here once they get the motion going.
And it's going to be into Oxy's Outlaw. And I love the scale now. The positive things about MIBR playing this double controller is that they could actually play the surprise game and block these lines against teams that were a little bit too passive. Almost got punished there, but at least they know that the Raze is there with the Outlaw. They pivot potentially for a split to the B site, but it's held off by Netswall in the front.
So good. Wow. Netted off, fault lined as well. You can see back from Mitch there as they went through the wall. Such communication from across the map that this team can utilize as Cloud9 stops MIBR's quick push there. The plant will still go down, but a little worse for the wear. All right, Shenham with a great scale push. I don't think they can retrieve that weapon though. Just guarding each other in sight here. C9 getting prepared to retake. Put themselves inside. Get that defuse. Slow kills just from heaven here. I think MIBR is kind of scrambling on this one. They don't know which way to look as their whole team starts to fall down around them. Noswor's able to answer, but it's just a Stinger. Knowing these Vandals are coming through, they still have to scale just a little bit. Artazine coming up huge with Noswar, and the two veterans are able to capitalize on the round.
Oh my gosh, that looked like it was going to be a C9 being able to play that retake as a group and get into the last second to fuse. When you see here what happens in terms of the trap plays, out with the net from net.
Oh my gosh.
But you saw it from MIBR's side. They were starting to use a lot of util to try to push back the defenders towards their spawn, but they're already playing further back, and they had less util to work with to stall in the last re-hit from Cloud9. But thankfully, the Stingers were actually really good here onto Artazine and Noswar. And half buy that converts into a round, you're going to take that for sure because it adds a lot more room to breathe here for MIBR, who continue to trail behind in the early halves of this map.
Okay, spike down. In spawn, so a little bit of a default here. Wow, big push up by Mitch right now. He's going to be giving out calls. Got a judge just on the outside of that. As three members ready to rotate to any side of the map from B. As MIBR plays a bit of the door game. Remember, Spike's still down though, so we're going to see a big rotation here.
Still very interesting that MIBR thought that C9 were playing some sort of mount control, so they already burnt out their paranoia, opening the wall and
all those smokes.
Exactly, trying to go for some sort of pinch. So your second wave, the re-hit back into what they want to try to do here could be determined right here.
Oh, God! The jumping headshot, that's going to cause Noswar to back up. No one to heal on that. Prowler's used up, so they know they don't have the initiator utility to the left side or wherever they are going to hit. C9 is doing really well right now, controlling the map, and they paranoia off this Steel Garden for now. stave off MIBR's pressure so well. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have pistols towards the end. You have salvos coming all the way from spawn, the wall that comes up from net.
And stunned again.
And now you have 0 util going into B.
What are we watching? What a round from Cloud9. I feel like they were literally hearing MIBR's comms. Every stun, every hit, shutting down the Steel Garden. Picture perfect there.
That was exactly what we were seeing.
Oh my
A masterclass round by Cloud9 on their defensive round. Just doing a good job here, just this right here, the first kill from Mitch. And as that second Prowler comes out, and he's already playing close towards that door, you know that the attackers are gonna think, well, we're gonna be way too scared to play against a judge just around the corner with no more util left. You have to pivot somewhere else. You're going for the Hail Mary to try to work towards that C site, and you basically have not burnt any util on that side from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And that's how you pay the price. Now you're falling behind by 3, and you're forcing also the second timeout by Fraud.
It feels like Oxy may be feeling it again, a little bit. He said he wasn't playing so well, wasn't on his game, but 20 and 13 is pretty good. I think he's enjoying this one. He's getting a lot of support from everybody on the team behind him. A lot of that util is really giving him space, and we're seeing him be first, right? Dashing or jumping to the back of C, jumping there into A, going through into B for the rest of the team. It's been great for the rest of them.
And it almost feels like he's like a fragger just hiding behind the shadows, because we're just talking about how good C9 were working in tandem as a group.
Yeah.
And suddenly you see here Oxy dropping a 20 bomb against MIBR. Somebody that wanted to activate a little bit more is saying that he wasn't having the best of starts in the last 2 games. Remember, Zeppa, yes, he's only at 8 and 11, but now you have to start shutting down 2 players at the same time for MIBR.
Yeah, you've worked on killing the guy that got plus 23 something, whatever in his games.
Yeah.
But now you got to worry about the Oxy.
Another one. Another one who could drop plus 23 in your series.
Yeah, and it looks like he may just do that. He's going to keep going for sure. Got a few more rounds to do it. And again, just trying to take advantage of the position on map already. Pushed out on the extremities to understand they have rush control, and MIBR can't do anything at pace yet.
And it's just one smoke here that slows down MIBR. They're going to try to go with similar things, but this time, the gamble of just walking through the smoke from Shenom with the spike. It turns out good for them, because now they can move through, they can grab an orb.
Yeah.
But that was a high risk for MIBR to just walk across like that and potentially even lose a spike in the process, and really not trying to bait util out from Cloud9 by tapping an orb, for example, trying to see if C9 are trying to play these type of trap plays, because Net was already there here playing toward the front of the C site.
Talking about little trap plays and sneaky stuff, MIBR has been opening the door quite a bit. You're opening the door against a team who opens the door all the time. They do that on rounds where they're like, well, we don't know what to do. Open the door. Make some sound. C9 loves just opening the door. So this isn't confusing them. They're not over-rotating when they're seeing MIBR go to C, open the door, and take more time, but it is going to be a C hit.
You know what they say, opening a door opens another opportunity. An opportunity here for Cloud9 to anchor the second attempt to push. Yeah.
Here it is.
And that's the opportunity this time for C9. Unfortunately, though, for MIBR, because they lost the first player in front B.
But where are they going? They open it again. They didn't want to go that way. The spike was stuck for a second. They're going to try to get through now all of this deadlock utility, but it's still there. Nat has his hands in every pie at every site, and you just can't get by this utility. Vic's going to be able to clear the site there as Osbot's doing what he can, but gets danced around as Vic takes a third.
And it was almost there. Like, you would think that you had an opening for MIBR, that maybe the wall was missed here by Net, but he's been continuously throwing this wall just to thwart the push back up towards the ramp of water, so you can't scale towards that left side. So what does that do? You funnel everybody into a potential crossfire setup from Pillar and also from Waterfall. Ooh. This time he holds it solo and still gets a kill, because they're playing basically an anti-eco at this point.
Let's go, man. Look at that. Look what Osbos has to fight around. Look, and people have to push by it and not have a trade from their teammate. The walls, the deadlock util. Nat is making some of these sites so difficult to fight in right now with just that, the deadlock Nat and the rest of the util. The first time from MIBR saying, no, A-Rubble's ours. What a pressure hit here.
Yeah, and that was answered back by Zeppa Salvos just to split that push from MIBR, but not adding more util for C9. They're okay with letting MIBR take this over, because it could still potentially combo more towards this tree, because Oxy has Showstopper. You want to bait him into the tree hit.
Just wanted a Nightfall and caught a fault line for Mitch. Like, you see what kind of timing the MIBR is dealing with. It doesn't affect them too much, but that was going to be their hit. All these little things causing them to balk.
Rocket Arena.
Oh, in the tree, right over the top of one. Oxy's gonna get traded back by Aspas as he stays alive in the situation, only to fall to Mitch. Oh my gosh, Zeppa on point with the salvo to find another one here. And again, a scattered MIBR tries to pick up the pieces. It's going to be a TP to C.
You just love these moments where you can just stay in the back of the spawn and get free kills by just hitting on your iPad and getting kills and combining off util.
It's the iPad baby era.
And you can't play a lurk against the master lurker himself, Net, who's been punished here and there, but also finding great value on super late lurks. Just really snuffed out and sniffed out Cortezia, trying to go for that flank in. This is going to be another impossible task for the other rookie in this roster for MIBR, Shenum, on a 1 versus 4. Oh my, dude.
Wrapped up in a cocoon of utility and taken down by Vic. That's going to be a defuse here as C9 put map 1 on game point.
Yeah, and that was just a Hail Mary, at least to try to get a little bit of a silver lining for MIBR. You look at the economy going into potentially the last round of this first map. It's abysmal. They have nothing left. So getting that extra 300 credit across the board with the spike plant, it gives you a fighting chance where they did get value off a Stingify most recently in the second half. And I'm just looking at the amount of util where, dude, it's basically Oxy, what he was saying in his interview with Pedro Romero. He couldn't play that game when he's trying to entry towards that side because there's so much util. Now it's just Cloud9, just activated, understanding and learning from their mistakes and learning how to play with this composition, maximize the value of the Tejo.
It has been a bit of that moment for Oxy. It's like, oh yeah, this is how you do it again, right? Oh my gosh, Vic already with a frag. Just straight through the smoke to the back of Mound.
And the Craftnet canceled the showstopper from Aspas, and that was going to be the Hail Mary potential MIBR to get the round back.
Straight through, they're going to get locked up, deadlock util again, but no, Aspas is able to trade just past that as the team follows in tow. Armageddon right under their feet, but it's not going to cause anybody to go down just yet.
And thankfully, they saved the third player. That was Cocoon, so Nosware, the IGL's back with the team. Oh,
Zeppa was super close and they didn't even realize it, but Archston still gets the flick there. Now Oxy trades into 2v2 as they try to get into the site. Not easy with an outlaw as MIBR tries to stay hidden, but it's not an outlaw. It's a shorty as Nosware comes up with one. And Mitch is able to capitalize on the final frag to give C9 Lotus over MIBR.
No way that happened, that you had a 2v2. Everything was perfect for MIBR to delay here, at least to try to get the plant down. And it's just Oxy running in with the shorty, not giving him a chance for MIBR to set up and instantly drop the players. And you see a convincing victory from MIBR here on Lotus.
So good. So MIBR, a lot of their rounds coming from the ults when they had it, being able to stall a little bit, and really communicating in those hits. But it seemed like if anything was disjointed, they had no chance on those rounds. So everything being in the same spot, the right spot at the right time is tough against Cloud9 when they're going to a site, making a util, another site making a util, and you don't know where they're going to end.
At least the positive thing, at least for now for MIBR, is that they could actually fight back and come back in the game. They were able to make it close on the first half. Yes, it slipped on the second half, but it wasn't their map pick. Now, hopefully, they have some solution into Abyss, where C9 also struggled.
Yeah, it's going to be a really great matchup here. I feel like MIBR can start to come back just a little bit and figure out what C9 did to win that first map. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after the break as we venture into the Abyss with Cloud9 and MIBR.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. every move.
E agora o Aspas já garantindo 2 abates logo de começo, hein? Só que o Xenon já foi eliminado. O Aspas de novo.
He did a couple, but Ned's gonna be there. That's 4 for Ned.
Cloud9, they get the first map. When I'm here with Amy, and the first thing that I want to ask you here is, Amy, you talked about struggling with the post plans and struggling with the pistols after that last match that you had. So how do you work in these past couple of days to make sure that is fixed? And how do you feel about going into the second map?
We just watched the whole game back at first against G2. We actually thought we played bad, and then we watched it back and we were like, oh, we didn't actually play that bad, just our post plans were really poor. So we really made an effort to fix our post plans this week. And pistols, there's a lot of RNG, but we put focus into new pistols as well.
And really quick, was it hard to adapt to the composition change from Furia, or from MIBR, I'm sorry?
No, because they just took NRG's comp pretty much. So we played against it week 1, so we knew what we needed to do differently.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck.
Oh, it's great to get that insight. Welcome back, everyone. We're here with TCK10, a Brazilian streamer from Cloud9, and we gotta ask you first thing here, of course. Is it hard for you to root for Cloud9 when they're playing your brethren?
It's a little bit tough. I mean, I'm friends with Aspas, so it's really sad to me to see him go like so early in the tournament. But yeah, it's gonna be.
You're already calling the loss. You know? You're already calling the loss on him.
Yeah, he's like, yo, they're already gone.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. Like seeing this first map already tells me everything I need to know. You see, like Oxy. Yeah, with a big haze gap on Aspas, I mean,
wow.
That's the only one that can do it, right? So, yeah.
Hey, it's a true Cloud9 supporter all the way. I love the chain, by the way. I have to ask you, you know.
You like it?
Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it. It suits you very well. I have to ask you, you've been around with Cloud9 for quite a bit of time, and, you know, in the off-season, there was a ton of crazy stuff going on, roster changes. What was that like, not knowing who the hell is on our roster, you know? And then you see them perform the way they are.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I went to sleep and we would wake up the next day like, oh, new roster, nice. Let's see how it goes. But now, we're complete. Like, we're killing it. And we're going to this second map with the whole confidence of our EGL Meech and our probably one of the best duelists in the world, Ox. So,
I can see
I'm
you never
now.
doubted. Yeah, roster changes, never doubted.
Yeah.
They got this all along. What's your projection for the rest of the season? How do you think they stack up internationally as well?
I mean, I think Cloud9 is doing good. It's doing pretty good right now. I think with the tournament happen, we only get better with our roster because our roster is pretty like new. They are like together for about 2 months now. So I think if we played more like games, like difficult games like this one, we just like grow our friendship inside the tournament. You know, we grow our resilience to play even better. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I love the confidence. Where can people find you? Where can they follow you?
Oh, they can follow me at my Twitch, twitch.tv/TCK10. Yeah.
That's right. For all the trash talk against Aspas and all the hype talk and glazing for Cloud9, make sure to follow all the action. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. And
Thank
we're
you so
now
much
heading
for
over
having me.
to
Appreciate
learn what the coach of MIBR has to say ahead of Map 2.
I'm here, Fraud, ahead of Map 2. And Fraud, I want to know, you changed the composition here. It doesn't really go your way. Now you're on the verge of elimination. What are you telling your team to make sure that everybody stays locked in for that second map?
Just to keep focus on what we practice. We felt like, you know, a lot of credit to them. They executed and played very well, but we felt like we had a really good read on what they were doing. We just were failing on our execution part. So we just got to go back to some of the basics on what we do in practice, which is just focus on the execution based on the reads that we have. And, you know, hope that, you know, we have a better half, you know, get us a pistol round, can't lose some of these rounds that, you know, maybe 5v3s and stuff like that. But other than that, I think that we are very confident. Like I said, practice well, have good reads, and we just got to execute.
It's always the little things, right? Thank you so much.
He always looks ever so slightly concerned.
Yeah,
I mean, that?
For good reason.
That was both pistols, both bonuses.
Yeah.
Like
That said, though, I still feel like we've seen a lot more signs of life from them this time around.
I mean, that's actually a positive, what I
Yeah.
just said, because you can't win a game like that. The fact that they even got any rounds at that point is like, okay. They played well individually, but you can't dig yourself those holes. Both of those pistols, the opening pistol, was it 2v5? Oh my God, it's so brutal.
It's extremely difficult, but I gotta, this guy on the screen, this was such a breakout performance from Vic. I mean, he hasn't really had a moment where he's had an impact like this at 3.9 KDA. In the offseason, we weren't seeing any of this. 44.2 headshot percentage. This is the Vic that we know from Tier 2. I got to play against this guy a ton in scrims. He was destroying me, and I'm happy to finally see it translate on the VCT stage.
I love that the majority of the Cloud9 roster, like in week 1, Mitch had a really good game as well, and then Zeppo obviously popping up. Now it's Vic's time to shine. You see a lot of great pieces there.
And that's a great sign for Cloud9. You know, Mitch coming in as an in-game leader, slowly, one by one, the dominoes are falling. Now everyone is getting activated on this team. Just bodes good things moving forward.
And they're just one map away from keeping themselves alive in our kickoff tournament. We're heading into a quick break, and we'll be back with map number 2 right after this.
Welcome back to the second elimination match. We're about to head into map 2 on Abyss between Cloud9 and MIBR. And MIBR need to come out strong here. They need to come out swinging. Fraud said they were easily able to identify, you know, a few things. And C9, credit to them, they were just playing well. But MIBR now needs to step up to that.
I have to agree with Fraud for sure. It's been a lot of slow starts for MIBR, but they're able to string some rounds back. And you know what? Sean brought up a great point. Not only did they lose pistol, but they also lost their bonus round. So when it comes down to those opportunities to really string it back in your favor when you have the gun advantage, you should be able to capitalize on those. Although we have seen that there's been a stronger gun buy for Cloud9 in these third round buys if they win the pistol.
true.
So this is going to be very interesting. We move over to Abyss though. That's going to be, you know, some tape that's already been seen onto Cloud9 when they played against G2. So something that MIBR could pull up, maybe something that's new, but it's not. They're playing something very standard. Instead of an Omen though, playing an Astra, so you're losing a little bit of that extra flash, but still getting a lot into the pulse plant utility.
Exactly. We'll definitely see the double smoke side on Cloud9, but MIBR is going to choose to have that KO in, the Jet, Cypher. A little bit of that Sova as we expect to see in the Astra. Interesting.
And interesting enough too, it should be easier for Cloud9. I'm gonna put it out there right now because when you look at C9 digesting what happened against G2, they weren't familiar to play against a chamber. So now you want to brush things, you want to watch demos. Okay, there's been moments where we really haven't re-cleared middle the correct way, and we got punished for that. Now that they've isolated that and understood that, okay, well, maybe in these moments we could do that again, but now they're doing it against a more standard composition, something that they're used to playing against, which could really give them an advantage.
Oh, straight off the bat, it's going to be a hit towards the bottom of B here, right off a ramp. A trade back and forth leaves only one down for each team as they are searching for each other in just this one extra smoke. Mitch on the side, it's going to be Naswar up high that able to trade that one back. And now a beaten and bloodied C9 are left with 2 to defend.
I love here that Cortesia is not continuing to push forward. It allows for them to just fight a 1v1, but even for C9, they don't care about front B. They want to trash him right away.
Oh, that's beautifully done there, but Net's able to find that quick trade for the teammate. The ghost is there for Net. Usually alone on the lurk, knows this situation and how to create 1v1s, but is it going to be enough? There's one, the trade, almost a swing just under the chin of Aspas, and a miss as Aspas cleans up Net. MIBR get the pistol round.
They almost got the lineup too. I think he even got a chest shot with the ghost.
Close.
It was going to be super close, especially that Aspas invested into a ghost where a headshot probably would have taken out clean and give Net that Red Bull clutch. But I gotta say, the first time here that we see some miscoms coming out from Cloud9, I love the fact that they were pushing back and crunching from Ivy into the connector to try to take down that player right there, Cortesia. But then looks like the Silva just kind of broke out from that line a little bit too early, which allowed here Cortesia to get that pick onto Zeppa and give a chance here for MIBR to finally pick up a pistol round in this series.
Holy push from C9. Once again, we're gonna get action out of them. I think we'll see this just about every time. Even on their fracture maps, if they didn't see anything, you saw them whipping across the ropes from the defensive side to find something. And they forgot the parachutes.
Got the orb at least.
All right, next round. They knew they were wrong, didn't want to waste it, didn't want to give orbs. We'll have buys coming out, some Guardians there on the side of MIBR, and guns across the board for C9 here on this bonus round.
And all of them leaning towards this B site to start. It's actually quite interesting too, because you see a lot of these standard comps that leverage control towards the A side. Usually a lot easier to get recon dart, take control of the orb, and kind of work a default in that 1-3-1 right after on your attack side default. But MIBR are leaning towards B a lot here. Owl Jones still to start things off and potentially waste out the first wave of util as Mitch finally throws the knife out.
Naswar getting set up on some of those alt orbs here, so they make sure they have a good post plan on these. Net have to go on the ledge. It's just going to mess up his aim. Aspas takes advantage of that as the rest of MIBR starts to scale into the site very quick. So much more coordination here on just these 2 hits than what we saw in Lotus.
Agreed. And that's the beauty, too, of playing a composition like this for a brand new team. When you talk about the synergy just on paper of what you could do without thinking about the map, you already know the timing that the Kale Flash could throw, what Aspas could do on the dash to entry towards that side. It almost looks like an old school Aspas playing with Loud in their championship days, where he's going to be there, the tip of the spear really going in and finding good value with good util around him. So for MIBR to convert that pistol into a bonus and forcing C9 on a save, that's a night and day performance on what we just witnessed on Lotus.
And you're starting them off at 4-0-1, so Aspas' confidence through the roof as well. He knows there's a lot of utility behind him that can help, and with all the Shenum smokes, he's only having the angles he wants to look at when they enter these sites. Really heady stuff here from MIBR, and going from no bonuses to grabbing their first bonus right off the bat here in Abyss.
And again, it's just learning on what C9 has been doing here against G2, but Amy mentioned it during the interview at the halftime with Dan Dryad, where they already knew that what they were doing, it looked like on paper or when they were playing the game that they were being outclassed by G2, but after watching the tape, they're still pretty comfortable with the game plan that they have. So technically going into the map veto against MIBR, they won this, right? It should be an easy 2-0 for Cloud9. But MIBR, they're doing a great job finding those weaknesses very early and punishing these anchored plays towards Troll, where Net couldn't escape really because he's playing an Astra.
C9 We're gonna be very quiet to start these off, fans. They know Aspas is ready to peek, ready to look out. We talked about what he can do to a server, right? He just makes you feel like you can't do anything you regularly do.
Yeah.
And we're getting to that point. We see C9 playing fully on the defense.
And he also used both of the rifles that they saved towards that same site where that stack is. So Mitch, so far, he's finding audio information. You can't really smoke towards that front for him because Vic is all the way out towards that B site. So for MIBR, dropping that smoke, and also, actually Net could help out. I forgot he was playing the Aster here in this map. But at least it's good information knowing that here MIBR are not re-hitting towards this A site, so they actually have a good read on the stack on B.
They themselves right into the majority of Cloud9. All these smokes to come out, the paranoia as well from Vic to slow down the hit. Vic starts on Aspas though. We expected that to be much different this round.
30 seconds
Big lurk.
left.
And now they're forced back. This lurk could be huge from Cortezia. He does take down Mitch, and now they have an opening on the map. An easy cross from side to side here. It's just how fast. Oh, they don't know about the push, actually. So they're being a little worried about this, as they should, but it'll all be clear space.
Exactly. Right now for Cortezia, staying on top middle, but there's only 13 seconds left. If there's still a star left for Net, and he could suck it off the spike. There it comes for that spike attempt, and it'll go down. There's no stars coming through from Net. So no shenanigans coming through.
Quick double trade, a swing there. Nice job by Zenom to use destruction
Damn.
around him, getting that easy frag out. And now it's just looking for Zeppa. It does have the Phantom, so look to save this in the end.
Save or do damage. You still are going to have max bonus into the next round.
They got money.
So you could go for a half shield buy if you want to, but he's going to choose the option of saving his rifle, which is also very fine in that moment. But to go back to that round, we want to see the importance of what Cortezia could do here on these lurks. Also, when we're looking at the first week of kickoff, you got an opportunity to speak here with Melau. Gustavo was saying, hey, Cortezia going from like what, a controller role to a sentinel role, back from the Brazilian scene into the Americas, and he has crispy shots. And now you have somebody with great aim that's able to find timings like he just did right there. You want to see more of that on the attack side of MIBR.
No more retake simulator. Cortezia creating these situations with the rest of the team. So now we're seeing him get into the mix. This is what we wanted from those last week games. 4 for MIBR now as we get onto this Abyss pick. And that's going to have an ult, but so will Naswer. They were focusing those orbs as they went towards that B side for Naswer as we saw it. So now they have a little bit more post-plan advantage.
Just util information at the beginning. Just trying to see if they could find out if C9's going to try to play aggressively as MIBR. So the knife comes out early, but you also see here for C9, they went into an operator. Half shield for Oxy, and he's locking down the B side solo. That hasn't been spotted yet by the Brazilian team.
Maybe they just give him a quick Cosmic Divide if he does start to get hit fast. They have the means to shut him down and save his life, but it's going to be a B hit. MIBR is focused in the right site right now, and it's going to force everyone out. Vic just chilling by security, and a great scale by Aspas. It's been MIBR kind of out of position once these happen, but they have a lot of time. There should be no problem here.
It's going to be difficult to retake, though, because you have an operator for C9, and you also have a Hunter's Fury for pulse plan for Naswer, but he's actually using it to fight back.
Cosmic Divide's going to split a little bit just so they can get a hold of this chaos. Naswer does capitalize on one as Oxy tries to break the crosshair. Arsene still is going to find it. Nothing's going down. We see the pings happen. The trade's back into a smoke. MIBR is capitalizing so much, but wait a minute. Cloud9 with 2 as they're chasing. Now they're running. Blood in the water. And it looks like Aspas is going to go hunting.
Smart plays by Artezine, almost catching players off guard, trying to run back. Oh, still a nice shot, but they lost Net in the process.
Save that operator for Oxy. They want it. Even though it kind of slowed them down on the retake, they feel like it's what can shut down MIBR as they go to hit these sites. The op gets saved. MIBR pick up round 5.
Really down for that anyways, to see Mitch also pull out and save an operator. And he also did that trade-off to allow Oxy to move inside that site, because Mitch has been good on operators on, you know, unorthodox agents like a Sage, for example, back in his early C9 days here in Valorant. So
he was the flexiest of flex players.
Exactly,
like, he played everything.
Exactly. So going into that one, though, for Cloud9, they still had a great idea of what they wanted to do towards that site. But MIBR, to be able to move into A and get a plant with barely any util used. They just walked in, they went for a recon towards that back, they realized that the site is clear, they went for a pop flash through the smoke in the post plant, and now everybody's trying to play the retake for Cloud9 when you're playing against a Hunter's Fury where you can't tempo as quickly as you can, because you want to try to leverage the operator and hoping to punish MIBR on an overextension. They did so with the Hunter's Fury at least, so there is support around MIBR's game plan on how they want to play these post plans. So at least here you're looking at what Fraud said. The boxes you have to check here in the second map, they are definitely ticking them.
And a lot of teamwork too. 3 kills for everyone across the board. Aspas has 4. So everybody's getting in the mix. They're hitting their shots. This is what MIBR looks like when the team is on, when they're flowing and they're feeling these rounds, especially just after a loss they took on Lotus. Didn't matter to them. They reset in the break, and they come back strong here on Abyss.
100%. They've been there before, right? With these type of players around the veterancy of Aspas and Nosware and Fraud. I mean, even if you're looking at the performances from kickoff to the stages, they've always been towards the losing end. So for them, it's just always a learning experience on that side. And the learning is turned out quite well for the debut of 2 of these players around this roster. And okay, nice little pop flash coming out here.
Just making sure he knew where the ledge was and the updraft needed to happen. Quick save, no shot. They know the off is there, though, and that's going to be the power up, basically. It's going to be protected pretty heavily. Artsine goes down. Null Command still working pretty hard, just to the chest, through the smoke it would be, but it's no shot. Cortesia, Aspas coming to the site fast, but Cloud9 on top of it before it even happens. And now we get the Cortesia walk around just to get himself there.
Yeah, he's like, hey guys, I'm here. I could throw a hat for us, but then it's just him alone as his teammates were falling down. I mean, look at where these X's are. It looked like they were trying to fight as a team for MIBR, but they were not. I was actually scratching my head on Artesine just running alone with the Null Command. Yes, he's able to find information, but there was no util, no players swinging outside of that smoke for instant trades. So there was so much good value coming out from Oxy with the operator, with the crossfire setup. I think from Mitch, too, on the other side of that A site. Now, MIBR, I mean, off a timeout, that should have been something they could have kept moving forwards to. With all these rounds that they strung, the confidence they brought through, you could continue to try to disrespect C9 in their attempts here to come back in the game. And they'll start now with the first round.
3 for Oxy on the op. They put that over towards B. Yeah, you would think. You're like, hey, we flashed Oxy. Rush that site. Man's already repositioned, has assistance, ready to defend. Can't get much by the young one. See again, he was just flashed, updrafted, and got back behind the bridge. Zeppa on his right. And like you said, all those X's just in a line in the front. Almost looked like they had a crossfire, but really it was just the 1-2 in the back of A. Great job by C9. They pick up their first, and a few ults to use here coming into round 7.
We had an important ult for a retake or delay here out from Mitch.
Aspas reaching into the money pit as well. So 2 ops.
And I love this type of battle. Oxy too having an opportunity to fight against Aspas, jet on jet, in terms of this mirror match. He wants to prove here that he could triumph and take over as the best jet player here in the Americas.
You can see him pushing out of A right now. He's like, maybe I go a little further. He backed up towards the box. Somebody probably saying, Oxy, I see you on the mini-map. Don't go any further.
Advantage, though, is that Aspas still has his dash. They could leverage that, too, for that one-on-one where Oxy can't really escape. He's got Cloud Burst maybe to try to escape, and it's a 3-2-1 swing. Oh, and a collapse!
Through the knee of Artesine, into the face of Aspas. A double for Oxy as he pushes up to grab that main control. And now it leaves MIBR wondering. They lose basically everything that would get them into sight. And now they just have that Sova Dart to use from Nosware.
Well, Oxy has dash now, but they lost Zeppo at least. Now, again, great lurks coming out from Cortesia. Thankfully enough, it's maybe enough to break the map going into the re-hit into this B site. The walk for contact.
It's going to be the rotation from Oxy now. Really great save so far by MIBR. Can they keep it going, though, to repair this round? Cortesia with 1, peeks, and it's going to be just off time on Vic, too. That's 3 more now, Oxy. Full rotate, blades are out. There's 1 just to his left. Here's the shot actually from Astra as well. Shenum, or Shenum's going to go down. The ace from Oxy, just to the side. It's going to be the Oxy ace.
Holy shit.
The iBuyPower ace from Oxy, ladies and gentlemen.
Everything looks so good for MIBR in this post plant. The fact that they walked in, let the site open was Cloud9, and he took advantage of the pinch. The rookies coming in to isolate the players, to shoot them from behind, and suddenly Oxy comes in for the rescue.
I believe that is our first of the week, too. So iBuyPower is giving away a PC for the first ace of the week. After that, $100 Riot gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards for each one we see further for the week. And make sure you hit up iBuyPower on your socials. Hashtag unlock your ace, because Oxy just did.
And that's the fear that Oxy could instill. After that first kill, you're seeing that Shenam was just running back for his life so that at least they could play the crossfire setup. But Oxy did a great job just finding all those timings. MIBR this round, though, looks like they don't want to build up or allow C9 to build up in on that height. A fast hit towards B.
Oh my gosh. Just Aspas tunneling down onto Oxy there. They finally get the 2, and yeah, C9's going to have to wait for the scatter here. Or Mitch, in sight, alone, trying to do things as we see. Zeppa's there, but he can't help. Oh, the creep down. He uses the audio for the drop just to hide it. Still can't find anything as they mill about and try to get another position for the site. It's going to be Mitch almost with one, but the trade back from Cortezia. They're still going in. Vic chooses the shorty, but goes back as Zeppa also picks up a frag. It's going to be Shenam. Now he has to get to the side, just on the ledge. The defuse isn't there. Faking it back and forth, the spin. Vic gives him his back. He's firing too high. Fires to the left, but Shenam's able to grab it. Get the 9th round. Beautiful job. Or get the 6th for them, I should say.
That was a round that was almost converted by C9 when they're at a disadvantage. That time it was a 5 versus 3 for MIBR, and you saw this super nice paranoia coming out here from Vic. Yes, it allowed for them to come in and swarm through and get a couple of picks, but not enough of a buddy system to thwart that double swing out from the window for MIBR on the post plant.
Are we going to have Aspas go wild this round, fans? It might be.
He's got Blade Storm and only a shorty. Already pops him in. The drone's going to try to clear the way for him to move in.
Spike's actually coming here a little bit late. They still can wait for it. It's just going to be one, so it looks like C9 will have the retake on this. Aspas will get all the room that he wants, but he's been pushing up and scaling, causing a lot of problems for C9's retake.
So far, at least, the TP that we see from Vic doesn't allow MIBR to get forward space on top of Heaven. So all they want to do is stall, which is great. MIBR did try to press forward just like this as Artesian almost got punished. And now all of C9 can group up for a flood retake.
The amount of info he just grabbed is huge, but Cloud9's hit could be bigger here. Nice damage to start from Aspas. Puncher's Fury is going to cause a bit of chaos right up the gut in the site as Oxy starts to open it up. Nasra, quick trade back. Everything, a patience, a moment to breathe, but Oxy keeps it going. Not a time to blink.
Another
Not
eight?
a moment to move. As Shenam now tries to trade it back with Cortezia. It just leaves Zeppa. Clutches happen every day for this guy, but MIBR has been on point in these post plants. A quick star will deter the defuse, and now Zeppa has to go searching. He almost gets the last one. Shenam comes up big again. The rookies are firing for MIBR.
And that's why Artesian staying alive was super important. Yes, he almost got caught towards Ivy, but where he falls back when he found all of that information is towards that side where they planted that spike. So yes, there was a paranoia once again that hit both of them from Vic onto MIBR, but he throws a pop flash towards the air. Doesn't give a chance for C9 to get the best value around their Hunter's Fury. And that small piece of util once again allows for MIBR to play that delay and win at least due to time and force C9 to make mistakes.
Crazy stuff here from MIBR. Really great adjustments on each round to make sure they can thwart C9, who are going to be pushing a bit this time, fans.
Yeah, it makes sense. Eco round for Cloud9. Guardian for Oxy trying to trade it off.
Okay. Quick trade from Zeppa. Maybe able to grab something off of that. And it's just a plant into B for right now. So the regroup from C9 here. And the flank watch from Shenam.
That's where it's important. He's going to have 4 players crunching him on him and not giving a chance here for Cloud9 to allow Noswar to play the pulse plant in front B.
Cloud9's lower by rounds. They've always been trouble in their opponent's side, or thorn in their side. Can it be this time again? Artesian says no, even after one trade on the flank there. Oh, sees that. Nasra not faked out in the situation, and a quick shot from Aspas is C9. We would figure they go down on that round, but MIBR do it in pretty clean fashion.
Again, Fraud mentioned it. How do you react rather on the reads that you get? So Artesian and actually Cortezia at the very beginning to start things off, got picked off, got information that there was at least 3 players in his point of view, so that there was going to be a flank no matter what. So Shenam, he holds the staircase. He trusts here that Noswar could watch the front, which he did. Got a double kill out of that, as you just saw. So they react quite well. Communication's very good. And MIBR are really crushing here on this map of Abyss.
They really want that operator back in play too. Pushing towards A, start things off as the spike is just roaming mid.
Yeah, just trying to hold it back for a bit too. Door is not being broken, but it's actually being pinged out. So just potentially saying, watch out. They could maybe go for a pinch around here. Maybe they heard the door break early at the beginning of the round as well. Because you did have players inserted in the very beginning here from this Shannon push with Artazine. Now back to a 4-1 in that mid-round. Cortesia is still trying to activate on a late lurk.
MIBR, they've been liking kind of wasting that first 40 seconds of the round. Knowing C9's moved a little bit, it's enough for them to feel like they have some control here. And they hit the site during that movement. Quick Hunter's Fury comes in. A lot of pings are going down, but nobody can capitalize just yet. MIBR does find shots towards the back of the site, and C9 just gets obliterated to start things off.
And while all this happens, Cortesia is inserted on top mid. He's cutting the rotates. It's so simple, at least from the point of view as we see all 10 players. But it's working according to plan. What they drew up here for MIBR in this default composition, the bench comp on Abyss. But they're lighting up the stage so far with how clean it looks.
It's for sure comfort as well for these players you see coming in.
100%.
I mean, Cortesia feels so comfortable, it seems, on these rotations. Just getting the flanks in control.
Stay down.
And getting that information to the team. Hello.
Knife to knife.
Nice try.
Tries to give him a loper dart to confuse him, but Shenham's not being confused, not right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing so well.
You're not playing Teo, so that's not going to do any damage if it actually lands on him. But yes, it's super clean, as you just mentioned, Riv, for MIBR. This is 4 rounds in a row, stringing 5 rounds at the very beginning too. And it took, what, a timeout out from EMEA to allow Cloud9 to at least get 2 rounds.
Nice!
But they'll have a chance very soon here to play their own attack side, to manipulate the map themselves.
And the doubters, they can look at the top of the scoreboard there for the side of MIBR. Cortesia and Shenham topping the list there. Quite a few frags over the rest of their teammate. And Cortesia's gonna do it again on Oxy. A huge start off on the round for that first blood.
Yeah, I think Noswar just went for a recon dart off the pop flash play from C9, and it was just an easy kill as Oxy was trying to find a surprise play.
All right, final round of our first half here. And already they start 5v4 trying to convert this one with a beautiful shot from the Cypher.
That's a green light go for sure.
Yep. Oh, jump over. Insight is easy. No, Cortesia is in between just about everybody. How much damage can he do? And Nat's going to say, not this time.
Yeah, a little bit of exposure at this point, but you still have other players inserted for MIBR. Look at this crossfire that they'll potentially have here towards Z.
Standing ahead.
Quick dart out, they leave tower. It's just kind of a fight for the high ground right now as they're trying to get back into sight. Spike already planted, obviously, so C9's got to do some work here. Ospas and the rest of the team just start getting frags left and
Oh,
right.
that fucking observer bug on the Omen is like...
10-2 in favor of MIBR.
I got to give it to MIBR here on that half. A lot more confident in their post plans. They were definitely more assertive,
kind of
especially
annoying.
around their Hunter's Fury. That was out for Noswar, getting so much value in terms of information and pings, sometimes even kills as we saw on Vic. But the post plan that they have here, the game plan that MIBR has on that attack side was definitely not to play post plan, to play the suck delay, and to play the mollies, to play the util. They just want to fight back against Cloud9. We talked about the disrespect, and they gave it.
Well, we're going to be right back quick, just like that first half, to see if MIBR can bring us to a map 3. We are back for the second half and to see if MIBR can bring us all the way to Pearl. Are they shiny enough to keep this momentum in the second half? We'll find out.
So far, yeah. So far, yeah. So we'll have to see. I talked about this should have been C9's easy 2-0, but
Right?
MIBR
Yeah.
definitely had something to say. So MIBR showing a very strong attack side. C9 could also very much do the same, as their difference in comps also made it difficult for Cloud9 to play a stronger defensive side because of the double controller. But this might be a chance for them to bring it back.
All right, everybody, thanks for sticking with us. We are back onto the map, and we're about to see if C9 can grab themselves the pistol back from MIBR.
Interesting round here. You do have a buy from Net onto Oxy. So Oxy's going with the Raid Boss and Shield, and Net only has 2 stars. So that maybe could be good in terms of smoke execs to play towards that site, but the delay that we talked about in the post play that Net was doing so often for G2 is not going to happen there.
He has 2 stars are to use. You can see one of the Astras just a one-way at the back of sight. Vent's going to be a bit of a fight here for Oxy as he gets another one, but traded by Aspas. Almost tries to get the dash shot on here. A little tower action coming from MIBR, and Shenum and Aspas with a great little teamwork play there. Okay. The mechanics that we talk about from Aspas, just getting a bit of vision on site there, so they have the upper hand. Cortezia steps back, waits for the team to drop, and then he'll make his move. Oh, slow and quiet. They're just creeping around. All shift buttons are held right now as nobody really knows what's going on until they peek. It's just left up to Net. Trying to stop that defuse. Cortezia is going to be, Cortezia now pulled off.
He's got it.
Half, just too much time, not even half yet. It's gonna be shots from Nat. A beautiful job on the Astra to make sure the round goes to C9, and they do get that pistol.
And that's the other thing too, the reason why he doesn't want to go for that third smoke with a ghost potentially when you usually have a solo Astra in your composition is because he could also leverage Vic into these smokes, into the one-ways you mentioned before, that doesn't allow here MIBR to fight back in that spot. But this is still something that we've seen before, that they like to go for these pop flash fights on the top of heaven for Cloud9. And there was a good read for MIBR. They had a triple swing to fight back against that, but somehow you had Oxy head on a swivel to get that second kill. 14 and 11, still on the top of the scoreboard in this second map for C9. And it was good enough here for Net to clutch that 1v2 and get that Red Bull clutch for Cloud9.
Oh dear. Lots of info on this. Aspas will always take that. Good for a shot, but it just goes wide as there is too many to choose from. And now they just hang out as they get a quick orb grab onto Oxy to make sure those blades can be effective in a few rounds.
And while the other two, the double controllers, are just holding back, trying to listen for some noise, listen for some sound. It started off here with an aggression out from MIBR, then nothing left. So you would probably think at this point, because they're on an eco for MIBR, that they're going to start grouping up and gamble into a spot, and it's B. So just cut noise, go back for the re-hit. It's a great read now for Cloud9.
And Net's going to sell it even more. This is going to be perfect. Few shots here. He sees the rest of the team. He says, guys, guess what? You are free to take A. And you see how leisurely now Cloud9 is going to go ahead and set up in sight. Still a pretty decent retake to come through with what we've seen from MIBR. Yep. Gotta be careful. There's a frag right there, but now they've traded sides of the site. It's all just up to this choke point. No smokes coming in for either side. Actually, yeah, Senum doesn't have any stars.
Confirmed at least now with the Aldro that nobody's flanking, so the delay util, they still have 2 shock darts to work with, and sprays with the rifles for Cloud9.
He just got a star back, able to use it. Fakes the defuse to see if they can pull Cloud9 out of the woodwork. Aspas with 1, double shock dart inside the smoke, delays for just another second, and this is the game that C9 has been playing to grab their rounds, drain the clock, and take out as many members as possible.
And Aspas is just hoping to get one with him before he dies to the spike. But that looks to be not as clean as we wanted to for Cloud9. It started off well, though. Net did a great job opening up this B side right here with his first pick. Not only that, he also baited out the camera and the recon dart to say, hey, look at me, I'm selling a fake here, and it worked. And then C9 were just able to play an easy take towards that B site, but the post plant, the shares are still really good here for MIBR. They still are continuing with the confidence that they built here on this first half.
They're gonna focus for Oxy here. It looks like they might try to, okay, she's got a weapon. I don't know, it's like 2 orbs? It's gonna be tough to get both of those, but they do go for the buy. Looks like it might be A again.
He has stars on both ends too. One just to counteract here on the attack side on Cloud9 in case there was this early fight coming out from MIBR.
No capes. That's why we don't have capes. All right.
Yeah, that is so annoying. Seeing that come out of Vic all the time. It's just like...
He's like, woo.
Somebody's using old school ESP.
Yeah. Over to the left side. So they're trying to just default the map. It looks like the Spike still wants to go here. Vic doesn't have ult, so we do see a probable end at A.
But this position that you have forward by Aspas.
Ooh. Does get a trade through. They're trying to sell the fake again. So it's the same round, but with more fake. Just on the left side of the map. They get it for now, but I don't think MIBR is fully bought into this one, so they're ready to defend.
Exactly. It's less numbers towards the hit on the A site.
Oh, the shots come through. Net says bye-bye. Sit down to both MIBR members on site.
Well, let's scratch that, right? Now we still have Owl Drone on the post plant. The double shot that brought a lot of value for Zeppa. And of course, Net doing what he does best, staying behind and making sure that he's the last line to secure the round with the gravity well ready here on this Astra.
Not even a connection there. They're able to back off just enough. Net can get that easy long shot as they swing out to try and get... Yep, ease. What a trade. Picture perfect there. And they can rinse and repeat as the members keep coming in.
And it's just the little things into how Cloud9 actually took advantage of that A site. And I talked about how they were able to learn from their mistakes of not used to playing against a chamber, for example, right?
Right.
This position you have from Aspas all the way up was something that Leaf did for 3 or 4 rounds, trying to take advantage of a chamber op right at that spot by jumping across and then TPing back.
Yeah.
So now that you have C9 scaling back in these corners, it's like, okay, well, we're going to go for a face check because we don't want to let people know that we are trying to hit the A site. You want to try to still add that surprise element.
Let's just say they didn't buy for the fake, but Terminator was here.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. They didn't buy for that fake, but they still cleared that corner. They made sure that that corner was cleared, walking back into the A main. So again, a great job for C9 and showing the amount of work that comes through from this team. It's been talked about before in other interviews where EMEA was saying that he loves a team that has come together here for Cloud9 going into this kickoff. It is a team that, yes, it's fairly new, but it's a team that's super hungry to get some instant results. So when you have these moments where they're getting thrashed by G2, for example, some players want feedback, the one-on-ones to talk with EMEA, to try to figure out how they can min-max based on what they've drawn up in the very beginning in the strat book, and it shows here. Just a small thing here that allows for them to be a little bit more perfect on a map like Abyss.
And he's talking to Zeppa in the interview last week. He said he believes this is the team around him that they feel like they can really work with, work forward. He called it the Three Stooges, and him, Mitch, and Oxy kind of doing stuff around the map, just being goons as they can get their frags in and just do whatever as Oxy goes hard. So they are definitely having fun, but MIBR has found their stride, and you gotta say they're having fun too. Seeing the rookies fragging so well, getting that vibe on, they look night and day from their first match here, and very much like we could get a third map from them.
And that's what you want. You're seeing a lot of these star duelists going into more supportive roles, the Heat, MW0, the even 10s into the last season. So to see rookies already go in these roles when they have heavy firepower to support a star player like Aspas, they're looking pretty good here for MIBR in the second map.
Vision up and over, such a tough spot to defend from if that jet is on the box. Ossi's gonna take position, headshot through the box, but he's traded by Aspas. A quick back and forth as Vic finds the trade. And now they're gonna get quick defuse, the help from Vic. And already that flank is watched by Net here as MIBR set up for the Sheriff Classic retake.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's an anti-eco, just how clean Oxy was in the micro adjustments to win that 1v1 against Aspas and a tap through the box to get the headshot.
Cortezia.
Pop flash, beautiful.
Oh, you better buy him dinner for that one. A few more from C9 here as they're obviously going to be able to take down the MIBR members in this round. Looks good. So this may have not been the timeout that MIBR kind of spoke about. That could be for the next round when they get guns, right? It's like, hey, we're going to have this low buy, do the damage you can, and when we get guns, we're going to focus on this. So we'll see if the timeout comes into play here as we hit the next round.
Especially when you move into a round where Shenum, after that death, is going to have the Astral Wall to be able to play the retake. Aspas has Blade Storm if they need to actually buy a weapon for somebody else if they don't have enough of that economy.
Ooh.
I mean, I was going to say the pop flash was really nice to blind up two players, but you got 4 players playing pulse blind at that point for Cloud9. 2 of them didn't get blinded. So not the best value in the end here for Cortesia, but I like the attempt.
Aspas, another op. Just trying to get these opening kills as well to slow down C9's pressure. Maybe that was the idea, is to play this safe and see if Aspas can start get going.
Aspas. Just covering up towards this main, and they actually double it up too. So this is a huge risk, right? You're playing this one and done in this position for Shinam. You're trying to play the bait from Aspas, but just leaving those players anchored there doesn't allow for them to support here towards this B site.
Beautiful flashes. You can see Cortesia could see nothing as they came in. A quick trade from the teammate, though. That's all they get for now. C9 an easy plant and a setup here. The speed they've been hitting the sites, I think, is what MIBR is trying to stop, but it just is not happening.
And the Astro Wall maybe could give an opportunity for Shinam to even play behind the wall if they want to start using it, but that clock has been taken down on that spike. Not too sure if that's going to be the play. Well, there he goes. It starts.
Nobody expects it's hardly a place anybody plays, but Zeppa's still there for one. They know the op is there for Aspas, so they're just going to play behind walls here. Pick a quick trade. Yeah, Aspas forced to come out now, forced to do a little walk around here and help Shenum, but they are getting routed right now. Vic is about to have the back shot. Oh my gosh. They're dancing around each other. Vic's gonna go ahead and sacrifice himself for the play. Aspas gets out with the op though, but another round for C9. They do lose everyone, but it's still another round.
That was still a nice play though by Cloud9. They just stayed within the site. They didn't necessarily overextend to try to fight back towards the Heaven side. They just played towards the Ivy where there was no pressure coming back from MIBR at the very beginning. So many of them were funneled towards that top because they wanted to protect the VIP, being Aspas with the operator. But as soon as they fall, when they couldn't win that first fight, when you know, Noswork dropped down, then it's so hard for you to retake with an operator on a 2v2. You just keep Net alive towards the Ivy. He throws a suck, there's no defuse, and that's it. Trap play attempt, maybe aggression.
They're trying to push out. You can see right there in mid, yeah, from MIBR. Looking to capitalize on something. They've dropped the op to Shenum here when Aspas has the Blade Storm, so interesting to see the choice there. He has been fragging. Let's see what he can do with the sniper. Ooh, they kind of bite into this. Oxy's going to get one. Yeah. These blades for Aspas are going to strike true. You better believe that, and he already gets one. They don't want to figure out what else is mid, though.
And it could allow Aspas to pick up a weapon as C9 gives up that space. So that's a Phantom now picked up. And the operator is still locking down towards that B site while you have Star. So they have stall for MIBR as well.
Great control with Aspas moving up. They know this hit's going to be here. Quick Hunter's Fury. Just misses to the side. It's a bit of a flank as they trade kills across the map here. Mitch is going to be able to plant the 3v3 now.
Flip it.
Slowly stopping. They don't feel safe in this situation, and that always feels weird. They know the spike's going down backside. They don't know about Aspas yet.
No!
Yeah. Right on.
That wasn't a pistol round, but it's okay.
Noswork kills Net off the drop. Still
That's no suck as well here.
Just the Sheriff for Noswork. Jump peek, patience. Perfect pull in here. Great high-low to play. Almost is able to capitalize on the 1v1s, but Vic comes up with the last frag again to get around for C9.
And you could definitely feel the suspense going through in that one. In those moments where MIBR only have pistols and sheriffs to work with, they still have great firepower. You look at these regions, in Brazil, in Turkey, they have tremendous firepower coming out from these regions as well, which is why, oh, that's unfortunate. Which is why, though, you're looking on that end, you have to credit teams like MIBR finding and trying to bring up tier 2 players into their main comps, into their main rosters. But as we continued to praise earlier on MIBR's performances on their attack side, this has all been flawless by Cloud9 so far on their attack side.
Quick cross the map check here from Vic. As they're going to stick A, but look at Oxy. He is inserted way deep into mid here. Nobody knows.
He'll hear rotates too, potentially in spawn.
He's going to be able to stop all of that. The team feels comfortable to get into the front of the site as Oxy takes down Artesine on the top of tower. Spike's down for now, but Vic already makes the leap to the top of box, and they capitalize on the site here. Man, Oxy is so far through, they have to wonder how far MBR does. They can get back to the site without seeing him.
And that's Oxy giving a little bit of a taste of MIBR's own medicine.
Yeah.
As he's the one pushing up towards middle, that usually the lurker as a sentinel, as Cortezia did. But him with a dash, able to get even more space towards that spawn and catching players off guard. It doesn't give a chance here for Ospas to get value out of that operator. So early round, going into towards the end, C9 did a great job avoiding the operator from Ospas, who has been hot. You mentioned it before here, going to the second map.
Feeling very good here. And they do a good job to do it too. I mean, you take Oxy and you slow walk him up mid. I think MIBR has been alerted the whole time to a site hit being Oxy dashing in. So like, oh no, he hasn't dashed in here. Oh no, he's mid. So very big change up here from the way C9 approached the round to possibly avoid that off. Not show a strong hit, but be silent until they were ready to attack. And that was Oxy's move through mid. So neat stuff as they switch up the strategy this late in the game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a wrench in the wheels for sure when you think, as an IGL, coming out from a timeout a little while ago, that you're starting to understand their read a little bit more of how C9's executing here in these rounds, but then suddenly you have that, boom, push up towards middle here from Oxy. So now the second timeout from MIBR.
Interesting, and C9 was able to capitalize on one of these as well last time. So EMEA using this time very effectively to get through into what the team needs to do.
I think from this timeout, it's just trying to see how for Ospas they could really leverage the operator. As yes, you're having him here towards these extremities from the very beginning, except for that round where he actually gave the operator to somebody else so he can play the blades for him.
To Shenum, yep.
And that's C9 doing a good job avoiding these extremities and focusing potentially a little bit more onto not necessarily mid control, but at least inserting players in that spot. So there is an opportunity here for MIBR to maybe push a little bit more in these occasions to try to thwart here C9's setup.
Yeah, and when we get back into game, I mean, just look at that scoreboard across the top there. Cloud9 on the second half has just been punishing towards MIBR.
Something that we've seen on Abyss as well, right? Especially when we go towards these more default comps, it's been much more explosive on the attack sides. And Pulse Plant's usually really good for stalls with the Astra, but with these two teams playing within the sites, crossfire setups within the sites, they've actually been quite clean as well.
Ooh, the push. Even in the KO knife.
Okay.
Oh, blocked it.
Still got a kill though, at least with the Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
So off the timeout was actually just to play around the operator and the Hunter's Fury while they have, you know, whatever buy they could muster. Cortezia with the Guardian, but at least they find value for MIBR at the start.
0 point, locking in pretty well there for the side of MIBR to let them know they are at the right site. They're watching the right, but here actually comes the paranoia. Oxy gets taken down by the fragment grenade.
That was from back A, so they read that as well in terms of the hit that Cloud9's trying to do. A pop flash play into A heaven rather again gets thwarted, and that's a nice cam. So all these adjustments off the timeout, that was probably a lot of information being said here by Front in the very beginning, but well downloaded by MIBR in the server.
And MIBR have chosen to kind of give up this mid area again, but use util to re-clear it. They're happy to guard the sites with the members they have and let mid be taken as long as they can still get an idea of what's there.
30 seconds left.
Won't come into play anymore, and that was pushed up quite far, but now back on the flank is C9 looks to get into this B site. Beautiful shots by Shenum. Almost another one as he identifies Nat, just looking over, and it's gonna be Cortezia from the top of tower, taking down Nat, and a nice round by MIBR as they kind of get a timeout back into resetting the team.
That's how you get value off the operator from Ospas. How do you get the best out of it? Just pushing him forward to support through the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
Despite him, you know, getting blocked by a beam, it's still allowed here and funneled the players over into all the rest of the util that MIBR has set up. So it looks like they have found. I mean, it took a bit of rounds here for Fraud. It took, what, 7 rounds in a row coming out from C9 for him to realize how they could actually counter these this Cloud9 play.
Man, they are just, they'd love to butt heads here at A.
And he will. Coming out with first blood is Aspas too.
So quick. I think Mitch went down first to last time as well. So
Yeah,
they can't really
from
use
Nabskir.
the knife identification here. They have to make sure Zeppa's in place for when they hit it. But it is a bit of rinse and repeat here as Net goes for the push again.
That's it. Instead of a camera this time around, it's a trip. So now they still have passive information.
Exactly.
They want to give up this middle. So when I thought in a timeout they wanted to fight middle more, it's more reactionary. So the trip breaks, they pull out the Aldrone, they see a little bit of information here and there, but there's still a minute left on the clock. Still a lot of map in Valorant to be played this round.
I feel like C9 is playing, if you do good over there, we'll go that way. They're so spread out right now. Obviously, they have a plan, but a lot of 1v1s can be created in this situation. They're trying to catch MIBR off guard, but credit to MIBR. They're playing really smart. Boom.
And that's the thing, the Hat's going to get a lot of info too. A 1v1 towards the B main, and Vic gets 2 nice kills though.
Really quick snap there to make sure he gets 2. The rest of the team says we are all over this site. Every entry is Cloud9's as they take B. But it is a 3v3, and Vic is hurt.
I was just about to mention too with, yes, they're trying to avoid the operator, but with the position that they had for Cloud9, it was so difficult for MIBR to rotate across.
Clearing everything.
Yet they still tried to push forward, got a couple of trades, but Vic had the hero play. Gives a chance now for Cloud9 to play the pulse plant.
Give me orbs, says Aspas.
4 stars in the front of B.
Yeah.
Just everything's unloaded in the front.
Oh, and the paranoia. Can't find anything. Knives over the shoulders. Oxy's just trying to sell him something here. A triple kill for Oxy as they pick up another round and are within 1 of tying the game now.
It was important. I mean, this is second time that they have an attempt to fight back in the front of B, placing the Aster Stars in the front, where they're just, yes, unloading a lot of things, but none of the players from Cloud9 are actually playing there. Out in the window, further back towards the spawn. This should have been something, too, that they could have identified before from Net. He loves to play so far back in these moments where he's going to be the last man standing or potentially the silver lining, the life vest here for C9 in these moments where maybe they lose all these players in the process of the retake. But Cloud9 now, they've closed the gap, narrowed the gap down by 1 round against MIBR, who in their round now has to play the early info game. Already the Aldrone was burnt out while they have Aspas inserted. They saw nothing, so it's a good read here at least that they know the hit from Cloud9 is towards B.
Full retake positioning for MIBR. Let's see how adjusted C9 can get to site here. Aspas waiting to come around with the operator until they get that spike confirmation. He doesn't believe that a first hit is a real hit from Cloud9, and why would you after these maps? A beautiful flash from Arsene as they get a quick trade back. Null Command still there around in sight though for now. Spike has not been planted yet, and it's not even towards sight.
He's down and can get info, but Oxy somehow
On the
still
last
gets the
bullet.
kill.
Still trying to battle back and forth here. Spike is dropped. It's just going to be for the frags, it seems, this round. Aspas is going to be coming around, and he might just get an idea of where Net is before Net knows.
If anything, though, if he moves towards that window, he'll never see the spike, so this could be an opportunity. Oh, he makes noise.
Yeah, wait.
Free kill. It's a free kill.
Easy. Yeah. There's too much movement for MIBR. Beautiful job to get around the map knowing they have this time, but Nasr going down makes things a bit trickier here. A quick push to the back, 13 seconds on the round. All they have to do is live on the side of MIBR.
The suck now, it's a concuss instead, but he's able to stick it.
Shenum coming around, it should be enough, and he cannot stay alive. Shenum with another one of the round-ending frags to get MIBR in game point.
What a nice attempt, though, by Vic to TP to grab that spike. But overall for MIBR, I was questioning a little bit what Artezine was doing with the null command and not playing, the flood retake with that null command. But it turned out to be actually quite good because in those moments where they were playing on the defensive side or on the pulse plant side, when C9 was trying to flood back, what was important? The KO flash that throws up at this very spot right here where Oxy gets the pick onto Cortezia. So getting that null command up doesn't allow here for C9 to counter back with util, so you could actually come in and take the advantage and get the trade and allow Aspas to get the lurk from behind. So I like it towards the end. Because Aspas looked like he was way too far to be able to play that retake no matter what.
Exactly. Wild. And then you're like, oh wait, he's here. Okay.
Yep.
Just at the right time, and it seems like that's when MIBR has really been able to fix honestly, they've been taking so many punches this round, so it comes up in round 20 when they can find one, and then 22. This was almost C9 making a full sweep on the second half of the map. And yeah, those last few timeouts coming in from MIBR have very much paid off. 3 seconds till we out of this one from Emmy, and he's gonna try to get the team sorted. We've seen a lot of A hits and then B hits. C9 have just recently started working mid. We'll see if they keep pressuring that.
Yeah, at least to start, you see behind the barrier, potentially just trying to maximize Oxy in the mid spot. And for MIBR, nothing's really changed. You potentially see the setup for the pop flash so that Aspas could once again take that line. What's really going to stop him in his tracks is potentially just a knife out from Mitch and allow for them to get early information. Unless he wants to avoid it in the very beginning, and he'll do so. Now starts walking up.
Seeing one, still wants the shot. Nice pop flash from the back of sight there from Arzine, but it only catches Net to jump out of the way.
It's a battle of attrition. Both KOs threw a knife. Aspas still maintains that line. Yes, he doesn't have dash anymore, but actually looks like they're deciding to give it up because they hear the Owl drone towards middle.
Oxy's still going to move up with that, knowing it was shot from the right side, but the smoke coverage is fantastic here. This trip is no longer on. They've pinged in. That's going to be the drone, though. Just in time is MIBR to stop a tragedy.
Oxy's going to keep holding that line, but lose Mitch in the process.
What a look. What a shot. And Aspas shuts down Oxy. A 5v3 now as Cloud9 is wondering where they can end here without their sight hit.
Thankfully, it's still 2 controllers up for Cloud9. They could smoke up everything and try to work as a group. Paranoia is still available as well.
Straight out of the smoke without too much util. It's what they have to do at this point. Jump forward with the shorty as Vic is just taken down to 46. The rest for Aspas is up. And that is the map for MIBR. We're going to be seeing Pearl come up between these two teams. The elimination match is going all 3.
What a good second map coming out from MIBR. It looked like at some point Cloud9 was going to be able to claw back in this game.
Serious.
But it was almost the same scenario when they played against 100 Thieves. At those moments when you are already leading 10-2 at the half, if you're still making small mistakes here and there, you still have so much cushion to work with. So MIBR did a great job leveraging the late timeouts from both Broad and leveraging even EMEA's timeouts to be able to capitalize and squeak through and force this to a third map.
Wild stuff. We're seeing Cortezia come online, Shenum come online now. Those B-site guards from Shenum, absolutely huge. A lot of round-ending kills from him. Stuff we did not expect to see coming from the MIBR rookies, especially after their game 1, but they have absolutely come online. They've shaken off the nerves, and they are ready to make this elimination match not be their last. It looks like we will be taking a quick break, but stick with us because we are diving into Pearl next to see who will be going home and who will be going on.
agora o Aspas já garantindo 2 abates logo de começo, hein? Só que o Xenon já foi eliminado. O Aspas de novo.
Wow.
He did a couple, but Ned's gonna be there. That's 4 for Ned.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a series on our hands. MIBR are keeping themselves alive in this series, enjoying some well-earned bananas.
I love the
Got that
banana.
potassium up. Honestly, it's the gamer move.
It was always my pregame like little snack to eat. You
It's
know,
a perfect snack.
Eases the nerves a little
Yeah,
bit. That
secret of the gamers.
potassium in your system.
That's right, that's right.
I feel like Astralis said that like years and years ago. They were the ones that started that in CS like years and years ago, but now you see it everywhere.
Well, MIBR got a long way to go to be compared to Astralis, but this map
Osmos is there.
Yeah, this map was a good start. He had 7 operator kills on that Abyss map, and it was just floating around on the defensive side. And I thought Cloud9, they tried their best to deal with it, but he just got value anyway.
I mean, they tried their best on their attack, but yeah, let's roll it back here in the series in general. I mean, quite frankly, when we heard what the coach had to say, Fraud, when they were down, it's just like, you know, we need to be cleaner, we need to get those side executions cleaned up, and that's exactly what they did. He delivered on everything he asked for.
Yeah, they kept it really simple on Abyss, which is a very simplistic map, right? These 3 lanes spread out super far away from each other, and it allowed them to get the separation for these execs that you were talking about, Baby Bay, and Ospas was just flourishing. On the spear, the front part of these hits, he was playing so well, but you have to give flowers to the rookies on this team.
Oh, yeah.
If you're gonna talk about Ospas. I mean, particularly Cortezia and Shenum.
Yeah. Cortezia had such good lurk timings on this map, and he was finding openers even when they were down numbers in the rare occasion that Ospas did go down on the entry. So kind of giving them a way out. And yeah, look at the stats right now. I mean, Shenum, he was like a silent killer in this map on the Astra, but his shots were so crispy, and I think now we're finally starting to see some life in this MIBR team that we really haven't seen at all.
Yeah, he won a one-on-one against Vic early on in that B site. That was pivotal in the first half, in my opinion. He had super low HP, had to play the situation perfectly around Vic and spammed him right through the smoke. It was a sick play.
Yeah. What I love the most about is just, you know, people were starting to question, obviously, after the first few performances from MIBR, like, was it the right move to pick up those inexperienced players? But with that performance right there, I think they really showed everyone what Fraud and Ospas have seen in them.
I mean, we saw what they can do when they play, you know, this open default map with a default comp against the default comp.
Yeah.
But the question is whether they can show up against, you know, the Teo, against these newer meta comps when they're behind the 8 ball and they aren't equipped with those layers. They have the shooters to go head-to-head with anyone in the league. It's just whether they have the game plan to do it as well.
Well, and one of the pieces that is forming that game plan is, of course, Nazwar. And earlier we spoke with Nazwar to get his read on the competition and what he thinks he needs to work on heading into this match.
Para nosso jogo contra a Cloud9, a gente sabe que o jogo deles é pouco em torno do Ox também. Então, eu já joguei várias vezes contra a Cloud9, então eu sei bem como eles pensam um pouco, como eles jogam. E também o jogo contra a Handetief deu para a gente saber qual é a nossa fraqueza, né, no campeonato. Por enquanto que foi a defesa, a gente não conseguiu encaixar nosso ritmo do jogo contra a Handetief. Então a gente vai focar nisso e contra a Cloud9 a gente está bem confiante.
He said it so deadpan too. I'm confident.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is we kind of did see them struggle on the defensive side as well. They kind of had to rely on the op crutch of Ospas, but that's a good thing to rely on. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
When Ospas is opping, it's a great thing for you.
But even then, they required that 10-2 lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that 10-2 lead evaporated real quick
It was
when
actually
they switched.
it was actually crazy because Soe, you were the one that was like, oh yeah, let's sit down in the back over here because this is gonna be a long one, but it will be a fake comeback. I don't know how you have the script.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah,
what is up with that?
That was kind of crazy.
Right now. Well, I'm not going to give away what's happening in the next map, but maybe get your thoughts. How do you think Pearl is going to plan out?
Ooh, I think it could be good for MIBR because it is kind of another one of those maps where if it is default comp versus default comp, you give these long sight lines to Ospas again, and the lurk timings to Cortezia. It could be another case of what we just saw in Abyss.
This has been an Ospas map,
right?
Historically. Like, I have seen this guy do filthy things on Pearl, just year after year now at this point. But Oxy's also heating up here.
Yeah, he also had 5 operator kills.
Exactly.
With his own, by the way.
That ace was maybe the play of the year so far. That was insane.
Yeah, it's always him too.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing is like he has all these tweets. Oh, I'm not performing how I want to perform, and then he gets an ace against like Ospas.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean, bro? Like.
I saw MIBR play this in the off season, and I know they can play the map. They weren't running anything too crazy at the time.
It was like a default comp.
Yeah,
I remember.
I know also Cloud9 is in like the middle of their pool as well. So this is actually a really good third map. It's, you know, standard default style map. I think we're gonna see pretty vanilla comps. I'd be shocked to see something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, last year, Cloud9, they were running the Neon, you know, on Oxy on this map, but I don't think with the way that Neon is right now in this current meta that we're going to see that. It would be cool, however, because I think that it would throw MIBR off with not having to deal with a default comp.
But is that a risk you want to take?
It's
this is elimination match, third match in the map in the series. Like, literally everything is on the line.
I think the question is whether we see like a Vice or something like that. I think
you know
we
what?
have the Jets.
We're going to find out very soon. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and afterwards, we're back with the third map in the series. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back to the third map of our second series of the day. That means this map will eliminate one of our teams going forward. It's Cloud9 versus MIBR, and we are diving into Pearl for this map.
Into the inevitable, where unfortunately somebody else is gonna be eliminated after this game, but I wouldn't want it any other way, that we actually are able to have a third and final map where we haven't seen from either of these two teams yet, at least on the VCT stage. So for one end, Sean Garris was mentioning, hey, maybe they went back to the roots of what they're comfortable with. Are we going to see vanilla comps here for MIBR?
Yeah.
Potentially here, because that's where they found so much success on Abyss. But this is also a map where we haven't seen C9 play yet. They were also able to implement some Deo in the first place going into kickoff, and they were able to thwart some default comps such as Energy on Fracture, for example. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what we're going to expect now, what to expect going into this map. But if there's potentially a comp diff going into this one, I'm going to have to potentially give it to C9 coming in with something new.
Well, I mean, C9, the overarching kind of lower bracket runs for that org across every game has for some reason been a plot armor. And this team that they have chosen as well looks like it gives them some plot armor, some crazy stuff there. MIBR is going to look to thwart that lower bracket run with some of their own default comp, that comfortability. This is exactly what I think made them so strong last map.
But the thing is when they played this during the offseason for MIBR, there was no Tejo. So now on paper, this Killjoy's gone. And then you look back on the side of C9. They have Fade. You could play Prowlers to clear out towards middle. You could scale up towards long. You could do salvos with TPs towards the back of the sites here for both the Yoru and the Tejo on the side of Cloud9. So on paper, it looks like here you're going to be able to work around the map quite easily for Cloud9.
And we know they love to mess with the utility to start. So what is on their docket? First thing, probably mess with where you are in sight, or trying to get into sight. It would be, as C9 are starting on defense here. Already a rotation, a push out C long, as MIBR are wasting no time to dash into the site. Default hit here, as they're just going to go ahead, power in numbers. But there is some hide in secret right now. Great kills from Oxy and Nat. Unexpected. MIBR thought they had a clear sight, and that moment they take to breathe is the moment that C9 takes to bite back.
Now you have no choice but to potentially stay inside the site or to go for hero plays, rather. Artazine and Shenam, the last two remaining. I mean, yes, you've made it through this trip, but it might be too late unless you're able to get behind them.
Squeeze. Oh, shoot in the back. Oh, he's
Molly's good.
Beautiful fragment. That's going to drop the health of a few, and Net alone. They still get a shot. Well, MIBR is playing this so masterfully right now, but they have to get in the smoke. They have to see if it's getting diffused. Can it be Oxy? No, it can't. It can be Shannon once again. The final kill of the round will go to Vic. These two players always alive at the end of the rounds and showing us some awesome stuff.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it looked like they had an open site, yes, but it did throw a null command for MIBR to spawn a player playing inside dugout. I almost think it actually did catch net towards that back. But for them to decide to do this, to pop flash, to fight back towards that spawn, was an interesting one because from the get-go, there was no delays coming through from Cloud9. So you have to expect they're playing for a flood retake. They probably didn't expect here that it was gonna be a double flank. So props to Cloud9 to play so far back.
Let's go, baby! Yes!
Oh.
Pistol round hype for Oxy. They're loving it.
Usually his volume's like 0 to 100, but that was tame. That was tame.
They're tame. They're tempering the play. They're tempering the go. He's got a long game to go. He's got more yelling to do, apparently. We'll see if they hit this hard towards A. The lurk here, though, from Shen could be a big factor. Whoa, that was a shoulder. Yeah, I think Vic just caught that. Quick kill goes to Aspas, so they're going to have a hard time getting into sight, but they're still encroaching, trying to find the back of somebody from C9.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Everybody's isolated for 1v1s, but Cortezia does a good job against Mitch. Rifle's a little bit too far away from him to pick up, but at least to get the plant for MIBR.
Vic with a quick check, giving the team the rest of the time to come from Secret, come from that garden area. Try to file into the site. High-low as they play it and just quickly overwhelm the site as you would expect with these weapons. Oxy on that outlaw from B comes into play, and he'll start actually getting some orbs up. That's going to be a dimensional drift for him.
Very early as well.
Yeah.
And that could bring a lot of value because you look at C9's investment, it was still a lot being put here. A judge, couple of bulldogs, an outlaw, and those bulldogs could actually be quite good for Cloud9 in the retake scenarios, especially when Oxy, well, actually, looks like he's dropping away from the outlaw, so he could play the judge in those moments.
Oh yeah, he wants to get out and do something funky here. I think Yoru, I mean, Zeppa and other maps would stay with Oxy. We kind of talked about that, their fracture game and whatnot. But at Yoru, you still have to be left up your own devices. So it looks like they're still going to allow him to do that. He goes back to the bulldog though, a little measured, a little measured.
It makes sense. He left a TP back towards that spawn. You need to leverage your duelist here to have this get out of jail free card. If you're able to get a pick or miss and get out of there to safety. And I wouldn't be surprised later on if you go for the juggle so that they could play the dimensional drift retake.
Actually pushed all the way to A. You saw him took that gate crash back. So now they're at B, ready for the hit. But Aspas creeping around the back. And they know they have gotten all the way into sight now. So C9's rotating over, but great positioning by MIBR here on the bonus round.
Here comes all these trades. So Oxy's back with the judge. He's going to be able to find information moving back for the rest of the team, but they're all isolated back towards the spawn.
All right. Blind and find. Here we go. Oxy trying to get in, does have that judge once again after they kind of flipped the site, so they're trading weapons back and forth. Vic to take down Artesine here. Oxy in a smoke. He's trying to break crosshairs, cannot find anyone just yet, as somehow MIBR still hiding in these moments as Nat does search out Cortezia. Salvo back and a bit of a break in the fight here as Cloud9 just figure out where their targets are. Vic should be able to get this. Wait a minute, a few more shots here. Vic does get the defuse. Shennom's not able to get that shot on him. Quick back and forth there, but even with a sliver of health, Cloud9 are able to grab that round.
Yeah, going into that one, looks like it was a regen shield too for Vic on that defuse. A lot of chaos has been put into Cloud9, but yes, you were talking about the dimensional drift out from Oxy, and it looked like they weren't really trying to get frags around there. There was such good stall coming out from MIBR on the post plan, but towards the end, finally, when all of that util is gone and everything settles down, at least for the initial concussor stalls they could do with their util, you have the power of numbers of Cloud9 that really had winning duels on top of that. You didn't have to trade too much. It didn't give a chance here for Shinam to get that clutch towards the end. I mean, there's a lot of bodies to shoot on. There was like 3 of them, plus 1 in the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been MIBR's round 2. You can even see Emmy knew it at the end there on the coach cam. A little bit of space take towards A, but no action just yet.
And hero rifle for Aspas around the Stingers. And Aspas is once again going to be the one trying to entry towards that site. Thankfully, they have a Cosmic Divide to just split the front of that site to work together. Okay.
Oh, the spam through. They weren't expecting that from Secret. A trade back, though, as Aspas does find a kill. They can play this slow. Armageddon's there for Mitch. The Tejo ultimate is ready.
That's just unlucky. Maybe a small mistake on the Cosmic Divider. Free kill through the wall. Oh, got caught.
Blocked off Ospas after his kill. They're kind of identifying a few of the members here. Stars are still on the spike. C9 need to work quick here and start to create a lot of options that MIBR can not get a hold of. But no, they're ready for everything and anything. Cortezia with the last one, and it's going to be a round for MIBR.
Ospas just continuing to break crosshair placement as he's just dashing around and just keeping the store duelist of Cloud9 focused on him, so the rest of the team could just play a cleaner pulse plan just to spray out towards the A main. But I gotta say, that small mistake from that wall could have been very, very costly for MIBR. It would have been one of those scenarios where C9 could potentially walk away with another 5-0, another 6-0. This is not the start that you want here in the elimination match for MIBR when you lose once again pistol and bonus against Cloud9. But thankfully, they stopped the bleeding quite early.
Big push. They want to fight this fully. This blind is there, and Ospas can't see a damn thing as Vix is able to get that frag in their favor for first blood of our 5th round.
And that's the Prowler just falling behind that to actually get that bite onto Ospas. The drone behind it as well. Just again, talking about this double initiator util is so good for Cloud9, but I talked about it on the attack side, not on how good it's been on a defensive side to help out here. Cloud9 take advantage of the orb and also deny it from Nosware.
Slowly trying to get themselves behind enemy lines. This is big from Cortezia. We've seen this multiple times across our maps. Huge. And now he's causing problems for C9. This gives the rest of MIBR time to move around the map safely.
Okay, so they're putting a lot of responsibility onto Zeppa just to watch that 1v1 so that Oxy can move back and support towards the Gout in front of A. But everything's done well enough here by Cortezia to allow MIBR to move in for a plant. And once again, play. Potentially here, another clean pulse plant.
Almost a quick frag. They're going to actually use that Cypher ult.
Yeah, 2v2.
See if they can get in the stars. They're going to be so troublesome here. Hunter's Fury hasn't even used the Astra Stars yet. Very well played. The layers to the post plan are making this so tough for C9. But Oxy just gets a swinging headshot onto Nosware. They're going to head back to side of Shenum. Going to do everything he can here. Quick concuss, quick shot, but he doesn't get that frag. It's not even the half, though. He's got Oxy on the ropes, and Shenum gets another clutch in the series.
And interesting enough, too, that they utilized the Hunter's Fury to start things off, but it makes sense because when they played that 2v2, especially with the Neural Theft thrown by Net, you have to, they already knew you were kind of split up. So if you're already going to go for the suck first, then you already have 2 players potentially on the defensive side just trying to push down towards the main. So you kick things off here with the Hunter's Fury. You're trying to keep them at bay, and then you use that grab well so you can play a little bit more slowly towards that arc push that you're trying to do here for Shenum. So turns out quite well. Heads up play for MIBR. And already in an early timeout for Cloud9, EMEA wants to make sure here that they don't run through the same type of shenanigans as they did on Lotus, where they're going to run away with it, then it's tied up, and then when it comes down to those pressured moments, you know that Cloud9, they're always like one map, one series away from qualifying into an international. So they want to make sure that they don't falter that early at kickoff.
Great clutches so far. Red Bull clutch from Shenum, another one on the series, is preventing Cloud9 from doing a few of these things. I think so far we've seen in the games they have a lead they can close. That would plague them as well in these lower long runs if they do make it. You'd be like, man, they're in such great form, and then a non-closing game comes in. You're like, wait, why does this plague them? MIBR is trying to be fierce so they can bring that error back out of C9. If it's even there, I mean, what does this roster provide for them, right? Maybe it's not even a problem with the veteran status they have here working with C9. There's a lot of it there on the side of MIBR too. As we get back in round 6, they're gonna have weapons. They're gonna look to take this back in their control.
I'm actually trying to push up towards B to start for Cloud9 in this aggression. I mean, it is an eco run that you have here. Recon, Alan Jones started early off on the attack side for Nosware, already pushed away. So they know the Teo's playing close, but don't know how many players behind Zeppa, or sorry, behind Mitch is actually there for Cloud9. And they'll get that info at least, because the pip will show up on the scoreboard. They know that Oxy picked it up and that he TP'd away. But for the rest for MIBR, they are playing the anti-eco. It's going to be a lot easier for them to just win these duels, especially when they're playing this buddy system that you currently see.
You always have to against C9, right? I mean, you always have somewhat of an anti-eco, but against C9, for some reason, no matter the squad, their ecos are always so strong.
C9, EG, we saw that from MIBR as well.
Crazy.
So. Yep.
Crazy how these teams can organize such good low levels or low buy strats here to make it work. Already a frag though. They take down net, so they don't have to worry too much about a lurk. And they should be able to get this retake onto C9 as they hit B.
Especially when they heard the TP earlier on there by Oxy, and they probably waited that extra 20 seconds so that if there was another one, it was already gone. So now they have power of numbers for MIBR, a 4 versus 2, but you talked about the Sheriffs, it's good for 1.
Artezine still trades back though. They don't have to worry about Mitch too much no more with the salvos coming in. So set up by 4, Cortesia probably get his util to stick now. Now Teo's gone, feels a little bit better. But it's just a slow rotation in here from C9 and most likely a cleanup, so great job by MIBR. They're not pushing themselves too thin. These shots come in, it should just be a cleanup. And I think they're dealing well with Cloud9, always trying to make MIBR sweat at the beginning of the round, right? We had that little push towards C. C-Long didn't do much, but they're always giving MIBR something to think about before they can run their strat.
Thing is right now, they kind of just ran into the crosshair of Artezine, who gets the pick instead of trying to die the spike and not give these pips away. Because Artezine, after that kill, he has null command. I wonder, you know, with the fact that we talked about Cortesia playing into this killjoy is basically a write-off because you're playing against Mitch with these salvos. It should nullify the lockdown, right? But maybe that's the reason why MIBR adds that extra layer of Artezine with a null command, with a 0 point, to maybe try to find where Mitch could be playing so they could get the best value out of this lockdown. It starts here as a 5-player death ball towards the A site for MIBR.
And looking great for MIBR. Since the gun rounds, they've had control, but now they have a lot of salvo in their face they have to deal with. It is Nasror that makes it past. Oxy has another dimensional drift already, so if C9 feels like they've lost control around, they can regain it back with a bit of that vision.
And it's a great start because the salvo's already gone, so you can already pull out the lockdown. Nothing's going to stop it at this point, and MIBR could choose to play the fake or play the pinch.
You should run.
That's a huge point, and it's not going to be ready for at least another 10, 15 seconds. They're going to get through this lockdown very nicely. Quick Prowler is going to alert them. A very, very close Zeppa, and that's going to go down. Aspas and Shenum, beautiful teamwork as they pick their teammate back up. Artezine back in the mix.
Just so simple. Going with the null command, bait yourself out, being selfless. You could instantly trade res up while you still have the null command. And also you created that space already from the lockdown, so front side should be good, and it is.
Quick plant. Just letting the util waste away before C9 gets their positioning back here. This is a tough task right here. Aspas even playing the height of the box over towards Art, and he gets hit pretty good. They're going to require the rest of the team to come in here.
I mean, look at Vic's HP after that.
It is low.
5 HP remaining. They hear the rotates back. Artezine's just going to try to hunt them down. But yeah, it looks really good here for MIBR again, just working in the driver's seat. When we looked at the vanilla comp, this should be C9 basically able to dissect this map in their favor. But MIBR are doing a great job sticking to the basics of what are the advantages of this composition, what they could do. Again, we talked about these pop flashes for Aspas. Aspas just dashing in and clearing space. And then you're able to play the post plant around Shenum and around Noswer. But that around the ults to split was actually quite nice. That usually we don't see that from the default comp.
And ultimately, MIBR, they look to play this comp where they can get those ults in, get themselves into the site, and kind of play it slow. So C9 does waste that utility. They can get through those windows. Seems really neat that they continue to go back and forth and are now doing what C9 basically did on Lotus, is waste C9's util and play within the windows when they can hit site. Very nice little change of how they're going about it.
Now in a lower buy that you have for Cloud9, net with the Vandal, playing solo towards this B site. And things stay the same for Cloud9 though. You saw from this minimap, just trying to push up towards this A main, isolate that, pick up an orb, just trying to play the long game. This should technically be a write-off for Cloud9, and you play the long run for the next
Ooh, I thought Net was stuck and dead to rights, but he actually keeps himself alive and gets a kill. The rest of the team starts to fall, though, as that is only good for one. As they push in here, it looks like MIBR should be able to get this with the Bucky and Stinger on the other side. I think another thing that's really a blessing for MIBR is picking this is that they can use the KJ on the attack side first. You talk about around the Tejo window, but imagine if they were on defense, right? I think they would be looking for the KJ util, salvoing it and whatnot. So they kind of, it's really nice that they kind of get to work around that window to start and get some rounds on attack.
It's also one of the simple things, though, if you want to look on the other end for Cloud9, is that if that lockdown is ready, maybe it's not those moments to use a salvo right away to try to be aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So you need to be aware of what's going on for your opponents, too, not just trying to draw up or think about what you should do in round 7 because we have this. You have to think about what your opponents have as well.
That's true.
Which is unfortunately was missed, which allowed here MIBR to string these rounds. They have 5 in a row now on their side.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, as soon as they got guns. So what does that tell? Like, are they really that much stronger with weapons here? C9 only getting to that bonus round. But MIBR have an answer.
Yeah.
It looks like C will be one of those.
Not only that, this is also very similar to what Abyss could be. You have these long corridors.
This is going to be a tough hold for MIBR. 3 in sight and a big amount of ults coming in at him from the side of C9.
Push towards spawn, though. Artesian just got spotted by the dimensional drift.
Yeah, he's getting bumped around now. Oxy's basically trying to give him a hug at the moment. Mitch and Nat are going to follow up with 2 more on that. And Naswar looking down the crosshair. Not going to get much on that one as Vic gets the kill. And C9 are able to stop the pressure here, stop that bleeding of MIBR's consecutive rounds.
And with a flawless, you're definitely going to take that for Cloud9. Being strong on the retake, but not only on the retake, also, it's been how many rounds have they played against each other so far in this series? They're going to be like, at some point, Cortezia is probably going to be lurking somewhere. And look at that, 2 players just holding up towards that door. Hello, easy kills. Although not only did they take Cortezia, they had 2 players walk through those double doors for MIBR, which does not allow for you to have any type of value in the post plan playing off-site.
Spikes drop for this hit. Makes me think they want to run in and out. I mean, you got a lot of ults. Hopefully they can run in and out and see a few of those be used erroneously here for C9. Well, that is a big ask. It's just a quick default here for MIBR.
For C9, it's 5 players looking to crunch into middle. The turret will sound the alarm for MIBR to play a little bit more passively, and Cortezia has to be a little bit smart in these moments. Doesn't want to overextend, to at least try, in his point of view, fight a 1v1, because he was going to be in a world full of hurt if he was going to overswing outside towards middle. So that slows things down. Yeah, spike down, dropped. You're going to play the recon game now. Nasra already grouping up in a buddy system, but not with Osmos, really.
Yeah, I think they might go back, give Nasra the plan if possible. Hunter's Fury. They are all over the map right now, though. Love this play. It's so making nice. C9 move, and there's one on Oxy. A huge first frag. And just inserting people has MIBR taken advantage in the round.
But they have so much map control without really understanding what they want to do with the spike yet. Finally, Osmos is going to move back. But a lot of time is going to be wasted. Net felt like he had to make a play. So he looks for information towards streets, and that will definitely give the advantage for MIBR to plant in these moments. And that's unfortunate, Riv, because this has happened before here for Cloud9, where, yes, they're at a player disadvantage, but they have too much overextension coming out from Net. And then he gets punished, and this should technically be an easy round for MIBR. Already in his post plant, everybody's saying towards dugout for C9, so they want to play for the next around these ults.
And MIBR has shown us that they can come back, they can figure out what's going on, adapt mid-game, and come out with new strats as well. This whole across the map default shows so much patience, as from before they were using Ospas to get into sight. Only a few times did they ever really deter from that and have Ospas go alone. So great stuff for MIBR to be able to pull out here in map 3.
And the punishment, too, on a 5 versus 5 to walk up for information. Even I was criticizing Net, but also for Oxy to move up there, thinking that the coast was clear. That they were trying for MIBR just to play that buddy system, the initiator, around the Ospas jet.
All right, bit of a miss on that one, but they still clean it up.
2 weapons, and also the The ult here from Mitch
Yeah.
is actually quite huge. The Armageddon could be very useful. They haven't had too many opportunities to use that yet because he's held on to that for like, what, 3 or 4 rounds so far. So to play the delay or play the retake, really, really good on retaking towards that back of that B side, kind of like the Hunter's Fury that some teams like to run, like Noswer, for example, with MIBR. So similar values that you have. So the pressure that you are actually trying to activate around your Yoru to control this side and play the retake with that ult on B. While you're playing the stall on that side with your controller and your Sentinel for Cloud9.
The C9 knows that this A insert keeps happening, and Oxy wants to fight it with the safe out of gate crash. They do get that good info. Now focusing Artisan here, and they have both Hunter's Fury and that Null command up. C9 wants to stay in sight for this fight behind the wall.
I think Artisan got the pick onto Mitch before the wall even came up.
Yeah, it was really quick. Just on that left side, you can see the X down. Another one from the Hunter's Fury, as well as Cloud9 is absolutely scattered in the A site, but it's not a commitment from MIBR yet.
At this point, C9 feel like they have to make their hero play, so just playing patient, playing your numbers here for MIBR is good. They're walking into Crosshair, the op gets the pick on the Zeppa. This should have been a save 20 seconds ago for C9.
Ooh, planning just off the Crux in that default spot so they don't get spammed from the lower portion like before. And here come the rest of Cloud9, high, low, and just trying to monkey around the site right now to get that perfect shot. Really nice post plant setup here for the side of MIBR, but they're known, they're found out now, and they have to make a move. Big shots from Cortezia, but it's not gonna land. Vic comes up with another one. Shenum and Noswer now at the top of A main as Noswer strikes true twice, 3 times at that to get the round. 7-4 now for MIBR.
I was about to eat my metaphorical hat at that point when I said it should have been a save 20 seconds ago. When they kind of they left some players deserted here on an island in this post-plant scenario for MIBR. But thankfully, the last 2 players playing that stall is going to be good enough here. But that should have been much cleaner. That said, the last round into the half, still getting rid of the value that Mitch could have with this Armageddon, and also breaking a lot of that econ for Cloud9 in this last round. That's why it should have been a save. Having 3 rifles left behind with the buy that you have here, you would have come out a little bit stronger to potentially narrow that gap. And it's almost been carbon copy protocols of what C9's been doing on the defensive side. And MIBR is taking full advantage of it.
A lot of pressure on the map with that spike down as always. Cortezia to open it up onto Vic. The smokes are now wanting for the side of C9. Just the jumps. They're so confident behind each other. It just looks like they're having fun right now in these final rounds of the first half. Map 3.
Yeah, and Artisan is not going to hear the rotate yet. But there's still 1 player anchoring to watch that flank, and then Shenum again with the op.
Quick shot. Shenum with the pull, but it was going to be Oxy and the rest of the team already making it past. The timing in their favor, but here, timing from Artisan. Oh, the first shots are on the jump. We've all been there, but Noswer was able to answer. The column is held strong, and Noswer gets the last 2 frags for an 8-4
Good
first
fucking
half
round
on Pearl
for MIBR.
Love how that round was played by MIBR. Artisan not hearing players, but they understand what gaps were on their defensive line. So having the op to watch the flank, the suck for the delay, but then also to have Noswer play around the pillar right here to crunch on the last 2 players of C9. This is great attack side for MIBR, but let's see if C9 with this comp could pull it out.
Crazy stuff. MIBR 5 rounds away from eliminating Cloud9 in this match. We'll be right back. All right, let's get the second half underway of our final map in this series. Elimination on the line, and MIBR in the lead.
Yeah, surprisingly enough here, again, MIBR, very, very slow start on that first map, but coming out with a vengeance since Abyss, since their map pick, and also taking control of Pearl so far. But for C9, we mentioned it just before this map, on paper still looks pretty good to run some pretty good defaults. The thing is like trying to scale fast towards the A site could be difficult because they don't have that jet dash. So you want to try to leverage the synergy around all this util available from Mitch and Zeppa and work as a group here to see if you can capitalize on your round. But C9 pistol round 1, I think it was a bonus, and they still only got 4 rounds.
Right, yeah, the first 3 were theirs, and then fell through their fingers.
Yep. That's confidence coming out from MIBR once again, and that's the type of half you want to start with on the defensive side. To pull this upset against Cloud9, must I say.
Yeah, an upset indeed. Going into sight, smokes are down, salvo's in, and the Arsenal gives a little breathing room here to Cloud9. We wondered if this Tejo would be stronger on their attack side. As they start to trade, we do see, it looks like C9 feeling better on this one, just losing Zeppa. Still a lot to throw at the site. Stop MIBR on the defuse.
So far, so good for Mitch. He's getting kills with the Ghost, but he's stuck towards the back of the site. So we talk about the salvos. When it comes back up here in 13, he might not be able to use them. At least they have the star on the ground for the pulse plant.
Mitch with 3. You better expect the Phantom to be purchased by C9 coming in the next round. That's how it works, especially if they win. But the smoke's going to make it tough now. Getting in a beautiful pull. Smoke still giving a bit of cover with half. They just jump in. Oh no, Dams, this just got real tricky. They left that one up to chance. You never do that. Naswar gets 3, gets the defuse in what looked like a Cloud9 round. MIBR just takes the rug right out from under him.
And you were hoping at least jumping in with the right click would be able to take down the spike diffuser. But he's protected. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Naswar, the IGL for MIBR, saves his teammate. Shinhums, you see it from the Astro's point of view, just look it up, be like, oh.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Let me just diffuse this under your nose.
And to be diffusing on the front side too, towards the front of the smoke, they still get that instead of like everything C9 should have just been able to capitalize there. But heady plays by MIBR. They just keep coming and the momentum is there. Over towards A, a quick hit by Mitch just to show presence as C9 moves quick through Art.
The thing is, they went salvo and just ran it down, and the knife already spotted only 1 player. They could have double pushed up, but they decided to play further back, which is still good.
Quick 3 cleanup there, a classic to follow as Aspas aims on that one, resets and takes down Zeppa for the 4K. He's getting those all points online, if you will, and he is feeling good. Smile from him. Usually you just see the stoic personality, but they know they're in a group. And I'm sure Aspas is incredibly happy to see this team coming together. We keep saying it. This guy's not going to choose players he doesn't think are great. Like, that's the mechanic there. He sees that in other players. And man, Shenum delivering. Cortesia last match as well. Obviously, tougher on the Killjoy this time around as we expected, but the team's coming together.
And he's never played with Cortesia, Shenum, or even Artesine in that fact.
Yeah.
They're still getting good results until this time Oxy finally opens up. A player advantage for Cloud9 in their buy, and already starting the bonus round of MIBR in the very beginning.
Artesine hoping people come through with a Bucky there. But C9, I think since they've been so pushed back, last map and even these first few rounds, it's going to be a very touch and go. Hit each site, see what's there, until they like what they see, much like we saw in Lotus.
And they're okay to keep it calm for Cloud9. You definitely do potentially feel the pressure that Cloud9 currently has in the server, trailing behind by 6. Net didn't really push out too far out and just wanted to watch that angle. And they all stay as a group to make sure that they get guaranteed trades. We could find some surprises for him. I mean, look at that. Already an Armageddon on your attack side just to make sure you could get a plant down.
Crazy stuff. And that's a quick one, too. Quick default plant. They should wait. Plant gets stopped here. They actually have to figure this out again. They still get the frags they need. Yeah, all good. That was just for a moment. It looks scary, but obviously just pistols on the other side, so not much damage was done. Even Oxy's going to stay for the last frag. A 3K there. They're starting to get those alt points online, and this was kind of Cloud9 in the first half too, but can they keep it going?
Yeah. and 5 players death ball towards that B side, I think it's still okay for them to not go for the plant right away, especially when you have this util, the recon dart, and more util coming through potentially with shock darts from Noswer. So you just wanted on C9 side to make sure that you're not going to get caught by any of that util. Give ult orbs over on the side of your opponents. Just play to your strength. You already have 4 players inside the site. You have better weapons. Just clean up. Clean up in all 3 and move on to the next round.
Obsboss is back.
That's true. Posted up this time towards main and gaining the space behind the Owl drone. But that already is a tell. Look at how instantly Zeppa falls back with the rest of his team. They don't need the Fade to do the Prowler behind the pillars because they already have the drone from Mitch.
Now they have the mid control, also Cam there to help from the flank. Are they going to go back?
I think so. They might try to go back to try to grab at least map space and potentially even dimensional drift for Oxy.
That is true. He's 1 away. We'll see after we approach this corner how aware they might be that there's the push-up. The drone happened, so you have to think they'd clear this.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe that's why they have Zeppa moving back with them, because he's got 2 Prowlers to work with, but now it's just going to be a walk into the crosshair potentially. This is not good.
They feel like they have map positioning. They throw a smoke down. No, they are ready. The quick dismiss, but they still don't look. They don't check the corner. A quick trade onto Osboss, and they know dropping the off is going to be big, and there may not be many here, right? Osboss is there. The team's probably across the map, and Oxy's going to figure that out right away.
And that's the good news. He dropped Mitch instead, so you could still grab the orb, get information into Dimensional Drift, and play the pulse plant for Cloud9.
So huge here how this played out for C9. Can they layer the post plant, though? MIBR ready to get in. Not a lot of util there, just coming from Artisan's KO.
Oxy's just springing, TPing away, just keeping them, trying to waste that clock down. And that util still available for Cloud9 on pulse plant. Already stuck to halfway, though.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be huge. Star goes down, but still pressures him off only for the second defuse, which will pressure Cloud9 even more to get out into position. One shows, Oxy takes it down, but Noswer and Shenum come up huge, and MIBR are starting to close down onto Cloud9. Vic again, can he make it happen? Always asked for.
Oh, he's got it.
And he delivers on time. Even the half defuse isn't enough. Cloud9 play these rounds so tight, so close to the chest. And they come up with another one, a Red Bull clutch again from Vic.
Vic coming in huge and staying consistent in these moments. A player that maybe not too many know of, but if you've been following the Challenger scene, what he could do, how consistent he could be. And a reason why he's picked up in these moments. Look at him isolate these one-on-ones. Doesn't care about the recon, just wants to make sure, knows that there's gonna be a double swing, and still jiggles enough to get that pick. Staying so cool here under that pressure. And that's a lot to ask for the first time Vic plays here on this stage at kickoff.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. What incredible kind of just confidence in these plays, knowing that it's something he's done all the time, and the stage does not seem to be any different for him.
Yep, play from home, play for here. It's all the same thing for Vic.
What a quality to have, honestly. What a pickup for C9. 6-10 here. It looks like it's a bit of a B play.
Still slow, though. Everything got slowed up by a smoke in the very beginning. Right now for Cloud9, I mean, they'll happily take it. Just easy map control once again, and just unfortunate this time here for Osboss. Tried to go for a hero play that got picked off here by Net, so they have to understand here. I mean, it's understandable because for MIBR, they haven't really tried to go for a lot of these mid controls yet.
They haven't, but Net's always been there.
So now they know, checkbox, look into the later rounds, what they could do here to potentially fight Net in these moments that C9 consistently plays these 4-1s on the attack.
Slow move. You can see Artine, he's like, is everybody gonna crash through Art? He seems a bit scared. He tries to take main control. It's not gonna be enough. C9 are throwing everything in the kitchen sink in sight before they even enter right now. And there's one from Artine. Reloads, gets another shell on there, cocks the shotgun again, and it's a 4K. The collateral on the last hit there. Oh my God, pumping up the team with the Bucky. And it's gonna be just one more left. Net to live in A with the plan.
Silver lining is that he didn't pick up any of these weapons.
Bye-bye. Holy moly. Home defense over there from Artesian with a shotgun. Beautiful job on A site. And he was in such a cluster of utility. Had a chance to shoot the drone of Oxy, or the clone rather. Didn't shoot the clone. Still came out with the right play. He had so many options. He chose the right one out of all of them.
Oh man, talking about isolating fights just before from Vic this time. Ooh. And just a quick smile.
Yowzer.
I just, but the 1v2 from Net, pulling out the knife to walk out towards dugout. You have to expect the rotate to come through. You never saw the Killjoy. You know the Killjoy is playing B at this point on how you enter towards that A site.
That's a huge stop. They just hit on C9's 2 rounds in a row, and now 2 away from winning, Vance. MIBR so close.
And C9, with the amount of plants they've been getting, at least they have a pretty decent buy. Half shields for both Zeppa and Vic, but the rest of them are full shields, full rifles, and continuing that 4-1. This time, though, a little bit more activation from Net, so he potentially break util.
Oh, almost. They're trying to help him, but couldn't get everything for him. Still get Aspas out safe. So they've gotten the pressure and a little bit of knowledge.
Yeah, that's a small dub. You forced out here an updraft, a dash, and now one smoke towards that spawn. You don't really give an opportunity for Aspas to get a good line.
Well, they're going to peek this right away, hoping the dart would be something. It's not going to get enough there as they get right back into the smokes. Nice use of the layering and util here as we go back for the fight. Vance Fragment's actually going to start cooking some people up in the corner. Net tries to get a kill, but Artesian runs into his Fragment to get the final kill there on Oxy. Or not final kill, but another one.
And that's a huge kill from Net. The ult gets information all 4.
Slow pushes back and forth. The trades are making this very tough to get a peek on as they spam through the smoke. You can see this push now coming from Nazar, trying to figure out who is back here, how much he can do. 3 bullets left in the Vandal. Picks up another, picks up a Phantom. He should be good now. It's going to be a re-fire onto Mitch. Trade from Vic.
I mean, all that I love here from Mitch, just staying outside of that smoke just to delay enough. Again, the other ones with the operator, what could Aspas really do here to try to retake a 2 versus 3? So it was the most important fight in the back of the site between Nosler and Mitch. And both IGLs going toe-to-toe, but Mitch using the delay to guarantee the round for Cloud9 in the pulse plant. You have to tip your hat over to Mitch's side.
Quick play on the other side of the map too, just to deter, but yeah, back here, playing in the smoke, staying alive, causing Nazar have just to focus, right? That's what you're talking about, making them focus, Mitch, instead of what they can in the site. Yeah, these little cat and mouse games, their C9 is able to get by in the rounds, but we're seeing that's what it takes C9 to get these rounds right now. MIBR is so close to grabbing them all back almost every time. Crazy.
Now a timeout here from Fraud. Remember the last time they had a timeout on Abyss with an operator and a Hunter's Fury available on their side. They did try to go for the Hunter's Fury angle to have Aspas posted up. This is going to be quite interesting to see if they want to cook up something very similar, leveraging the Hunter's Fury around what should not be the best buy going into MIBR if they want to buy around this play, or is it going to be the longer game here for the Brazilian team? Because they still have a 4-point lead, which is not too bad, but you're starting to see here that Cloud9, just like Abyss, are having a little bit of comfort here on their attack side.
Hop it back in. Cloud9 comes off of these timeouts quite strong, and they actually have that ult to use from Nightfall and one for Oxy if they can, again, orb grab. That guy is just cycling through ults this game, and MIBR is able to stop what is happening. An operator, low buys around that, except for Cortesia.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to go with rifles at the very beginning, Guardians and Stingers, but they are going to just stick with what they have to make sure they have a healthy buy in the next. But the idea is still there. You have both Artesian and Aspas working together. Playing further behind is going to be Nazar with the Hunter's Fury. And Prowler for C9 at least checks out that the operator's there.
Insert. This is what killed them last time. They actually get shot on the drone, so they have to think twice now. Is this spot something that gets kills on him? No way it happens again, Vansili. Oxy's gonna try to check it, but it was just a weird check wire on the outside. Zep was finally able to capitalize on that, but now C9 are running away from this Hunter's Fury that tagged up Zeppa.
They had to be aware of that, especially with how Aspa shot those right away. At least he got into an instant train, and he also wasted out that Hunter's Fury. And MIBR's read now is to say, well, they got to back up on this, because Aspas technically was opting towards the A side. We have to run away from that, which C9 has done, but the mind games continue here for Mitch. They're going to wait for the second wave around the Nightfall and Salvo. So very important that Zeppa stayed alive to dance around the Hunter's Fury.
Nightfall comes in. You have to expect MIBR is going to use Cosmic Divide to take the site back once this plant happens, so they'll probably let a bit of this happen really before giving themselves up. Oh, good damage! Oh, Cortezia with the molly. It's actually blocked in by Zeppa. That Hunter's Fury pays off big time.
I mean, it's out in the open. You're still running into that, and now Aspas gets the pick and the spikes down.
There's going to be a gate in. Quickly goes net. They try to force the play. It's on a pressure cooker now. Cortezia and Shenum come up huge. That's game point for MIBR as Cloud9 is left wondering.
Question marks all around there on C9's re-hit towards that site. The Nightfall did get information on players playing towards Secret. They have smokes blocking up that sign, but it just felt like they had that gameplay, the plan to just try to take down Cortezia on the top of the staircase towards Art, just to guarantee a safer plant. Looks like they wanted to plant a little bit more out in the open instead of going for the safe plant inside the cabin towards the tucked area of the default spot of the A site. And it does not pay out for C9. Backs against the wall. MIBR at map in a series point.
And it's time for the rapid timeout. No time left here. Use them if you got them. Amy's going to go ahead and chat with the team again as they're on game point. Calm them down, reset the strats, and let them know there's so much in the playbook that they can use to make this work.
This is so difficult now, Riv, because this might be just a Hail Mary for Cloud9 outside of the timeout, just to salvage the round, because they haven't used that Armageddon yet. Now on top of that, they have the Dimensional Drift here from Moxie, so it might just be one of those plays, just like they did against the anti-eco at the beginning of the half, where they just want to try to guarantee the round.
We saw it before. We were talking about how Cortezia would be kind of just put out of the map by Mitch. Both have their ults. We might get to see it on the final round if they can play within the window of Salvo or Armageddon to get the lockdown to work. It seems almost impossible, but imagine that being the way this round goes through.
Yeah, a lot of question marks and ifs. A lot of here alternate universes that potentially now splits into or a C9 comeback or an MIBR upset victory in this series.
Yep.
But again, just to underline this double ult that they currently have here for C9, if they use this now and are able to capitalize on the round, there's still 4 chances for MIBR to close it out with their own ults, better weaponry, and hopefully for C9 fans, it's not going to be the case, but you see here how nervous they are, staying back towards the spawn in the very beginning.
And such a low buy for C9 here. Relegated to 2 Sheriffs. Weapons on the 3 Stooges. Let's see if they can make it happen. Into the site. Oxy's going to get everything with Dimensional Drift here. Armageddon goes down. They could still have Salvo coming in for that lockdown. Few shots go back. And that's going to be a bit of mid now picked up by Cloud9. Looks like they could stay alive here with just 3 more as they're man up.
What a nice Armageddon to follow him out.
It's going to be a quick shorty as he knows Mitch is coming in. They're not going to be able to get any of that util. Shenum, Artazine, and Aspas still alive now to try and get this spike down.
And both players of C9 are isolated, though. It might have to be our hero play coming in for once again Vic.
Nobody's going for that spike just yet. Obviously, MIBR can see it. They'll keep putting it on the ground if it gets picked up. And they have coverage across the site. This looks tough for C9.
30 seconds left.
If they win this, it's the momentum they need to keep going to bring it OT.
Enemy remaining.
One more, Vance. It's going to be Vic. He takes the shot, the 2v1. He's trying to create the 1v1s, but he can't find anybody. 18 seconds, and they're going to force him to plant the spike. Artazine just doing the peaks. Can he get underneath Heaven here just to make it happen? He's going to get behind the pillar. He probably has a bit of a plant spot. The Ginkgo's just off to the left side. Can he get himself into a position that pushes and pulls? It's going to be the kill from Artazine. That's it. MIBR reigns on Cloud9's parade as they move through the kickoff bracket.
MIBR, against all odds here, are able to fight back. And in a default composition, going into a map here like Pearl, they just stuck to what worked for them and made sure that they just play their own game.
Amazing stuff from MIBR. The upset we were not expecting, but if an upset's on the docket, that means it can happen. What a restructure structuring of the mantle, and just what we saw from last week from this team, Van Silly. Incredible change.
Yeah, night and day, but you have to look at it from MIBR's side. In an interview from Ospas, they just came into kickoff, maybe 6 days before kickoff.
Yeah.
A new agent just came out. They had 1 day of practice. So definitely it did not look good against such a strong team that they played in that first round. But then you know that Fran has been working around the clock with Nosworth to make sure that they stay alive in this series and continue in their run for kickoff.
Yeah.
And they showed that beautifully here with the display that they had against Cloud9 today.
And we know that core of MIBR was going to be good, but the questions were around the rookies. Shenum, Cortezia, I don't think those questions really hold that much anymore, but we'll have to see if they can continue that performance. I mean, C9's good. They have a lot of good teams to play against, and consistency is key.
Yeah, and when you look back at this game as we have these highlights coming through, it still looks so good for Cloud9 when they started things off, getting the bonus round in their favor, but it almost went back to that same story where they have such a hot start, but couldn't hold on to that lead here going into that second map. And now, unfortunately, here in this third map, that eliminates them against MIBR. These hero plays coming out too. I mean, it's also one of those days where players were just shooting, right? You're starting to feel the groove. You had a dominant second half, or first half, sorry, on that second map, and you're carrying that over into a potential with the veterancy of both Nosworth and Ospas saying, hey, if we could actually play the same way that we did on Abyss and do this against a team like Cloud9, we definitely have what it takes here to push it forward to the finishing line.
Crazy stuff here. So Cloud9 going to be losing that one, and they do get eliminated from VCT America's kickoffs, and we do have to say goodbye to Cloud9. A great run to Star Energy, kind of showed what their problems were. They had a chance to fix those, and MIBR kind of pushed at those buttons.
That's crazy,
in this series.
Yeah, if anything that we could take away from Cloud9, at least for this kickoff, is that it's not really just one hero play coming out from Oxy that needs to activate every single time, and if Oxy's not consistent, then C9 will fumble.
C9
so they
out.
did so well here as a group. You also had
And
Oxy do a little bit
Navia
more and also
too.
popped off here in this whole
And
series
Casey too.
against MIBR for this one. But unfortunately, the rest around that was not enough. And if you're
For
able to
EMEA.
just bring that all together going into stage one, this is not going to be a team that you think
Tomorrow
that
we have
everybody thought they're
Gentleman
gonna be like 10th,
Koi
11th, or 12th here in kickoff. They
and
could
Liquid
definitely go
Apex.
into like the top 6.
I think it's one of the important things. It took all of MIBR, and they all showed up today. Super important for that squad. So let's send it down to Dryad at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Artesine.
Thank you, guys. I'm joined by Artesine for the Verizon post-match interview. Can I hear for Artesine and MIBR, who continue moving in this lower bracket?
We're gonna have
kickoff. And Artesine, my first question for you
and that is energy out to tomorrow,
So the
which
first
is
thing that we
insane.
saw was the changing composition on Lotus. Do you feel more comfortable playing this Viper compared to the Tejo on that
It's
last
such a tough
To be
like
honest, for me, it
tournament.
doesn't matter which agent I'm playing, because I'm really a flex guy, so I can play with whatever the team needs. But yeah, we changing the Lotus comp.
Such a
it's,
cutthroat
about,
tournament.
Adaptation and stuff that we suffered from the first match.
And on that second map, it was a 10-2 advantage. It got a little tricky. It got very close. What happens after that pause to make sure that you were able to close out and continue on this run?
To be honest, adaptation as well. They were playing really good on attack and the second map, so we were kind of late to this adaptation. But after we resolve it, it was more easy to play, you know. So.
And now we have a question from the audience. One of the fans, whose name is Noah, asked, how do you keep composure knowing each game might be your last?
For me, I don't think like that. I just think that I need to live. I'm grateful to live what I live here. So every loss is not a loss. It's just experience. So that doesn't bother me at all. So yeah, we just keep working.
Yeah, just keep it step by step. And my last question, next match is going to be against Evil Geniuses. How do you feel about facing them?
They're a pretty good team, but we're confident to play against them.
All right, thank you so much, Artesine. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. And on the desk, we have two very special guests, is Nosworth and Aspas.
Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to Match Point. Joining us, as you can see, are no other than Nabskir and Aspas. First of all, of course, congratulations on that dub. What a series this has been. Absolute nail biter. Let's talk about this a little bit and your plans heading into this as well, because last map, Pearl, we see you going to that default comp, and quite frankly, a lot of people have been worried because you're going up against that Teo. Walk us through the thought process here.
You want to talk?
Yeah. If you can talk and can talk after.
I think the default comp on Pearl is really good because of KO. I think KO, he makes a big difference. His knife can get a lot of info, the flashes are good. So I think the default comp is really good on this map because of KO. And I think Alpine is really strong as well. So even with Tejo and those different agents, I still think that the default comp is really good on Pearl.
Yeah, and for me, like after we lose 100 Ts, we learn a lot how we need to play, and yeah, I think it worked well in Pearl.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask next time too, because against 100 Thieves, when you played Lotus, you were running a Tejo comp yourself. But it looked like the utility was just a little bit off, like the Neon kept sliding away from it, and then you guys switched comps completely. So just want to ask, like, was that like a whole team, like, okay, like, forget the tail comp, let's go back to double smoke, something more comfortable, or what was the thought process behind that one?
I think it was an option to play double smokes, but we choose to play with Vice because we see that our defense was weak in that map. But yeah, we couldn't handle well in the attack side this time. So so yeah, we made the change, I think, because we didn't make it well the last map against Canadians.
At least this time we got some rounds.
Yeah. No, you guys look good.
It was 4 rounds, right?
We were talking about it up here. We were like, you know what, this is way better than last time.
Yeah.
So, also, I'm wondering for you specifically, Aspas, because you have a lot of young players on the team now. Do you feel like you have to be like more of a leader, like not in terms of IGLing, but like a mentor to like these younger kids to make sure that they develop in a good way, you know? Kind of like how when you were a rookie.
I'm more of a type of a leader outside of the game. Fraud told me this because of the things that I do naturally.
Yeah.
So I try like to help them with routines and those stuff outside of the game. So more outside of the game, I would say that I'm more of a leader right now.
Nice.
What's the experience like to play with 3, less experienced players? You're the only, we talked about it on the desk, you're the only team which really took a chance on tier 2 players in Brazil. What's that experience been like for you thus far?
Yeah. Now I'm the old man.
Yeah, me too. I'm really old now in this team, but yeah, I feel like it's a challenge. He's an inspiration for the boys because he's one of the best to work. He's the best of the world. So yeah, like we every day process. We try to teach them the basics of the games. We try to talk a lot of how we want to play the game. So I hope like everyday process gonna make really good change for us to win. So yeah.
What was it like finally seeing like Shenum like go crazy in like his first
he's really good.
game? He looked so good today. Same with Cortesia as well. He had some like really crazy lurk timings and like just the individual skill that these two players have, and then obviously we saw Artisan like with that Bucky play, which was so clutch. But, like, what's it like seeing them like step up to the plate?
Yeah, I think we know that they were really good. It's just time, They need more time to show it, but we truly know that they are really good,
Yeah, I think through the year we are just going to keep improving. They are really good players, so I just got really happy when I saw like Shannon was giving some good calls as well on mid round. Cortesia was getting some insane timing, so I'm just happy.
Yeah, the system, it's working. It's
like a happy dad.
That's right.
It's like a happy dad.
You can see it in the player cams as well. It's like proud moments there for sure. It's been a lot of fun to watch you guys, ramp it up round after round after round and game after game now as well. You're still in this competition. However, it's not quite over for you. We're going to force you to compete one more time because we have such talented players here, right? So we have to put their skills to the test in a Valorant Skills Challenge. Sean, what you got for us over there?
We got the Valorant Skills Challenge here, and First of all, I really like your guys' jerseys.
Really? You like? It's like retro football.
The vertical lines, they go crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, so... But wait, oh yeah, you guys have to go over to that PC.
Oh,
This is the referee PC. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to yellow card you for that actually.
Oh yeah.
And let me change this. I don't want to be confused for anyone working in Foot Locker.
Yeah, go there.
All right, so here's the rules, boys. All right, I'm in A heaven.
Okay.
Okay? You guys have to remain in attacker spawn. Whoever gets a recon closest to me wins. You got to get in heaven though, from attacker spawn. You got to stay in attacker spawn.
Oh, okay.
No lineups, bro.
Honestly, if you were an Osboss, I'd red card you.
So where do you want to go?
Okay.
And you have to alternate. 3 chances.
From this spawn, we need to throw a dart on
heaven, okay.
I'll ping how far you are.
I do this for you.
Okay.
So you have a pixel right now?
Ain't no wait. This is collusion.
Huh?
Wait, he's helping you.
Yeah, because I help me always.
Oh, okay. Wow, he's a real one.
Yeah, I'm a real one.
Sabotage.
That's crazy. Wait, where's it going? I can't even ping this.
Good luck, Brian Pingy.
Okay. Nosworth's turn. Now you're DQ'd for that.
Okay.
Yo, we need a gaming chair. Osboss needs to meditate.
So jump right there. Let me see. So
wait,
no.
No. Wait,
Press
actually,
something.
You're actually closer than Osboss though. So.
So okay. Try to don't do that. Should I can use the keyboard or he needs to use the
No, you guys are each doing it separately.
I think we were both
Yeah,
together.
no.
Now I'm using the keyboard.
Okay.
That's why I was like, you're a real one for helping.
You're gonna jump, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. No. Go in. More. Start. Give me that. And now 1,
3, 2, 1.
Oh, yo.
He's not Solomon, he knows the angle.
Wait, where did it go even? I didn't even see it land.
It was like in the...
It was right above the window.
Yeah, on top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Really close.
Osboss, your turn now.
But you know the pixel right now.
Now I know the pixel.
If you can get in the window, you win.
She's gonna steal my pixel. No.
Osboss, you get one more chance.
Okay, wait.
One more chance.
No. No. That's it. No, that's it. He keeps doing that.
Wait.
Okay, he's going.
Oh, he's cooking.
Oh?
Oh!
I already win.
Nosworth wins. Wait, you know what? Osboss, this ref is a fan. Can I get a signature on my jersey?
Yeah. Of course.
You actually win, low-key.
Okay, you want anywhere?
Yeah, right there.
You can choose.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And then you guys can go ahead and head back to the desk. But first, I got first place prize for you, Nosworth.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. You can wear it.
You lied to me. You told me I was first place.
Well, you're first place in my heart for life.
What is this?
That's your first place prize.
Oh my god.
We matched. We're twinning.
Oh yeah. I like this one.
Wait, I want one as well.
You want one too?
I need to win next time?
Yeah.
You can share. It's big enough to share, honestly. Like, come on back to us. Join us.
Thank you.
The instructions seem to be unclear. I think you were supposed to actually play against each other, but that was our Valorant skills challenge. How did they do? What do you think?
I thought Osboss did great. It took him a while, but he got there.
6 times. It was close.
Even with the help, dude, he's still struggling, bro.
To show him the pixel.
Yeah.
I'm a jet man.
Yeah.
Dash man.
Oh, I feel you, bro. I know what it's like, bro. Trust me.
Well, that was entertaining. Almost as entertaining as all the matches we got to see thus far here in NA. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're standing. We have to say goodbye to our first teams today, and it doesn't stop there. Asking you guys here, what were the big surprises for you? Is there any team that you feel like overperformed or underperformed?
I can't see anything. I don't have glasses.
But you know the results,
but I
right?
think
So
Loud was
were you surprised that some teams performed?
Loud, right?
Yeah, really impressive.
Who is in the upper?
Loud, Sentinels, I think.
Loud Sen
on left.
And G2.
G2 Lev.
Yeah. But for me,
I'm surprised about
they Loud, I think for me. They did really well. In the
I got surprised about Loud. G2 I already expected.
Yeah, G2.
Yeah, everyone expected G2, right? That was crazy. What do you think about the next match they have to play against EG with how they played today?
I'm excited to play against EA again.
Yeah.
In 22, we played like 10 times, and now I'm playing here again.
Isn't that crazy? It's like full circle. What about you? How do you feel about that
like for
matchup?
me, like it's a new team, so I don't know what to expect. We're gonna see their game, you know. But yeah, it's like Jay coming back, doing A's. It's gonna be good to play against him. So yeah.
It's gonna be a good one for sure. Now, before I let you guys go, one last thing for you, Aspas. After map 1, we actually got to talk to a friend of yours, TCK10, joined us for a quick chat. And I don't want to show the clip, but he was calling you out. He was calling that you guys losing already after halfway through map 1. Is there anything you want to say to your friend in response to that? Now that you kicked the tournament?
I have something here. I have something for him, and I'm gonna look straight at the camera because I look at his eyes right now. TCK, when we went to Six Flags, I paid the Uber, and you still didn't pay me back. So, like, I paid 2 Ubers, the Uber to go and the Uber to go back. You didn't pay both, so you owe me a lot of money.
Also me too, but I'm paying him.
hey, he better pay up because he's got that streamer money too. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah, dude. Come on, bro.
Pay your Ubers, my mate. Pay your Ubers. Thanks you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. Best of luck in your next match. We are done for the day, but it's not quite over actually, because we still have, of course, our Samsung SSD fast replay for you. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to see you again tomorrow.
First elimination game here for kickoff, and it's 2 teams that honestly had pretty high expectations in the offseason.
First time seeing him on the America stage.
There's that off for Icy.
Lovely.
The IGL's dead. Another Icy ringing out in mid.
Every single fight they took went exactly their way. MW just getting toyed with a little bit. Icy on top of that one. Like to see Rafa settle things down, hold on what is happening. It's not so simple.
50 armor though, I think should do it. No. Super whiffed. Rafa rewarded, but he needs to do more. Critical man in this round, and he claims another. Rafa for 3-4 from the IGL.
I love this angle from EA. Oh, he's waiting for it. That is just nasty.
It's completely split up. And unfortunately for Heat, it's Ye holding that angle.
So far on the attack, pretty excellent.
EG win it on time and claim map number 1 of this series. He's stunned. Push back, aftershock. This guy's getting bullied by Util. There's the power of Breach Teo. Teammate within that smoke, but is soon to be overwhelmed. DG swings in.
He keeps spamming. He's just revealing his position on the map. Now he's out of bullets. H2 with a 4K to win the pistol.
The mark missed, and he's dead. Khalil now the last man to try and salvage this, and Nature, he's not getting up. It doesn't matter. Khalil for 3. Here comes that raise rocket. A Brimmo. There he is again, moving this round. EG demolishing Furia. As the rocket misses, EG gets the kills, and they knock Furia out of kickoff. It's been 2 years since we watched EG on Fracture. It may be a new team, but they still own this map.
We are ready to get into game 2 here. It is going to be a good one. Cloud9 taking on MIBR. Robo control already by MIBR, so they're going to have to close in on this. A quick peek. Arson finds it with a shorty.
Heard the salvos, and now double walking in. Crossfire is beautiful, though.
Again! This too! Nasr clears off the round. MIBR.
The wall that comes up from net.
And stunned again!
And now you have 0 util going into B.
What are we watching? What a round from Cloud9. Mitch is able to capitalize on the final frag to give C9 Lotus over MIBR.
Outburst maybe to try to escape, and it's a 3-2-1 swing. Oh, and it collapsed!
Full rotate, blades are out. There's one. Oh, Shenum. Or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy, just to the side. It's gonna be the Oxy ace. Pulls out the round. CNA's got to do some work here. Ospas and the rest of the team just start getting frags left and right, as that's a 3K for Ospas. And the first half, 10-2.
With the position that they had for Cloud9, it was so difficult for MIBR to rotate across.
Oh, and the paranoia can't find anything. Knives over their shoulders and are within 1 of tying the game now.
Keep holding that line, but lose Mitch in the process.
What a look, what a shot. Vic is just taken down to 46. The rest for Ospas is up. And that is the map for MIBR. The elimination match is going all 3.
Mitch before the wall even came up.
Yeah, it was really quick. Just on that left side, you can see the X down. Another one from the Hunter's Fury. Shenum and Nasr now at the top of A main as Nasr strikes true twice. 3 times. times to get the round. C9 are throwing everything in the kitchen sink in sight before they even enter right now. And there's one from Arsene. Reloads, gets another shell on there, cocks the shotgun again. That's a 4K. The collateral on the last hit there. Oh my God, pumping up the team with the Bucky.
MIBR, against all odds here, are able to fight back.
Amazing stuff from MIBR. The upset we were not expecting.
Gig. That's gonna be it for today. I'll see you tomorrow for the games. And yeah. Crazy games today. Like Navi Fnatic was insane. And yeah, C9 MIBR was the same. Like but yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye bye.
There's a looming